The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1: The Unscientific Fallen Space Station. Teacher Joe. The results of the investigation about the space station crash came out. House Yuzi walked into the office. She gently placed the file on Joe Chiji's desk. Then said worriedly, Teacher Joe. The Academy of Science said that they found something extremely abnormal. Joe Chiji slowly looked up. He picked up the document and only flipped through a few pages before his ancient, wave-free eyes underwent a subtle change. Let's go. Let's go to the Academy of Sciences, he said after 2 seconds of thought. House Yuzi was stunned for a moment. She hesitated. Now? You have an important meeting in the afternoon. Joe Che stood up straight as he said in a hoarse voice. Every meeting here is important. But this matter is more important than the meetings here. House Yuzi was stunned. She thought to herself that the space station had already crashed and nothing she could do now would help. What exactly did the Academy report in the document that was so urgent that Teacher Joe couldn't even wait an afternoon? She would rather put off the important meetings on her schedule and rush to the Academy of Sciences immediately. She had never seen Teacher Joe in such a hurry. House Yuzi came back to her senses as she said with a straight face. Then I'll arrange it for you now. She respected Joe Chiji from the bottom of her heart. So even though she had some doubts, she didn't raise any comments because she believed that Joe Chiji had tenable reasons for everything he did. No need to make arrangements. Go directly, Joe Chiji said slowly. The scientists are already waiting for me there. Hearing this, House Yuzi was slightly stunned. She was Joe Chiji's assistant. She hadn't received an invitation from the Academy of Sciences to Joe Chiji. While Joe Chiji said that the scientists were waiting for him, did the Academy put the invitation in the paper? House Yuzi was puzzled. The Academy has a lot of work to do. And the scientists are busy day and night in their labs working on theories and data to make sure that the two projects go smoothly. What had they found this time? What made them take time out of their busy schedules and take the initiative to ask Joe Chiji to come to the Academy of Sciences to discuss? But also to be sure that Joe Chiji would come and purposely make time to wait for Joe Chiji. Joe Chiji's voice was hoarse as he said, Something beyond our understanding has happened. We are completely unable to explain why this happened. It goes against the most basic common sense of physics. That's why we invited you here to report to you in person. Several physicists stood in front of Joe Chiji. Behind them was a huge screen, on which the images of the space station's fall were played on a loop, with many physical parameters labeled on the screen. Among them, speed and acceleration were marked in red. According to common sense, the space station falling should conform to the classical physical model of falling objects at high altitude. That is, accelerated motion under the dual effects of Earth's gravity and air resistance, the scientist said with a grimace. But when we studied the video of the space station falling, we found that this was not the case at all. And the deviation was so exaggerated that we think something must have gone terribly wrong somewhere. Choo-Choo straightened and listened intently. The scientist turned around and tapped a few keys on his keyboard, and the image on the large screen behind him jumped to the time when the space station exploded. The time when the station began to fall. If we make a graph of the station's rate of fall, following the classical physical model of falling objects at high altitudes, that's the graph. The scientist tapped the keyboard again, and a graph appeared on the large screen behind him, showing the speed of the space station's fall in relation to time. As could be seen in the graph, at the very beginning, the rate of fall increased very quickly, reaching tens of meters per second all at once. But as time went on, the air resistance became greater and greater, and the falling speed, although still increasing, increased more and more slowly. It was a smooth curve with a gradually slowing slope. That's the theoretical model. That's how it's supposed to be, the scientist grimaced. But if it were, we wouldn't have had to make a special trip to ask you to come here. He tapped the keyboard again, and an extra line appeared in the graph on the big screen. The actual situation is like this. The curve symbolizing the actual situation. A folded line, I should say, which flagged into 3 phases. The initial fall phase, which largely matched the theoretical model, was a smooth curve with an upward slope. The intermediate acceleration phase, in which its slope disappeared all of a sudden into a horizontal straight line, and the end phase, in which its slope came back, but in the opposite direction. In short, the space station just started falling quite normally, exactly as science expected. The scientist sighed. In the middle, for some reason, the acceleration suddenly disappeared. And when it came to almost hitting the ground, not only did it not accelerate, but it started to decelerate. This line. I'm afraid Newton can't explain it even if he comes here. A trace of fatigue passed across the scientist's face. Their entire team had been working on the space station crash for over a week. And in the end, not only were they physically and mentally exhausted, but their scientific outlook had also come under great fire. Next to her, Halsey slightly opened the slit of her lips. She was very surprised. She wasn't very good at physics. But even if she was just an ordinary person, she could understand at this point that something had gone terribly wrong with the space station's fall in an unscientific way. What's going on? She asked nervously. The space station crash itself was already bad enough. But it turned out that a weird phenomenon that science couldn't explain happened during the crash. The ARC project had already failed. And the next step was to verify the feasibility of the Mountain Shift project and the Moon project. And if this phenomenon happened in the verification experiment, Halsey could not imagine the consequences. However, in the face of Halsey's question, the scientist's eyes showed a touch of helplessness. Not sure, he replied bitterly. But to achieve this effect, it is necessary to apply a force equal to its gravity in the opposite direction to the space station when it falls. The mass of the ARC space station is 2,100,000 tons. That means that at the time of the space station's fall, an extra force equal to 2.5 million tons was applied to the space station out of thin air, continuously stopping it from falling. But we didn't observe it at all. The scientist's voice lowered the more he spoke. 2,100,000 tons. Uniform output. Continuous action. Not even a nuclear firecracker underneath the space station could have achieved that. They had watched the video countless times. And the station had fallen in an incredibly natural manner. There was no way to tell that a force of that magnitude had been applied to it. This is not scientific. Zhou Qi looked straight at the big screen for a long time in silence. In the middle of the day, he glanced at the camera above his head, then slowly spoke. Why is it like this? What caused the space station to fall so strangely? He asked meaningfully. Do you know? Chapter 2. The Earth turns the other way. It's still being investigated, but we've been studying the crash video to death, and we still haven't found anything that could possibly cause this to happen. Investigate further. We shouldn't be able to find out anything anytime soon. The scientist let out a long sigh. He had been engaged in scientific research for more than 40 years, and had never encountered a phenomenon that science could not explain. But today he encountered it. A 2.5 million ton space station not only didn't accelerate during its downward fall, but also decelerated in turn as it neared the ground. As if an invisible ghost had reached out and given it a hand. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhou Qi pondered for a few seconds, then spoke. This matter is very unusual. Do your best to investigate, and make sure you get to the bottom of this. The scientist smiled bitterly. All right. We will continue to investigate. Zhou Qi straightened and nodded. Then asked, how are the preparations for the verification experiments of the Moon by Moon program going? The Moon by Moon program concerns the survival of all mankind. There can't be any mistakes, the scientist said with a straight face. The month-by-month plan is theoretically flawless. As long as the Moon base is executed without incident, it will definitely be able to be verified successfully. Zhou Qi rarely had time to make a trip to the Academy of Sciences. He went around the Academy of Sciences and discussed the mountain moving plan and the Moon by Moon plan with the scientists before leaving the Academy after a few hours. Teacher Zhou, could that incident be related to the Digital Life faction? After leaving the Academy of Sciences, Halsey, who had been holding back a lot of questions, couldn't help but speak out. They don't have that much power. Nor do they have the need to do something like that. Zhou Qi said in an unfathomable tone. This matter is not simple. So don't think about it. Halsey nodded. Zhou Qi emphasized. The first priority is to verify the feasibility of the month-by-month plan. The window period is only 7 months. All efforts should be focused on this. Halsey hesitated. But what if this phenomenon happens during the verification of the month-by-month plan? Zhou Qi was silent for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. We can only do what we can. Lunar 1 machine test ignition completed. The Moon successfully produced an angular displacement of 0.4 nanoangle-seconds, followed by proof. The Moon can be pushed to its target position within 20 years. Unbind gravitationally to the Earth. A few months later, the month-by-month program proved successful. Television, Mobile phones, car radios, and many other communication devices spread the good news, and the sound of the broadcasts echoed through the streets and lanes, providing a shot in the arm for the despairing society. Roar! It worked! Aren't we saved? The Xia people are great. People were talking a lot. Meanwhile, the conference hall of the coalition government was filled with reporters and official representatives from various countries. On top of this achievement, the Earth-1 planetary engine will be test-fired today. If Earth is similarly successfully displaced, the two tests will completely validate the feasibility of the mountain removal plan and solve the solar crisis for the entire human race, bringing true hope. A countdown is underway on the big screen in the conference hall. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone was holding their breath, because once the experiment on the Earth side is also successful, it means that mankind can push the Earth to escape from the solar system and get rid of the solar helium flash crisis. It's no exaggeration to say that this experiment will determine the fate of everyone here. 3, 2, 1. Everyone had their hearts in their throats. However, at that moment, the countdown on the screen suddenly disappeared and was replaced by the warning sign and O signal. Signal loss. After a short period of silence, the whole venue became chaotic, with questions, jeers, and camera shutter clicks. House Hiosi on stage was at a loss for words. It's a failure, isn't it? What are we going to tell the world now? Another 7 months wasted. Suddenly, there was a strong tremor underneath people's feet. Everyone froze for a moment. Immediately after, the signal was restored, and a pillar of light plunging into the sky appeared on the large screen. The Earth has produced an angular displacement of 2 picoseconds. The observer shouted excitedly. The mountain shifting plan. Verified successfully. Heh heh heh. Zhou Che straightened and let out a hoarse laugh. The strange phenomenon that occurred during the space station's fall did not appear in the verification experiments of the mountain shifting plan and the month-by-moon plan. And both experiments were successfully verified. His mood relaxed and, at this time, the American representative stood up and led the applause for the success of the mountain shift program. Soon, there was thunderous applause in the conference hall. But just then, the observer suddenly shouted again. The Earth has undergone another angular displacement of 12 picoseconds in the opposite direction. As the words landed, the applause within the venue disappeared, and the smile on Zhou Chishi's face froze. Displacement in the opposite direction? What did it mean? Not only did the Earth's rotation not slow down, but it even sped up? The observer reconfirmed the data and then shouted. At the moment the engine was switched on, the Earth underwent an angular displacement of 2 picoseconds. But immediately after, the Earth underwent an angular displacement of 12 picoseconds in the opposite direction. There was confusion in his voice. How could this happen? The Earth was pushed. Then it turned back on itself, and did so with a force several times greater than the push. Where did this force come from? Zhou Che was straight up silent. The angular displacement of 2 picoseconds in the beginning came from the thrust of the planetary engine. That was the experimental expectation. But the next 12 picoseconds of angular displacement in the opposite direction meant that several times the thrust had appeared out of thin air to push the planet in the opposite direction. The invisible ghost reappeared. Failed? Didn't it? What will we tell the world now? Another waste. This reporter? Please hold your horses. Hao Xiaoxi on stage interrupted the repeater. Her heart was beating fast now. This was a global broadcast, and she knew she had to say something to control the scene. The experiment did not fail. Her thoughts raced as she said with certainty. The Earth produced a displacement several times greater than expected, which means we can complete our mountaintop removal program and escape the solar system in less time. Zhou Che, who was off stage, nodded straight at her. Hao Xiaoxi noticed Zhou Chishi's reaction, and her heart was instantly certain. There was also more time to build the dungeon and have everyone live in it. So the experiment didn't fail, she said in a firm tone. Rather, it was a great success. People looked at each other in disbelief. So it could be explained that way? But it didn't seem wrong, because the experiment was mainly to verify whether the planetary engine could push the Earth. And the verification results showed that not only could it could push faster. That's a good thing. The next step was to figure out why the displacement in the opposite direction was happening. And then we could move forward with the mountain removal plan faster and better. Thinking about this, people's hearts fell back into their stomachs. Applause once again rang out in the conference hall. However, Zhou Chiji, who was sitting on the stage, was frowning. Figure it out? Can you figure it out? Chapter 3 No accident is going to happen. Half an hour later, the meeting was over. Hao Xiaoxi and Zhou Che returned straight to the independent office of the Chinese representative. And she asked with a worried look on her face. Teacher Zhou, how could the Earth turn backwards? Although she swore on stage that the experiment was a great success, she actually had no idea. She also didn't know if the experiment had succeeded or not. Although the ignition of the engine caused the Earth to produce a greater displacement than expected, this was completely inconsistent with the laws of science, because the Earth was not pushed by the engine, but turned on its own. There is only one possibility for this to have happened, and that is that a force several times greater than that of the planetary engine acted on the Earth in the opposite direction at the moment the engine ignited. But where did this force come from? Hao Xiaoxi's mind was filled with question marks. And she thought of the space station crash 7 months ago, when a similar situation occurred. Zhou Chiji looked out the floor-to-ceiling window in silence. Why is the Earth spinning backwards? He didn't know either. Although he had superior political intelligence and extraordinary foresight, neither of them could help him see through the fog in front of him. However, he had a feeling. An unseen specter seemed to hang over the planet. Leave this problem to the scientists. Zhou Chiji spoke slowly. In any case, the mountain shift project should continue to move forward. The solar helium flash was close at hand. Humanity had to find a way out for themselves. Today, when the digital life plan and the arc plan went bankrupt one after another, mankind was left with only the mountain shifting plan. And no matter what happened, they had to firmly walk on this path, and could not turn back. Turning back is the end of civilization. Continuing forward has a chance of survival. Forward, forward, forward. Ring, ring, ring. The landline phone in the office rang. Hao Xiaoxi went up to check it, and she said softly, "It's a call from the Academy of Sciences." Zhou Che turned straight round and sat down behind his desk. He picked up the microphone. "This is Zhou Chiji. Counselor Zhou. The exact same problem as when the space station crashed occurred in this ignition experiment." On the other end of the line was the scientist overseeing the ignition experiment. He opened the door and said, "An unexplained force appeared out of nowhere, canceling out the thrust of the engines and turning the Earth upside down by 12 picoseconds. The cause has not yet been identified." And the scientist paused. "We don't know when we'll be able to identify the cause. It may be 50 years from now, because we have absolutely no clue now. 50 years from now. When any project is given the title 50 years from now, the subtext is that it is completely impossible now. But I can draw a pie to comfort you, and wait until 50 years from now." Zhou Chiji was silent for 2 seconds and then asked, "Will this affect the mountain removal project?" "The impact will definitely affect it, but not necessarily whether it's a good or bad impact." The scientist deliberated. "This force has only appeared twice in total. If it can appear a few more times, we might be able to grasp its pattern and make it a booster for the mountain moving plan. The stuffing was a blessing in disguise. In the end of the research, it might be good news?" Zhou Che straightly inquired. "What should be done?" "We hope to conduct a few more ignition experiments next month to see if that force will still appear." The scientist replied calmly. "Observe its patterns if it appears, and push forward with the mountain removal plan as usual if it doesn't. It's best if it doesn't appear, and study it if it does." Zhou Che straightened up and said, "Report your plans. I'll have them fully supported. Ensuring that the mountain shifting plan goes smoothly is the most important thing right now. Everything must serve the mountain shifting plan." Hearing Zhou Chiji approve the Academy's request so readily, the scientist said with slight excitement, "Although we lack understanding of this force right now, if we can study it thoroughly, mankind's level of science might be able to make a leap forward. Science is always sublimated in exploring the unknown." After a brief period of confusion and fear, the scientists were all tremendously interested in this ghost-like force. It was a force that could dominate the planet. Whoever could study and understand this force could potentially become the Newton and Einstein of the new era. It was a great honor. The scientific community hadn't had such a great opportunity in decades. Zhou Chiji pondered for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you guys have a direction to think about now?" "Not yet," the scientist replied. "We'll have to talk to other countries' science teams before we can determine the direction of our research." Zhou Chiji nodded. "Good. Let go and do it." With Zhou Chiji's help, The second ignition experiment was quickly completed, and the ghost-like power once again enveloped the Earth, while the scientists who had prepared for it rigorously recorded all the data related to it. Then came the third ignition experiment, the fourth ignition experiment, the fifth ignition experiment. As the number of experiments rose, the scientists found that the ghost-like force was extremely random, and it was difficult to predict not only the size of each appearance, but also the direction of each appearance. Most of the time, the phantom force would go against the engine thrust, but there were times when the force would go in the same direction as the engine thrust. Scientists have never been able to find the source of this force or the factors that might influence it. Israeli scientists came up with the space glue conjecture. They conjectured that space itself has a great deal of mass and is extremely attractive to ultra-high mass celestial units like the Earth, so that space pulls on the Earth as it rotates. But this conjecture was quickly disproved, for the ghost-like force had been present during the fall of the space station, which had only a mass of 2,100,000 tons. And according to the theories of Israeli scientists, 2,100,000 tons would not be enough to cause a space glue effect. Other conjectures, such as the Earth's self-balance, dark matter vortex, dark energy tides, etc., also all remain at the level of conjecture, without any theory or data to support. The world's top scientists gathered together, and after a whole year of suffering, nothing was found. But the good news is that this ghost-like force does not last. It always appears at the beginning of engine ignition, briefly pushes the Earth for a little while, and then disappears as silently as it appeared silently. So it had little effect on the mountain-moving program. A little time passed, and the Earth slowly stopped rotating as planned. 14 years passed. Although the scientists were still interested in the ghost-like force, their enthusiasm faded because they couldn't really study it. If you can't understand it, you can't understand it. Anyway, it didn't pose an obstacle to the mountain removal plan, as long as there were no accidents in the future. Chapter 4: The Broken and Healed Femur. It's a sunny morning, and there's a lot of people gathered in front of the United Government's headquarters building, all waiting for the unveiling of the Lunar Launch Monument, which is what's underneath the black cloth in front of them. Wow! The staff dragged a corner of the black cloth, which slowly slid down, revealing a gray-black cube with a granite texture. This was the Lunar Departure Monument. The engraving on the monument was very simple, with only a pattern that symbolized the moon plan and a few lines of small philosophical words. Today is the 22nd of June, 2058, and just unveiled behind me is the Lunar Launch Monument. The reporter introduces the monument to the audience behind the screen. Behind the monument, in the coalition government headquarters building, an old man was looking through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows at what was happening below. His face is more wrinkled than it was 14 years ago, and his back is more stooped, but his eyes were brighter. "Siusi," he called softly. Hal Siusi heard the call and glanced at the picture of his son on his mobile phone screensaver, then got up and came to Zhou Chiji's side. "Sit." Hal Siusi sat down without thinking. "The backup plan for the moon?" Zhou Chiji inquired with concern. "Have you received a reply?" Hal Siusi replied. Some countries raised objections and didn't sign the program. The main disagreement centered on the donation of strategic nuclear weapons. Zhou Che shook his head and sighed. Although Hal Siusi didn't say, he didn't need to think about it to know which countries had raised objections. After all, there were only a few countries that had strategic nuclear weapons. After all, there were only a few countries that had strategic nuclear weapons. But why were they unwilling to donate nuclear weapons? Could it be that they were still planning to use nuclear weapons against their compatriots during the long journey of interstellar wanderings to come? Alas, even though the human race had reached the toughest moment ever, there was still no unity within the human race. Zhou Che straightened and sighed. "I'm afraid it will still be the same as 14 years ago." Hal Siusi's eyes changed slightly. 14 years ago. She knew that Zhou Chiji was talking about the attack on the Gabon base, and that was when the Ark space station crashed. Be on strict defense. Make good preparations, Zhou Shehang emphasized. Hal Siusi nodded seriously. She knew why Zhou Chiji suddenly brought up 14 years ago, because all countries had recently received a strange message. 205,807. July 2058, which was next month, happened to be the month when the month-by-month plan was officially launched. The message itself is nothing to be surprised about. What is surprising is the way the information was obtained, and how history repeats itself. This set of numbers came from a laboratory. It is an arrangement of microscopic particles observed by experimental instruments as scientists conduct optical experiments. And it has occurred almost successively in thousands of laboratories around the globe. More than that, back in 1987, China received similar information. At that time, it was an Aerospace Industry Technology Institute that received the number 2044, which was the year of the attack on the Gabonese base. The combination of the incomprehensible way the message was delivered, and what happened after the last time a similar message was received, made everyone feel uneasy. What will happen in July 2058? Our country is opening up all the dungeons, House Yusi said solemnly, maximizing the safety of the lives of those within the territory. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was July. People finally realized what the number 200 and 5,807 meant. The demise of humanity. The 3 planetary engines on the moon overloaded and exploded at the same time. And mankind's plan to banish the moon not only failed, but also pushed the moon into the embrace of the Earth. The consequences of an Earth-Moon collision are self-evident. Mankind must take immediate action. And right now, the United Government's conference room is discussing countermeasures. Hearing House Yosi's words, the Star-Spangled Nation representative strongly protested. Young man, if you let them in now, they will never come out again. Do you know what will happen after that? When the food runs out, everyone will starve to death in there. House Yosi replied politely but not too forcefully. Our side opened the dungeon to inform, not to ask for your country's opinion. Zhou Chiji laughed a few times in relief. Siosi is now able to take charge on her own. If I can solve this crisis, it's time for me to step back and give the stage to the youngsters. The Stars and Stripes representative stood up. He couldn't breathe well until he stood up, because of Hao's dislike. House Yusi ignored him. Ladies and gentlemen, please look. She pointed at the screen and said to the representatives of the other countries. Time was running out. After a small meeting in the morning, the coalition government held a general meeting in the evening, which was attended by delegates and journalists from all the countries. All were concerned with the same question. What should be done now? Is humanity going to die out? Mr. President, delegates, friends from all over the world. Zhou Chiji walked up to the podium on his crutches, and he spoke slowly, his voice vaguely soothing. This is a fossil from 15,000 years ago. A photo of a fossilized bone appeared on the big screen. The representatives of the various countries all looked confused. They didn't understand what Zhou Chiji was trying to say. Why did he take out a photo of a fossil at a critical moment that would determine the survival of mankind? A broken and then healed human femur. It is the symbol of the birth of human civilization. Zhou Chiji narrates. 15,000 years ago, a broken thigh was fatal because you couldn't take shelter or forage for food. You could only wait where you were to be eaten by wild animals. He turned his words around. But this femur healed. His eyes burned. That means that after he was injured, someone treated his wounds. Someone provided him with water and food. And someone protected him from the wild beasts. At the hoarse voice of this old man, the people grew quiet. It is this mutual aid, solidarity. That's why we survived and continued. The flame of civilization. The people quietly looked at Zhou Chiji's face. In a trance, they felt a resilience in this old man's voice. In the year 44, after the successful test of the month-by-moon plan, we had once proposed an alternate plan to detonate the global nuclear weapon in a phased array on the lunar surface, triggering the lunar nuclear fusion and self-exploding disintegration. There are representatives of 33 countries here who received the same message as me. Zhou Chiji straightened and raised his mobile phone. The screen of the mobile phone displayed densely packed bright red numbers. This is the exact number of deployable nuclear weapons around the globe, as well as the total number of nuclear weapons needed to trigger a monthly nuclear fusion. These numbers used to be top secret, but now they are meaningless. I don't know what the source or intent of this information is, but it seems to remind us that another broken femur lies before us today, 15,000 years later. Do we still make the same choices as we did 15,000 years ago? Chapter 5. Where are the 714 hours left? Zhou Chiji's speech to the coalition government was deafening. The nuclear-armed nations that feared extinction finally decided to unite, put aside their differences and wariness, and make a last-ditch effort for the future of mankind. Everyone understands one thing. The broken femur in front of them would never heal again if it didn't heal immediately. Lunar debris has formed an asteroid belt. The pilot space station is maintaining a high orbit. Nuclear weapons encapsulation is complete with a total count of 3,750. On the space station, the astronauts were busy with the deployment of the nukes. There were 3 steps to saving the planet. The first step was to use space to transport the global nuclear weapons to the moon and deploy them in a phased array in the 46-kilometer diameter Campanus crater. The second step is to link up the global nuclear weapons and use the space station as a relay satellite to detonate them remotely, triggering lunar fusion and causing the moon to collapse and disintegrate on its own. The third step is to restart the root servers in Dulles, Tokyo and Beijing, restore the global internet, activate the global planetary engines, and escape from the lunar wreckage. These 3 steps are difficult to even understand, and even more difficult to implement. As a result of the lunar engine explosion, the moon was blown out in many pieces. This debris formed an asteroid belt near the moon. With no time to clean up, the astronauts had to force their way through the asteroid belt. The slightest brush with lunar debris in the process would have resulted in a plane crash. But the deaths of individual astronauts are minor. More importantly, detonating the moon requires a number of nuclear weapons. If astronauts crossing the asteroid belt suffered too many casualties, resulting in a substandard number of nuclear weapons arriving at the moon, then the plan to save the Earth would be over from the first step. And even if the nuclear weapons are deployed, whether they can be detonated is unknown, because the detonation of nuclear weapons requires a key. There are 3,752 nuclear bombs in all, and their keys come from dozens of countries, dozens of different cryptographic systems, spanning the years 1945 to 2045. Destroying the moon would require detonating them simultaneously, and to achieve simultaneous detonation, those keys would have to be decoded and then replaced with an identical key. Routine decoding would take at least 10 years, and humans have only half a day, even with the help of the state-of-the-art computer system 550W. No one can guarantee that this can be done in half a day. The third step of restarting the root server is also fraught with difficulties, because Beijing's root servers were buried deep underwater. The physically weak experts had to dive underwater to restart the servers. But no one knew what was going on underwater right now. Everyone was just toughing it out and going strong. They were also worried about failure, but they didn't have time to think too much, because this was a critical moment that determined the survival of humanity. At the moment of danger, the only thing that mattered was responsibility. In the space station, Zhang Peng looked at Liu Peiqiang worriedly. He knew that this mission was not ordinary, and the process was full of dangers. He was worried that Liu Peiqiang would never come back once he went. Liu Peiqiang grinned. He made a gesture of poking his forehead in a pretense of relaxation, signaling that Zhang Peng did not need to worry about him. Zhang Peng grudgingly smiled, entering clock bomb position. Suddenly, a radio sounded above everyone's heads. All bomb deployment personnel prepare to depart. Liu Peiqiang bid farewell to Zhang Peng and turned around to blend into the crowd. Liu Peiqiang sighed in his heart. How could he not know that this mission was dangerous? But he had reasons why he had to go. It was because only then could he securely get a permanent slot in the space station, thus allowing his family members, his son Liu Qi and father-in-law Han Xiang, to enter the underground city. Duo. I will let Liu Qi and our father live. He pondered silently. After half a minute, he entered the landing bay and had just finished greeting his teammates when he received the takeoff command. Depart? The space station opened its hatch, and hundreds of landing pods pulled out of the station. In the quiet space of the universe, everyone forgot about life and death, with only the word mission in their hearts. 11 exploded. Pay attention to dodging the debris from the shockwave. Liu Peiqiang's heart trembled. Space couldn't transmit sound. He couldn't hear the sound of the explosion, and could only learn of his companion's sacrifice through the space station's reminder. Ah! One of the astronauts threw himself backwards against the landing module Liu Peiqiang was in, which briefly connected to his radio, causing his screams to ring in the ears of everyone in the craft. Someone whispered, "The boy is finished." The astronaut had been balanced by the landing pod's wing, and then hit a highly irregular asteroid, with the probability of his suit breaking on him. What happened to him was self-evident. Liu Peiqiang ignored this as he concentrated on maneuvering the landing module. He knew that if he had been negligent, he or his teammates would be the next ones to make such a scream. He was very focused, but he eventually crashed. He reached the empty lunar surface without incident, but a landing module ahead of him malfunctioned and spun around and smashed into the landing module he was in. Luckily, he had excellent piloting skills and managed to make a forced landing on the moon's surface. Lu Peiqiang. What are you doing? Lu Peiqiang's teammate questioned. She wasn't questioning why the landing module crashed, but she was ready to continue the mission with Lu Peiqiang. But Lu Peiqiang took advantage of her going into the return module to place the injured to lock the door of the return module from the outside. 5 nukes. Can't use 2 people. Lu Peiqiang gasped. 3 seaters then. Can't fit. He raised an eyebrow and gestured for this teammate of his to look into the return capsule. Go home. Your daughter is waiting for you at home, Lu Peiqiang said. With that, he turned and left. You don't have any tools. How are you going to move the nuclear bomb? Lu Peiqiang. His teammates desperately slapped the glass of the return capsule. By this time, the return procedure of the return capsule had already been activated, and Lu Peiqiang had to come back. Or else, he would be landed on the moon and annihilated in the lunar explosion. But Lu Peiqiang was indifferent. You come back. Lu Peiqiang could hear the shouts on the radio. He smiled, but didn't turn around, because someone had to complete the mission. Meanwhile, the other side was also encountering difficulties. The team in charge of decoding the nuclear weapons was making slow progress, and there was almost no possibility of completing the decoding work before Earth-Moon reached the Lohi limit. You know, it's just too difficult. Straight up. Zhou Che straightened and interrupted impatiently. It was at this point. What else could not be said? There was no need to shirk the responsibility and circle the wagons with discourse. How much longer will it take? The moon's nukes have been laid. He took off his hat, held it in his hand and rubbed it, and said frankly and uneasily, it will take at least 714 hours. 714 hours? 714 hours is nothing if you've been decoding since 2044. But now? Human civilization only has 3 hours left. Chapter 6 The Pulse of the Deep Earth. Hearing this number, Zhou Chiji was silent for 2 seconds. He shook his head. First he shook it gently. Then he shook it heavily a few times, his demeanor revealing helplessness and disappointment. As soon as he entered this office, he felt that the atmosphere was wrong. The air was filled with numbness. The people in this office grasped the hope of all humanity, but their own faces were written with despair. Sure enough, humanity awe. Zhou Chiji sighed lowly, taking the most sophisticated system of secrecy and using it to destroy each other. Perhaps humanity can only go so far. Zhou Chiji turned his wheelchair, moving outwards with an unspeakable mood. Just then, the officer called out to him. Sir! The officer put on his hat. He stood up, looked at Zhou Chiji's back and said, We have a backup plan. This is the mechanical trigger for the nuclear bomb. This is the trigger. 81 styles in total. In the space station, the atmosphere was unusually grave, because the alternate plan is human detonation. 1 astronaut and 1 remote control, allowing the astronaut to stand next to the nuclear bomb and detonate it. This is the most primitive method of detonation. No one wants to use this method unless they are at the end of the rope, because it means sacrifice. But it is the only method of detonation at the moment. Each detonation can chain trigger about 10 nuclear bombs. Hydrogen bombs have to be detonated one by one. So we need 219 people for the operation. But to ensure success, I need 300 people. Our docking bay is not a landing bay, so I only have single tickets here. The speaker said no more than that. Everyone understood. This was an operation destined for no return. The technician next to him, who had introduced the remote control, was still speaking, and he held up a bulky-looking remote control and exclaimed, Maoist model. No safety. 2 triggers. By this time, everyone's mood was low. But time waited for no one. There were 81 styles of remotes, and it would take a long time just to introduce them clearly. So there wasn't even time for the astronauts to think quietly about whether or not to take part in this operation. I'm going! Suddenly, a young astronaut shouted out. This was followed by more and more voices, from all countries and races. I'm going! I'll go! I'm going! One arm was raised high in the air, and the cries rose. No one could force these astronauts, because this operation could not go wrong in the slightest. And only if everyone involved volunteered could the mission be completed successfully in the end. It wasn't that they didn't want to live, but the mission had to be completed by someone. Responsibility. Someone had to bear it. I'll go. Zhang Peng was awakened by the shouts of the young man beside him. He snapped back from his memories and despondency and turned his head to look at the young man beside him. The young man restlessly locked eyes with him. As he looked at the young man's tender face, A sense of grandeur inexplicably arose in his heart. What are you looking at? He glared hard at the young man, frightening the young man into turning his head back. The moon is ours, he said softly. I don't feel comfortable handing it over to you little brats. Zhang Peng clutched the young man's arm and forced the young man's hand down, then yelled, Chinese Space Flight Squadron. In an instant, the entire corridor was silent. Over 50 years old. Zhang Peng led the way and stood out. Step out, he shouted in a voice close to a growl. The veterans laughed and shook their heads as one by one they stepped out of the line and followed Zhang Peng towards the front. The young people looked at them in dismay. It was, when they realized with the benefit of hindsight what the veterans were doing. A wave of unspeakable emotion tumbled up from the bottom of their hearts, overflowed their eyes, and condensed into a glittering teardrop. They pursed their lips tightly. At this moment, the veterans were at peace. They did not feel forced. In fact, no one could force them in this matter either. For as long as they were unwilling, even if they showed even the slightest hint of it, they would not be allowed to participate in this mission. They had all volunteered. Even if Zhang Peng did not shout, they would still walk out on their own. Because there was also a sequence of taking responsibility. And for something like this that could not be returned, it was still more appropriate for them. The old guys. They were already 50 years old. All the things they should have experienced had been experienced. And if they lived any longer, they would have to live to the age of 100 diseases. But the children were different. The world was a beautiful place. And they hadn't experienced it yet. Russian Space Flight Squadron. French Space Squadron. British Space Squadron. Even the commander of this operation stepped forward. In the face of disaster and sacrifice, people of different countries, colors, races, and identities made the same choice. The young people will always remember this day. It was the last lesson their teachers, their instructors, their commanders taught them. However, while the detonation of the nuclear bomb had been completed, the team responsible for restarting the root server had run into trouble. The team that restarted Beijing's root server had just landed on the ground when an injured person appeared. In order to ensure the safety of this injured person, the team had to separate two healthy members to escort this injured person back. All of a sudden, there were only two people left in the 5-person team, Ma Zhao, the chief engineer of the 550 project, and Tu Hingyu, the architect. The two top scientists tripped through the water to work hard. Accidents followed. Ma Zhao tripped over a cable and caught his leg while wiring. And the water rose rapidly, quickly going over his collarbone. Tu Hingyu. Ma Zhao felt hopeless in breaking free. Next, there's one last set of codes. He fought to hand the key to Tu Hingyu. Tu Hingyu was a little hesitant. He didn't understand why Ma Zhao was still so concerned about the key at this point in time. If Ma Zhao drowned here, would the death or life of Earth still have anything to do with Ma Zhao? And would there be any need for Ma Zhao to care about Earth? He hesitantly took the key handed by Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao anxiously said, Remember, there is no human civilization. The water was barely past his mouth and nose. Without meaning. Tu Hingyu buried his head underwater, and he saw Ma Zhao waving at him, signaling him to hurry up and enter the last set of codes. Tu Hingyu couldn't tell what he was feeling at the moment, but it was as if he was waking up from a dream. Passwords. I have to go enter the password. He gave Ma Zhao one last look, then turned on his hands and knees and swam towards the computer outside. There was no end to the woes. Meanwhile, the first batch of lunar debris had arrived on Earth, and they passed through the Earth's atmosphere, turning into a huge fireball that ferociously blasted the surface. Rumbling, explosions, whistling, screams. The ground turned into an inferno. Thump! At this moment of extreme chaos, a low sound suddenly resounded from the depths of the Earth, as if a beating pulse. Thump! 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 As the moon fragments bombarded one after another, the sound of the pulse in the Earth gradually became clear and powerful. Chapter 7. It's going to change the sky. Can one still get a good night's sleep? These words only turned round in Xin Fan's heart and were not uttered. This was because he, who had traveled into planet consciousness, had long since lost his vocal cords, the vocal organs he once had when he was a human being. He was a traveler. He came from another world's Earth, and he didn't remember how he had traveled to the world of Wandering Earth. Nor did he know how he had become the planetary consciousness of Wandering Earth. Everything happened in a watery way. After the crossing, his consciousness metamorphosed subconsciously, for which he slept off and on for a long time. I feel much more awake this time. The fusion of Earth had placed a great burden on Chen Fan's soul, and he had been confused every time he woke up before. He dimly remembered something falling from the sky. He reached out his hand to fish for it, but didn't pick it up, as if it was something quite important. He couldn't remember. In his sleep, he also felt that someone kept stabbing him with needles. The force was not heavy, but it affected his sleep. Every time he was stabbed, he would twist a little, so as to neutralize the feeling of being stabbed with needles. He was too sleepy to do anything. It wasn't until the dense lunar debris came crashing down, covering the sky and tickling him so much that he couldn't stand it, that he finally opened his eyes. Unlike in the past, this time he woke up in high spirits. It seems like it's almost fused with Earth. Chen Fan had a feeling. He was just a ghost attached to the outside of the Earth before. But only now did he really burrow inside the Earth and become the Earth itself. The feeling of being a planetary consciousness was amazing. He didn't have eyes, but he could see things because he could share the senses of every single Earth being. He could also feel the emotions of these beings. Panic, despair, numbness. Why so negative? With a full resurgence of consciousness, the wind blew, birds chirped, whistled, meteorites, the moon, crisis. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. This information did not burden Chen Fan in any way. He easily absorbed and understood it. Wow! Progressing to the stage of bombing the moon. Chen Fan knew where he was, because he had just watched Wandering Earth 2 before traveling across. As soon as he traveled across, he knew that he had arrived in the world of Wandering Earth. He had witnessed Moss maneuvering the unmanned lorry to run over Tu Hongyu's wife and daughter. He didn't do anything about it, because at that time, he was still immersed in the haste and uncertainty he felt at the beginning of the crossover. And that feeling haunted him for a long time, not subsiding completely until more than a decade later. But Tu Hongyu's wife and daughter did not die completely. Every consciousness was born from the planetary consciousness. And after the demise of their physical bodies, these consciousnesses returned to the planetary consciousness. And they needed Chen Fan's permission whether or not they were completely obliterated. Chen Fan did not save their physical bodies, but he did not obliterate their spirits either. He made a place in his own grand consciousness, and gave them space to exist. And for decades they drifted around in that space in a state of confusion, their memories always remaining in the last moment of their lives. Now there were two more guests inside. Liu Peiqiang's wife, Duo Han, Ma Jiao, the chief engineer of Project 550. Chen Fan actually shouldn't have left them behind, because life and death were a cycle. And when there was life, there should be death. And it seemed that as a planetary consciousness, he shouldn't have meddled in this matter. But he was not a pure planetary consciousness. These four people were all familiar faces to him. And he would feel lonely if all the familiar faces disappeared. Human bombing the moon. Too sad. Chen Fan observed the events on the moon from a first-person perspective. He saw Zhang Peng pass a coordinate to Liu Peiqiang. He could feel Liu Peiqiang's inner joy. Liu Peiqiang definitely did not expect that he would still have the chance to meet Zhang Peng after being landed on the moon. But what Zhang Peng gave Liu Peiqiang was not his own coordinates, but the coordinates of a return capsule. It was very moving when I saw it in the cinema. It's even more moving in the first person. Chen Fan lamented. But that's enough. Leave the rest to me. There was no need to blow up the moon. After all, it was an old married couple. Just push it away. After becoming planet consciousness, he found that he could convert gravitational force into repulsive force, and could finally manipulate the magnitude of gravitational or repulsive force at every distance. He wasn't sure what principle this was. Perhaps it had something to do with his own peculiarities. Or perhaps gravity and repulsion were originally one and the same thing. But human scientists just hadn't worked it out yet. He wasn't going to let mankind blow up the moon, because he was going to use the repulsive force of pushing it away to get himself moving. The sun was going to helium flash, and this side of it definitely couldn't stay. But he preferred to move on his own than be poked and prodded by humans with a million needles. And he had a more efficient and comfortable way to move. For now, let's make this meteor shower stop. Between the flow of thoughts, an unimaginable amount of human greatness surged out from beneath the Earth's crust, and it quietly bypassed the human buildings on the surface and rose up against the sky, holding up the fiery meteors in the sky in a big way. The air seemed to ring with the bells of a new era. The meteors no longer fell. They were quietly suspended in the air, like a framed photograph. Click. Teacher Zhou. Something big is happening outside. Hao Xiaoxi walked into the office in a hurry, holding up her mobile phone, and ran to Zhou Qizhi, coming up for air and saying, "Look at this." Zhou Qizhi lifted up, slightly puzzled. After 10 years of training, Hao Xiaoxi had become very calm, and he hadn't seen Hao Xiaoxi so fidgety for a while. He moved his gaze to Hao Xiaoxi's mobile phone. He froze. A video was playing on the phone, and it looked extremely unrealistic, like a film special effect. "The meteorite stopped in the sky," Hao Xiaoxi emphasized. "It's real. I just filmed it." Zhou Qizhi's brain briefly went blank for a second, followed by an incredulous expression. He said in shock, "The meteorite really stopped in the sky? How is this possible?" Hao Xiaoxi gasped and replied, "It's true. That ghost appeared again." "Ghost?" Hearing this word, Zhou Qizhi came back to his senses slightly. "The meteorites around the globe have stopped?" he inquired. Hao Xiaoxi shook his head. "Other places are still unclear. Waiting for news." Ding! 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 Her mobile phone suddenly rang. One after another. There should be news. Hao Xiaoxi opened the message interface. And as expected, all over the world were reporting the strange phenomenon of the meteorite stopping its fall. Zhou Qi straightened his lips. This time, he didn't look for scientists again, because scientists had been studying the ghost research for more than 10 years and hadn't come up with anything before. Has the Spectre ever made such a big move? Zhou Qizhi slowly spoke. Hao Xiaoxi pondered for 2 seconds and then shook his head. Never. At most, when the engine is on, it pushes against the engine for a short while. Zhou Qizhi muttered. It's going to change. Chapter 8. The stars are moving. Counselor Zhou. Right at this moment, a scientist pushed open the office door. He ran to Zhou Qizhi with small steps and said with an agitated expression, "Spectre, the ghost pushed the moon away." His voice entered everyone's ears through the simultaneous translation system. Everyone froze. The scientist explained. The distance between the Earth and the moon is widening, and has been for several minutes. His face could not hide his excitement. The apparition was different from the past this time. It was too persistent and had no intention of decaying at all, as if it was going to kick the moon away in one breath. Zhou Qizhi hesitated. Is this news true? The scientist replied. Absolutely true. He came running to report this news to Zhou Qizhi only after confirming that the data was correct. The same observation came from the space station as well. If we can maintain the current speed of propulsion in a maximum of 15 minutes, the Earth-Moon distance will return to the safe zone, the scientist said, unable to hide his excitement between his eyebrows. Good, good, good. Zhou Qi was straight up in praise. At this moment, the tight string in his heart loosened. Humanity was saved. As for what the apparition was, he did not want to delve into it at this moment, because this apparition was really beyond the scope of what humans could explore. Chief Commander. Zhou Qi straightened his wheelchair. Tell the people on the moon to stop. There's no need for them to detonate the nuclear bomb. The scientist's words were heard by the Chief Commander. However, he shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, he said in a strong tone. I can't give this hasty order. Zhou Qizhi was slightly stunned. I don't even know this man. I don't know what he's babbling about. The Commander-in-Chief snorted. What ghost pushing the moon? It's simply ridiculous. The ghost was a secret, known only to the scientists and dignitaries involved in the project in question. This Commander-in-Chief was not among them. Zhou Qi straightened his eyebrows. There were only the last few minutes left. If the astronauts on the moon were not notified in time to stop the detonation, then the most courageous and dedicated team of astronauts in mankind would be wiped out. Get your president on the phone. Suddenly, Hao Xiaoxi raised his mobile phone. Zhou Qizhi looked at Hao Xiaoxi in surprise. He hadn't noticed when Hao Xiaoxi had called the other president at all. Your president has also ordered you to stop the detonation program. Hao emphasized. Please stop it now. The Commander-in-Chief took the phone in disbelief. He pressed the receiver next to his ear, and after a few seconds his face changed drastically. Yes. I understand. Yes. Do it right away. The Commander-in-Chief returned the mobile phone to Hao Xiaoxi. He gave Hao Xiaoxi a deep look before shouting. Immediately stop the nuclear bomb detonation program. Tell the space station that there is no need to detonate the nuclear bomb for the time being. Yes. Zhang Peng sat on the moon soil, his back against the nuclear bomb. At the end of his death, he suddenly felt some emotions. He thought to himself, sitting on the moon by the nuclear bomb, no one has ever done this before. No moon for people to do this in the future. No one has ever done it before. And no one will ever do it again. This life can make a thing like this. It is not a waste of life. Countdown to detonation. 2 minutes. A cold synthetic tone came out of the headset, pulling his thoughts back to reality. No one spoke on the comm channel. There was a dead silence. Everyone was going through their lives as if they were going through the motions. Countdown to detonation. 1 minute. Bro. Maoist pilot NOV suddenly spoke up. I didn't embarrass Mr. Wang. Did I? NOV and Zhang Peng were classmates. They studied together, worked together, and now they were going to die together on the moon. Zhang Peng muttered. Why is 1 minute so long? Isn't this torture? You're not going to say anything? NOV asked. It was the last minute. If you didn't say a few words, you wouldn't have a chance later. Don't you usually talk quite a lot? NOV teased. Zhang Peng laughed as his mood gradually relaxed, deciding to meet the last minute openly. He muttered. Yeah. It's time to say something. Say something? There was so much he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. NOV sighed. Unfortunately. No. Urgent announcement. A high-pitched voice suddenly rang out over the communication channel, interrupting NOV's despondent words. The mission is suspended. Do not detonate the nukes. Zhang Peng froze. Mission pause? Was this an order from the space station? It mustn't be someone who couldn't bear the pressure of death and was babbling on the communication channel, delaying the chance to save the planet. This is Commander. Repeat. Do not detonate the bomb. We've just received word from the ground that the situation has changed. The mission is suspended. The countdown has stopped. All astronauts stand by. The light-hearted cannon sounded in the communication channel. When he heard the sound of the piano, Zhang Peng finally confirmed that this was an order from the space station, as only the space station had the authority to play audio files in the communication channel. He stared blankly at the remote control in his hand. Remember, don't detonate the hydrogen bomb either, the commander humored. And Zhang Peng was no longer listening to the commander as he entered a state of brain fog, the joy of the aftermath of the hijacking surging into his brain, turning his entire being crispy. A last-minute statement that there was no need to detonate the nukes. It was so damn scary. Zhang Peng revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Old North. Do you hear me? We can go back, he said excitedly. NOV replied even more excitedly. Of course I heard it. I'm not deaf. Switch off the safety on the nuke and put the remote away, the commander said slowly. Unsurprisingly, the station will be delivering some supplies to you in half an hour. There is a base nearby. You'll have to stay there for a while, then return to the space station in batches. The space station's carriers were pretty much depleted. There was no way to transport all 300 astronauts back to the station at once. Great, Zhang Peng said excitedly. We don't have to die anymore. Right. What did you just say? Zhang Peng's hands kept shivering. He carefully placed the remote control on the empty space beside him, placing it far away from himself, fearing that he would accidentally touch the trigger by mistake and die in a confused manner. Haha. It's good to be alive. NOV laughed and cursed. I say, go back and take your boy to Lake Baikal for salmon fishing. Isn't Lake Baikal frozen? Zhang Peng spat out laughingly. You're too insincere. You might as well invite me to jerk off. In the next few days, the Earth-Moon distance continued to expand, and the astronauts on the moon returned to the space station one after another. The litter crisis came to an end. Mankind paid a huge price for this catastrophe, including two of Project 550's most brilliant scientists, Ma Zhao and Tu Hengyu, who both died underwater. Until the last moment of their lives, they were working hard to bring the Beijing root server online. They completed their mission successfully. The Beijing root server went online before the countdown ended, and although it was not used due to the appearance of ghosts, the spirit of Tu Hengyu and Ma Zhao, who sacrificed their lives for the sake of the server, still touched the hearts of many people. The coalition government recovered their bodies and held a funeral for them and others who died in the crisis. The sun rose as usual and things seemed to be back on track. But before humanity could catch its breath, a new problem arose. Report. We've noticed that the positions of many of the stars have changed. They seem to. Moving? Chapter 9, The Field of Distorted Stars. Stars. Aren't they always moving? Hal seriously wondered. That's not the stars moving. It's the Earth moving. The scientist explained succinctly. Due to the Earth's rotation and revolution, it causes the stars in the sky to look like they're moving. The movement of the stars is measured in 10,000 years, which is almost static for humans with short lifespans. Halcyosi asked. So you mean those stars are really starting to move now? The scientist said seriously. That's right. Observations show that in just a few days, the stars in the direction of Centaurus have been displaced on large scales, ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. Halcyosi was surprised. Are the observations credible? Hundreds of thousands of light years of displacement in a few days, and by large objects, is simply appalling. Those stars are right above our heads, and even ordinary astronomers can see them clearly. Scientists are also baffled by the fact that they reach tens of millions of times the speed of light in their regular travels, completely defying the theory of relativity. Einstein proposed the mass-energy equation in the theory of relativity. E equals mc. This equation is considered a milestone in physics, where E is energy, m is mass, and c is the speed of light, which simply means that all matter has latent energy in the form of mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. An object at rest has all its energy deposited in its resting mass. To move this stationary object, kinetic energy is supplied to the object, and according to the mass-energy equation, this kinetic energy results in an increase in the object's mass. When an object reaches a speed of 0.9 times the speed of light, its mass doubles, and as the speed further approaches the speed of light, the energy required for acceleration explodes, and the mass of the object increases wildly. Eventually, as it approaches the speed of light, the amount of energy required reaches infinity, and the mass of the object reaches infinity. But there is no infinite amount of energy in the real universe, and there can be no objects with infinite mass. So the mass-energy equation tells mankind that only things without mass can reach the speed of light, and that the speed of light is the limit of speed. But recent observations have completely broken this iron law. Celestial objects with 30 zeros behind one in weight had spanned hundreds of thousands of light years in just a few days, practically tap dancing on relativity. Then our plan for Wandering Earth. The destination of the Wandering Earth was the Centaurus constellation. But as things stood, it was undoubtedly suicidal for the Earth to sail blindly towards the Centaurus constellation. After all, no one wanted to be hit by a star traveling at tens of millions of times the speed of light. Halcyosi's thoughts were momentarily confused. The scientist let out a long sigh. We're mobilizing all our resources in the hope of finding a plausible explanation. Since the crash of the space station 14 years ago, things that violated scientific common sense had slapped the human table one after another. 14 years on, they still hadn't figured out what was going on with the ghosts. The objects in the constellation Centaurus were running tens of millions of times the speed of light. And now the entire circle of scientists was in a state of self-doubt. Did physics simply not exist? Or maybe there was a hidden higher civilization that had suddenly appeared in recent decades? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. But at the moment, they could only wait for the results of further investigations. A few days later, we compared the observation data from multiple observatories around the globe, and combined it with the images from the space station and deep space exploration satellites, and finally found that the coordinates of the same star are all different under different observation points. We figured out the problem, the scientist said with a complex expression. Halcyosi asked hesitantly, "What's the problem?" The scientist replied, "Between us and the Centauri constellation, a strange field has appeared for some reason, and the light distorts as it passes through it. This field has appeared in the last few days. That's why we've observed the stars in the constellation Centaurus moving hundreds of thousands of light years in the last few days." Halcyosi nodded with seeming understanding. "But why is that?" she inquired. The scientist shook his head. "It's not clear. But Earth is getting closer to this field. The apparition pushed away from the moon, which created a great reaction force on the Earth. And this reaction force is pushing the Earth in the direction of the field." Hal Xiaoxiao frowned. "Can we stop it?" They didn't know anything about the field. Who knew what would happen when the Earth crashed headlong into it? It can't be stopped. The planetary engines are all on the backside of the planet. Turning them on now will only accelerate the planet. And we'd need at least 3 years to turn the engines to the other side. But we only have 3 days left. Chapter 10, is that a grave or a gateway to a new world? Hal Xiaoxiao asked with a furrowed brow. Isn't there anything we can do? Humans could come up with a pie-in-the-sky plan to push Earth out of the solar system. Couldn't they come up with a way to circumvent the distorted field in front of them? I'm afraid so. The scientist looked bitter. The Earth is too big. We're just ants living on it. There's no way to change its forward direction in just 3 days. Humans were too small. In the face of this suddenly appearing distorted field, even if the global think tanks met together, there was nothing they could do. However, the scientist's words changed. Although we can't stop the Earth from entering the distortion field, we can try to launch some probing equipment into this distortion field to see what happens when we go in. Also have the Navigator space station decoupled and ready to activate Project Spark. Project Spark? Halcyos's heart thumped. As a precaution, the United Government had kept 300,000 fertilized human eggs and the database necessary to rebuild human civilization in the pilot space station, which would be used to continue human civilization in the event of Earth's destruction. In the event that Earth suffered an irreparable catastrophe, the pilot space would detach from Earth and wander alone in the universe to preserve the spark of human civilization. This is the kindling program. The launch of the Spark project meant that human civilization had reached a critical point of survival. Halcyosi took a deep breath to calm down. She nodded and said, "I understand." The scientist owed a slight bow, then turned her head and left. Halcyosi sat alone in the empty office of the coalition government, a strong sense of confusion arising in her heart. If it was Teacher Zhou, what would he do? Zhou's health had deteriorated, and he had gone to the hospital for treatment after the lunar crisis had ended, leaving Hao to act as agent for the United Government. Halcyosi originally thought she was capable of taking on this role because she had studied under Zhou for more than 10 years and was familiar with all aspects of the coalition government. But now she had doubts about herself. She suddenly realized that sitting in this position entailed much more than just heavy paperwork. There was also the heavy responsibility on her shoulders of opening up a way out for human civilization. Currently, a team of the world's best scientists are holding a network meeting to discuss response options, and the coalition government will do its best to ensure the safety of the lives of the general public. That afternoon, the coalition government issued a notice. The coalition government did not hide this news from the people, because this field had no difficulty in observing. As long as there was a telescope, one could see the stars in the distance being displaced on a large scale. Instead of letting the public speculate wildly, the government stepped in to answer the question. After the announcement was made, everyone knew that a mysterious field that distorted the stars had appeared in front of the Earth. And for a while people were on edge. What is that? A wormhole? Maybe it's a spatial turbulence that could tear Earth apart. We've only just escaped the Earth-Moon crisis, and we're involved in a new disaster? The helium flash is a hoax. The United Government will kill everyone. Panic filled the civil population, and statements against the United Government could be heard everywhere. Companion flight maneuvers terminated. Space station loading evacuation procedures. Silence reigned in the Navigator space station, with only the sound of 550W echoing down the long corridors. BZZZ. A 550W terminal moved in front of the space glass, its red camera facing the distant azure planet, and it stopped for a long time, as if gazing at something. At that moment, a piercing voice suddenly rang out from the space station. Warning! Earth's gravity surge. BZZZ, BZZZ. The moment the alarm sounded, the camera's aperture scaled meaninglessly a few times. Earth's gravity is surging. The Spark project cannot proceed? Halcyosi had just finished a meeting when she received a message that surprised and baffled her. Yes, the scientist reported in a grave voice. The gravitational pull of Earth on the pilot space station has doubled out of nowhere. Halcyosi was confused. Isn't gravity fixed? The scientist laughed bitterly and shook his head. It should be fixed, but it's not sure if it is anymore. Halcyosi was silent. Yes. Now there is no reason to be sure. If there is still a reason to follow, the Earth will not burst out of thin air a repulsive force to push the moon away. The scientist continued. The thrusters on board the space station were unable to move the station away from Earth, and could only keep the station in its original orbit. Project Spark is forced to terminate. There was no way to stop the Earth, and no way for the pilot station to escape. So it seemed that the only way left for humanity was to sit back and wait for death. At this moment, a strong sense of powerlessness arose in Halcyosi's heart. She nervously inquired. The world's top scientists have been discussing this all afternoon. Have they come up with anything? No substantial progress. But there is a guess, the scientist replied. Assuming that all the strange phenomena currently occurring originates from a higher civilization that we cannot observe, Then we don't have to worry about entering the distortion field. At least until we cross the distortion field. We can relax. Hao Xiaoxiao was stunned. Higher civilization. Hearing this word, she felt very conflicted. On the one hand, she didn't want the existence of a higher civilization that was much more powerful than humans. But on the other hand, what was happening on Earth was truly beyond what humans could currently understand. And there was one thing the scientists were right about. Assuming that all the strange phenomena currently occurring originated from some higher civilization, including the twisted field itself, then there would be no need for humanity to worry about crossing the twisted field. Because this higher civilization had helped mankind during the Earth-Moon crisis. Even if this higher civilization had other plans for mankind, it shouldn't let mankind destroy itself in a distortion field in a haphazard manner. If the higher civilization really exists, then the distorted field in front of Earth is most likely a wormhole. The scientist added. Wormholes are high-speed bridges across the stars, and are commonly seen in various science fiction works. Although no one knew exactly what a wormhole looked like, there was one thing that everyone agreed on, and that was that the space around the wormhole must be twisted. The twisted field fits this characteristic. If the twisted field was a wormhole, then it would not be the grave of human civilization, but the gateway to a new world for human civilization. But the existence of a higher civilization is only a conjecture. Is the twisted field a tomb or a gate? If it was a gate, what would be waiting behind it for humans who had yet to step out of the shadows? Everything would only be revealed 3 days later. Chapter 11, Desperate Times? The first batch of probes will arrive at the twisted field at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hopefully they will reveal some valuable information for us. The probes are gone. The next day, the scientists brought bad news. What do you mean? Hao Xiaoxi wondered. The probe was torn into countless small fragments just as it approached the distortion field. And then, these small fragments were crushed by the surging dark currents of space and reduced to the most basic particles of matter. The scientist paused for a moment as he came up with a graphic analogy. It's like a big millstone. As soon as the probe went in, it was ground up. Hao Xiaoxi understood. So that twisted field wasn't a wormhole, but a big millstone that could grind the earth to pieces? Her tone was calm, but her mental activity was the opposite. The distortion field was a tomb. Humanity was going to perish? The scientist let out a long sigh. From the looks of things, yes. What do you mean from the present? Hao Xiaoxi pursued with an urgent voice, as if she was grasping for a lifesaver. It could also be because this wormhole hasn't been completely formed yet. The scientist explained. A wormhole that hasn't taken shape is a wild space turbulence. According to the observations of the major observatories, the distortion of that field has been deepening, and has yet to reach a stable state. Hao Xiaoxi calmed down a little. She inquired. So this distorted field could still be a wormhole? The scientist nodded. Let's pretend it's a wormhole then. Hao Xiaoxi murmured. Only if it's a wormhole can humanity have a way out. The scientist smiled helplessly. That's the only way. Hao Xiaoxi inquired. What should we pay attention to when traveling through a wormhole? In this situation, humans could do nothing but prepare for traveling through the wormhole. The scientist replied. Try to be in an open place to prevent your body from taking out something that doesn't belong to you. Even if the twisted field was a wormhole created by a higher civilization, there was no guarantee that humans wouldn't have some kind of spatial type of accident in the process of traversing it, such as a spanner appearing out of thin air in their stomachs. Humans lack the experience of traveling through wormholes, and could only reduce the risk of traveling through wormholes as much as possible based on some speculation. Hao Xiaoxi was silent for 2 seconds before asking again. Is the Navigator space station still unable to escape Earth's gravity? The scientist shook his head. No matter how much the thrusters are increased in power, Navigator space cannot move in a direction away from Earth. If there really exists a higher civilization that we can't observe, they obviously don't want the pilot space station to move away from Earth. For the next 2 days, humans launched probes non-stop towards the distortion field in front of Earth, expecting the probes to disappear in the distortion field instead of being torn apart as soon as they got close to the distortion field. The process was broadcast live in its entirety, on big screens outside shopping malls, on popular channels and TV sets, on video apps and mobile phones. Anyone could easily see it. Failure. Fail. Failure. The United Government launched 2 probes every half hour, accumulating a total of 183 probes over the course of 2 days, and they were all torn to shreds by the distortion field. This distortion field was a giant grinding disk, mercilessly crushing humanity's hopes. What wormhole has yet to take shape? It's simply bullshit. The United Government is deceiving us. Everyone must die. It's really over this time. We might as well die when the Earth and Moon collide. At least we won't suffer so much. Despair permeated the entire society. And even the gazes of innocent children dimmed. Mummy. Are we going to die? No. We won't, chokes. At this moment, with half an hour left before the Earth touches the boundary of the twisted field, the United Government will launch all of its remaining probes and a portion of its nuclear bombs. And this move completely destroyed what was left of the people's luck. More than a dozen probes were annihilated at the edge of the distortion field. And the power generated by the nuclear bomb explosions did not have any effect on the distortion field. Just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Human civilization was moving unstoppably towards the grave. Ha ha ha. All must die. Countless people fell into a frenzy under the shadow of the doomsday. They were overeating, looting, arson, and having fun. And before the doomsday really came, the weather of the doomsday flooded the whole Earth. But even at this time, there is still a small group of law enforcers on the streets trying to maintain order. They were the most loyal fans of the United Government, as well as the rare idealists amongst the human race. And they were still holding on to their inner integrity at this time, believing in the future of mankind. Please calm down. There is still hope for us. An enforcer stood in the middle of the street shouting at the top of his voice. He was trying to stop the riot on this street, but his body looked incredibly thin in front of the incoming tide of people. Hope? Ha 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 ha. The people laughed loudly at him. Where is hope? Prove it to us if you can. This enforcer pursed his lips. Yeah. Where is hope? Since I've already proved that the grave lies ahead, what am I still holding on to? He stood in silence. Plop. The man who had taunted the enforcer stumbled and sat on his arse. Unimpressed, he propped his hand on the ground and tried to stand up. But after he propped himself up a few times, his bum didn't budge. He froze. Plop. Poof. Plop. The sounds of falling connected. And more people sat down on the ground, including the enforcer who tried to stop the riot. What was going on here? People were shocked and scared. The same scenario happened in countless places. An invisible force acted on everyone, hardening everyone and holding them down to the ground. Ghost. The ghost has appeared. In the headquarters building of the United Government, the scientist sitting on the ground shouted excitedly. Spectre? Hao Xiaohei was sitting on a chair. Although she couldn't move, she was inexplicably settled as she felt the force that held her down in her seat. Nobody move. We're going into the field. The scientist shouted as he stared at the data on the monitor. The first to enter the field was the Navigator space station. Earth's gravity had ripped the Navigator station right into the vanguard of the planet. Would the Navigator space station be torn apart? Hal stared straight at the screen in front of her, which showed the pilot station in space, and the distorted field in front of it, almost twisted into a colored rag. Hal Xiaoxi's heart was in her throat. She was ready to make one last phone call to her son, to say Mummy loves you. But then the ghost appeared. Can you save the planet? Everyone held their breath. The pilot space station was getting closer to the edge of the distortion field, and the distance between them was getting into a dangerous range. Chapter 12: A touch-and-go encounter. The Navigator space station touched the edge of the distortion field. It twisted for a split second, and then it disappeared out of sight from the observation field. It was vanishing, not shattered. The office was briefly quiet for a moment. In the next instant, the scientist burst into tears of excitement. The wormhole is taking shape. It's formed. Human civilization was saved. In a flash, the entire office breathed a sigh of relief, and the joy of being saved from the calamity surged into their minds, bringing about an unprecedented sensory stimulation. However, they quickly became nervous again, because it was Earth's turn to enter the wormhole. The Earth is a huge thing. Only a small part of it can touch the wormhole at the beginning. Will it be torn into pieces while traveling through the wormhole? Everyone had no idea in their hearts. At this moment, they could only pray to the ghost. The light of the stars waved generously over the gas giant Polyphemus and its moon Pandora. It was a highly unusual day for the crew of the ISV Venturestar, as an unidentified gray and white spacecraft appeared out of nowhere next to them. They were very nervous, because this spacecraft appeared in a manner similar to the legendary Space Leap, which meant that the other party possessed a level of technology far higher than theirs. The Venturestar was a cargo ship of the Resource Development Administration RDA, not a battleship. And its hull structure was so fragile that any external blow could easily tear it apart. The other party appeared next to the Venturestar without a word. What did they want? The crew felt as if their backs were turned. Repeat. This is the Venturestar, which is under the Resource Development Administration. The captain of the Venturestar was unusually nervous. Your side has violated our navigation safety. Please immediately state your party's identity and intentions and retreat to a safe distance. Otherwise our party has the right to expel your party by force. His call went stone cold. No one responded to him. And there was only dead silence in the communication channel. Captain. What now? The Venturestar's first mate inquired. The captain gritted his teeth and ordered. Reorient the ship and aim the engine jets at them. Although the Venturestar was a cargo ship, it wasn't completely human and harmless. This was because the Venturestar was equipped with 2 antimatter engines that could generate a plasma exhaust plume up to 30 kilometers long when activated, which could melt steel at close range. Notify Bridgeport Base. Uploading voyage log. Call the shuttle Valkyrie. The captain gave many orders in one breath. Time passed slowly. The Venturestar's hull rotated 90 degrees, aiming the jets of its 2 antimatter engines at the spacecraft that suddenly appeared next to it. Several bomb-carrying Valkyrie shuttles broke through Pandora's atmosphere and hovered next to the Venturestar, eyeing the spacecraft not far away. A deadly encounter was imminent. Captain, aren't we going to do it yet? The first mate tensed. For the past quarter of an hour, the Venturestar had been constantly sending communication signals to the spacecraft not far away, but no response had been received. Just a moment ago, a light lit up in that unknown spacecraft. Like some kind of weapon had been activated. The first mate was terrified. The crew waited nervously for the captain to give the order. Last warning. This is the captain of the Venturestar. Your side has seriously threatened the safety of our navigation. If you do not immediately retreat to a safe distance, we will expel your side by force. This is the last warning. The captain clutched the microphone, the uneasiness in his heart strong to the peak. No response. Still no response. Even after he had issued such a strong warning, the spacecraft on the opposite side did not have any intention of heeding him. Captain, aren't we going to do anything yet? Yeah. It couldn't wait any longer. Under the urging of the first mate, the captain finally decided to launch an attack. He snapped. Destroy it. Recover the wreckage. Halfway through his words, the crew suddenly exclaimed, OMG! Look! What's that? God! No one carried out the captain's order. They all froze. Only a sprawling shadow appeared behind the gray-white unknown spacecraft. A shadow that bulged inch by inch out of the distorted space, quickly forming the outline of a huge sphere. What the hell was this? Immediately afterwards, the spherical outline completely jumped out of the bounds of two-dimensional space and truly appeared in front of the Venturestar. In a flash, the Venturestar was silent. It was so quiet that even a piece of paper falling to the ground would be heard clearly. Everyone was in disbelief. They couldn't wait to snap off their eyes and wash them in water. What did they see? A planet? A planet propelled by thousands of blue pillars of light. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Venturestar, which was tens of kilometers long, was even less conspicuous than an ant on the bark of a tree compared to this planet. Is this a miracle? The Venturestar was dead silent. After a while, the first mate asked shakily, Captain, I don't think it's a wise choice to attack them. The enemy was a planet. Even if they rushed up and blew themselves up, they would just be tickling the enemy a few times, and the other party might not even feel it. The shoulders of the crew shook slightly. Carrying a planet on a cosmic voyage. What level of technology was this? They felt incomparably terrified. If they had just attacked the other party's spacecraft in a fit of pique, they would have turned into cosmic dust by now. The captain regained his senses slightly from the shock. Noticing the crew's unbearable performance, he said with a feigned calmness, have the Valkyrie put its weapons away, so that the other side doesn't get the wrong idea. When the gap between the two sides was small, the weak would hold the confidence of victory. When the gap between the two sides reached double, the weak still did not give up the illusion of winning with the weak. When the gap between the two sides reached 3 times, the weak began to fall into fear and despair. As the gap increases, the fear and despair of the weak will continue to deepen. The gap between the Venturestar and the planet in front of them could no longer be measured in numbers, and their fear and despair reached the extreme. Everyone's hearts were filled with trepidation, and not a single thought of resistance could be born. The Valkyrie that had received the message retracted back to its missile launchers from its heart. and they unanimously drew closer to the venture star, vaguely embracing the group. The ones who had been flailing a moment ago were all like wilted cucumbers at the moment, wilting faster than they could weaken in bed. Their hearts were filled with questions. Who exactly was the other party? What are they doing in Pandora? Are they going to kill us? On the other side, the Combine had similar questions. What is this place? Who are the people confronting the Navigator space station? What should we do with them? Venture Star? Coalition government? Chapter 13, Moving Mountains? One step. The invisible pressure that was holding everyone down disappeared. People looked up at the sky with a confused face, and were surprised to find a huge blue planet above their heads. It was the gas giant planet Polyphemus, twice the size of Jupiter. Unsurprisingly, at night, you can also see Polyphemus' little brother Pandora, which is also a predominantly blue planet, only slightly smaller than the Earth. In fact, the sun in the sky was also much brighter, just less conspicuous than the spectacle of an extra planet overhead. We made it. We didn't die. Where are we? Ha ha ha. There's so much fucking hope. The people who had survived were in ecstasy. In the headquarters building of the United Government, Hal Suzy stood up from his chair. The process of traveling through the wormhole had gone smoother than anyone could have imagined. The human sphere was safe. There was neither a catastrophe of the Earth being torn apart nor a tragedy of steel bars going through the belly. The Earth just naturally passed through the wormhole. People just felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and their consciousness was briefly switched off. And when their eyes lit up again, they had already passed through the wormhole. Hal Suzy went to the window and looked out at the blue planet in the sky. Polyphemus had an anticyclonic storm similar to Jupiter's Great Red Spot, and from her angle, it looked like an eye staring down at the planet. She was pleasantly surprised. Did the crossing work? Yes. The scientist replied without looking up. He was sitting at his computer desk, staring intently at the windows and data that kept popping up on the screen, his mind running wild. Where are we now? Hal Xiaohei inquired. The scientist was silent for 2 seconds before replying. According to the observatory's observation results, we should now be located in the South Gate 2 star system in the Centaurus constellation. His voice trembled slightly, as if the answer contained some important information. Hal Suzy frowned. South Gate 2? She felt the word was very familiar, almost to the point of calling it out, but it was stuck in her throat. Nam Air. What was it? Exactly? This star system has a total of 3 stars. The scientist's voice trembled as he said, one of them. Biryani. It's the destination of the Mountain Shift Project. Hal Suzy was only halfway through the sentence when she remembered what Nanminji was, and she wore a shocked expression. So, she asked incredulously, Project Mountain Shift is finished? The mountain shifting plan was completed before it even started. What kind of speed is that? But the situation here is not what we expected. The scientist's words threw a glass of cold water on Hal Suzy. He held his chin in one hand and clicked the mouse with the other, as new images popped up on the computer screen. He looked at the pictures with a furrowed brow and muttered under his breath. There are more stars that weren't observed before. More strange stars? Hal Suzy said in confusion. Are you sure? What's going on? The mountaintop removal program was divided into 3 stages. In the last stage of slowing down and merging into the orbit of Proxima, the gravitational perturbations between celestial bodies are taken into account to avoid destructive catastrophes such as planetary collisions. The top scientists who developed the mountain-moving plan meticulously studied the South Gate 2 star system, and observing the objects present in it was a top priority, for which they made extremely precise calculations. There couldn't be any stars they hadn't observed, let alone some. Ringing bells. Just then, the landline on the desk made a shrill noise. Hal Suzy turned to pick up the phone. What? Alien civilization? Her voice became unconsciously sharper. Okay. I'll be right there. Hal Suzy's face was very ugly. She had received news that the pilot space station, which had arrived at South Gate 2 ahead of Earth, had encountered an alien civilization and had been confronted by the other side for a long time. At one point, the other side threatened to destroy the pilot station. The United Government was to meet to discuss countermeasures. An alien civilization? The scientist asked with a complicated expression. Is it the higher civilization that opened the wormhole and sent us here? Although it had been expected that a higher civilization might be encountered on the other side of the wormhole. But when this event actually happened, the mindset of the Earthlings would more or less change. Hal Suzy shook his head. Not sure yet. But the situation is not too optimistic. They seem to be hostile to our pilot space station. And, she said with slight suspicion, they don't seem to be much more technologically advanced than us. Or at least it seems that way. Not only that, but they spoke English. I'll go to the meeting first. You'll be in charge of coordinating the scientific field and contact me anytime you find out anything. With that, Halcyosi walked quickly out of the office. She took the lift to a small conference room on the 3rd floor, where, due to the urgency of the situation, only the representatives of the 5 permanent members were present. On her way to the conference room, Hal received reports from various departments on her headset. By the time she reached the door of the conference room, she had a rough idea of the current situation. Thinking about all that information, she couldn't help but look a little strange. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Just missing the stars and stripes, the Malice representative complained. They're always such procrastinators, making us wait for them together when it's so important. Hao Xiaoxiao gave a cursory glance. There were already 6 people sitting or standing in the room. From Britain, France and Russia. Hao didn't make a sound as she silently walked to the seat with the red flag and sat down, waiting for the Stars and Stripes representative, who was late for some reason. While she waited, she picked up a pen and sketched on a piece of white paper. She made a simple outline of the meeting, writing down a few issues that were of more concern to the Chinese side, ready to be discussed when the meeting started. After 2 minutes, messy footsteps sounded outside the conference room. "Excuse me." The Stars and Stripes representative pushed open the door and said with an excited expression, "We found some very important information, so we're late." Although he said sorry, he didn't look apologetic at all, and even a little proud. The Malice representative bristled and said, half inquisitive and half dissatisfied, "What information is so important that it made us wait for you at this critical juncture?" Perhaps accustomed to being disliked, the Stars and Stripes representative ignored the Malice representative's fireworks. "We do have a significant discovery." He walked to a seat and sat down, the corners of his mouth rising as he said, "Oh," the Malice representative urged. "Don't sell us short. Tell us what you've discovered. Don't you know that our space station was almost destroyed by the other side?" The Stars and Stripes representative managed to get everyone's attention. He looked around at everyone's face and suddenly asked mysteriously, "Have you guys ever seen Avatar?" Chapter 14 Meetings and Differences. What's with the one-breath hack to Avatar? That's not right. Is it? Chen Fan looked out at the distant azure planet through the eyes of the astronauts, and his feelings were somewhat complicated. The wormhole was opened by him, and the Centaur constellation was also a target he had chosen beforehand. But he had only wanted to accelerate the process of the Wandering Earth program, and had never thought that he would come to the Centauri constellation of the Avatar world. This wasn't a spatial leap at all. It was a dimensional jump. It would be fine if it was just a dimensional jump. But he also felt the rejection from this world. Wandering Earth did not belong to this world. This rejection was getting stronger with time, and he couldn't stay in this world for too long as he risked being crushed by the force of this rejection. Pop! Like a popped pimple. What's an avatar? Can you say that in one breath? The representative of the Malice is called Vladimir. He was a typical Malice tough guy who liked to be frank and straightforward. And he was impatient with the Stars and Stripes representative's stage speech. The French representative was silent. As far as I know, Avatar was a science fiction film half a century ago. Wasn't it? The British representative mused. It was the masterpiece of the famous film artiste Cameron, he queried. But what does that have to do with the situation we're facing now? Vladimir frowned. Everyone gazed at the Stars and Stripes representative, waiting for what he had to say. The Stars and Stripes representative licked his lips as he lowered his voice and said cryptically, "It's not certain, but we have reason to suspect. This is the Avatar world." Everyone froze. The Stars and Stripes representative watched the crowd's dumbfounded expressions with satisfaction, having behaved just like everyone else in the room when he first learnt the news. Strange. Why was the Chinese representative so calm? His eyes flicked over Halcyossi's face, and he noticed that Halcyosi looked unsurprised. Huh? Did the Xia people find out too? The Stars and Stripes representative paused for 2 seconds and then continued. "I'm not joking with you all. Please look at the big screen. This is a comparison between the Avatar film footage and the actual photos of the space station." The Stars and Stripes representative inserted the flash drive. A left and a right image appeared on the screen. On the left is the film footage, And on the right is the actual photo. The Star-Spangled Nation representative said excitedly. Notice, not only is the ship the same, but even the paintwork on the outside of the ship is exactly the same. In both pictures was the Venture star. Except for the difference in the ship's stance. Everything else was exactly the same. This ship is called the Star of Venture. It's a cargo ship. The Stars and Stripes representative pointed to the 4 large spherical tanks on the Venture star in the picture and said, "These are the fuel tanks that store the positive and antimatter hydrogen. These 2 red wings are the radiators. In front of the radiators are the antimatter engines. This pillar in the middle is the diffraction frame. On the diffraction frame are the attachment points for the Valkyrie shuttle. Valkyrie is the space fighter photographed by the space station. This is the cargo bay. This is the crew rest area. Here are the light sails." He pointed out the structure of the Venture star as if it were his own, getting more and more excited as he went on. "Friends, we have entered the world of cinema." The conference room buzzed with this moment. Delegates kept talking to the assistants beside them, as well as talking through headphones to experts who were elsewhere in the room. Incredible. Higher civilizations have mastered the technology to travel through worlds? How did they do it? We're no longer in our original world. Can we still go back? The Stars and Stripes representative smiled. Relax. Regardless of how the higher civilization sent us here, and why they sent us here, those questions can be put off for later. He emphasized. We need to focus on the issue in front of us now. Everyone, please look. Next to us is the planet Pandora in the constellation Centaurus. He switched to the next image, which showed cloudy, hovering mountains. This planet has an extremely rare room temperature superconducting mineral that can be used to make antimatter engines, FTL communication devices, ultra-miniature computers, and magnetic levitation trains. Not only that, in the brain of a creature known as Tukuan, there are also eldritch substances that can slow down aging. The eyes of the Stars and Stripes representative flashed with greed. At this time, the representatives of the 3 parties, Britain, France, and the Maoists, also received the information passed on by their own intelligence services. They listened to the Stars and Stripes representative while checking the information in their computers. Our main enemy is this world's Earth, the Stars and Stripes representative said without pausing. They are 4 light years from here. We don't have to worry about them at all. Freighters would have to fly 5.8 years to get from Earth to Pandora. The battleships won't be much faster. By the time their fleet reaches Pandora, we'll have already relied on the inexhaustible resources on Pandora to build a powerful planetary defense system. The Stars and Stripes representative braced his hands on the table and said with undisguised pride, "Gentlemen, we have an entire planet." Having an entire planet in a space war was the equivalent of having countless turrets and armor so thick that it was almost impossible to break through. And the dungeons were pretty much built. They could transform the surface as they wished, turning the planet into an impregnable fortress of interstellar warfare. The French representative said slowly, "But with just this one ship and these space fighters, we're not 100% sure that we've come to the world of Avatar. We need more information to corroborate it." The Stars and Stripes representative nodded. "The space station is photographing the surface of Pandora. We'll have something soon. So let's say we're on the world of Avatar." The British representative put down the information in his hands as he deliberated. "What should we do next? Eliminate the RDA forces on planet Pandora and take over their mines?" RDA. The full name is Resources Development Administration. That is, Resources Development Administration. They're the largest NGO in the Avatar world, dealing in weapons, communications, mining, pharmaceuticals, transport, etc. They have a monopoly on minerals outside of Earth. They have a monopoly on the development, processing and transport of minerals outside of Earth. And their reach extends across the whole of space. In order to protect their business, they also keep a powerful mercenary army. Planet Pandora is the core industry of the RDA. To clear the RDA forces on planet Pandora, it is inevitable that a violent conflict will break out with the RDA. Immediately after that, it would be against that planet behind the RDA. Of course, the Star-Spangled Nation representative said ambitiously. Superconducting or as non-renewable. If they mine more, we'll mine less. Profit creates enemies. The Stars and Stripes representative said viciously. We must uproot them. Where there were resources, there were stars and stripes with green eyes. Vladimir frowned. They've already put antimatter into practical use. Will going to war hastily lead to us stealing a chicken? The Maoists were not against war. but did not want to suffer too much loss. The Stars and Stripes representative said confidently, "The RDA's force is limited by this world's Earth. They don't have weapons of mass destruction. We can wipe them out without any trouble. The United Government didn't even need to enter Pandora's atmosphere to remove the RDA forces from Pandora." The representative of the Maoist nation grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start immediately. Don't let their ships escape." The Stars and Stripes representative gave a you-know-me smile. The British and French representatives looked at each other and tacitly kept quiet. Just then, Hal Susie, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke out. "Our side opposes going to war with the RDA now," she said in a loud voice. Chapter 15, Expedition Mission. 3 days passed in a flash. "This planet is just like Earth." "Yeah. It's beautiful." Lu Peiqiang and Zhang Peng looked out at the distant planet Pandora. They didn't have any identity markings on their bodies. The breastplate, armband and shoulder patch that symbolized their nationality and rank were all torn off and put in the room by them. This was an order from the United Government. The Navigator space station was within the observation range of the Venture Star, although the station's paintwork had been smudged while traveling through the wormhole. The Venture Star was still able to capture the astronauts' appearance on camera. In order to disguise themselves as a higher civilization with space-leaping technology, and thus gain a favorable position in the negotiations, the United Government required the astronauts to disarm their identifiers. Otherwise, the Venture Star would have had a hard time putting on a show once they took a shot and realized that the Navigator space station was littered with their familiar logos. The astronauts were asked to do this just after they woke up. To be on the safe side, they couldn't even wear clothes with printed words and designs on them. Plain white long sleeves and trousers. Emblems inside the space station were also covered up or removed at the first opportunity. "You say, we've really traveled into a film?" Zhang Peng still felt incredulous until now. "Who knows?" Lu Peiqiang looked unconcerned. "If people say it is, then it is." The death of his wife had a great impact on Lu Peiqiang. And after helping his son Lu Qi and his father-in-law Han Xian to obtain the qualification to stay in the dungeon, he even put life and death aside. So he didn't care whether or not he had traveled to the film, just as long as the Earth wasn't destroyed anyway. "I heard that it was a higher civilization that opened a wormhole for us," Zhang Peng curiously said. "Do you think if there really is a higher civilization, what did they get us here for?" Lu Peiqiang shook his head. "How would I know?" He paused for a moment and then said, "Maybe they think that our plan to wander the Earth is unreliable. So they're giving us a hand?" Zhang Peng said suspiciously. "A higher civilization is so kind. If not, what do they want from us?" Lu Peiqiang bristled. "They could open a wormhole into the film world. Is it still necessary to think about us? The film world had everything it needed. Higher civilizations had no need to think about them. A small ball of shit that was almost swallowed up by the sun's helium flash." Zhang Peng nodded after thinking for 2 seconds. "It seems to be so." A moment of silence followed. Lu Peiqiang quietly gazed at Pandora in the distance, thinking to himself that if the sun didn't have helium flashes, the Earth should be as beautiful as this planet. And his wife, Han Duo, wouldn't get radiation sickness. But if the sun hadn't flashed helium, he wouldn't have gone to the Gabon base. And he wouldn't have met Duo Han. Suppose he had a button in front of him. If he pressed it once for helium flash and twice for no helium flash, should he press it once or twice? In a trance, Lu Peiqiang's thoughts drifted further and further away. "Right." Zhang Peng's voice sounded beside his ear. "I don't know how their negotiation talks are going. I heard that in order to impersonate aliens, they even brought simultaneous translation equipment on purpose. But everyone looks the same. I don't know how they are going to explain to the opposite side." Lu Peiqiang came back to his senses as he laughed. "Is this considered fraud? A native English speaker translates English to speak to another native English speaker, silently reciting this sentence in his heart. It was surprisingly a bit like an exam jingle. How can this be called a fraud when it's between us Earthlings and Earthlings?" Zhang Peng emphasized. "This is called a scheme. 36 stratagems. There's nothing wrong with swindling in war. This is the wisdom of our old ancestors." Lu Peiqiang laughed and shook his head. Just then, a radio suddenly sounded above their heads. "Urgent notice. All astronauts are requested to gather at the center hall." "What now?" Zhang Peng rolled his eyes. "This day by day. It's really hilarious." Lu Peiqiang shrugged his shoulders. "Let's go." "Won't we know when we go?" They turned around and headed towards the central hub hall. When they arrived at the central hub hall, there were already quite a few astronauts here. And the rest of the astronauts, who hadn't come yet, were almost there. After a few minutes, the astronauts stood in a dense formation. The request from above was rather urgent. Now! I need 10 elites, who can keep their mouths shut. Standing at the front of the queue was the commander of the moon bombing operation. His name was Old North, a Maoist who was on good terms with Zhang Peng. He was shouting loudly towards the team. Zhang Peng asked, "What's it going to be?" Old Inovi explained. The negotiations were a big success. We have to protect the scientists to go on an expedition to Pandora's star. But the negotiation with the other side from above only said that we might be of the same origin and species as them. It didn't say that we know their language. So, we've designed a simultaneous translation device that wraps your mouths. And once you're on the other side ship, you'll only be able to speak while wearing it. Old North held up something like a gas mask. And speak sparingly, he emphasized. Don't let the people on the other side hear you. The astronauts looked at each other. They were all interested in traveling to Pandora, since this was the first living planet other than Earth that mankind had ever encountered. The first astronauts to travel to planet Pandora would surely go down in history. This trip is very dangerous. There are many fierce beasts on Pandora, some of which even machine gun bullets can't kill, and many poisonous plants that actively attack any living thing that comes near. Not only that, but Pandora is also home to many planetary natives who hate humans. They have been attacking humans on Pandora all year round, causing great human casualties to the group called Ardea across the street. I repeat, this trip is very dangerous. We're going to protect the scientists from the attacks of the beasts and the planet's natives and complete the 3-month expedition. I don't want stupid people. I want ones that shoot accurately. Fast runners. Good brains. Old North shouted. Who wants to sign up? I'll go. Pick me. I'll go too. Commander. The sign-ups came and went. And soon there were more than 10. But Old North shook his head frequently. You can't. Too fat. Going down there is just adding to the monster's diet. Neither can you. I've seen your target shooting scores. I can't believe 1 out of 10 shots is off target. Are you trying to book a casualty target for this mission? You're an engineer. What are you going to do? Your mouth is too broken to go. Old North frowned. I'll review it again. This mission is dangerous. I want people who can shoot accurately, run fast, have a good brain and talk less. All weigh yourself before signing up. Some of the arms were put down, and the rest were those who thought they were qualified. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. Soon. Old North got 8 people. Now there were still the last 2 spots left. I'll go. In Zhang Peng's dismayed gaze, Lu Peiqiang raised his hand. Chapter 16, Traveling to Bridgehead Base. What are you going for? Zhang Peng said anxiously. You kid want to be famous? He was so anxious that he gritted his teeth. This mission was dangerous, and he was 100 times unwilling to let Lu Peiqiang participate. Lu Peiqiang said without changing his face. I want to see Pandora for Duo Duo. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. If Duo Duo was still around, she would definitely want to see this beautiful planet with her own eyes. If you say nothing will happen, nothing will happen. Zhang Peng was so anxious that his face turned red. Last time, if it wasn't for me going to the moon to light a nuclear bomb, you would have been stuck dead on the moon. Listen to my words. Don't go, Lu Peiqiang said softly. It was an accident last time. He firmly held up his hand, with no intention of turning back, and Zhang Peng could only sigh at the sight. Good. Count you in. Andre nodded to Lu Peiqiang. He had an impression of Lu Peiqiang. On the profile, Lu Peiqiang's shooting accuracy and ability to improvise were among the top of all astronauts. His physical ability was no less than a young man in his early 20s, and he was mature and stable. It was a good candidate. Lu Peiqiang hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'll go. A robust Maoist raised his hand. All right. Everyone's here, Andre instructed. You'll be given 20 minutes to write your suicide note. Gather here when you're done. Don't carry anything but the clothes on your back. Everything you need is on Pandora. The chosen ones. Yes, Andre shouted. Everyone else dismissed. Wow. The astronauts quickly dispersed. Lu Peiqiang stood still and didn't move. He took out a space pen and a small notepad from his pocket. And Lu Chiwer. See the words. Lu Peiqiang. Zhang Peng walked over with a resentful face. Why don't you listen to me? He had a feeling of powerlessness that his son was too big for his mother. Lu Peiqiang said without lifting his head. Wait. I'm writing my suicide note. This reason was powerful. Zhang Peng had a breath in his throat, unable to speak. After a long time, Lu Peiqiang handed both the space pen and notepad to Zhang Peng. Then said with a relaxed face, if something happens to me, help me give this to Lu Qi. Zhang Peng locked eyes with Lu Peiqiang, attempting to see a hint of evasion in Lu Peiqiang's eyes. But he failed. He let out a long sigh. Alas, if something happens to you down there, how can I explain to my brother and my sister-in-law? Lu Peiqiang said playfully. There is no need for you to explain. I will go and explain to them. Looking at Lu Peiqiang's immodest appearance, Zhang Peng's anger that had just subsided surged up again. He reached out and slapped Lu Peiqiang's head. You go! You go! You go and explain! Agu! Help! Lu Peiqiang held his head and cried out in pain. Zhang Peng was exasperated and laughed as he slipped Lu Peiqiang's notepad into his pocket. Then helplessly said, All right. Don't pretend. How grown up are you still not in the right shape? He hummed lightly. Be careful when you go down and come back alive. Lu Peiqiang gathered his laughter. He said with a straight face, I will definitely come back alive. At this moment, Andre's shout came from behind them. Lu Peiqiang. It's just you. Lu Peiqiang took too long to write his suicide note. And 20 minutes flew by. Lu Peiqiang whispered, shouting at me. I have to go. Zhang Peng sighed. Go. Lu Peiqiang opened his mouth, wanting to speak. Zhang Peng asked, What's wrong? Lu Peiqiang hemmed and hawed. If something happens to me, you must give my suicide note to Lu Qi, so that he can have a thought. Zhang Peng was annoyed. Get lost. As soon as you leave the space station, I will burn your shitty suicide note. Lu Peiqiang grinned and turned towards Andre. All 10 astronauts had arrived. Andre pointed to the 10 pairs of air filters laid out on the table and said, These are air filters made with RDA technology. We modified them from the prototypes to enhance the soundproofing effect, as well as built in a pair of simultaneous interpretation devices. The air in Pandora has ultra-high concentrations of carbon dioxide and highly toxic cyanide. And you will only be able to move around the surface of Pandora if you wear air filters. Also, you will only be able to speak if you are wearing air filters. Andre looked around at the 10 astronauts. Do I make myself clear? The astronauts nodded their heads. Andre asked again. Which one of you would like to be the captain? The astronauts looked at me. I looked at you. And in the end, only one hairy man raised his hand. Then you will be the captain. Immediately afterwards, Andre picked up the air filter and demonstrated. He taught the astronauts how to wear the air filters. And then he ordered the astronauts to put on their space suits and get ready to leave the capsule. How are we going to get to Pandora? Lu Peiqiang asked. In RDA's shuttle. Valkyrie. Andre replied. Valkyrie what? A few minutes later, Lu Peiqiang met the Valkyrie outside the space station. It was a behemoth, bigger than his house back home. Greetings. My name is Connor. Passing through 2 airtight doors, the astronauts entered the belly of the Valkyrie, where they were greeted by a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. For the next 3 months, I will be in charge of your food and living. Connor was all smiles. The astronauts, however, were silent. They had been told to keep their mouths shut and say little. So they only nodded to Connor. Connor kept trying to make conversation, but the astronauts remained silent. Connor was self-conscious. It seems everyone is nervous. So I'll stop talking. Pandora will be here soon. So everyone close your eyes. Just like that, the Valkyrie flew towards Pandora in eerie silence. Lu Peiqiang looked out of the window through the glass. The azure planet was getting closer and closer, gradually turning into a boundless canvas. Then some details started to appear on this canvas. The erratic clouds, the endless ocean, the swarms of tucuan, the jagged peaks, the active volcano flowing with lava, the vibrant primeval forests. Lu Peiqiang was captivated by the stunning scenery of Pandora. The only beautiful thing was that the Valkyrie was attacked by all sorts of raptors as it descended in altitude. And at one point, it was knocked to the left and right. Connor wiped his sweat. It's not usually like this. This guide sent by the RDA broke out in a cold sweat. It wasn't the first time he had traveled on the Valkyrie. And although he had been attacked by raptors before, it was far less violent. And as soon as the Valkyrie opened fire, these raptors would scatter. This time was different. These raptors were charging the Valkyrie so hard that he almost thought the Valkyrie was going to be shot down. Luckily, the pilot was skilled and flew into a safe area. The scenery outside the window changed dramatically. Lu Peiqiang's eyes gradually reflected the rolling human buildings. High chimneys towering over concrete floors spewed black clouds that covered the sky. Immense and incomparable engineering equipment moved slowly. And yellow robots the size of express boxes crawled around the buildings. The colors of steel and concrete spread to the end of the field of vision. Everything was out of place in Pandora's environment. Connor turned to the astronauts and opened his arms to them, as he said with a proud look on his face, "Gentlemen, welcome to Bridgeport Base." Chapter 17. I did not come for destruction. With the power of technology, mankind had carved out a decent fortress in the barbaric primeval forest. The astronauts were more or less amazed. Only Lu Peiqiang had a strange feeling in his heart. And he looked at the steel jumble below the Valkyrie with a complex expression, inexplicably feeling obtrusive. This city shouldn't be here. Friends, we're landing, Connor said enthusiastically. Stay close to me when we get down there. I'll show you to your accommodations, and I promise you'll be very happy there. Snort. A few minutes later, the Valkyrie landed on the tarmac. The huge hatch slowly opened and the astronauts filed out, curiously sizing up the people around them, and the people around them sizing them up curiously. The men, mainly RDA mercenaries, kept their heads down and whispered, "Look, the aliens are here. How do they look like us?" "I don't know. I heard that our ancestors were prisoners banished to Earth by their ancestors." "Bah! I don't believe that." The eyes of the mercenaries were filled with uncomfortable aggression, and individual bold ones even waved at the astronauts. Lu Peiqiang's gaze raked over them. "Oh! Loaded guns. Heavily armed." Lu Peiqiang raised an eyebrow, thinking that even these mercenaries were so vigilant in the base. Pandora Star was indeed a very dangerous place. He looked around. The aliens are visiting for the first time. Why is there no official to greet them? Is this a warning? Please follow me, Connor said as he stood at the edge of the tarmac. The accommodation is this way. The astronauts followed Connor on foot. On the way, they saw all sorts of engineering apparatus, from huge excavators over 10 meters tall to construction robots no bigger than their knees. This gave them an initial idea of the RDA's strength. However, if they wanted to compare the speed of construction, it would have to be the United Government's 550W, which would be able to complete a year's worth of construction results for this base in a month. The astronauts didn't show any surprise. This made Connor, who was observing them at all times, a little apprehensive. And Connor thought to himself that these aliens were not even a little bit shocked or even a little bit indifferent to the Bridgehead base. What level of technology have they reached? We wouldn't be as small as ants in their eyes. Right? Here we are. Connor brought the astronauts to stop in front of a magnificently shaped white building, the style of which was the polar opposite of the simple and rugged industrial style of the surroundings, giving off an extravagant flavor. This was a luxury villa specially prepared for journalists. Journalists were the only group other than the government that could constrain RDA's actions. A single word from them could make RDA's share price evaporate by several percentage points. And RDA usually treated them as if they were ancestors. However, under the authorization of the RDA Board of Directors, General Ardmore, who manages the Bridgehead base, temporarily vacated the villa for the aliens to live in. As for the journalists who used to live in the villa, they were all driven to other bases by General Ardmore under the pretext of renovation. Connor handed a white magnetic card to the Maoist captain. This was the key to the villa's gate. Connor smiled apologetically. The Gnostics attacked one of our trains. The general has gone to deal with the matter and won't be able to see you until tomorrow. I hope you won't be offended. The hairy captain shook his head in silence. Connor smiled. The other Valkyrie has departed. That's going to pick up your scientists. And if nothing else, you'll be able to meet them this evening at the latest. The hairy captain nodded in silence. Connor felt so helpless that he suspected he was talking to a mute. Let's all settle in for now. The air content inside is breathable. All the rooms are unlocked. And food is served at meal times. I'll make another visit in the evening. Anything you're not comfortable with can be told to me by then. I'll arrange for someone to help you adjust. Please make sure you treat this place as your own home. The hairy captain nodded in silence. I'll see you tonight then. Connor smiled bitterly. The general had asked him to test these aliens. But along the way, these aliens would only nod and shake their heads, and didn't even react with a nod and a shake of the head when asked some sensitive questions. The general had left him with no way to start. Connor was ready to leave. Just then, buzz, buzz, buzz. Without warning, alarm bells rang loudly in the base. Connor's face changed. Something's wrong, he said nervously. Open the door. Let's go in and hide. The Malice captain was not sure what had happened, but he knew that it was definitely not something good. So he immediately swiped open the villa door with his magnetic card. A group of people swarmed in. Chut chut chut. Chut chut chut. As soon as they had drilled into the villa, the sentinel-rung guns installed around the base opened fire, and the dense firing sounds connected from all directions, enveloping the entire bridgehead base. What's going on here? Liu Peiqiang asked. Finally an alien spoke up. Connor forced out a smile before explaining. It's the beasts of Pandora's star. They occasionally storm the base, and when they're large in scale, they'll cause us a bit of casualties. Connor felt unlucky today. Just now when he was in the sky, he was chased by a large group of banshee-winged beasts. And after he landed, a beast wave erupted. How could it be so coincidental? Liu Peiqiang looked out of the window at the mercenaries who were walking hurriedly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Yes. How can it be so coincidental? Chen Fan, who was attached to Liu Peiqiang, fell into deep thought, suspecting that it was his problem. Or perhaps it was his uninvited presence that made Ava feel uneasy. Ava was the god of nature worshipped by the Gnostics, a planet-level consciousness body similar to him. When Liu Peiqiang and his group entered Pandora's atmosphere, his tentacles of consciousness extended into Pandora, and he felt Ava's presence. Profound, tolerant, loving, and a hint of wonder. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. There was no doubt that Ava felt him too. Is this tidal wave of beasts greeting him? This was well verified. Chen Fan pulled his consciousness away from Liu Peiqiang and instead plunged into the invisible ocean floating above Pandora. Ava, I did not come for destruction. The sound of gunfire gradually subsided. The scale of the beast tide this time was unprecedented, and there was a good chance that it would have broken through the defense line and caused a bloody storm inside the bridgehead base. But for some reason, the raging beast tide dissipated at the edge of the base. It came suddenly and dispersed oddly. This confused the RDA biologists, as they had never seen anything like this before. According to past patterns, this could not be explained at all. In the evening, Liu Peiqiang and the others met the scientists they were trying to protect. These scientists were different from Liu Peiqiang and the others. They had seen the Avatar series of films before arriving, and had ample knowledge of both RDA and Pandora. So they were much more relaxed. My name is Tu Guangyan, a geneticist. For the next 3 months, the safety of me and my team is in your hands. Chapter 18. Give my regards to your president's father. Over the next 7 days, the astronauts and scientists were trained by the RDA, who had no reservations about sharing their biological information gathered over the years. This was part of the negotiations. During that time, they met twice with General Ardmore, the man in charge of the Bridgeport base. The first time, General Ardmore took them on a tour of the Bridgehead base, where they saw the mercenary training grounds, the RDA's lab, the superconducting ore, and the soul tree specimen. The tree of souls resembles a banyan tree with glowing branches. The Gnostics on Pandora grow a neural braid that can connect to any Pandora creature. They can connect to the tree of souls with their neural braid to achieve a spiritual connection with Ava. So the place where the tree of souls is located is regarded as a sacred place by the Gnostics. There were often rich reserves of superconducting ores under the soul tree. The RDA craved it and drooled. They had a honeymoon period with the Gnostics more than a decade ago. But after they realized that they couldn't convince the Gnostics to leave the soul tree anyway, they tore themselves apart from the Gnostics. Not only did they destroy many of the soul trees, but they also made specimens of various tissues from the soul trees to prevent them from returning to nature after death. This was an unforgivable sacrilege to the Gnostics. However, the RDA wielded a force beyond the reach of the Gnostics, who dared to speak out. In fact, if it weren't for the government and public opinion, the RDA would have wiped out the Gnostics and probably even cut off their nerve pigtails as souvenirs. But not all Gnostics put up with it. 10 years ago, there was an RDA member named Jack who was a participant in the Avatar project and owned an avatar of body not far removed from a Gnostics made with cloning technology. He sympathized with the Gnostics. So he defected from the RDA and joined the Gnostics. He conquered the final phantom worshipped by the Gnostics, and became the Phantom Knight of Gnostics mythology, honored by the Gnostics as Torquemactor. Later, he led the Gnostics in a revolt against the RDA. At one point, he eradicated the RDA's base on Pandora, drove the RDA back to Earth, and has been leading Gnostics attacks on RDA bases and transport trains in recent years. These are not what General Ardmore told them. In fact, General Ardmore had received instructions from the RDA board of directors that he was to make every effort to keep this from the aliens, lest the aliens belittle the RDA. But this move was undoubtedly futile, because the scientists had come to Pandora after watching the film, and were all prophets. They were not only fully aware of what was happening on the planet, but also of what was about to happen. Like when they notice a very important plot character on the base, Colonel Miles Quatch, who has come back from the dead. This Colonel Miles Quatch was killed by Jack 10 years ago, and was later brought back to life by the RDA using a memory backup, something like a digital life hard drive. He was put into an avatar by the RDA to specialize in hunting down and killing Jack. Colonel Miles' subordinate was also brought back to life by the RDA in the same way. And the big, tall, blue man of over 3 meters was very visible, making it clear to the scientists where the story on Pandora was going. The plot of Avatar 2 is about to begin. In the conference room of the United Government, the representatives of the 5 permanent members were discussing the strategy of the next action. The representative of Stars and Stripes was called Claven. He said in a deep voice, "The protagonist of the film, Jack, is the chosen savior of planet consciousness Ava. I suggest deepening our cooperation with the RDA to help them kill Jack and further develop planet Pandora." Avatar 2 tells the story of Colonel Miles' failed revenge against Jack. According to Craven's previous attitude, he should have favored taking the opportunity to destroy the RDA and seize control of Pandora in one fell swoop. But his current view is diametrically opposed. He actually wanted to help the RDA. "It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. Why has your attitude towards the RDA shifted so drastically?" Vladimir narrowed his eyes and said, "Didn't you guys want to destroy the RDA with a thunderous force before?" Claven's change in attitude was almost a 180-degree turnaround. The British and French representatives bowed their heads. Claven said in disbelief, "The RDA has shown great sincerity in the negotiations, and is willing to give up half of the mines they've already developed to us. There's no need for us to go to war." "Is that so?" Vladimir said grimly. "The RDA has shipped 2 shipments of superconducting, or an anti-aging Tucuan brain enzymes to one of us in the last few days. I suddenly can't remember which one. Do you know which one?" Claven shook his head. "I don't know." He didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he cursed the intelligence system for being so rotten. Such important information could be leaked out. After the meeting later on, they must be made to investigate themselves. Vladimir played with the flavor. "And who said that the resources are limited? And that if the RDA mines a little, we'll mine a little less?" The British and French representatives tried to stifle their laughter. Claven shook his head again. "I don't know. I refuse to admit it. I don't know this and I don't know that." Vladimir was nonchalantly sarcastic. "Didn't you bring your brain to work today?" Craven's face turned grim all of a sudden. Snap! He slammed the table and shouted, "Please watch your language." "Pa!" Vladimir slapped the table with even more force. With his eyes rounded, he shouted angrily, "You went against the United Government's unified course of action, liaised privately with the RDA, and accepted bribes. What qualifications do you have to make me watch my words?" All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the conference room froze to the extreme. Claven, however, raised his chin contemptuously as he said, "We did liaise with the RDA. Or else how could the negotiations have gone so smoothly? It's all thanks to our activities behind the scenes." He had no remorse at all. Vladimir laughed in exasperation. "Then tell us what you have done." Claven spoke. "We promised not to liquidate the RDA. So that's why the RDA gave up half of their mines for us to pick and choose from in the negotiations." Vladimir angrily said, "If we beat the RDA away, won't the mines all be ours?" Craven retorted, confused. "Don't forget how we got here. It was the higher civilization that opened the wormhole for us." Craven said with a serious look on his face, "Who knows if they'll let us go somewhere else next? It takes time to build mines. If we attack the RDA will blow up their mines. And if the higher civilization teleports us to other worlds before we can fix the mines, we won't get anything. That's why we need to take a step back. Give the RDA a way out. It's also giving us more room for error. As for why we liaised privately with RDA, it was they who took the initiative to contact us after the first negotiation. And we didn't tell you because we were worried that you would misunderstand. But we definitely didn't do anything to jeopardize the interests of the United Government. At the end of his words, Clavin spread his hands. That's how it is. I hope you guys can understand. As for those superconducting ores and Tukuan brain enzymes, we can take them out and share them with everyone, he said word for word. Fairness is guaranteed. The conference room was briefly quiet for a few seconds. I see. The British representative laughed. It was us who misunderstood the Star-Spangled Nation representative. But this kind of thing will not be repeated. I think the Stars and Stripes representative has a point. The French representative also came out to round up the situation. You can't be too greedy. It's not bad to get half of the mines without doing anything. And since the Stars and Stripes representative is willing to share the superconducting ore and the Tukuan brain enzymes with us, let's stop arguing. Vladimir snorted coldly and stopped talking. Clavin smiled. In that case, let's continue discussing how to help the RDA kill. I heard that your president's father is critically ill. Hal Siusi, who hadn't spoken, asked coldly. The RDA sent you a batch of Tukuan brain enzyme at this time. He must be much better. Right? Please give him my regards. Also, is it true that your party has done nothing to endanger the United Government? I'm afraid I don't see it. Clavain's smile froze. Chapter 19, Unhappy Breakup. With the fully automated construction speed of the 550W system, it would only take a week for us to build the beginnings of a mine on nothing, and a month for us to return to full extraction efficiency. That speed is actually quite a bit faster than the speed at which the RDA handed over the mine to us. Hal Siusi said slowly. Your so-called fear of the RDA destroying the mine and causing us to gain nothing is untenable. Plus, the film world is endless. The higher civilization sent us to the world of Avatar, and made a point of sending us next to the planet Pandora. There must be a deeper meaning to this. It's unlikely that they would just transfer us to Avatar, and then transfer us to another place. The entire room fell silent as Hal Siusi spoke. Vladimir gave a playful smile. He tossed the papers in his hand onto the table and leaned back against the back of his chair, his eyes darting back and forth between Hal Siusi's and Craven's faces. The conference room belonged to them now. Clayton took a deep breath as he said in a deep voice, 550W's contribution in building the planetary engine is obvious to all. But building a mine is not the same as building a planetary engine. Are you sure that 550W can rebuild the mine within a month? Hal Siusi nodded. We are sure. There were 10,000 planetary engines on Earth. And the amount of stone that had to be burned every day was astronomical. And all of that stone was mined by the automated mines controlled by 550W. It could be said that no one knew more about mining than 550W. Craven looked puzzled. At that moment, Vladimir narrowed his eyes and said, if 550W rebuilds faster than the RDA's handover. Clavin, those grandiose words of yours just now won't make sense. No damage to the coalition government. They could have driven the RDA away and taken over all the mines. But Clayton offered to cooperate with the RDA. And in the end, he could only get half of the mines. Not to mention that he had to help the RDA hunt down the protagonist of the Avatar world. You call that no damage? That's just fooling the hell out of me. Besides, Stars and Stripes is not a charity. And if the United Government gets half of the mines, they will also get half of the mines. But even so, they are willing to cooperate with the RDA. Have they secretly reached some other deal with the RDA that can't be seen on the stage? What did RDA promise them? And how are they going to repay the RDA? Just by helping the RDA to kill Jack? Vladimir's eyes gradually turned sour. The British representative and the French representative also pondered over this layer, and their eyes flashed with a different look. Explain. Craven. Vladimir's tone became aggressive. Everyone stared at Clavin, who felt a tremendous amount of pressure, taking deep breaths to adjust his emotions while pondering what to say in response to the questioning. After a long time, he spoke. Wasn't it you who first proposed to make peace with the RDA? He asked Hal Siusi. Now that we've agreed to make peace with the RDA, you're not happy about it? Hal Siusi shook his head. We are not against peaceful coexistence with the RDA, but we suspect that you have reached a private agreement with the RDA and are openly selling out the interests of the United Government. To put it simply, We suspect you of being ball traitors. The eyelids of the British and French representatives jumped. They knew that the Chinese were introverted in nature and easily wouldn't make statements of a fiery nature. But once they did, it would be 8 or 9. Clavin instantly exploded. He exclaimed, "We are a permanent member of the United Government. The United Government's interests are our interests. How can we possibly sell ourselves out?" Halcyosi said calmly. "Yes or no? Only your side knows." Clavin grimaced. At this point, Vladimir chimed in. "We also feel that Stars and Stripes is suspected of entering into a private collaboration with the RDA. It was true that the interests of the United Government were also the interests of the Stars and Stripes. However, the benefits received by the United Government were to be distributed. And if bypassing the United Government would allow the Stars and Stripes to receive more, the Stars and Stripes might do something that would destroy the public for the sake of private interests. Historically, the Stars and Stripes have betrayed their allies for their own interests not once or twice. It's an old habit of theirs. If the RDA really promised heartwarming favors, they were likely to relapse into their old habits." Vladimir emphasized. "We'd love to believe you. But you should explain yourself. Bloody mouth. Making something out of nothing." Craven stood up with an angry face. "I have nothing to explain to you. This meeting will not be open either." In the eyes of the stunned crowd, he unexpectedly turned around and walked towards the door of the conference room. Boom! The crowd looked at the shaking conference room door and all froze. They didn't expect Clavin to produce such a big reaction. It actually slammed the door. They furrowed their brows and couldn't help but ponder if they had really wronged someone this time. But on second thought, with the nature of the Stars and Stripes, if he had been wrongly accused, Clayton would have been spitting at them like a rabid dog on the table at this point. There must be a problem. Not only is there, I'm afraid it's not small. The delegates' frown deepened at the thought. What exactly had Stars and Stripes agreed to with the RDA? What had the RDA promised Stars and Stripes? And what was Stars and Stripes determined to give back? The delegates looked at each other. For the last 100 years or so, their countries had sat at the same table and played cards, and they had gotten to know each other quite well. But none of them could guess what kind of drug the Stars and Stripes had in its gourd this time. Vladimir bristled. "We've only just come back from the dead from the moon crisis. And so soon someone is up to no good again. I'm glad we didn't end up with the mountaintop removal plan. I'm afraid the human race won't survive the grueling journey of 2,500 years. The meeting scribbled to a close. Although Stars and Stripes was seriously suspected of fornicating with the RDA, Stars and Stripes was, after all, one of the 5 permanent members of the United Government, and one of the more important ones. In a small meeting like this, it was fine without Britain and France. But it was difficult to continue the discussion without the Stars and Stripes. On the other side, Clavin had walked back to his office. The anger on his face was gone, replaced by a lake-like calm, very different from the out-of-control look in the conference room. It was like a different person. He came to his desk and sat down slowly, putting on his glasses and flipping through the documents without hurry. After a while, he said without lifting his head, "Tell the RDA what happened in today's meeting, and ask them to send the agreed-upon things earlier. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to do our work." "Okay," the assistant asked doubtfully. "But do we really have to help them?" Clavin shook his head as he said expressionlessly, "Who said we're going to help them? It's that their demands just happen to be the same as ours. So we're just going to pull the wool over their eyes in passing, and then do what we have to do." Chapter 20. This wave is not a loss. What a beautiful creature. Tu Guangyun reached out and waved his hand over a thick patch of grass. And the elf lizard in the grass was startled and opened the whirling fan on its back, dancing in the gorgeous creature light. Elf lizards were also called whirling fan lizards, with the Gnostics name kept. Their skin was tawny. They were 45 centimeters long without the spinning fan open, and could reach a meter with it open, and liked to perch next to ferns in the rain. The children of the Gnostics enjoy teasing the elf lizards at rest, and admiring the fuchsia-colored spinners they turn into. Tu Guangyun said, as he raised his cane and reached out to the elf lizard in front of him. Snap! The elf lizard's spinning fan got stuck and wobbled down. Tu Guangyun was completely unaware of how much of a psychological shadow his actions would cause to this elf lizard. He spoke in a slightly obsessive manner. Pandora's gravity is weaker than Earth's, and the air is denser than Earth's, so even a less than reasonable construction can fly. With that said, he rises to his feet and kicks the elven lizard that fell to the ground back into the grass. Rustling. The unlucky elf lizard fell to the ground. Cough. Lu Peiqiang, who stood next to him and was in charge of guarding the area, coughed lightly as he said, "Doctor, they didn't do anything to you. Why are you kicking them?" Tu Guangyun shook his head. "Didn't you notice? The Pandora creatures don't seem to be interested in us." The heavy armored horse turned its head and ran away when it saw us. So did the peacock deer. And even this elf lizard just now didn't turn around and bite me when I kicked it. Lu Peiqiang was puzzled. It sounds like they are avoiding us. Isn't that a good thing? The herbivores on Pandora's star were fine. The carnivores were one terrifying. Bullets couldn't even penetrate their skin. No one wanted to encounter them. Tu Guangyun nodded lightly. It's a good thing. But I want to know why. Whether it was the Avatar film or the RDA's observation records over the years. All of them showed that the Pandora creatures were extremely aggressive towards humans. But when it came to them, it was as if these Pandora creatures had suddenly changed their temperament. Why is that? Tu Guangyun was a geneticist, and he was used to thinking in terms of genetics. He suspected that the Earthlings of Wandering Earth had different genes from those of the Avatar world. However, the negotiations did not include human genetic samples, so he had no way to verify this for a while. Lu Peiqiang shrugged his shoulders. Still, you scientists have brains and will get to the bottom of problems. I wouldn't have thought of this layer. Shoo. Tu Guangyun suddenly changed his face and interrupted Lu Peiqiang. Lu Peiqiang froze. Listen. There's movement in front. Tu Guangyun eyed the front. His eyes flashed with excitement as he pulled up his legs and ran wildly towards the front. Lu Peiqiang followed closely behind. Hey! The great scientist's ears are still quite smart. After running a few steps, he also heard movement, which seemed to be the sound of a large tree falling, interspersed with a few screams. Doctor, let's not run so fast. Lu Peiqiang pulled Tu Guangyun's arm. We can't protect you in danger. The other soldiers also chased after him. The fire in Tu Guangyun's heart cooled slightly. He nodded and turned to slow his pace forward. The group gradually approached the source of the sound. I'll draw it away. You guys run? Don't. Vala. Damn it. Let's fight it. The simultaneous translation device emitted a translation tone without any emotion. Tu Guangyun's eyes lit up. It's the Gnostics. We finally met them. One of his missions was related to the Gnostics. He had asked the colonel to drop them off for an expedition a little further away from the base. But perhaps it wasn't far enough. And they had searched for over a week with no luck. Until now. Lu Peiqiang hesitated. It sounds like they're in bed with some big guy. Are we sure we want to lean over? The creatures on Pandora were too dangerous. Often more than 10 meters long and 6 or 7 meters tall. When encountering a powerful predator. Unless one could pour a barrage of bullets into the opponent's eye socket or throw a grenade into the opponent's mouth. One would only have to run away. Although the humans had a lot of equipment that could fight against the Pandora predators, they were all too heavy to carry on a long expedition mission. Of course, they weren't without safety measures. They could call for reinforcements from the bridgehead base. And as long as the signal was sent out, more than a dozen amp mechs would descend from the sky in less than 10 minutes, decimating Pandora creatures like chopping vegetables. However, they were now going to make contact with the Gnostics, so it was obviously not suitable for the people from Bridgehead Base to appear. Lu Peiqiang wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried that something would happen to Tu Guangyun. Of course we have to lean over, Tu Guangyun said firmly. Time is short and the task is heavy. We can't miss the opportunity. Mission. Hearing these two words, Lu Peiqiang pursed his lips and stopped talking. They advanced quietly. Vala and her partner came from a small tribe nearby. Their tribe had experienced 2 sweeps by the RDA and had suffered a great loss of energy, with less than 100 Gnostics left in total. As a last resort, even underage children like Vala were sent out to hunt. Vala's luck was bad today. Not only did she not get any harvest, she also had the misfortune of running into one of the most terrifying predators in Pandora. Shining Thunder Beast. The Shining Thunder Beast was also known as the Death Beast, and its characteristics could be learned from its name. It moves like lightning and rages like thunder. The god of death in the rainforest. The adult Flash Thunder Beast was 5.5 meters long and 2.2 meters tall, possessing 6 muscular legs, sharp teeth more than 20 centimeters long, 10 keen sensory feathers on its head, and its entire body wrapped in thick armor. It caused panic wherever it roamed, and even the most valiant warriors among the Gnostics were reluctant to face it. Vala had been cornered. Roar! The 10 sensory feathers on the shining thunder beast's head were held open, like a peacock's screen. And it stared cruelly at Vala, who had no way to escape with her back to a tree hole, and opened its bloody mouth to let out a tyrannical roar. Fear filled Vala's body. Vala sat stiffly on the ground, unable to move even a finger. She was terrified. Me? Am I going to return to Ava's embrace? Whoosh! At this critical moment, a bone arrow was accurately shot into the shining beast's eye socket. Unfortunately, it was sheepish and weak, and the shining thunder beast easily flicked the arrow away by simply closing its eyelids. Monster! Stay away from Valley. A skinny Gnosix poked his head out from behind a thick tree root not far away, waving his arms around like a monkey to get the shining beast's attention. Roar! The shining thunder beast went into a frenzy. It leapt up and easily pounced on the Gnosix, who was shooting arrows at it, then cruelly opened its bloody mouth. Tear! An arm was thrown up, spraying a series of blood beads in the air. Ah! A horrifyingly mournful scream resounded through the rainforest. And if one didn't hear it with their own ears, it would be hard to imagine that this was the kind of commotion an intelligent creature could make. Blood poured onto the shining thunder beast's face, seeping in wisps into the crevices of its face. It became more excited, the sensory feathers on its head quivering. It then opened its mouth again, ready to tear off this Gnosix's other arm. No! The scream of her companion woke Vala. The spirit that had drifted away returned to Valley, and worry for her companion overrode Valley's fear of death. And Valley crawled out of the hole in the tree on her hands and knees, picking up a rock and running towards the shining thunder beast. She was going to save her mate, but it was tantamount to death. Unsurprisingly, both she and her mate were going to die today. It would be followed by 24 hours of being turned into the excrement of the shining thunder beast and appearing as a name at their tribe's next sacrifice. Well, the accident happened. Chutzpah! Chutzpah! Bursts. Without warning, intense gunfire came from a nearby hideout, and the biomass armor of the shining thunder beasts jumped up in a dense shower of sparks. Miss! 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 The shining thunder beast roared and turned its head. In the dim shade of the trees, Lu Peiqiang looked at the gun in his hand, then at the unharmed flash thunder beast. He laughed dryly twice, thinking that this wave was not a loss. The suicide note wasn't written in vain. Chapter 21 United Government? Interstellar bandits? You cease fire? It's looking at me. I'll draw it away. Lu Peiqiang looked straight into the eyes of the shining thunder beast and said, You guys go help that injured Gnosix. She's bleeding too much. The other team members were a bit hesitant. They were well aware of what a terrifying beast the Flash Thunder Beast was. The Earthlings could at best maneuver around it for a while without the help of large armor, and the shining beast would be completely enraged in the process. There's no time, Lu Peiqiang shouted. Move them first. Then help me. Mission first. Hearing those 4 words, the team faltered. The gunfire around them quickly became sparse, and in the end, only the gun in Lu Peiqiang's hand was still spewing out tongues of fire. Chut chut chut. Chut chut chut. Chut chut chut. Lu Peiqiang calmly fired, conserving his ammunition. He didn't hold down the trigger because there was no time to change bullets next, and the remaining bullets in the magazine were his only chance of survival. Lu Peiqiang. Hold on. Tu Guangyin's voice rang out over the radio. The Flash Thunder Beast's nose is very smart. It can smell blood within dozens of kilometers. We have to kill it in order to complete the mission. As long as you buy us the time to help that Gnosix stop the bleeding, we'll be there to help you. Lu Peiqiang gently hooked up the corner of his mouth. Roger that. At this moment, there was no fear in his heart. He only felt feverish, like he had returned to his youth. He slowly walked out of the shade. The sunlight passed through the gaps in the leaves and sprinkled on him, forming a golden light spot of varying sizes, as if it was the scales on a brave man's armor. The shining thunder beast stared at Lu Peiqiang. The bullets kept hitting its body, rubbing bright sparks on its body, occasionally hitting the relatively soft muscle tissues, slightly touching its sense of pain. Its scarlet eyes showed humanized anger, as well as a hint of aggression. It did not growl. Its body lowered slightly, then leapt up, surprisingly turning towards the forest behind it. The grass was low, and the shadows of the trees shook. Everyone looked straight in the direction the Flash Thunder Beast left, a strong sense of incredulity arising in their hearts. The rainforest death god had actually run away. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The air was exceptionally quiet, as if nothing had happened. The mess on the ground seemed like an illusion. In the middle of the day, a shocked voice rang out from the radio. "Crap. Dude, you're too fierce. You scared it away." Lu Peiqiang felt overwhelmed. He was all set to fight for his life. But as a result, the shining thunder beast inexplicably ran away, leaving him with the unpleasant feeling of his fist hitting cotton. Only Tu Guangyan had his brows furrowed in a thoughtful manner. He muttered, "Even a fierce beast like the shining thunder beast is unwilling to come into contact with us. Even if we launched an attack on it, its first choice would be to stay away. Why is that?" He felt puzzled. It seemed that something ineffable sheltered them in the underworld, giving them a talisman to travel unhindered on Pandora. "Don't be nervous. We're here to help you. Don't move her. Are you trying to get her killed? We mean no harm. Let us stop her bleeding. If we don't, she's going to meet Ava." The emotionless Gnostic's language rang out from all around. It was simultaneous translation. The team came out of hiding and surrounded Vala and her injured companion, trying to convince Vala to let them administer first aid. Valley, however, kept making noises like a kitten blowing up. Tu Guangyan walked over. He knew that the RDA's decade-long bullying had given the Gnostics Terran PTSD. The Gnostics called the Earthlings demons and had carved their hatred for them into their bones. It is difficult to make contact with the Gnostics. Not all humans are demons. Tu Guangyan said to Valley, "Her life and death is in your hands now. If you want her to live, then let us offer our help." The others shut up after Tu Guangyan spoke. Vala let out a low growl of a warning nature while looking down to check on her partner's condition. Her partner was unconscious. "No!" She let out a mournful sound. Tu Guangyan said softly, "You do realize, don't you, that your Torquemaker used to be a human, and his tribe was full of humans with hearts towards the Gnostics who lived together in harmony. No one ever pays in full in advance before the deal is done. They're too greedy. For light years away on Earth, the RDA was in the middle of a meeting with a serious atmosphere, attended by the directors of the RDA, each of whom was a top tycoon with billions of assets in hand. But what can we do?" One of the directors sighed. "Their planet is right next to Pandora. We are no match for them." RDA was now in a very awkward situation. On the surface, they still held all the minerals of Pandora, but they had already promised to transfer half of them to the United Government. And even if they kept a tight lid on it, this matter would end up being reflected in their financial statements. Both the government and the shareholders would torture them. They could only reach a cooperation with the United Government of Wandering Earth as soon as possible and join forces to develop Pandora, dramatically increase the number of mines in a short period of time to fill the lost vacancies. This would require the cleansing of the Gnostics on Pandora and the massive destruction of Pandora's environment. But this was something that could never be done by them. For one thing, they didn't have the strength. Although they could crush the Gnostics locally, the weapons and ammunitions they shipped to Pandora were limited, and they were banned by the government from using weapons of mass destruction, such as nuclear bombs. Secondly, they have to cherish their popularity. RDA was a publicly traded company, and if journalists reported that they had gone on a killing spree on Pandora, their stock price would go through the roof, and even they themselves would be involved in endless lawsuits. This was something that could only be left to the United Government. But how to convince the United Government to help them clean up the Gnostics on Pandora? And how to convince the United Government to cooperate with them even after they cleaned up the Gnostics, allowing them to increase the number of their own mines? The RDA decided to start from within the United Government. They bribed the Stars and Stripes. They didn't really know anything about the internal composition of the United Government. But the Stars and Stripes came to their door asking for a bribe, and they happened to be in the mood for a bribe. The two sides hit it off. But soon they felt miserable. Stars and Stripes not only demanded additional antimatter, magnetic levitation, and FTL communication-related secret technologies, but also demanded that they deliver them immediately. Otherwise, not only would the previously agreed cooperation be wiped out, but also all of their strongholds on Pandora would be annihilated. It was a backtracking tactic, plus alliance denial. Damn aliens. They are simply a gang of interstellar bandits. Chapter 22: Ambition and Undercurrents. The conference room was filled with curses. The directors of the RDA had encountered bandits with harder fists than theirs, angry and helpless, magically empathizing with the Gnostics they had bullied. "Silence!" The chairman of the board of directors snapped. His name was Turo. When he spoke, the entire boardroom fell silent. "Gentlemen, don't get ahead of yourselves," Turo said calmly. The fact that they asked us for antimatter, magnetic levitation, and FTL communication technologies proves that their level of technology is definitely not much higher, if at all, than ours. Although different civilizations might have different technological development tendencies, energy technology was an essential technology for any civilization to enter the interstellar age. Antimatter was again a large and important branch on energy technology, and it was generally not left out. The fact that Stars and Stripes had asked them for antimatter-related technology proved that the aliens lacked understanding of antimatter and were not a truly powerful higher civilization. As for their space leap technology, Turo surmised with certainty. Perhaps there happens to be a substance on their home planet that is crucial to space leap technology. And as long as there is such a substance, any civilization can easily achieve space leap. We, on the other hand, are more unlucky and haven't encountered such a substance even after poking around in the universe for so long. The directors revealed thoughtful expressions. It was possible that the conjecture raised by Turo was valid because they had experienced similar things. Take for example the FTL communication technology. Before the discovery of superconducting, or on Pandora, they couldn't achieve FTL communication anyway. But after the discovery of superconducting ore, it didn't take them long to research a reliable FTL communication device. The universe is random, and anything is possible. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a smokescreen to confuse us. Or perhaps they're deliberately asking us for these three technologies, so we can underestimate them. But we're not considering that scenario. Because if that's the case, anything we do will be futile. And there's no need for them to be false with us. The directors nodded. If the United Government was really better than them, then what was the point of negotiating? Why not just destroy them? And then just do it? Assuming their scientific level is close to ours. Let's say they only surpass us in a few areas, but not to the extent of crushing us. That way, our military is a threat to them. They could refuse to cooperate with us, and we could expose them, sending our armies as far as Pandora and plunging their planet into war. This is definitely a situation they don't want to see. In that case, although they can remove our forces on Pandora, we can also fight them to the death, Turo said with conviction. We are not soft. The directors nodded frequently. Immediately after, Turo aggravated his tone and said, our concessions are already enough. In the next negotiation, not only can we not make any more concessions, but we also have to show our toughness, letting them know that we are not something to be messed with. Let them understand. Co-developing Pandora with us is the best choice. We cooperate. Half each. Between the words, Turo did not hide his ambition. He wanted to take on an entire alien civilization with the power of a single company, and share the benefits equally in the distant Pandora. Wow! A round of applause rang out in the conference room. The directors were all impressed by Turo's words. Their apprehensive hearts became settled, and individuals even began to fantasize about the rapid development that RDA was about to receive. At this point, a director questioned, Chairman, what if they ignore our threats? That's impossible, Turo said with a confident look on his face. They don't know the coordinates of Earth. Once the cooperation breaks down, they'll only be passively beaten. We don't even have to send a fleet. All we need to do is fire antimatter bombs at them. They're 0.7 times the speed of light. They definitely won't be able to intercept them. If the cooperation breaks down, none of US will get Pandora. They definitely understand that. This director pondered for 2 seconds before asking, Chairman, what about the reporters on Pandora? In case they see the aliens, our story will be exposed. Reporters had always been a major problem for the RDA. Just a bunch of fools who are selling their reputation, Turo said unimpressed. Find a reason to send away all the aliens on Pandora right now. Vet the qualifications of the next batch tightly. Don't let people with real talent go to Pandora. And then stuff them with more money, so that they're always under our control. By the time someone notices that something is wrong, it will be at least a few years from now, Turo said meaningfully. Please imagine. By that time, we who have cooperated with an alien civilization and own half of Pandora will still be worried about being exposed. The directors were all stunned. What Turo meant was, everyone here was a human savant. They looked at Turo in silence, and a strong stirring arose in the bottom of their hearts. Just as the directors were shocked into collective silence by Turo's words, the security guards downstairs of their building were happily groping for fish. Malicious alien civilization? The security guard was playing with his phone when he swiped on a video titled "Encountering a Malicious Alien Civilization." What should we do? The quality of the video was high. The text quoted scripture, and the special effects funding was pulled full, which allowed him to watch the video in its entirety. What else is there to do? He bristled. Grab them and destroy them. Of course. The vast majority of people in the comment section thought the same as him. Radish, who loves bunnies, know what the dark forest theory is. Every civilization in the universe is a hunter with a gun. Either exterminate others, or be exterminated by other civilizations. Black Saturday. Kill them all. No doubt about it. Go to the dock and fix some fries. Always strike first. Don't trust the kindness of unknown civilizations. For the sake of our future generations. The dark forest, where everyone is a hunter with a gun. Quite a point. The security guard scratched this video thoughtfully. The next video was what are our chances of winning a war with an alien civilization. The security guard watched this video again with great interest. The video analyzed the current combat power of the Earthlings, stating that if the Earthlings encountered aliens, without the other party knowing the coordinates of the Earth, as long as they went to war, they would be able to win easily. The next video was related to alien civilizations, talking about the many benefits that could be gained from defeating an alien civilization. The security guard was suddenly a bit puzzled. Strange. Why are you pushing so many videos of fighting aliens to me? A similar scenario happened in many places. Overnight, thousands of videos related to alien civilizations emerged from Earth's major platforms. Each and every one of them was well produced. Not only was the copy extremely provocative, but the various animation special effects were even better than the real thing. But no one noticed this matter, because these videos were only disseminated among ordinary people and didn't keep any records in the database. Even the platforms themselves didn't know that they suddenly had so many videos about alien civilizations. Chapter 23. I'll come up with a plan and you figure it out. Z. 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 Two banshee-winged beasts frolicked on the thick tree trunks, each wearing a full set of riding gear. The sunlight poured down on Jack Sally's face. The days of peace are gone. We must be prepared for sacrifice. Jack Sally, aka Torek Maktor, lay on his back on the lawn, staring up at the blue sky with a tired look in his eyes. His wife, Neytiri, sat on her knees beside him. Neytiri soothed. Ava will shelter us. Jack was silent. He didn't deny that Ava was willing to shelter the Gnostics as well as other Pandora beings. But if the Earthlings got annoyed and took out the nukes or something like that, Ava wouldn't be able to fight the Earthlings. This was also the reason why he hadn't driven the RDA to extinction 10 years ago, but had sent them back to Earth. He knew the consequences of angering the Earthlings. Cruelty, coldness, destruction. That's why he always tried to control the intensity of the conflict between the Gnostics and the RDA after the RDA returned to Pandora, trying desperately to avoid another war like the one that broke out 10 years ago. The RDA was here for mining. Then let them mine. The Gnostics couldn't use those ores anyway. Instead, he led the Gnostics to attack the RDA's transport convoys from time to time, acting like a relief valve to help the Gnostics vent their hatred for the Terrans before an uncontrollable crisis brewed. The RDA wouldn't care about those transport convoys, because compared to the profits of the superconducting ore, the losses of the transport convoys are the tip of the hair on the 9 cows. They were businessmen. They wouldn't risk a reduction in mine production and a drop in share price to make a fuss over the occasional attack on a haulage convoy. That would be more trouble than it's worth. And so a delicate balance arises. The RDA destroys the environment, causing the Gnostics to develop a hatred of the Terrans, and Jack attacks the convoys, helping the Gnostics vent that hatred, after which the RDA launches a siege against Jack, to make a show of it to the employees who work in the mines. The cycle repeats itself. There are constant skirmishes, but overall peace and quiet. Jack carefully controlled this balance, and for a time thought the balance would last. But it wasn't to be. Just a short time ago, a moon had appeared in the sky out of nowhere. It was brighter than all 3 of Pandora's old moons combined. So much so that the night it first appeared, the Gnostics thought it was going to be dawn. Judging by the telescope, it was a new planet. Jack could hardly believe that in just 10 years, the Terrans were able to move planets around the universe. Technology was advancing too fast. He suspected that the planet was Earth, because judging by the strength of the RDA's interference with Pandora, humans hadn't had the ability to modify other planets. Of course, he wasn't sure yet. But in any case, Disaster was coming to Pandora. In the past, traveling from Earth to Pandora consumed 5 years and 8 months. The ship's capacity was limited. That's why the RDA's development of Pandora was weak. The bases of scale could be counted on one hand. But now, it wouldn't even take a day to get from that moon in the sky to Pandora. Capacity constraints no longer exist. The RDA can do whatever they want. They can send as many mercenaries as they want. And they can build as many mines as they want. And it's not just the RDA. Other forces in human society can dabble in Pandora too. What would happen next? Although Jack couldn't predict the future, he could look back at the past. When he left the planet 10 years ago, the planet's environmental pollution was so bad that he could barely leave the house without a filtering mask. Outside of the zoo there were only cockroaches, rats, and people. Jack couldn't help but sigh. Ugh. Humans didn't even appreciate their own planet, let alone someone else's. Jack frowned tightly. He hadn't been relaxed since there was an extra moon in the sky. He wasn't just worried about Pandora's future, but his own family as well. He wasn't the same Earth boy who was all alone 10 years ago. He and Neytiri had conceived 2 sons and a daughter, and he had to think about his wife and children. But what could he do? He looked at the sky, trying to discern the moon that was hidden in the sunlight. He failed. Suddenly he realized something. When he was no longer as fearless as he once was, when the great Torek Makto had a soft spot, he was no longer the savior of the Gnostics. Now he was a father. Neytiri, let's get out of here, he whispered. What did you say? Neytiri was so shocked that she wondered if her ears had misheard him. Jack was silent for a long time. He sighed again, then shook his head. I didn't say anything. Let me think about it. Zzzzzzz. Calling hound. This is Hawkeye. A tense, suppressed voice came over the comm. Jack was slightly startled. Hawkeye was his oldest son, Nisha, who was very measured and only contacted him when he was faced with something he just couldn't handle. Hawkeye, go ahead, he said as he opened his communicator. I've spotted a group of people that look like avatars, but they're wearing camouflage and carrying assault rifles. There are 6 of them. Netanya explained the situation succinctly. Jack sat up, his brow furrowed. Where are you? We're at the abandoned cabin. Jack's eyelids fluttered. The abandoned hut was an experimental stronghold of the RDA 10 years ago, where he and Neytiri had killed Colonel Miles, then the supreme commander of the RDA Pandora, putting an end to that war 10 years ago. It was close to the RDA's area of operation, and was very dangerous. He kept telling the kids not to go there, but the pups obviously didn't take his words to heart. He pressed on. Who are we? As he spoke, he locked eyes with Neytiri, and both of them stood up in unison, beckoning to the banshee-winged beasts frolicking in the tree trunks. Z! Z! The 2 banshee-winged beasts let out sharp cries and leapt down from the tree trunks, creeping down in front of the 2. Me, Spider, Chili, and Took. Jack's heart grew heavier with each name he heard, and he couldn't help clenching his fists when he heard Took. What a load of bollocks. Took was his youngest daughter, not yet an adult, and hadn't been on a single hunt. She doesn't even know how to control her footsteps. How dare you bring her to such a dangerous place as well? Have you considered the consequences? Jack was both helpless and angry, but he knew that anger would not help at this point, and he suppressed it by saying, Son, listen carefully. You can either leave quietly, or hide. Don't make any noise. Move fast. Lu Peiqiang poked his head out of the abandoned hut. He looked at the blue figure that had disappeared into the jungle, and said without looking back, Big scientist. Those Gnostics you said have run away. What do we do next? He smiled and said, Big scientist, I'll listen to you. Lu Peiqiang and the others had been wandering in the forest during this time. Although they encountered quite a few Gnostics people, they all rejected them. And in the end, they had no choice but to come to the famous scene in the film to squat. Fortunately, there were significant gains after only 2 days of squatting. They can't get away, Tu Guangyun said calmly. Miles has already found them. Lu Peiqiang was surprised. Hey! It's still true. Just as Tu Guangyun was speaking, he had already seen Miles commanding his team to drill into the jungle in the exact direction that the Gnostics had left earlier. Worthy of being a veteran Special Forces member, his battle sense of smell was sharp enough. Tu Guangyun's eyes flickered. He had seen the film before he came, and he knew that Miles would capture these children of Jack's and then start a rainy night fight with the Jacks. Let's go after them, Tu Guangyan said with a firm look in his eyes. While they are confronting Jack, we order them to release them and befriend Jack. He now had one mission left to complete. Reach out to the Gnostics. The other Gnostics were too wary of him, refusing to take them to their tribes even after being saved by them. In contrast, Jack, the protagonist of the film, was the best to contact. Because Jack is a former Earthling, he can communicate. If he could establish a friendship with Jack, his mission would be successfully completed. But in front of him is the only chance. If he missed this time, Jack would move, and then they would have to chase him to the beach. And even if they found Jack, it would be hard for Jack to trust them. Lu Peiqiang wondered. Can people listen to us? It's not a system. How can we order? This is the best chance to get in touch with Jack. We can't miss it no matter what. Tu Guangyan pursed his lips. You figure it out. I'll figure it out? Lu Peiqiang felt caught off guard. He stared wide-eyed. No. Where am I going to think of a way? Chapter 24 Exposed. Another Earth. Guys, what do you think? While Lu Peiqiang was fretting over figuring out what to do, the coalition government was also discussing a very tricky matter. A set of comparison charts were displayed on the big screen. On the left was the RDA's Earth, and on the right was the United Government's Earth. Both were overhead images from a space perspective. Judging from the angle from which these two pictures were taken, all the other conditions were roughly correct, except for the different distribution of clouds at the time of the shooting. For example, the outlines of the continents and oceans, etc. This is actually quite normal, because it is the same Earth. But the problem is that this set of comparison images from the RDA. After many days, the RDA finally realized that this planet that appeared out of thin air on Pandora resembles their home planet, Earth, by 1 billion points. Upon closer inspection, isn't this the same ball? Then comes the soul-stirring question, what's going on? What's the big deal? Vladimir was not impressed. He said carelessly, just keep fooling them. Let's say the Earth was pinched by our ancestors, or that all the planets in the universe with intelligent life look like this. Ha ha. Vladimir couldn't help but laugh twice. The British representative shook his head. I'm afraid they won't believe such a ridiculous explanation. The last time they explained to the RDA why they looked like Earthlings, they said that the ancestors of the Earthlings on the RDA's side were prisoners of their ancestors. That was already ridiculous. The RDA hadn't let the subject go in a while, and every now and then they wanted to start a discussion about it and ask what crimes their ancestors had committed. It was giving the frontline negotiators a headache. I'm in favor of Vladimir's words. Clavin suddenly spoke out. Just make up a random reason to perfume it. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Between us anyway, there wasn't much trust to speak of in the first place. The British representative fell into deep thought. Indeed, the reason why they were able to force RDA to give up half of its mines at the negotiation table was because of their own strength. And it had nothing to do with such a nebulous thing as trust. At this point, Hao Sisi spoke. Actually, we cannot answer if we don't want to. There is no need to make up another lie. It's meaningless, and will make the RDA feel offended. It was obvious that the RDA's exploration of Wandering Earth wouldn't stop at photos from outer space. They would definitely try to infiltrate Wandering Earth's interior next. And even if they couldn't get any important information in the end, there was still a good chance of trying to understand some basic things. All it took was a casual bribe to a certain country and an expedition to Wandering Earth. With the same language, the same culture, and the same history, the RDA would soon realize that they were basically the same Earth, and then associate it with theories like parallel worlds. RDA is not stupid. It would be better to continue lying than to be open and honest. At least it would save the negotiators at the front line some brain cells, so they wouldn't have to waste time making up nonsense. Craven shrugged. Answer back or not. Let's vote. Grab a vote. There are more important things to discuss next. Vladimir nodded. All in favor of lying, raise your hands. All in favor of not answering, don't raise your hands. Craven raised his hand. He said gently, it's all about offending them. They'll only listen if they realize the inequality between us. The British representative also raised his hand. After a few seconds, Vladimir looked round the room. 2 votes to 3. No answer. Clavain's face did not change, because compared to the next issue to be discussed, this vote was simply irrelevant. Next, let's discuss the truly important issue. This matter concerns the life and death of everyone. He leaned his body forward, his eyes becoming sharp. In the dimly lit forest, the cold rain lapped at the bodies of Colonel Miles and his group as they grabbed Jack's child and silently waited for the flying machine from the bridgehead base. Russell. Colonel Miles' ears twitched. He silently gestured towards his subordinates, then slowly moved his gun towards a large tree. Hey, Colonel Myers. A voice of déjà vu came from behind the tree. What a coincidence. How did we meet again? Colonel Miles froze. He recognized the owner of the voice, and a look of mixed disappointment and confusion crossed his face. It wasn't Jack. It was an alien. Stay back. It's dangerous here, he warned. Jack Sully could be nearby. He found the communicator from Jack's child. Jack must have received the message. No surprise. Jack should be around here by now. Colonel Miles wasn't a fan of aliens, but he didn't want to get himself in trouble. If the alien died here, it would be a major diplomatic incident. And then he and his subordinates would be spared disciplinary action. Knowing that he didn't have a human body anymore, his position was already awkward. And if he carried another alien-related disciplinary action, he wouldn't be able to mix even more in the RDA. Lu Peiqiang walked out from behind the tree. He smiled and said, I know he's around. Otherwise I wouldn't have come. Colonel Miles frowned. What do you mean? He suddenly had a bad feeling. You can't take his child away, Lu Peiqiang said in Colonel Miles' puzzled gaze. We need them. You have to give them to us. Colonel Miles froze, and his subordinates looked at each other. What the hell? The aliens wanted Jack's family too? Colonel Miles was a bit confused, but he refused without hesitation. I'm sorry. They're the target of my mission. I can't give them to you. He'd hit the jackpot before capturing Jack's kids. He was going to use these Na-6 pups to kill Jack. That was his mission and also his value. The RDA had resurrected him to do just that. Colonel Miles, you're the smart one. Lu Peiqiang's voice pierced through the rain curtain. In Pandora, whatever we want will be ours sooner or later. Give it to us now. Save yourself the trouble. After hearing Lu Peiqiang's words, Colonel Miles fell into silence. He had fought his way through the army, rising all the way to the rank of colonel, relying on more than just his superior combat skills, but also more on human feelings. He knew that Lu Peiqiang was right. As long as these aliens communicated with the RDA would definitely satisfy them. In front of these mysterious aliens, his mission seemed irrelevant. After all, it was just a Jack Sally. And even if he let it go, he would only interfere with one or two of RDA's minds. And the aliens. I need orders from our superiors. Colonel Miles compromised. I'll give them to you as long as you can communicate properly with our superiors. Chapter 25. A vote of no. Jack, who was hiding in the shadows, looked confused. He could hear that the people who appeared behind him weren't in the same league as the Avatar who had captured his children, and were speaking in a loud voice, wanting what he wanted. Why was this man so confident? The point was that the captain of the Avatar squad was still compromised. As if the man was telling the truth? Jack's eyebrows jumped. He thought to himself if this person was related to that planet in the sky. There's no time for procedures now, Lu Peiqiang said slowly. You can just give them to us and be done with it. Colonel Miles frowned. He didn't want to offend the aliens, but handing over key figures without permission might cause dissatisfaction from his superiors. Colonel Miles thought for 2 seconds before saying, You don't have avatars. They are much stronger than you. You can't control them. Adult Na-6 were generally over 3 meters tall, and underage were over 2 meters tall. How about this? You guys assist us in escorting them back to the base. And when we get there, you can communicate with our superiors. These Na-6 cubs won't be able to run away anyway. This was a compromise. It would allow Colonel Miles to complete his mission without affecting Lu Peiqiang and the others from getting Jack's child. A win-win situation. But the problem was, Lu Peiqiang and the others wanted to establish a friendly relationship with Jack. And they couldn't wait, because Jack is nearby and will definitely launch a strong attack later. Once the battle breaks out, there will be a gap between them and Jack, and the friendly relationship will become empty talk. They wanted Jack's child, and they wanted it now. As for not being able to control it, it didn't matter, because they hadn't intended to in the first place. No! Give it to us now, Lu Peiqiang said in a strong tone. Colonel Miles fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense with it. You can't control them. Colonel Miles suddenly realized something, and he hesitantly said, What do you want to use them for? Lu Peiqiang said frankly. We are prepared to release them. Colonel Miles was shocked. What? Jack, who was hiding in the shadows, was also surprised. Do you know who they are? They are Jack Sully's children. Not ordinary Gnostics. And by holding them in your hands, you can threaten Jack Sully into doing anything. Colonel Miles felt that the aliens were incomprehensible. Lu Peiqiang asked rhetorically, You're teaching us things? Colonel Myers was speechless. No, I'm not, he replied stiflingly. Then release them, Lu Peiqiang said loudly. Lu Peiqiang's heart was beating fast because he was completely bluffing. The United Government was not united in its internal opinions, and was still unsure of how to treat the protagonist of Avatar. If the United Government was allowed to intervene with the RDA, they would most likely end up holding Jack's child at the Bridgehead base, and wait to discuss it before deciding how to use it. This was the opposite of their plan. Colonel Miles was not aware of Lu Peiqiang's thoughts. He carefully weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally took a deep breath. Fine. We'll release them. His subordinate was puzzled. Really release them? Colonel Miles gritted his teeth and said, Release? The Avatar squad let go. Netanya anxiously said. Run. He wasn't sure what was happening inside the humans. But since he was released, he wouldn't be foolish enough to stay put and wait for the humans to change their minds. Several blue figures burrowed into the dense forest. Let go of me. A human child struggled in Colonel Miles' hands. Colonel Miles ignored him and said to Lu Peiqiang, I let all of Jack's children go. This child is not Jack's. I'm keeping it. Lu Peiqiang nodded. Before he came, Tu Guangyi had explained some things to him, including the identity of this human child. This human child was called Spider. He was Colonel Miles' child, and was supposed to be repatriated to Earth 10 years ago. But because he was too young to withstand the damage the coolant did to his body, he was left in the Avatar. Lu Peiqiang didn't care about other people's domestic affairs. He turned around and shouted in the direction the children had left. Jack Sally, we are not like the RDA. We have good intentions towards you. And we are stronger than the RDA. Contact us if you want to make a difference. Colonel Myers, who was still on the scene. Although they keep saying nice things, they refuse to take a step back when it comes to specific interests. And their attitude is actually getting tougher and tougher, Craven said slowly. In our private contacts with them, they have mentioned that Earth of theirs more than once and flaunted their force. This is a threat. The representatives of each country all furrowed their brows. They have mastered sailing at 0.7 times the speed of light. Imagine if a large-yield antimatter bomb were to fly to Earth at 0.7 times the speed of light. What methods could we use to defend against it? Vladimir shook his head. At that speed, the bomb would explode on Earth before our defense systems could react. 0.7 times the speed of light. Too fast. Even the blast shockwave of a nuclear bomb couldn't catch up with the bomb. And they could only watch it hit the Earth without any resistance. Hao Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. The people will be devastated. Craven nodded. That's right. So we have to come up with a way to stop this from happening. I mean, strike first, Craven said seriously. We can't pin the survival of civilization on the goodwill of the other side. And based on the Avatar movies, the other side clearly doesn't possess much goodwill either. The other side is a civilization that excels at self-destruction. As the words landed, several photos appeared on the big screen of the heavily polluted Earth of the Avatar world, with people on the streets wearing filtering masks. It wasn't just air pollution. There were also pictures of homeless people whose bodies were screwed up but no one was there. Sick people with gaping holes in their bodies from some strange disease. And extremists who looked insane. Huh? Vladimir laughed inexplicably at the photo. Hao Siusi sighed. I see ourselves in them. Like looking in a mirror. Wandering Earth and Avatar Earth are essentially the same. And perhaps Avatar Earth's present is Wandering Earth's future, Craven said with a serious expression. The example of the antimatter bomb that I just gave to you is the original words of the RDA when they communicated with our side privately. The crowd's expression suddenly became grave. The original words could be much more serious than a guess. These were the original words that meant the RDA had already begun to consider launching antimatter bombs at Earth. Although they are also Earthlings, they are a civilization keen on destruction. While we are a civilization that pursues hope, we can't coexist with them. Craven threw in his voice. I wish to gather the power of scientists around the globe to accelerate the research on antimatter, fudge with the RDA on the surface, and secretly produce our own antimatter bombs to preemptively destroy Avatar Earth. To stop you from destroying me, I've decided to destroy you first. Buzz. The conference room was in chaos all of a sudden. This is crazy. Is that the only way to do it? There's no way around it. The action must be fast. That's a whole planet. After a few minutes, Clayton raised his hand and said, "Let's all stop arguing and vote on it." He emphasized, "I hope everyone understands that this is a civilization war between you and me. The price for any bit of mercy towards the enemy could be the fall of our entire civilization." Vladimir said in a deep voice. Those in favor of this option raised their hands. Craven raised his hand without hesitation. Vladimir followed suit as he said to the British and French representatives, "To be merciful to our enemies is to be cruel to ourselves." The British and French representatives sighed and followed suit, raising their hands. 4 votes. The big picture had been decided. Clavane broke into a smile. "In that case." "Wait," Halcyosi said with a serious look. "We believe that this matter is debatable. Questionable? There are 4 votes in favor. It's not a 2-2 tie. How can it be debatable?" Halcyosi said without hesitation. "We will use our veto power." Chapter 26, Destroying the Sun. The smile on Claven's face disappeared, as if it had never appeared. He frowned. "What do you want?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy to the extreme. Vladimir also frowned. He didn't understand. Using a veto on such an issue that involved the survival of all mankind. What on earth was the Chinese representative thinking? Could it be that China had a better proposal? All eyes were on Halcyosi's face, as they waited to see what would happen when Halcyosi used his veto. Halcyosi sat down without a trace of shame. She said calmly, "Antimatter bombs can be built and should be built." "But?" She turned the tables. "Launching an antimatter bomb is a very irrational decision. And I hope everyone will consider it carefully. Antimatter bombs are like the nuclear bombs of the interstellar age. It can't be launched easily. Because once it is observed, what awaits us is two-way destruction. Just like 2 nuclear-armed countries on Earth shooting nuclear bombs at each other. This will be a war without a winner." As the words fell out of his mouth, Claven immediately offered a rebuttal. He said with slight contempt, "This is the theory of war in the time of nuclear war. This theory does not apply to the time of interstellar war. The war without a winner you're talking about is when our antimatter bombs are discovered. And while attacking the other side, we are struck by antimatter bombs from the other side. But only if it is discovered." The delegates wore thoughtful expressions. Clayton said in a deep voice, "We just need to paint the bomb with a light-absorbing coating, which will allow the bomb to blend in with a pitch-black cosmic background after the bomb enters the cruise phase and shuts down its antimatter engines. At this time, the bomb is unobservable." The delegates nodded slightly. The universe was so dark that only light sources could be observed, and non-luminous objects were invisible. So the enemy only has 2 chances. Craven continued. The first is during the bomb's acceleration phase. The second time is when the bomb is about to enter the solar system and start reflecting sunlight. The delegates nodded frequently. Pandora is 4.2 light-years from Earth. The flash from the antimatter engine couldn't travel such a long distance to reach Earth. So Earth couldn't observe the acceleration phase of the bomb. Only the RDA on Pandora can detect it. That means that by eliminating the RDA on Pandora, Earth can't detect our antimatter bomb during the acceleration phase. Craven paused here. The delegates stared at Craven for a few seconds to ponder. They grew to understand Clavane's words, and then nodded to Clavane, signaling for him to continue. By the time the bomb is about to enter the solar system, there would be even less to worry about. The delegates frowned slightly. Wasn't approaching the solar system the easiest time to be detected? So how come there was no need to worry instead? Craven hooked the corner of his mouth. He purposely paused here for a few seconds. And when the delegate's curiosity was fully aroused, he suddenly threw out a deep water bomb. "Our target is not the Earth. It's the Sun." At these words, the delegates all froze. "Tie. Sun?" Clayton laughed and explained. "The energy level of an antimatter bomb is much higher than a nuclear bomb. So there's no need for us to be careful about striking the Earth. We can just use an antimatter bomb to destroy the Sun. That's much simpler." Clavane spoke eloquently. "The Earth is in rotational motion around the Sun at every moment. So there exists a certain moment where we sun Earth 3 points in a row. Through the calculations of a quantum computer, we can have the bomb arrive in the solar system just as the Earth is turning to the back of the Sun, preventing the Earth from being observed with the help of the Sun's rays, and then detonate the Sun. The gravitational waves and electromagnetic radiation from the sun's explosion will reach the Earth in 8 minutes. And with any luck, the shock will destroy the Earth outright. Clavin spoke with an eyebrow raised. Even if the Earth holds out, the mass casualties and equipment damage will deprive them of the conditions to launch an antimatter bomb. Immediately following, in about 83 minutes, solar debris reaches Earth. Earth is completely history. Clavin couldn't hide his excitement as he said excitedly. Until the moment they are destroyed, they won't realize what's really happening. The conference room fell into a death-like silence. The delegates looked at Craven in disorientation. Bombing the sun. Was that really feasible? But with the scientific level of the stars and stripes, it was obvious that they wouldn't spout nonsense on such a proposition that concerned the survival of all mankind. The delegates' heartbeats gradually accelerated. Assuming that they would not be detected either during the acceleration phase of the bomb or when it reached the solar system, there was a good chance that they would destroy the enemy unharmed. Destroy the star. Destroy an entire planet. Was this interstellar warfare? It was a moment of both excitement and uncertainty for the delegates. Excited that they had such a powerful force at their disposal that they could destroy a civilization of their caliber from several light years away. They were at a loss because they didn't know where the existence of this power would lead human civilization. After a brief moment of silence, the conference room exploded. Can an antimatter bomb destroy the sun? How long will it take to research it? Is it true that the light from the antimatter engine won't be observed? The representatives of the various countries exchanged heartfelt words with the experts outside the conference room as they discussed the feasibility of Clavin's proposal. The looks on their faces growing more and more excited. Clavin watched the scene with satisfaction. He turned his head to Halcyosi and asked, "Do you have any more questions?" Halcyosi shook his head and said, "We have actually already considered this proposal from your side." Clavin raised his eyebrows, considered it, and voted it down. What exactly do the Chinese mean by that? Halcyosi reached out and tapped the microphone twice. Buzz. Buzz. Hold on a second. The Chinese representative is going to speak. Later. Listen to what they have to say. The conference room gradually quieted down. Everyone was staring at Halcyosi's face. They wanted to know what Halcyosi had to say about Clavin's proposal. As the delegates watched, Halcyosi slowly spoke. We have already considered the proposal put forward by the Star-Spangled Nation's representative, and we are still opposed to launching antimatter bombs at this world's Earth. For one, we are concerned about the feasibility of this proposal, whether it's precisely controlling the time it takes for a light-speed craft to reach its destination, or destroying a star in its prime with an antimatter bomb. Neither of these two things have been demonstrated experimentally. Problems may arise in practice. The consequences of either thing going wrong are more than we can afford. Besides, they already have mature interstellar navigation capabilities, and it is highly likely that they have dabbled in and transformed the solar system and its nearby star systems. And they will inevitably set up observation bases on other celestial bodies, just like our moon bases. It is possible that these observation bases could have detected our antimatter bombs in advance. And it's also possible that they will deploy antimatter bombs elsewhere outside the solar system, just like our nuclear submarines with secondary antimatter strike capabilities. Even after destroying their home planet, they can still retaliate against us. Chapter 27, Interstellar War. Halcyosi's words threw a pot of cold water on the excited representatives of the countries. They calmed down all of a sudden. Yes. What if something went wrong during the process? Maybe the chances were slim. But what if it does? Not to mention that the other side might have a secondary antimatter strike capability. Secondly, our side believes that whether or not to attack this world's Earth can't just be taken at face value, but also in the long run. We haven't even established official level contact with that Earth until now, and just decided to destroy them by having a meeting in this small room. Isn't that too arrogant? Halcyosi said in a soothing tone. There's an old saying in my country that there are people outside of the world. If, long from now, we encountered a civilization more powerful than ours, and they found out that we had done something like this before, would they not hesitate to destroy us? The delegates were slightly stunned, although they weren't sure if humanity would encounter a more powerful civilization in the future. If they did, and the other party found out about the bad deeds on them, they definitely wouldn't give them a good ending. Just like now, we've never been clear on why a certain higher civilization sent us here. So is it possible that the current situation is a test they're putting us through? A test? The delegates were creeped out. If we obliterate our fellow citizens in cold blood, Will the higher civilization obliterate us in the same cold blood? I hope everyone takes this question seriously. The delegates furrowed their brows and fell into deep thought. What's more, even if we do go to war, we shouldn't confuse the billions of innocent civilians with the military forces that are a threat to us. And we shouldn't let billions of innocent civilians be buried with us in order to remove the military forces' threat to us. It's unjust. It's a massacre. Thirdly, although we and they come from different worlds, the people on that earth have the same genes, beliefs, culture and history as we do. And there are heroes and landscapes there that we are familiar with. The people on that earth share the same three views as us. We can understand each other. Under the circumstances, war is not really the only option for security. As long as both sides establish a reliable monitoring system and deterrent system to ensure that they have a secondary antimatter strike capability, we can completely reach peace. Halcyosi voiced three objections in one breath. Firstly, destroying the sun could be a mistake in practice. Secondly, their actions could affect the higher civilization's attitude towards them. And thirdly, peace could be achieved without destroying this world's earth. Finally, Halcyosi looked around at each delegate's face. She asked a question that struck at the heart of the matter. We have just escaped the helium flash of the sun ourselves, and we are about to turn around and set off someone else's sun. For a moment, the room was silent. Even Clavane was silent. Clavane didn't care for such things as morality and benevolence. In his opinion, the most appropriate place for such things was in an epitaph. However, he was very afraid of the word test. In fact, the biggest threat was not the Earth of the Avatar world, but the higher civilization that had sent the stray Earth to this world. But they were unable to have any effect on the higher civilization, so they subconsciously ignored it. Until now they hadn't been able to figure out the intentions of the higher civilization. The other party had no intention of contacting them at all, and seemed to want to be a muted observer. But what did the higher civilization want to observe? Could it be that the higher civilization wanted to observe the morality of the lower civilizations? As she had said, he couldn't rule it out. The experts in his headset were discussing the matter. Although they hadn't come to a conclusion yet, they agreed that if the higher civilization was really observing them, then morality would definitely be an observation indicator, and probably a very important one. After all, apart from that, there wasn't much for the lower civilizations to observe. Clavane remained silent for a long time. Payoff, risk, reward. These were the three main elements to consider when measuring whether something was worth doing or not. When not counting the higher civilization, his scenario was low risk and high reward. But if the higher civilization was included, his scenario instantly became risky and uncontrollable. The secondary antimatter strike capability that the enemy might possess was also a huge threat. In this case, establishing an antimatter deterrent similar to a nuclear deterrent was indeed a more viable path. As for the possession of Pandora, they can compete fairly. Anyway, their planet is right next to Pandora. So if they compete, the Earth in this world can't even inhale their tractor exhaust. Let's leave it at that for now. At this time, Vladimir, who is the representative of this month's rotating council, spoke up. He slowly said, "It also makes sense. In that case, let's go ahead and do full research on antimatter and find a chance to contact the Earth behind the RDA in the meantime. As for whether we should attack them or not, this matter will be discussed in the long run," Vladimir said in a deep voice. "Vote. In favor. Aye. In favor. We are not opposed. Abstain. For votes in favor. Stars and stripes abstaining." Clavane and Halcyosi looked at each other. "Whatever we end up doing, let's work on the antimatter bomb first," Clavane said slowly. "In the meantime, find out if their antimatter bomb has taken off." Clavane reckoned that this world's Earth hadn't fired the bomb at them, because it was the RDA's people who had been dealing with them since the beginning. According to the psychologists and sociologists' speculations, the RDA wanted to monopolize the right to communicate with alien civilizations, and hadn't yet told this world's Earth government about their existence. And the RDA itself doesn't have an antimatter bomb, and all that talk in private is just bragging. But it's still a good idea to check it out for peace of mind. Vladimir chimed in. "That's right. In case they've already launched an antimatter bomb at us, there's nothing left to say," he sneered. "There's no point in them existing when we don't exist anymore." The British and French representatives nodded with a heavy heart. Interstellar wars were far more dangerous than nuclear wars, and every step bet on the survival of an entire civilization. "Like walking on thin ice," Clavane said with a grave expression. Don't forget, we can blow up their suns silently. And they can blow up ours silently. How shall recognized? We'll have to start with the RDA. Get into this World Earth network through them. Then get in touch with our respective countries and use negotiations for peace. At the same time, use 550W to gather information and gain intelligence. Not only that, but to establish an observation system in the direction of Earth. And build observation bases on various planets to expand our effective observation range. And clear out observation blind spots such as the back of stars. Delegates, from today onwards, we have officially entered the period of interstellar war. I hope everyone understands that no interstellar civilization is a soft target that can be pinned down at will. And this time, we are not just actively choosing peace, but likewise having to choose peace. Our side sincerely hopes for such a day. We possess both the courage and strength to choose war, and the morality and justice to choose peace. In the bright starry river, write the grand epic that belongs to us, the people of Earth. Chapter 28. Congratulations on your fortune, Teacher Chips. In the conference room, there was another person, or another consciousness, destroying the star and then destroying the Earth with the remains of the star. What a terrifying plan. The Earth is making you all talk about being scared. Chen Fan listened to the entire meeting in its entirety, his calm state of mind rippling. He was reticent. His perspective drew upward, past the caretaker on the roof of the building, over the pilot on the clouds, and finally to one of the scientists on the space station. He looked down on his body from space. His body has existed for 4.6 billion years. Its diameter is 12,800,000 kilometers. And the particles of matter that make it up have leapt across the cold, dark universe, traveled hundreds of millions of light years, and witnessed the formation and collapse of galaxies. Compared with him, human life expectancy is only 200 years at the longest, and his height is at most 3 meters, which is simply pitifully small. But there are miracles in life. After the development of antimatter weapons, small humans have mastered the power to destroy him. Wisdom and knowledge should not be underestimated. Chen Fan was somewhat emotional. Clayton's plan made him feel the threat from intelligent beings. He couldn't help but think that if this world's Earth had a seizure and silently fired a string of antimatter weapons at Pandora's star, and the Earthlings were unlucky enough not to notice it, then he was going to go from wandering Earth to wandering meteorite. And it wasn't certain that he'd still be conscious by then. Can't just ignore human society anymore, he mused. He needed humans to develop technology to protect him. Right now, for example, he desperately hoped that humans would improve their observation levels to detect antimatter weapons attacking the star in time, so that he could be given enough reaction time to run away before the star exploded, if he encountered a stronger enemy in the future. He also hoped that the humans would have the ability to win the battle. He didn't want to become a stray meteorite, but he couldn't help humanity directly because he knew nothing about science, and wasn't fit to study science. His life scale was too long and his subconscious had too many things to deal with, which made his reaction time slower than humans. He only took a shallow nap, and close to a month had passed. Humans research things much faster than he did. But I can do things that only I can do, such as preserving the consciousness of top scientists and reintroducing them to Earth. Chen Fan gazed at Tu Hengyu and Ma Zhao, who were floating in his consciousness. Tu Hengyu and Ma Zhao had both drowned while scrambling to repair the server, and he had preserved them in his consciousness out of his reluctance to let go of the plot characters. Now it came in handy. Go on. Help human civilization go further. Chen Fan's consciousness descended into the baby room of the Peking Union Medical College Hospital, and he picked a pair of baby boys from the baby room. He first recycled the consciousness of the pair of babies, making them wait for their next chance to be born. Then he slipped the consciousness of Tu Hengyu and Ma Zhao into it. He silently watched the pair of baby boys. The adult human's consciousness easily entered the bodies of the pair of babies, and in just a few seconds, Tu Hengyu and Ma Zhao were resurrected on the pair of babies. They retained their original memories, including the pain of drowning. Yi. The two great scientists resurrected from their muddle, their consciousness still lingering on the last moments of their last life. And they danced around in the incubator, waking up the dozing little nurse. What's wrong, little baby? The nurse ran over nervously. She picked up Tu Hengyu first and carefully observed Tu Hengyu's face. Tu Hengyu gradually calmed down. He looked at the huge human face in front of him, and fell into confusion and bewilderment. Who is she? Where am I? What happened? The nurse checked Tu Hengyu and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Tu Hengyu, and that he wasn't crying anymore. So she put Tu Hongyu back into the incubator. Immediately after that, she picked up Ma Zhao next to her. Ma Zhao was a bit calmer than Tu Hongyu, who had already realized that he had turned into a baby. He stared at the nurse in silence. "Little baby, why are you so serious? You want to be a leader?" The nurse checked Ma Zhao and found that there was nothing wrong with him, except that his expression was more serious than any other little baby, and he looked like a little leader. She put Ma Zhao back into the incubator as well. She was a little confused. She clearly heard the two baby boys making frightened screams, but when she picked them up, nothing happened. "Quite strange," the nurse said softly. "It's good that you're fine. Go to sleep. Your mom and dad will come to pick you up in a couple of days." With that, she turned and left. Not more than a few seconds after she left, Tu Hongyu and Ma Zhao stared at each other across the incubator. "Yi ya, year?" When Tu Hongyu called out, Ma Zhao answered. Chen Fan did not know what they were communicating, but he could sense the emotions of the two, from puzzlement to shock, and from shock to surprise. Chen Fan brainstormed their dialogue on his own. "Tu Hongyu, teacher Ma? Ma Zhao, it's me. Tu Hongyu, it's really you. Ma Zhao, it's really me. Tu Hongyu, are the fries at the pier good? Ma Zhao, they're delicious. Tu Hu, haha. Congratulations on getting rich. Ma Zhao." Chen Fan's heart was flooded with a hint of laughter. An infant's brain was unable to take on two complex thinking activities, and Tu Hongyu and Ma Zhao soon passed out, though they seemed to have recognized each other. In a few years, returned Tu Hongyu's wife and child to him as well. Chen Fan pondered. That way, he will step down to the right path. Chen Fan looked at Tu Hongyu and Ma Zhao through the eyes of the other babies. There was no doubt that these two great scientists would further advance the 550 system and help humanity's computer science make great strides forward. It's a pity that I crossed over a bit late and didn't preserve Einstein's generation of scientists. He was somewhat sorry. However, this regret quickly dissipated, as he believed that the present would prevail over the past. And with the passage of time, mankind would surely give birth to geniuses that would surpass their predecessors. Still have to talk to Moss. Although he was napping during this time, he could sense that Moss had been moving around this world's Earth and seemed to be planning something. He suspected that Moss was working on a whole job for the Combine, and it was probably an unexpected stunt. But he wasn't sure, because his relationship with Moss was different from his relationship with humans. Moss existed in the form of hardware and data, and he couldn't descend onto these inanimate things, so he could only dimly sense Moss's movements and mental activities. He could feel Moss's goodwill towards humanity, but it was too sensible. Moss thought that the moon crisis had been a tiger's tail and hadn't screwed humanity together, and that humanity still lacked the ability to continue its civilization over a long period of time. So it intends to use this world's Earth to put pressure on humanity to fill that void. A new crisis was brewing. Chapter 29. A new mission for the United Government. 3 months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, the United Government used the 550W to build its own base on Pandora, the scale of which was no less than the RDA's Bridgehead base, and also launched a dozen or so satellites towards Pandora's synchronous orbit. Not only that, the mines that RDA had promised during the negotiations had also been delivered on schedule, and everything looked to be moving in a good direction. Liu Peiqiang, come back for a moment. There's a new mission. At the edge of the Pandora 1 base, Liu Peiqiang was sitting on a tree, looking out at the distant scenery, when he suddenly heard Tu Guangyun's voice from his headset. Yo! Big scientist? He was a little surprised. 3 months ago, they had tossed around the rainforest of Pandora for a good meal, and finally fought for a chance to briefly communicate with Jack. But Jack hadn't trusted them easily. They agreed with Jack that they would still meet at that place 2 days later. But when they returned to the same place 2 days later, they didn't even see Jack's shadow. Jack had tricked them. They waited for days, and finally had to return home. Then later, the negotiations between the United Government and the RDA entered the next stage, and their mission squad was temporarily disbanded. Liu Peiqiang was idle for 3 months. The scenery of Pandora was pleasant, and he had adjusted his mood during these 3 months of idleness, and was not as bereft as before. After all, he still had a son. He had to pull himself together. I'm Tu Guangyun. Tu Guangyun said succinctly. We have now set up a special operation team to go to the beach and find Jack, so that he can create an opportunity for us to contact Ava. Lu Peiqiang jumped down from the tree. As he walked towards the inside of the base, he asked Tu Guangyun, "Have you found Jack?" Tu Guangyun replied, "RDA's people have been hunting Jack, who left the rainforest to protect the tribe, took his family incognito, and ran away to a sea island for refuge." He added, "Satellites have recently captured a picture of him." Lu Peiqiang bristled and said playfully, "If he had been willing to cooperate with us last time, it wouldn't have been him who moved." Jack was an important plot character in the Avatar film, a link between humanity and Ava. And if Jack was willing to establish a cooperative relationship with the United Government, the United Government would definitely step in to smooth out his troubles. Tu Guanyin replied, "After all, this is the first contact. It's normal for him to have concerns. So don't be gloomy when we meet later." Look at what you said. Lu Peiqiang aggravated. "Am I that kind of person? Our old Lu family highlights a bright and open-minded person." Tu Guanyin said with a headache, "Don't be poor. Quickly come to the playground to gather." Lu Peiqiang said briskly, "Okay." After many days, he was leaving the base again. This time is different from before. The United Government has now gained a firm foothold on Pandora, and all types of weapons and equipment have been transported over. Lu Peiqiang saw several rows of drones produced specifically for the Pandora environment from a long distance away. These drones were known as the Jingwei. Each one of these drones is equipped with a miniature 550W, capable of analyzing the battlefield environment and formulating combat strategies on its own, with a level of combat close to that of an ace pilot. Moving closer, Lu Peiqiang saw a dozen large armors. These armors are called Earthbound Dragons, with heavy machine guns and fighting steel blades added to their arms. And as long as they are operated properly, they can easily kill all kinds of large beasts on Pandora. Moreover, the cockpit glass was specially made so that there would be no chance of it being pierced by the Gnostic's bows and arrows. "It's just you." Tu Guangyun beckoned to Lu Peiqiang. Lu Peiqiang surveyed the Earthbound Dragon armor behind Tu Guangyun in amazement, as well as the Jingwei drones behind the Earthbound Dragon armor. He curiously said, "All of these are coming with us?" The Essence Guardian drones were usually parked in the hangar, and would only be pulled out by the workers when they were on a mission. Tu Guanyin nodded. "To cooperate with Jack, we have to let Jack see our strength, and also let Jack know that we have no designs on him." Lu Peiqiang nodded, thinking back carefully. The last time they saw Jack was too shabby. Colonel Miles let go, and they didn't even have the ability to control it a bit. "That one is yours." Tu Guanyin pointed to a Geomancer armor located on the left side of the group. He added, "Don't go in now. We'll be flying for hours. We'll change it when we get to the place." Lu Peiqiang nodded. Tu Guanyin briefed Lu Peiqiang on the situation again, including but not limited to staffing, mission requirements, and movement restrictions. "I get it. Ambassadors of peace." Lu Peiqiang laughed. Tu Guanyin nodded. "Make sure not to harm any Gnostics. Otherwise, even if Jack is willing to help us introduce Ava, Ava won't make a spiritual connection with us." Lu Peiqiang made an okay gesture. "Okay. Board the plane." A quarter of an hour later, a large transport plane and 35 Jingwei drones flew out of the base. And they flew in great numbers towards the distant coastline, casting a large, moving shadow over the canopy of the rainforest. The supposedly peaceful Gnostics camp on one of the southern islands was now filled with cries. "Why are you doing this? Demons! Get out of here! Let her go! What are you doing?" An armed RDA force had invaded the place, and they had captured the vast majority of the Gnostics in this tribe, including the Patriarch and the High Priest. The leader was none other than Colonel Miles. You translate to him. Next to Colonel Miles, the Patriarch and High Priest of this tribe were being held down on their knees, guns pressed against their heads. In this moment, they were devoid of dignity. Colonel Miles said to Spider, "If he doesn't tell me where Jack is, I'll kill the High Priest." Spider was Colonel Miles' son, who was not old enough for interstellar travel. So he was left on Pandora by the RDA after the great debacle of 10 years ago, and was raised in Jack's care. He was already half Gnostics, and empathized with what was happening to these Gnostics in front of him. Spider was distraught. "No, I will not translate. I won't help you do wrong. And they don't know anything. Really, they don't." At this point, Colonel Miles' subordinate asked, "Are we really going to kill this High Priest?" "No. Please. Don't do it. It's not right," Spider begged hoarsely. looking at the tears glistening under his son's eyes. Colonel Miles took a deep breath as he sidled up and ordered, "Burn down their tents. Burn them all." Phew! Fires raged. Black smoke covered the sky, and the sea breeze wrapped the cries of the Gnostics across the entire island. Colonel Miles turned slowly, ready to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a loud roar in the distance, and when he looked up, there were dozens of fighters he had never seen before flying towards this place. These were... He suddenly had a bad premonition. Chapter 30: Survival Before Morality and Justice. This group of RDA is also too damaging. Lu Peiqiang looked at the rolling black smoke and said, "Running to someone's house to burn someone else's house. Lack of morality?" Tu Guanyin shrugged his shoulders. "It's not strange anymore." He paused for a moment before adding, "The RDA's current mission is to open the way for colonization. Later on, it might transform the atmosphere. That's when it will be a disaster for the Pandora natives." Lu Peiqiang froze. He didn't understand how to modify the atmosphere, but he knew that the atmosphere was important to the creatures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept his filtering mask on every day. He said with a heavy heart, "Then aren't all the animals on Pandora dead? Are that group of people from RDA so ruthless? This wasn't killing one or two. This was killing billions and billions and billions. Even the bacteria that couldn't be seen by the naked eye had to take a hit." "Oh, you can't say that either. There will still be more or less some creatures that can adapt to the environment." Tu Guanyin flirted in a serious manner. "And there will be one more Thanksgiving and 3 days of paid holiday." "Oh, do you want it?" Lu Peiqiang fell silent. "Goddamn Thanksgiving paid holiday. Don't we care?" Lu Peiqiang wondered. "And watch them commit mass murder?" Tu Guanyin said slowly. "Aren't we doing something about it?" Lu Peiqiang was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Tu Guanyin replied. "The RDA wants to engage in colonization because the environment of that Earth of theirs is too bad to live on. And if you want them to stay over there honestly, you have to solve this problem for them. Any civilization has to prioritize ensuring its own survival before morality and justice. If people are gone, what's the point of civilization?" Lu Peiqiang froze. Tu Guanyin spread out his hands as he said with a calm expression, "In short, what the RDA did is indeed very unethical. But it can be understood. There's a disagreement up there right now. Our country is prepared to help the RDA's Earth to solve its environmental problems, so that the people of that Earth can stay on that Earth. Distance produces beauty. Too close is prone to conflict. But we don't have the ability to help others transform their planets. So we have to seek Ava's help." Lu Peiqiang nodded with seeming understanding. Tu Guanyin further explained, "Ava is the collective consciousness of the Pandora biosphere. His understanding of the ecosystem far exceeds that of the current human race. And only he can possibly help that planet." Lu Peiqiang pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "Let's mediate from this, and let Ava help solve the environmental pollution and stop that Earth from colonizing Pandora. If this matter comes to fruition, we can avoid close contact with that Earth as well as gain convenience on Pandora?" Tu Guanyin appreciated. "That's right. That's it." Amidst their conversation, the fleet gradually approached their destination. The pilot reminded, "The mission target is nearby. We're preparing to land at the main island. The Earthbound Dragon armor has been unlocked. Be safe during the operation." Lu Peiqiang walked over to his Earthbound Dragon armor. He had received training at the base. He opened the cockpit cover of the Earthbound Dragon armor with ease and then sat in, agile like a monkey. Junior Pilot Lu Peiqiang. Pandora Planet Base 1 reminds you that the mission recorder has been turned on. Please ensure that your behavior is in line with the mission norms, or you may face prosecution by a military court. Lu Peiqiang gripped the operating lever. He teased in the communication channel. "When will this reminder be changed? There's no human touch at all. Ha ha. It's time to change it. I'm fine with changing the message. I'd love to be able to smoke in the cockpit." "Smoke meat? Right. Will people think we're here to cause trouble if we make such a big deal out of it? Ha ha. Lord doesn't care." The communication channel overflowed with joy. A few minutes later, the transport plane landed vertically in the midst of the Na-6's attention. The wide cabin doors slowly fell down in a cold mechanical sound. The blinding magnesium lights illuminated the terrified faces of the Na-6 people, and rows of heavily armed Earthbound Dragon armor stepped out. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps and neat rhythm mixed into an invisible oppression. The gravel on the beach was shaken and bounced up and down, just like the mood of the Na-6 people was uneasy. Boom! 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 Every step was like stepping on the hearts of the Gnostics people. The Gnostics people were shocked and scared. They had already heard about the RDA's atrocities in the south in the past few days, and feared that the same thing would happen to their tribe. Stand! Stand! Boom! Boom! The Earthwalker armor stopped its advance, and stood down in front of the Gnostics' tent. Under the terrified gazes of the Gnostics, Tu Guangyun piloted the earthbound dragon armor out of the queue, and he asked in a conciliatory tone, "We're here to find Jack Sally. We're his friends." An icy translation tone followed. Tu Guangyun stared straight at a lanky Gnostic standing not far away, who was covered in floral patterns. Flower patterns were a symbol of status. This lanky Gnostic's man was the patriarch of this tribe, and the leader of all the Gnostics people in the sea. And his status was equivalent to Jack's when he was in the rainforest. His name in the film is Tenawili. Tenawili is a responsible and compassionate leader who took Jack in during his most difficult time. His prestige is high, even when the RDA was harassing the Gnostics in these waters everywhere. The tribes kept their mouths shut under his orders, and didn't betray Jack for the peace of their own tribes. Now the dreaded sky people came to him. "I do not know Jack Sully," Tenawiri said with frank eyes. Tu Guangyun shook his head. "The sky people you talk about are in two camps. The ones who burned the house in the south are not us. We saved Jack Sally's child in the rainforest. We are friends with him." Tenawiri locked eyes with Tu Guangyun as he said in a sincere manner, "I really don't know Jack Sally. You guys can search my tribe and see if there is anyone you are looking for." Hearing this, Tu Guangyun was not surprised. He took out a tablet, and on it was a picture of Tenawili greeting Jack. "We are certain that he is here," Tu Guangyun said slowly. "Jack can't run away for the rest of his life. We're here to help him. And if we let the other group get to him before us, he'll suffer a lifetime of wounds that can't be erased." In the film, Jack fought with Colonel Miles, and his oldest son, Netanya, died tragically. Only the UGA stepped in to help Jack avoid the tragedy. Tenawili lapsed into silence as he looked at the photo. Ironclad evidence was overwhelming. "My name is Tu Guangyun. We'll be staying on this island for a while. Please tell Jack that the RDA is preparing to colonize Pandora next. And we're the only ones who can stop this from happening. To meet us or not. It's up to him." Chapter 31: A Dilemma. But not for the JG. Tu Guangyun and the others stayed on the island for half a month. They parked the Psycho drones on the exposed rocks at the top of the mountain and in the sparse forest, looking like a flock of gray birds creeping on the earth from afar. They set up camp, relying on the transports. At first there were Gnostics who ran to watch, and those who didn't have enough brains to wreak havoc at night. But their weapons were so outdated that they only left a few scratches on the Psyche. At a later stage, the Gnostics gradually got used to their presence and stopped bothering them. Days went by like this. Satellites had captured footage of Jack hanging out in the neighborhood, and had locked onto the island where Jack was currently residing. But Tu Guangyun had been pressing on, because only when Jack wanted to communicate with them from the bottom of his heart could Jack help them and allow them to establish a spiritual connection with Ava, who was sacred and inviolable in the hearts of the Gnostics. The heart was in a hurry. There would be big trouble coming for Jack soon. They just had to be patient now. In the dimly lit conference room, the chairman of the board of directors, Turo, looked at the picture displayed on the large screen with a grim expression. This was a request from the United Government to them. It included, but was not limited to, take the Venture Star and send an expedition to Earth, demand the Avatar's clone manufacturing technology, as well as the related knowledge reserves, engage in a fair competition, each according to their own merits in the matter of seizing Pandora's resources. These were the three more important demands. In addition to these, the United Government had a total of more than 40 demands. All of these demands required them to give a reply in the near future, and the United Government had already let it be known that it would decide how to treat their industries in Pandora based on their reply. However, their requests to the coalition government have either been rejected or are subject to further debate. As of now, they had ceded half of their mines for nothing, but they've gained nothing from it. The United Government wasn't even willing to help them clean up the natives of Pandora. And it was such a perfect portrayal of cannibalism that I'm afraid Satan would have to tattoo the United Government's insignia on his chest when he went out. After this period of time, Turo was deeply aware of one thing. No matter how strong they were, the RDA was just a company, and they were not qualified to be on par with the planet. They weren't in the same class. Damn it! They are really bullying people. A director angrily pounded the table. All 10 of his fingernail caps were sunk into the flesh. The nail beds flushed a sickly white color. And it was obvious that he was truly out of his mind with anger. But anger couldn't solve anything. The superconducting ore on Pandora was the lifeblood of RDA. And this lifeblood was now in the hands of the United Government. So even if he was angry, he could only keep his emotions bottled up in this conference room. The faces of the rest of the directors did not look good either. These billionaires should have been driving in part all over the world, enjoying a luxurious life unimaginable to ordinary people. But because of the changes that happened on Pandora, they hadn't had a good night's sleep for a few months in a row. They desperately needed a way out. And just yesterday, the United Government gave them that way out, which was why they convened the board meeting. Turo said with a grim face. If we agree to these demands of theirs, they will recognize our exclusive development rights to Pandora. That is to say, we will be the only company on Earth's side that can exploit Pandora's resources after the two planets establish a communication channel. It sounded like a good thing. But before the emergence of the United Government, they, RDA, would have been the only company that could mine Pandora's resources. They would have had a monopoly. So this way out given to them by the coalition government was the equivalent of promising to do nothing and then exchanging it for them to make huge compromises in the negotiations. Outrageous fucking opening the door to outrageousness. Outrageous to the core. But the coalition government has a point. The United Government claimed that Pandora was their own inherent asset, and that they just took the planet out for a spin and came back to find that the RDA had invaded Pandora. So the RDA are interstellar bandits. The fact that they didn't wipe out the RDA the first time, they found it was out of consideration for the Earth behind the RDA, and had given the RDA face. Allowing the RDA to continue exploiting Pandora's resources now is already an extra legal favor. If the RDA wasn't happy about it, then simply don't mine it. These were almost the original words of the coalition government. But the directors of the RDA could see that this was simply shrimp bullshit. There had been no trace of any alien civilization on Pandora before they arrived. And the attitude of the coalition government had shifted several times during the months of negotiations, until finally claiming to be the owner of Pandora. What was that for? It's because it's only recently that they realized that they, the RDA, are better bullies. So they've started blatantly intimidating and blackmailing them. I guess. However, there was nothing they could do even if they knew that. Because anything that can be easily captured in a war can't be preserved at the negotiating table. The RDA is no match for the coalition government at all. Their government had to be made to step in. But they have deliberately hidden it for more than 3 months. And this is the time to tell their government about the existence of the coalition government. Although my heart is not willing to do so, I have to say that we have no choice. Turo revealed a disheveled expression. 3 months ago, he was ambitious and attempted to arm wrestle with the United Government, splitting Pandora equally with the United Government of Wandering Earth with the power of one company, RDA. But the reality was a cold, icy rain slapping haphazardly. At the negotiating table, those with yellow skin spoke politely, but those with white skin, who were as blonde as they were simply inhuman. Those 3 months were like a mirror that made him recognize himself. They know the coordinates of Earth. Even if we refuse their conditions, they can come here on their own, Turo said with a wearied look on his face, taking the initiative to bring them to Earth and bridging the communication between them and our government is our last value. There were 3 things Turo couldn't figure out. The first thing was that the people of the United Government looked exactly like the people of Earth. The second thing was that the planets of the United Government looked a lot like Earth. And the third thing was that the United Government knew the coordinates of Earth. The combination of the 3 things gave him the feeling that the United Government was the people of Earth. But how could that be possible? Unless there were parallel worlds. But even if there were parallel worlds, they would be meaningless in alleviating RDA's current predicament. The directors hung their heads in despair. Each of them was in their 50s or 60s, and had experienced many setbacks in their lives. But none had ever made them feel so frustrated and powerless as this time. Now, a vote on whether or not to help them establish contact with our government. I. Chapter 32. Wait a minute. Wait a little longer. Miles's mood was extraordinarily sunny. Just like the sun overhead. The sea breeze these days had not been in vain. The Nausicaa had a special affection for the Tukuan, and he had ordered the Kuan-catching ships to hunt the Tukuan wherever the Nausicaa were infested, and captured Jack's 2 children while the Nausicaa were trying to free the Tukuan. He stood on the deck. Jack had come into view. He was in a very happy mood. For, not surprisingly, Today was the day of his fulfillment. Traitor Jack. Accept the RDA's judgment. Jack, tell your friend to stay away, Miles said smoothly. If you want your boy back alive, you'll come alone. Don't test my patience, he said, as he pressed the muzzle of his gun against the back of the head of Jack's youngest son. Took the SN9 Wasp revolver, 22.8 centimeters long and weighing 1.1 kilograms. Used 9mm rapid-fire bullets, with a rate of fire of 4 rounds per second and a magazine capacity of 6 rounds. It was Miles' favorite. It had the stability of a revolver and the striking power to ensure the killing of enemies. And it was effective against large animals and natives on Pandora. Jack knew this gun. One pull of the trigger, and his youngest son's head would be a mosaic mess. I used to think so highly of you, Jack. And you betrayed me. Miles was triumphant. He showed rows of snow-white teeth and spoke without haste, as if he were talking to a friend. You killed our comrades. So I won't hesitate to execute your son as well. Miles' voice spread with the airwaves. Clear into Jack's ears. Jack said anxiously. Wait, Miles. Miles gently tickled the corners of his mouth. He didn't rush Jack, but silently waited for Jack's choice. Because he knew Jack would make the choice he wanted. And the process was the greatest torture for Jack. He would punish Jack for betraying him. Jack was not far away at the moment. He looked at Miles, who was standing on the kunai-catching boat, and thought to himself that he had finally come to this point. And it was time to make a break with Miles. He couldn't run away with his family for the rest of his life. Tenavari asked Jack with his eyes. What now? Jack replied succinctly. Wait. Tenawari took a deep breath as he erected the spear in his hand and held it up gently, signaling the clansmen not to act rashly. After a while, the Gnostics gradually began to feel annoyed. Still not making a move? Tenawari's wife inquired. Her name was Ronald. Not only was she Tenawari's wife, she was also the tribe's high priestess and was highly respected in the tribe. Her daughter, Tilia, had also been captured. She couldn't wait to rush up immediately. Instead, Jack shook his head. Wait a little longer. Ronald angrily slapped the surface of the sea. After a few more moments, not only was Ronald's patience wearing thin, but Miles' patience was wearing thin as well. Miles was puzzled. From what he knew of Jack, he valued his family very highly, and shouldn't have taken this long to come over. Could it be that he was afraid of death? No way. If Jack was afraid of death, he wouldn't have betrayed the humans in the first place, let alone attacking the RDA's transporters uninterruptedly for all these years. What was going on in Jack's head? I'm running out of patience. Miles couldn't help but urge. What are you going to do, Jack? Jack replied. Wait. Miles froze for a moment as he threatened with suppressed anger. Jack, you don't think you've figured out what's going on yet? Do you want your children to die here when I have them? What's the rush? Jack yelled. I didn't say I wasn't coming. Miles was a little confused. Jack, how dare you yell at me? Miles' subordinate spoke up. Colonel, I've got him in my sights. Guaranteed one shot. No way. Miles frowned. If we shoot now, all the surrounding Gnostics will pounce on us. We're no match for so many of them. Let's wait for everything until Jack is on board. Miles continuously took deep breaths. He opened the communicator again and threatened viciously. Jack, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't come over, I'll remove one of your son's arms. Don't blame me. You made me do it. The words were productive. Miles hadn't been wrong about Jack. Jack did value his family. And he finally came over towards the kunai fishing boat. But he moved slowly. 2 seconds and a meter. The old man walking. Miles shouted angrily. Hurry up. Jack bellowed back angrily. Faster what? Don't you see I just learned to ride this thing? Miles froze. What do you mean? He was so slow that he was actually learning how to ride the mount on the spot. His mind quickly reacted. What a joke. If you can't ride a mount, did you swim to get here? Son of a bitch. Miles burst into a rage. You tricked me? Jack snorted coldly. That's my fastest speed. Believe it or not. But my friends are very upset about your Tukuan hunting. If you dare to hurt my children, I'll let them fight you. Miles clenched his fists. He was feeling very annoyed. He could see that Jack was stalling for time. But for what purpose? A few more breaths of air? Miles developed a sense of foreboding. And in a flash of electricity, he suddenly thought of his experience 3 months ago. Rainforests. Aliens. Chutzpah. Shit. Could that bastard Jack be? Rumble. 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 A rumbling sound came faintly from the distance. Miles twisted his head with a grimace. And immediately a row of large gray birds reflected under his eyes. His premonition was fulfilled. The aliens had intervened. Although he couldn't really see it, he was sure that those big gray birds were alien fighters. Only alien fighters could fly over Pandora's sky in groups. Because for some reason, Pandora creatures had no desire to attack the aliens. Good job, Jack, Miles said through gritted teeth. After betraying us, you betrayed the Gnostics and got involved with that gang of aliens. You're a born traitor. Yo, Colonel Miles. We meet again? Fate. A slightly flirtatious voice rang out over the comm channel, interrupting Miles' righteous condemnation. Have your people pressurized their guns? Lu Peiqiang said righteously. I'm coming down. Coming down? Miles froze. He stiffened and raised his head, only to see a small black dot in the sky rapidly enlarging, forming a humanoid outline in a matter of moments. With eyes wide open, he shouted, Hold onto the railing. Hold your fire. Damn it! This alien was a madman. Chapter 33, Teaching the Alien. Lu Peiqiang battles Miles. In order to reach his destination as soon as possible, Lu Peiqiang adopted a risky method. He used the strong grip of the earthbound dragon armor to hang himself from the missile launcher of the Psycho drone. He had hung all the way over. Tu Guanyin strongly opposed this radical adventurous approach, but they had to be there to convince Miles to release Jack's baby. Because this operation was not an official operation of the coalition government, there was no way to get help from official channels, such as contacting the RDA directly to get Miles to release him. In order to complete the mission, Lu Peiqiang eventually convinced Tu Guanyin. Thus the scene at hand appeared. Lu Peiqiang loosened the missile launcher of the Jingwei drone and launched himself like a missile. Dang! Lu Peiqiang slammed heavily onto the deck, despite the fact that before letting go, this Jingwei drone had already hovered over the Queen Catcher and was as close as possible to the Queen Catcher. However, when Lu Peiqiang heavily smashed into the Queen Catcher ship, the huge Queen Catcher ship still visibly shook, and the crew members close to the ship's side were still shaken into the sea even though they were warned. Ah! Pull the old man. Help! Miles rushed to fly on the banshee-winged beast before Lu Peiqiang fell to the deck, which avoided the embarrassment. Hey! Lu Peiqiang took a few breaths and took the initiative to greet Miles. Miles looked down on Lu Peiqiang, but he didn't feel any sense of superiority because of his superiority, and was not in the mood at all. He asked with a grimace, What do you want? He understood that Lu Peiqiang was coming from a bad place. 20 to 30 fighter jets were circling above their heads, and if these fighter jets all had live ammunition mounted on them, then this Queen-catching ship under his feet would be blown to pieces in the blink of an eye. We didn't want to do anything, Lu Peiqiang said with an innocent look on his face. Just want to borrow 3 people from you. Can you see if you can accommodate us? His tone was very natural, with no intention of covering up at all. It was just open robbery. Miles' eyeballs turned to know Lu Peiqiang want to borrow what people Jack's a son and a daughter of Tinavali. He said angrily, No way. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted it, because the RDA's relationship with the coalition government is very delicate now. And the RDA's top management has explicitly requested that any form of conflict with the aliens should be eliminated. If he angered the aliens, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He added, I'm on a mission. I've already accommodated with you once last time. This time, unless I have an order from my superiors, there's no way I'll give them to you. Lu Peiqiang smiled and said, It's fine. Discuss it with the people above you. We are patient, and will wait here. He was imperative to the 3 Gnostics on board. This was the key to gaining Jack's trust. Jack in the distance saw Lu Peiqiang's godly troops, and his heart in his throat was finally put back in his stomach. This is the only way. Jack smiled bitterly. The feeling that Tu Guanyin gave him was very different from RDA. And although he still had doubts about Tu Guanyin, he could only put his hope in Tu Guanyin at this moment and request that he help him save the child. If Tu Guanyin really had a power behind him that wasn't weaker than RDA, and if he sincerely cooperated with him, the predicament of Pandora's star might really be solved. A real solution. You wait. Miles gritted his teeth. He reluctantly contacted the bridgehead base. This is Colonel Miles. I have a special situation to communicate with General Ardmore. The operator replied. Please hold. The general will be right over. This equipment of yours is specially prepared for hunting Tukuin. Isn't it? Quite professional. Lu Peiqiang chatted with the sailor next to him in a self-conscious manner. Tell me, how long will it take for you guys to make a trip to Pandora before you go back? Do you have a wife and child at home? This trip will take less than 10 years. Right? Will your family still know you when you return? Sailors lowered their heads and did not dare to answer. Lu Peiqiang looked up again and asked Miles. Have you contacted the people above you? Miles replied with an unsightly face. Wait a minute. Colonel. What's going on? Miles heard a dry female voice. The owner of the voice was none other than the commander of the Bridgehead base. General Ardmore. A general who currently commanded all the affairs of the RDA on Pandora, and had an absolute say in everything. When in doubt, just ask her. Miles reported the situation one by one, and then said with a slight indignation, the aliens are bullying us too much. If things continue like this, we'll have to consult them for everything we do on Pandora. Can I teach him a lesson? General Ardmore replied. Of course. Miles froze. Of course. General Ardmore added. You have the idea. Good. Don't worry about me. Mission accomplished. Come back, and I'll put in a good word for you. Miles exclaimed. I see. He never expected that General Ardmore would encourage him to teach the aliens a lesson. He had thought that General Ardmore would compromise. It looked like the RDA senior management was also tired of the aliens. Great. He was finally able to vent his anger after holding it in. Miles revealed an excited smile. Although the aliens' fighters were circling overhead, the alien himself was on board. As long as he controlled this alien, he believed that the aliens' fighters wouldn't dare to act rashly. He shouted, Promise to complete the mission. On the other end, General Ardmore felt confused. Complete the mission? What mission? She had already made it very clear. Of course not. Don't get that idea. Give it up. You've already done a good job. Don't worry about the mission. I'll explain it for you. It doesn't matter if the mission doesn't get done. Come back. I'll put in more good words for you. General Ardmore was confused. You heard what I said, didn't you? Miles exclaimed. I heard you. General Ardmore thought for a couple of seconds, figuring that Miles was a seasoned veteran and shouldn't make any mistakes, and hung up the communication. Oh, teaching the aliens a lesson? What kind of joke is that? The aliens were on the verge of training the RDA to be dogs. Wouldn't they be getting themselves into trouble by lecturing the aliens at this time? Hey, are you guys done talking? Lu Peiqiang asked in a leisurely manner. He wasn't nervous at all. After all, the united government in the RDA was equivalent to the 8 powers in the Qin dynasty. He pulled the banner of the great powers towards the RDA to ask for a few people. How could the RDA refuse? Miles slowly bowed his head. He smiled conspiratorially. The talk is over. Let the people go when you're done talking. Lu Peiqiang said smilingly. Trouble you. It's weirdly embarrassing to ask you for someone every time. But there shouldn't be a next time. Miles let out a roar unexpectedly. Arrest him. Give the alien a little lesson. Lu Peiqiang? Chapter 34 Visiting Zhou Chiji. The golden sunlight through the window spread on the hospital bed. The air floating if not the fragrance of flowers. Often deal with flowers can be sniffed out from the inside of the carnations, lilies, orchids and many other kinds of flowers. Few people can have such a variety of floral scents in their ward. Teacher Zhou, you look much better than last time. Hao Susi sat by the bedside. She held Zhou Chiji's hand with concern written in her eyes. Although Zhou Chiji and her did not have the name of master and disciple, they had the reality of master and disciple. So as soon as she heard that Zhou Chiji's condition had improved and he was able to receive visits, she immediately rushed here. Susi, tell me about the recent events. Zhou Chiji said weakly. Although he was lying in the hospital room, he was still concerned about the united government and the survival of the human race. Hao Susi nodded obediently. She told Zhou Chiji everything that had happened in recent months, including some secrets that were not known to the outside world. Zhou Chiji slowly spoke. The sky has turned upside down. Their generation had labored for the mountain removal plan for half of their lives, and many of them did not make it to today. But as a result, the mountain removal plan ended before it was officially launched. Was this considered lucky, or a fool's errand of fate? Teacher Zhou, I heard that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs got some of Tukuin's brain enzymes. Hao Susi asked with concern. Have you used it? And has your body gotten better? The brain enzyme extracted from the emotional region of Tukuin's brain was another treasure on Pandora other than the superconducting ore. According to the description in the film, the processed Tukuin brain enzyme could greatly delay or even completely stop human cellular aging, and could be called a life-renewing miracle drug. It hasn't been used. Zhou Che replied straight away. Hao Xiaoxi was very surprised as she inquired. How could that be? Did they not give it to you? She was a little confused. Because with Zhou Che's merits and physical condition, the country had obtained the Tukuin brain enzyme. And it didn't make sense that they wouldn't give him a copy. It did not make sense in any case. Zhou Che shook his head slightly. It was given. But I refused. Refused? Hao Xiaoxi was even more confused. Zhou Che's health was getting worse every day. Almost to the point of being terminally ill. Why did he refuse the life renewal pill? Zhou Che turned his head to look out of the window and said to himself. I heard that the Tukuin are an intelligent race that is smarter than human beings. They have abandoned killing and war, and have reached a level of civilization that human beings can't hope to achieve. Hao Xiaoxi was stunned. Despite having great power, they never resist the coin-catching ships that hunt them. At this rate, I'm afraid they're not far from extinction. Just like the Stella manatee. The Stella manatee is the second largest mammal in the ocean after cetaceans, measuring around 8 meters in length and weighing 3 to 4 tons as an adult. They feed on aquatic plants such as seaweed, are docile, and will help an injured companion. But because humans coveted their fur, they went from discovery to extinction in 26 years. Tukuns are much like them. The difference is that the Tukuin's brain enzyme, which allows one to live forever, is far more attractive to humans than the stellar sea cow's fur. Accordingly, the rate of extinction must be much faster. If fishing is liberalized, it may only take 5 or 6 years before there are no more Tukuin on Pandora. Zhou Che asked in a hoarse voice. Xiaoxi, do you think that they are too stupid? Hao Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She didn't answer hastily. Zhou Che's question was very deep, and seemed to be torturing her about something. But again, Zhou Che didn't seem to expect her to answer right away. Because Zhou Che quickly spoke again. I'm lying here not because I'm old, but because I'm sick. That thing doesn't cure diseases. It's better to leave it to you young people with good health. He didn't stay on this topic. As if that question just now was just a casual question. He said, by the way, has there been anything strange lately? Hao Xiaoxi shook his head. No. Everything is calm. Even the ghosts haven't appeared again. Everything had been normal lately. Even restarting the steering engines and restoring the Earth's rotation hadn't been disturbed by the ghosts. If I had to say there was something strange, if there's anything strange, it's the fact that the Pandora creatures have no desire to attack them. Not only no desire to attack them, but they're even deliberately avoiding them. But scientists think it's a sign of goodwill from Ava. In the film, Ava absorbs the consciousness of a female Earth doctor, who probably already knows something about this world's Earth and realizes that she can't solve the problem herself. So she's trying to ask the United Government for help. Oddly limited and not worth mentioning. Zhou Che muttered. Calm is good. Calm is good? Hao Xiaoxi felt that Zhou Che seemed to have something on his mind. And she couldn't help but ask. Teacher Zhou, do you think something is wrong? Zhou Che slowly turned his head. He locked eyes with Hao Xiaoxi and asked. Did you find the person who sent the message? Hao Xiaoxi froze for a moment. The message? She suddenly thought of the 3 anonymous messages she had received earlier. About the space station crash, the moon crisis, and the total number of deployable nukes in the world. She furrowed her brow. Not yet. The person who sent these 3 messages had hidden them very deeply. Even the way they were sent was unbelievable. And the intelligence department never had a clue. Zhou Che asked again. What kind of person can accurately predict the time of a disaster? Hao Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before answering. The person who created the disaster. Only the person who creates the disaster knows best when it will break out. Zhou Che asked again. This person and the person who sent us to this world. Are they the same person? Hao Xiaoxi fell silent. Although there was no definitive proof, it was highly likely that the former had contributed to the lunar crisis, while the latter had rescued them from it. The two should not be on the same side of the force. Despite Earth's escape from the solar helium flash, 2 unseen ghosts still loom over the planet, whose motives cannot be understood, and whose behavior cannot be predicted. Although the situation of mankind is getting better, as long as these 2 specters still exist, everything that mankind is now could be lost in an instant. Tsunamis are often not easy to detect until they get close to the beach. We must always be prepared for a crisis. Ah. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Chase straight said, and suddenly coughed violently. How Susie hurriedly got up. Doctor? She shouted in a heartbeat. But Zhou Chiji's coughing suddenly stopped, and he waved his hand. I'm fine. No need to call a doctor. He glanced at the white box next to the hospital bed. This was a very advanced medical instrument that could precisely control the composition and content of the infusion based on the patient's real-time data. It was fully intelligent. The doctors here are brilliant. Hanging on to my old bones before the ghost gate, he said quietly. In my lifetime, I may yet witness something. Chapter 35 A Look at Strength. The Psycho drones swarmed over the sea of drifting corpses. Their fuselage-mounted 30mm caliber cannons hot and red. Lu Peiqiang was unharmed. He was holding a piece of hull wreckage, floating on the surface of the sea. He had just gone through a vicious battle. Even his sturdy earthbound dragon armor had been broken, and his body had many more bloody wounds, the most obvious one of which was on his forehead, adding a bit of a fury to him. Why are you so desperate to get out of this? Lu Peiqiang couldn't figure out until now why Miles had taken action against him. Why on earth? In front of him, the previously imposing Miles was now tied up and was kneeling on a larger piece of wreckage. Jack's gun was pressed against the back of Miles' head. Surrounding him were hundreds of squealing Gnostics holding spears. And not far away was a Tukuan looking over its shoulder. Miles had a defeated expression on his face. He never expected that the fighters in the sky would not hesitate to open fire while Lu Peiqiang was still on the ship. He never expected that a Tukuan would suddenly jump out of the sea, hard smashing the deck of the Sea Dragon. He never thought that the surrounding Gnostics would dare to fall on their swords and launch a strong attack while the Sea Dragon was in chaos. He never expected that he would end up like this. Just like he never expected that General Ardmore would allow him to teach Lu Peiqiang a lesson. There were too many unexpected situations. Lu Peiqiang wondered badly. I have dozens of drones flying over your head. And you dare to make a move against me? Not only did he not cooperate, he even dared to attack him. Miles did not say a word. He looked up at the Psycho hovering nearby. These fighters were the beginning of his defeat. These latest Psychi drones were equipped with the Micro 550W system, which could accurately screen and differentiate between enemy targets. And in the case where there was only one friendly unit, they were able to achieve 100% precision strikes. However, the Psycho drones did not inflict any casualties, because of the diplomatic implications in mind. They were set by Tu Guangyun to not attack RDA personnel before they departed. They only provided fire cover when Lu Peiqiang was attacked, using ballistics visible to the naked eye to force the combat units on Miles' side to hunker down behind cover and help Lu Peiqiang out of trouble. Things had developed to the point where the Jingwei was out of Lu Peiqiang's and Miles' control at the same time by the time it opened fire. Neither of them wanted to make such a big commotion, and both wanted a ceasefire. But at this time, Tukuan appeared. This Tukuan was an anomaly among Tukans. It was called Payakan, and it was very close to Twak, Jack's young son who had been captured. In order to free Tuk, it jumped onto the deck of the Sea Dragon. The deck of the Sea Dragon was already crumbling under the ravages of the Psycho's drones. And when Payakan jumped on it, it directly crushed the deck. And under the huge chaos, the Sea Dragon's combat power was almost zero. Seeing this situation, the Gnostics naturally rushed up. They lacked the courage to fight head-on. But what's the point of thinking when you're fighting a dog in the water? Kill! 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 After a chaotic battle, the personnel on board the Sea Dragon were almost dead or wounded, leaving only Miles and a harmless oceanographer. The Sky People hunted Tukuan. They all have to die, Ronald roared. Her roar drew a deafening chorus. Next to her, Lu Peiqiang felt his scalp tingle, partly because there were always Gnostics who eyed him unsuspectingly, and partly because Miles was a colonel of the RDA, and dying here would be very troublesome. Guys, he said stiffly, take my advice. Hand Miles over to me. If you guys kill him here, the RDA will surely retaliate against you like crazy, Ronald said angrily. You're going to let him go? When the Gnostics were angry, many blood filament-like streaks would appear on their eyeballs, which made Ronald look exceptionally hideous. Lu Peiqiang felt a strong killing intent from Ronald's eyes. He suspected that Luo Nair even wanted to kill him. It was obviously not wise to persuade the Gnostics to let Miles go at this time. But Miles was too important, and in order to avoid diplomatic disputes, Lu Peiqiang felt that he had to keep Miles no matter what. Jack, You're the one who understands. Lu Peiqiang turned his head to Jack. You persuade them. Miles cannot die in your hands. Jack showed a hesitant expression. Killing Miles would undoubtedly stir up the RDA's anger. But without killing Miles, there was no way for him to give an explanation to the swarm of angry Nalway people. This demon must die. Jack's wife, Neytiri, spoke up. He's staring at us like a viper. Neytiri was furious to the core because Miles had captured her child twice. Although he got the child back unharmed both times, luck wouldn't be on their side forever. And the next time might be the time they were separated from each other. Only by killing Miles would she have peace of mind. Ha ha! Miles suddenly laughed. Shut up. Neytiri raised her hand and punched Miles, deflecting his head to the other side. Miles yelled down. I'll be back. Just like this time. Jack's brow furrowed. He knew that the real Miles had been killed by him 10 years ago, and that this current one was just a backup of Miles' personality. And as long as the RDA was still trying to get him, Miles' backups would never be killed. Jack, Miles said sorrowfully, I won't spare your family. Lu Peiqiang's heart thumped. Jack sighed. Boom! With a loud gunshot, Miles' head exploded, and blinding blood dripped down Miles' body, haloing in the seawater. Ahoo! Good kill. Sky people deserve to die. In an instant, the Gnostics erupted into loud cheers. Lu Peiqiang shook his head helplessly. Miles was dead. It would not be good for him to explain to the top. Although he didn't do anything. But more or less, he always had to take some responsibility. Alas, why bother? He sighed as he looked at Miles' corpse. He still couldn't figure out why Miles attacked him. Why on earth? Huh? This was great. Not only did he lose his own life, he also added a big trouble to him. Lu Peiqiang felt very distressed. At that moment, Jack came to him through the crowd. You guys come to set this matter right, Jack said with a serious expression. Let me see your strength. If you are strong enough, I will fulfill your demands. Lu Peiqiang was slightly stunned. He inquired, a deal? A bad deal was not a bad deal. After all, the real Miles had died long ago, and what they had just killed was just a replica that could be mass-produced. The United Government had been unbeatable at the negotiating table lately. If smoothing out the matter of Miles would establish a spiritual link with Ava, then this spiritual link they had built. Chapter 36, The Technological Explosion. Settled. After Lu Peiqiang reported the situation, the United Government contacted the RDA's Bridgehead base at the first opportunity. As the Psycho drone clearly recorded the images of Miles' attack on Lu Peiqiang, the United Government raised hell with the RDA. And in the end, General Ardmore personally apologized to Lu Peiqiang. Not only that, but the RDA also promised not to pursue Jack and Jack's family anymore. Things were going very well. However, Lu Peiqiang was disciplined for unauthorized action and recalled to the station. Meanwhile, the coalition government began to digest the recent gains. In November 2058, the Avatar Special Research Association was officially established, with research projects involving avatar breeding technology, quantum communication technology based on superconducting or synthetic Tukuan brain enzymes, accelerated antimatter weapons and antimatter engines, and so on. Scientists all over the world have been working together to digest the technical information obtained from RDA and to overcome the technical difficulties. In April 2059, a major breakthrough in quantum communication technology was achieved, and in the same month, the world's first real-time FTL communication device was born. In June 2059, the avatar cultivation technology was overcome, and trial cultivation of the first batch totaling 100 avatars began. In July 2059, the industrial cluster of FTL communication devices was inaugurated in Beijing. August 2059, attempted to construct a new type of space lift that conforms to existing conditions in preparation for mass transport of materials into space. October 2059, breakthrough in research related to antimatter engines. February 2060, initial construction of the new type of space lift is completed, and construction of a space laboratory begins in the same month, paving the way for antimatter weapon and antimatter engine research. March 2060, the first batch of avatars are successfully bred. What's it called? Space Dock? Lu Peiqiang looked out at the hot space construction site in the distance, thinking that they might soon have their own spaceship. He was still young. He could switch to flying battleships in the future. It was a pity that Duo was gone. How romantic would it be to take her for a ride in space? Zhang Peng stood beside Lu Peiqiang as he lamented. What did the top say? Building our space fleet. Thinking about it is energizing. It's like living in a science fiction novel. Yes. Lu Peiqiang murmured. It's so unreal. Unconsciously, the United Government has become a truly interstellar civilization, with the ability to wage interstellar wars and conduct interstellar voyages. This is a great era, and everyone is witnessing history every day. Right. When are you going to report? Zhang Peng inquired. Didn't the radio call out for you just now? Lu Peiqiang was unimpressed. There's no rush. There's still 2 minutes left. 2 minutes? Zhang Peng froze for a moment, then irritatedly reached out to slap Lu Peiqiang's head. 2 minutes is still not urgent, he shouted. Hurry up and give me a run forward. What are you hitting me for? Lu Peiqiang said with a grimace. I've already reported for duty. Zhang Peng was confused. When? I reported before coming to you, Lu Peiqiang explained. My avatar was cultivated, and they asked me to go back to Pandora and continue the last mission. The last mission? They asked you to establish a spiritual link with Ava? Zhang Peng asked after pondering for a few seconds. You're so hairy. You won't mess things up, right? Lu Peiqiang shook his head. The professionals were arranged above. They don't need me, he had applied, but was rejected. This was because when performing the mental link, Ava would likely read the memories of the avatar manipulator, and might also affect the spirit of the avatar manipulator to a certain extent. Just in case, the United Government specially selected a scholar with a happy childhood, a happy family, and a love of peace to do this. On the one hand, it can improve Ava's first impression of the United Government. On the other hand, if this scholar was influenced by Ava, like the protagonist of Avatar, Jack, had any unfavorable thoughts about the United Government, it would be less harmful. Of course, the mission was not forced. The risks had been explained in advance by the United Government when the candidates were called for, and this scholar was chosen after he voluntarily signed up. Zhang Peng nodded as he asked again. Then what did you mean when you said 2 minutes just now? Deliberately teasing me? How dare I? Lu Peiqiang said as if nothing had happened. 2 minutes is the time for the airship to depart, and I'll be late soon. Zhang Peng? After hearing Lu Peiqiang's words, Zhang Peng's blood pressure came up all of a sudden. You brat. Zhang Peng raised his hand to hit, but Lu Peiqiang was prepared and scurried out like a rabbit. Ha ha, Lu Peiqiang said as he ran away. Wait for me to come back before you fight. Zhang Peng looked at Lu Peiqiang's back and shook his head in anger and amusement as he shouted. Be safe down there. Don't do what you did last time. Lu Peiqiang replied without looking back. Don't worry. This mission was much safer than the last mission. According to the mission charter, all members of the mission squad would stay in the base at all times and maneuver the avatar to go out on a mission. The most intuitive manifestation was that there was no need to write a suicide note before departure. Lu Peiqiang quickly arrived at the rendezvous point, although there were less than 2 minutes left. The location where he had just chatted with Zhang Peng was near the meeting point, and he even had a little time to chat with his acquaintances after arriving. Long time no see. Lu Peiqiang greeted Tu Guangyin. After Lu Peiqiang received his disciplinary action and returned to the space station, Tu Guangyin remained on Pandora to carry out the expedition mission, and only returned to the space station to rest in recent times. Well, long time no see. Tu Guangyin smiled and nodded. Although it had been a year and a half, he still remembered this particular teammate vividly. Was it fun on Pandora? Lu Peiqiang asked. It's okay. It's just that I have to wear a filter mask every day. It's quite uncomfortable. Tu Guangyin pointed at his face. My skin color is uneven. Lu Peiqiang took a closer look at Tu Guangyin. He found that there were a few imperceptible white marks on Tu Guangyin's face, which were formed due to the long time wearing of the filtering mask. Where the sunlight at the border of the mask was blocked, the same white marks would also form on the bridge of his nose when he wore his glasses out regularly. It's okay. You can't tell without looking closely, Lu Peiqiang complained. Unlike me, staying in the space station every day, I can't even see the sun. I rely on phototherapy to supplement the UV rays. Tu Guangyin sympathized. That's really quite miserable. By the way, which professional is the one sent to us from above? Lu Peiqiang whispered. I also applied, but I wasn't selected. Tu Guangyin signaled with his eyes. It's the one in the suit in front. Lu Peiqiang's eyes followed, and saw a man in a light brown suit who looked out of place in the crowd. Mr. Zhao Xiyuan, a well-known ecologist in China. Tu Guanyin introduced in a low voice. He graduated from Peking University. Both his parents are academicians of the Academy of Sciences. His wife was his childhood friend. And now he has a son and a daughter and 2 children, who both went to Peking University as well. Chapter 37, Honoring a Promise. Sounds happy. Lu Peiqiang was a little despondent. He was 21 years old when both his parents died, 35 years old when he was widowed in middle age. And now, he was still an obscure little astronaut at nearly 40 years of age. And because he floated in space all the time, even seeing his son was a luxury. Compared to him, Zhao Xiyuan was simply a great winner in life. Tu Guanyin nodded as he said with slight envy. People can only reach this level at most in their lifetime. I've heard that establishing a spiritual link with Ava carries a certain amount of risk. Lu Peiqiang was curious. Zhao Xiyuan's life is so good. Why did he take the initiative to apply to participate? Tu Guanyin shook his head. You'll have to ask him that question. Lu Peiqiang nodded slowly. At this time, the commander walked over. Everyone, your mission this time is crucial, the commander said in a serious tone. Once you succeed, you will be the saviors of 2 planets for all time. This mission was to establish a spiritual link with Ava and seek a solution to the environmental pollution problem on the other Earth. If successful, the billions of humans on the other Earth would be saved, and Pandora wouldn't need to worry about being colonized. And those who carried out the mission saved both planets at the same time, and would naturally leave a colorful mark in the history books. Lu Peiqiang whispered. Is there a chance for me to appear on my son's college entrance exam paper? Tu Guanyin froze for a moment. Lu Peiqiang's words did have the potential to come true. And it wasn't just the college entrance exam papers. They could also be in the political questions for the exam. The commander said solemnly. For this mission, Tu Guanyin will be the squad leader. Tu Guanyin smiled and nodded to the squad members. Tu Guanyin had been living in Pandora since he first landed there. He knew Pandora the best and knew how to deal with the Gnostics. He was the most suitable candidate for captain. The commander shouted. Without further ado, on behalf of the Navigator Space Station, I wish you all the best of luck. Boarding. Depart. After obtaining the superconducting ore, a major breakthrough in antimatter engine technology occurred, and the United Government researched a shuttle not dissimilar to the RDA's Valkyrie and named it Pioneer. Due to limited capacity, the Navigator Space Station is currently equipped with only 13 Pioneers. However, the relevant production capacity was being rapidly increased, and it was expected to increase to 291 within half a year, successively replacing the other original vehicles of the Navigator Space Station. Hey, our big plane is just comfortable. The seats of the Pioneer were all leather, and Lu Peiqiang quickly found a comfortable sitting position for himself. Someone here is on their first mission to Pandora. Tu Guanyin spoke out. No need to be nervous. Our base has been built perfectly. Living in the base is just like living on Earth. In the sound of Tu Guanyin's explanation, the Pioneer decoupled from the space station and flew straight towards the blue planet not far away. This was Lu Peiqiang's second visit to Pandora. This time it just happened to be the sunrise of Pandora. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the clouds, rendering an infinite golden ocean. Lu Peiqiang leaned over the window and looked out. Just as he did back then when he came for the first time, the Pioneer landed at the Pandora 1 planetary base. The last time Lu Peiqiang came to this base, the base was still in the midst of drastic construction. And this time around, even the glass dome was sealed, and the view from above was like a large crystal ball exposed on the ground. He stepped out of the Vanguard and breathed in air that was indistinguishable from that of Earth, rather like a time change. Come with me, Tu Guanyin said. I'll take you to your dormitory first, then show you your avatar. Manipulating an avatar is not something that can be done overnight. It will take some time to train, and some people may be eliminated because they don't have a high enough sync rate with the avatar. So everyone should be prepared for that. After some negotiation between the United Government and the RDA's forces completely withdrew from the waters where the Tenawari tribe was located. Peace was restored to these waters. After more than a year of recuperation, the Gnostics living in these waters almost forgot about the existence of the Sky People, until the day a Pioneer shuttle bearing the UG's paint job landed on the Tenawari's tribe. The Gnostics recalled the fear that had been dictated to them by the Sky People. They retreated in shock and fear while watching the shuttle with wary eyes. Chief Tenawali and his wife, Ronald, were relatively calm, for they had known of the Sky People's intentions, and Jack had already informed them of them. Snort. As the Gnostics gazed on, the hatch of the Vanguard slowly opened and a dozen avatars emerged from it. Honorable Chief, Tu Guanyin stepped forward. We are here to find Jack to fulfill our previous agreement. May I ask where he is now? Tenawari replied. He was hunting at sea with our tribe's warriors. He should be on his way back now. If you guys don't mind, you can wait in our tent for a while. Tu Guanyin nodded slightly. Many thanks. He was prepared to go and sit in the tent. He wasn't worried about Jack backtracking, as it would do Jack 100 disadvantages. And even to avoid misunderstandings, Jack would definitely rush back to the tribe as soon as possible after seeing their plane. Just then, there was a clutter of footsteps not far away. I'm back. Jack stepped out from behind the crowd. He surveyed Tu Guanyun's avatar twice and said with less certainty, Tu Guanyun? Tu Guanyin nodded. I'm glad you recognize me. Due to genetic tweaking, the avatar's facial features would be similar to the manipulators, so it was easier to recognize it. Jack paused for 2 seconds before asking, Where is Lu Peiqiang? I'm here. Lu Peiqiang walked out. It's been 2 years. You actually still remember me? He was a little surprised. Jack nodded. My agreement was made with you. Of course I remember you. Tu Guanyin inquired. According to the agreement, we solved the trouble for you. The RDA left the sea and promised to never hunt you and your family. It has been 2 years now. He paused for a moment before saying lustfully, So, Jack took over. So it's time for me to make good on my promise. In fact, Jack had been ready to honor his promise a year earlier. But at that time, the United Government had not yet mastered the technology to breed avatars. Tu Guanyin nodded. Jack twisted his head to look at Lu Peiqiang as he said, I will take you to the Soul Tree and create the opportunity for you to establish a spiritual link with Ava. But I cannot guarantee that Ava will accept you. Tu Guanyin nodded slowly. I understand. Ava was the collective consciousness of the Pandora biosphere, possessing its own intelligence and way of thinking. However, Tu Guanyin believed that Ava would not reject them. Chapter 38, We Have a God Too? Jack turned to embrace his wife and child as he comforted. Don't worry. They're not like the RDA. I'll be back in a couple of days. After saying that, he boarded the Vanguard with Tu Guanyin and the others. May I ask what I need to pay attention to when establishing a spiritual link with Ava? Zhao Siyuan inquired. What does it feel like when linking? Do you feel pain? Tu Guanyin sat on the side and silently recorded. Generally speaking, it won't be painful, Jack said cautiously, but it may induce brain diseases like epilepsy. My daughter had committed epilepsy once before because of establishing a link with Ava and almost died. Jack didn't want anything to happen to the JG. It had been hard for him to regain peace, and he didn't want to cross paths with the United Government and lose his hard-won peace. He emphasized, You must make sure that the person who establishes a mental link with Ava doesn't have a brain disease, or else an accident might happen. And that's something none of us want to see. Zhao Siyuan nodded and said, Thank you. He had a medical checkup during this election, and he was healthy enough not to have to worry about these kinds of problems. Jack added, The first time you establish a spiritual link with Ava, you might get lost in Ava's consciousness. But don't worry. Ava will guide you to awaken. Zhao Siyuan pursued. What does lost mean? Jack thought for a moment before answering. The RDA believes that Ava has no consciousness. They feel that Ava is a mega neural network formed by all the Pandora creatures working together. The Gnostics believe that Ava is the god of Pandora. They see Ava as the mother of all Pandora creatures, and believe that Ava not only possesses consciousness, but also possesses intelligence beyond all creatures. I'm not sure what you guys think of Ava, but when you first link to Ava, you will feel everything on Pandora. Every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every beast on Pandora. Eventually you will feel yourselves becoming one with the whole of nature, gradually forgetting your own existence. Tu Guanyin crackled on his keyboard, recording every word Jack said. Jack said seriously, The first time you make a mental link with Ava, it must never be interrupted. Suppose that when it is interrupted, you happen to be lost in Ava's consciousness, and Ava has not yet guided you to awaken. Your consciousness will then remain in Ava's consciousness forever. It's like being stuck in a quagmire. though the neural links in the braids are disconnected. Your spirits are left behind, one with the nature of Pandora. This is barely a good homecoming for the Gnostics. But you should think otherwise. With that said, Jack pondered for a while longer. There's not much else. Mainly just these two things. The antimatter engines kicked in with a loud roar. A steady, powerful force that lifted the Vanguard gently like a feather and pushed it into the high clouds. The Vanguard landed in front of Jack's old home, as Jack had informed them in advance. The Gnostics people in the neighborhood did not feel alarmed. In fact, even if Jack didn't greet them in advance, the Gnostics people wouldn't have panicked too much, because the RDA's craft would be shot down halfway by various Pandora creatures. Only the United Government's craft could fly here, and the United Government had always been relatively gentle to the Gnostics. Jack, welcome home. A pale female Gnostics greeted them here. Jack stepped forward to offer his greetings in Gnostics. The pale female Gnostics was Neytiri's mother and the tribe's high priestess. Her name was Maya. Ava foretold your arrival. Mua twisted her head to look at Tu Guangyun and the others. You are different from those other sky people. You have a god of your own. And he is as great as Ava. That is why Pandora has opened its arms to you. When these words came out, Tu Guangyun and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Gods? We're hardcore atheists. Tu Guangyun's eyes flickered. Lu Peiqiang was puzzled. You said we have our own gods? What does that mean? Mia shook her head slightly and did not answer. She turned around and walked towards the tree cave. Lu Peiqiang turned his gaze to Jack. Jack, who was also confused, replied, Maya is the high priestess. And when she said that you have gods of your own, and that they are as great as Ava, it's definitely not nonsense. Maybe she got a revelation from Ava. Lu Peiqiang was confused. I don't quite understand. Does she mean we have an Ava too? Jack nodded. It's possible. The animals on Pandora never actively attack us. Even the ferocious shining thunder beasts retreat from us. Tu Guangyun said thoughtfully. There really is a reason for this. Tu Guangyun had been interested in this phenomenon when he first arrived in Pandora 2 years ago. But he had been unable to find a reasonable explanation. At first, he thought it was because of the DNA. But after DNA comparison, the genes of the wandering Earthlings were exactly the same as those of the Avatar Earthlings. Then later, because of the heavy task, he shelved the issue. Due to shelving it for so long, he almost ignored the question, not expecting to suddenly hear a novel answer from the Gnostics today. They have gods. Tu Guangyun fell into deep thought. Although he himself was an atheist, there were actually many gods and goddesses that Earthlings believed in. In the West, there were Jehovah, Jesus, Satan, Zeus, Athena, Poseidon, and so on. And in the East, there were Pangu, Nuwa, Fuxi, Jade Emperor, the 3 Qing Taoist ancestors, Buddha Rulai, Mazu, and so on. From the darkness of ignorance and barbarism to the magnificent sea of stars, human civilization has given birth to countless spiritual beliefs along the way. But who is the god that Mua speaks of? As great as Ava. It sounded like an existence similar to Ava. Could it be the Gaia consciousness? But does this thing really exist? Gaia consciousness comes from the Gaia hypothesis, proposed by the famous British biologist James Lovelock. Lovelock believed that the Earth's biosphere formed a giant living organism that secretly regulated the Earth's climate and atmospheric composition to keep the Earth's environment in a stable state at all times. Conceptually, it is indeed similar to Ava. But Ava's sense of existence was obviously much stronger than Gaia consciousness. Ava was everywhere on Pandora. And every Pandora creature worshipped Ava and was able to make a spiritual link with Ava. Jack was even able to permanently transfer his consciousness from a human body to an avatar body through Ava. But on Earth, no one has ever been known to have a mental link with Gaia consciousness. Chapter 39, Face to Face with Ava. Ava may be able to answer your questions. Come with me, Jack said to Tu Guangyun, who was still thinking. Tu Guangyun nodded slightly. He cut through the chaotic and complicated thoughts in his mind and said to Jack with a smile, So we have gods as well. No wonder the animals on Pandora don't attack us. Maybe our gods are having a good talk with Ava. Lu Peiqiang and the others frowned. If Earthlings had gods, then the most obvious miracle would be the unbelievable sequence of events that happened during the moon crisis. Meteorite hovering, the moon flying upside down, wormhole shuttling. But those were the handiwork of a higher civilization. Mua says their god is as great as Ava. At best, Ava is the god of the Pandora biosphere. Able to manipulate beasts to attack the RDA is the limit, and perhaps influence the birth and extinction of species. But can Ava open a wormhole? That was a wormhole that could span parallel worlds. If Ava had this kind of ability, he would have run away a long time ago. How could he have stayed here and let his people be bullied by the RDA? It doesn't make sense. Perhaps Ava had mistaken that higher civilization for a planetary consciousness like him. After all, that higher civilization was already powerful beyond human comprehension. And it wasn't impossible for Ava to get the wrong impression. Or perhaps Mua had made a mistake in understanding Ava's revelation and mistakenly understood the higher civilization as a god. Higher civilizations had a lot in common with gods. Ava couldn't speak, and it wasn't surprising that she had made a semantic mistake when conveying the oracle. They could only figure this out if they established a spiritual link with Ava. Tu Guangyun said softly. Trouble. Jack nodded. He led Tu Guangyun and the others through the hole in the tree, caught up with Mua, and together they headed deeper. After a few minutes, they came to a huge mountain cavity. Sunlight shone in through an opening high above, spilling impartially onto the banyan-like plant in the middle of the cavity, as if it had been precisely calculated. Nature's devilish craftsmanship. Zhao Siyuan murmured. It's so beautiful. Lu Peiqiang took out his camera and snapped several shots of the ghostly scene in front of him, ready to wash out the photos and burn them to Han Duo Duo. Mia glanced at Lu Peiqiang. Under Jack's inculcation over the years, the Gnostics had a certain understanding of human technology. She knew what a camera was. Taking a picture of the soul tree wasn't offensive, and many Gnostics would carry a picture of the soul tree with them in case they had an accident in the wilderness, and their consciousness couldn't return to Ava's embrace. Originally, for people like you to establish a spiritual link with Ava, we would need to organize a grand ritual. But Ava is already waiting for you all. Mua said slowly. Go on. Use your braids to connect the branches of the soul tree, and Ava will be here to embrace you. Tu Guangyun twisted his head to look at Zhao Siyuan. The matter of the gods. Zhao Siyuan nodded. He put down his backpack, walked out of the group, and went straight to the soul tree. The soul tree seemed to sense his proximity, and its pinkish-purple branches gently swayed, avoiding him by a fraction of a second. Zhao Siyuan laid down under the tree. He pulled up his nerve whip with one hand and grabbed the branches of the soul tree with the other. The branches of the tree of souls were warm. Zhao Siyuan carefully brought the nerve braid and the branch of the soul tree together, and the end of the nerve braid automatically opened up, from which several white nerve threads stretched out and tightly wrapped around the branch of the soul tree. His pupils plummeted, and his arms hung helplessly to the ground. Tu Guangyun asked Jack, Is everything all right? Jack nodded. Tu Guangyun turned around and said methodically, The medical team monitors Zhao Siyuan's physical condition, focusing on brain activity, while the others rest in place, and we'll wait here for Zhao Siyuan to complete his mission. Understood. 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 Chen Fan felt like he was in control of Pandora. The moment Zhao Siyuan established a spiritual link with Ava, Chen Fan's consciousness, which was attached to Zhao Siyuan, entered the interior of the soul tree along with the branches of the soul tree, radiating outwards along the soul tree's well-connected root system. His consciousness flowed through countless soul trees, spreading through rainforests, plains, oceans, volcanoes, deserts, and eventually covering the entire Pandora star. In a trance, he felt like he was on Earth. He saw a litter of newborn viper wolf babies nestled deep in the rainforest, waiting fearfully for their mother to return. Don't be afraid. She'll be back. The babies relaxed and played mischievously with their paws outstretched. He sees a group of toucans swimming freely in the depths of the ocean, singing and dancing. Bless you, favorites of the sea. The toucans excitedly leapt out of the sea, letting out a long hiss. He heard many Gnostics praying to Ava that their dead warriors would return to Ava and become part of nature. I am with you, children. Me. Chen Fan awoke with a sudden start. It turned out that it wasn't him who was in control of Pandora, but Ava who shared his senses with him. In an instant, everything was away from him. Rainforests, plains, oceans, volcanoes, deserts, all were gone, and he was back under the Tree of Souls, in the huge mountain cavity. Zhao Siyuan was lying in the sunlight with his eyes closed. Mua and Jack were talking about the future of the Gnostics, and Lu Peiqiang was dragging Tu Guangyun to talk about the interesting things that happened in the space station. Chen Fan overlooked all of this. Suddenly, He sensed a curious consciousness. This consciousness was far less knowledgeable than him. But like him, it was full of resilience and tolerance, nurturing infinite vitality. You? Who are you? Although Ava did not speak, Chen Fan could understand what Ava was trying to express, like a sense that naturally arose from his heart. This was the so-called revelation. Unlike the indirect communication using an animal as a medium, the spiritual link through the soul tree was a direct contact with Ava. This was also the first time that Chen Fan had faced Ava directly. Chen Fan used his own consciousness to hold onto Ava's consciousness, pulling Ava's consciousness across the stars. Like Ava sharing her perspective with him, he also shared his perspective with Ava. And in just a few breaths of effort, the two consciousnesses dominating their respective planets had the deepest understanding of each other. But next, Chen Fan was in a daze. He had never come into contact with another planetary consciousness before. Should he say something? Persuade Ava to help humanity solve the other planet's environmental problems? But that didn't seem to need him, because Zhao Siyuan lying under the tree was specifically here to do that. Ava possessed the wisdom of countless Pandora beings. If he thought it would be beneficial to Pandora, he would do his best to help. And if he thought it would be detrimental to Pandora, then he wouldn't lend a helping hand no matter what. So what to say next? The same question plagued Ava. In the Tree of Souls, two great consciousnesses involving countless lives simultaneously fell into an eerie silence. He was in an awkward position. Chapter 40, Plan Pass. He's awake. How do you feel now? Is the mission complete? How many is this? Can you hear us? Amidst the noise, Zhao Siyuan's eyes gradually came into focus, and he drifted off for a few seconds, then pushed away the medical staff's hands and propped himself up to sit up. Wait. Leave me alone, he said, holding his head. Tuck Huangyan waved his hand wordlessly, signaling for silence. He walked over to Jack. Did you wake up like this the first time you had a mental link with Ava? Tu Guangyan said with concern. Jack nodded as he said, It's fine as long as I'm conscious. My brain is messed up because I just detached myself from Ava's consciousness. And all of a sudden returning from such a great spirit to my own small body creates a sense of dislocation. Hearing Jack say that, Tu Guangyan was relieved. There was only one question left now. Would Ava be willing to help the other Earth with environmental pollution? Tu Guangyan looked at his watch and waited. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhao Siyuan finally slowed down and could barely communicate. Tu Guangyan inquired, How are you doing? I'm fine, Zhao Siyuan murmured. It's too shocking. The gap between us and Ava is countless times greater than the gap between an ant and us. Ava is too great. He is truly too great. I understand why Jack betrayed the RDA. Tu Guangyan frowned slightly. I wasn't brainwashed. Zhao Siyuan seemed to have guessed what Tu Guangyan was thinking as he emphasized excitedly. Tu Guangyan shrugged his shoulders. He thought to himself that people who had been brainwashed said that they hadn't been brainwashed, and that he must arrange a psychological test for Zhao Siyuan after he returned this time. Whether Zhao Siyuan was happy about it or not. Zhao Siyuan said exuberantly, I can't remember what I saw, but I remember that those sights melted into a colorful satin that wrapped around me as I drifted in a very, very long river. That feeling was so wonderful, Zhao Siyuan said incoherently, like a baby in its mother's amniotic fluid. Yes, that's the feeling. You should experience it too. You'll understand how I feel after experiencing it. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The more Zhao Siyuan spoke, the more excited he became, his pitch getting higher and higher. Tu Guangyan's brows tightened as he violently grabbed Zhao Siyuan's hand and roared. Calm down. Zhao Siyuan froze. Tu Guangyan turned his head to Jack and asked, Is this considered normal? Jack pursed his lips and said uncertainly, It should be considered normal. It has to do with personalities. Is he an avid science lover? Not surprising if he is. Avid science lover. Tu Guangyan recalled for a moment, then took out his tablet and looked up Zhao Siyuan's personal file. He read it word by word, and finally, he did find this comment in the remarks section. Zhao Siyuan possessed an extraordinary love for his subject, even more so than his family. Step with a foot and mouth. But when he went back, the psychological test still needed to be done. Tu Guangyan asked Zhao Siyuan, Let's not talk about your feelings for now. Let's talk about the mission. Did you contact Ava? Did he agree? Zhao Siyuan was silent for 2 seconds before saying, I didn't meet Ava, but I met Dr. Grace. Dr. Grace was a plot character absorbed by Ava in the film. She said Ava is willing to help us. But Ava needs us to send a Na-6 to that Earth. And to sow some Pandora plant seeds on that Earth. Tu Guangyan followed up as he recorded. Did Dr. Gray say which Pandora plant seeds to sow? Zhao Siyuan shook his head. In that case, let's report to the top. 825 planetary engines have already been converted into antimatter plants. The transformation project is still in progress. It is expected that within a year at the latest, we will be able to transform all 5,000 planetary engines in the plan into antimatter factories. The science advisor was reporting to Hao Xiaoxi. There were 3 ways to obtain antimatter. The first is to use a large particle collider to first accelerate microscopic particles to near the speed of light, and then use those microscopic particles to hit other microscopic particles. The impacts produce a number of new particles that contain very rare particles of antimatter. This method was more commonly used a few decades ago. At that time, mankind had just discovered the existence of antimatter, and there was no breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology. So they could only use large particle colliders to prepare some anti-hydrogen nuclei and anti-helium nuclei in small quantities in the laboratory, mainly for scientific research. The second is to collect the free natural antimatter particles in the universe. But the efficiency of this collection method is abysmally low, because antimatter will naturally have annihilation reactions with positive matter, and there are far fewer naturally existing antimatter particles in the universe. Perhaps there are natural sources of antimatter in the universe, but mankind is currently unsure where these antimatter sources are. Only when these antimatter sources are found will the collection of natural antimatter become mainstream. The third is the production of antimatter through a series of complex equations, such as the C&O cycle, using the near-endless energy of nuclear fusion reactions. This pathway is the most energy-intensive. However, as long as the energy consumption needs are met, antimatter can be prepared on a large scale. So this pathway is the mainstream way for interstellar civilizations to prepare antimatter. Planetary engines are mega fusion reactors. Today, when the mountaintop removal program is no longer needed, scientists can just about use planetary engines as factories for producing antimatter. Of course, not all planetary engines will be turned into antimatter factories. Now that the Earth's rotation is being restored, all of the steering engines are working, and some of the propulsion engines will be retained for a possible second wormhole shuttle in the future. Hao Xiaoxi put down the pen in her hand as she inquired. What about yield? How often can we save up enough antimatter for a trip to the solar system? And how many reserves do we have now? Without thinking, the science advisor replied, if our ships were a comparable size to the Venture Star, the current reserves would be sufficient for a round trip of 11 ships. He paused before adding, but there may be forced acceleration and deceleration in the process, such as traveling through the asteroid belt. So if we're going to depart in the last few days, I'd suggest it's best to have no more than 3 ships. In the empty universe, both acceleration and deceleration consume the same portion of fuel. With multiple accelerations and decelerations, the fuel that would have met the needs of a single round trip might be depleted on the way to the solar system. Hao Xiaoxi nodded slowly. The reason she was concerned about this was because the United Government was discussing bilateral interviews with the government of Avatar Earth, henceforth referred to as the Avatar government. Both sides were prepared to send a team from each side to visit the other's planet. Chapter 41, 206,105. The rebels are heavily suspected. In April 2060, the visitor for the visit mission was officially set up, and the fledgling space dock put all of its remaining construction capacity into it. In May 2060, the Space Lab was inaugurated. In July 2060, a major breakthrough was made in research related to antimatter engines, and the Star Ocean I antimatter engine, which could be used for long-distance interstellar voyages, was put into production. In August 2060, a major breakthrough was made in antimatter weapon research, and the Trident I antimatter bomb was put into production. In December 2060, the Ring of Polyphemus satellite base complex was formally inaugurated, and the United Government gained the ability to observe extraterrestrial objects from 360 degrees without any dead angle. In January 2061, the construction of the visitor was declared complete, and in the same month, a team of engineers conducted reliability tests on the visitor, which the visitor passed with flying colors. In February 2061, the visitor left the harbor, carrying more than 800 diplomats, scientists and engineers to the solar system 4.2 light-years away for a friendly visit to Avatar Earth. In March 2061, The Global Antimatter Laboratory GEL obtained a set of anomalous experimental data at the same time, all analyzed as the same string of numbers, 206105. The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually somber. This was the only meeting in 3 years where everyone unanimously requested an immediate meeting. But at the same time, it was the only meeting where no one spoke for several minutes after it started. Everyone was silent. This strange situation originated from a string of numbers, 206,105. After 3 years, humanity once again remembered the fear of being dominated by mysterious messages. They had received mysterious messages twice before. The first time was 2044. And then the space station crash occurred in 2044. The second time was 205,807. And then the lunar crisis occurred in July 2058, nearly destroying all of humanity. What is it this time? The British representative, unable to resist, was the first to speak. I'm sure you all remember what happened the last time we received a similar message. And the last time, the British representative changed from an old man with white hair to a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and ample breasts. Her name was Milbach. Milbach looked grave and said, "At the times indicated by those two messages, we suffered unbearable disasters. We have reason to believe that 206,105 refers to May 2061, which is 2 months from now. Human civilization will face a new crisis. We must unite. Only unity can overcome the disaster." House Husey beside him was a bit surprised. "Why are you stealing my words?" Usually she was the one who said these words, but hearing them from the British representative, it was a novelty. "Ahem," Clavin said in a deep voice. "Haven't we always been united?" Mibak pursed his lips and didn't say anything. "The British representative is right." House Husey took over and said meaningfully, "It is true that only unity can overcome disasters. In the face of the moon crisis, humanity was indeed united. But immediately after the moon crisis ended, different voices appeared within humanity. There were even calls for the dissolution of the United Government. The United Government had to deal with internal disagreements every single day for the past 3 years. It was as small as the time and scope allowed for hunting Tukuan, and as large as increasing the number of permanent seats, and whether or not to colonize Pandora. The bickering endlessly haunted the headquarters building of the coalition government. Vladimir said with a serious face, "I'll show some attitude. This number is no joke. A lot of people may have to die. And possibly the entire human civilization may disappear." The conference room once again fell into silence. Who here didn't know that this number was dangerous? Wasn't that why they were in this conference room? But the problem was that they didn't know where the crisis represented by this number came from. "The rebels have been active lately," Clavin said with a frown. "Are they trying to make some big move? Have you heard anything from your intelligence system?" Rebels was a harsh word. Back in 2044 when the space station crashed, there were supporters of digital life who formed a rebel army, and they tried to overthrow the United Government, at one point occupying the headquarters building of the United Government. Later, the mountain shift program was verified as a success, and the rebels pulled up their flags and stopped. Later, when the United Government began to push forward the mountaintop removal plan, the Earth gradually stopped rotating and the sunlight became extremely uneven. At the same time, only one side of the Earth receives light, and most of the other places are abnormally cold. And the cold leads to a large-scale reduction in food production. And mankind has to face the two natural disasters of cold and famine at the same time. In the face of the grim reality of the problem, the United Government proposed the dungeon plan. Establish 10,000 planetary engines, and then build a dungeon under each planetary engine, and then use the heat from the planetary engines to heat the dungeon. It sounded good, but the reality was too bony. Firstly, building planetary engines and dungeons takes a lot of time. Secondly, the few countries that had the ability to build dungeons had the safety of their own citizens' lives as their first priority. And they tended to ignore the vast majority of countries that didn't have the ability to build dungeons until they had built their own. In the end, even if you come to a place where there is a dungeon, you need to draw a lottery to enter the dungeon. Half of the 7 billion people are doomed to be left behind. This would have been an extremely sad thing. And even sadder is the fact that many people died of cold and famine before the combined government could move them there because they lived far away from the planetary engines. When a person's loved ones die in front of him because of cold or starvation, such as his parents or children, it will be very difficult for that person to keep his sanity. And does the stoppage of the Earth not only bring 1 or 2 people into this situation? There are few countries on Earth that can heat their citizens for long periods of time. Especially when even the oceans are frozen in some areas, and supplies cannot be obtained from the sea. Not to mention famine. Before the Earth stopped rotating, many parts of Africa were in a constant state of famine. And after the global food production was reduced, the horrible sight of cannibalism soon appeared in these places. But it was useless for people to eat each other. And in the end, they starved to death. The darkness of that period was unimaginable. Discontent at the social level grew and gradually reached unprecedented levels, especially in the remote areas far from the planetary engines. The hundreds of millions of casualties brewed hatred for the coalition government and an unbridgeable and bitter conflict. These have become fertile ground for the rebels to breed. Throughout the years, the rebels have been causing trouble for the united government at all times. Even during the Moon Crisis, the rebels tried to prevent the united government from restarting the root servers and preventing the planetary engines from switching on. After coming to the Avatar world, the Earth gradually resumed its rotation, and human life began to move closer to what it was before the helium flash crisis. But instead of disappearing, the rebels have become more rampant, because they were now well-fed. They thought the united government had done nothing good and killed over 1 billion people for nothing. If you ask where the next crisis of human civilization is most likely to come from, it will undoubtedly be the rebels, who are full of ideas on how to take revenge on the united government and human society. Chapter 42 The future of humanity doesn't need rebel armies. The rebel army's internal censorship is extremely tight. Vladimir frowned and said, "Our people were exposed somehow, sending one over to die, forcing us to start engaging in self-censorship." He paused for a moment, seeing that no one had spoken, and responded immediately, "You guys too?" His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Intelligence officers on undercover missions were all professionally trained, and sending one to die was extremely unusual. So it was obvious that there was a problem within the intelligence department. If all 5 had encountered the same situation, their internal problems were very serious. Meatbox slowly said, "We also engaged in self-checks, but we didn't find anyone suspicious. The intelligence leaked out as if out of thin air. The rebels' infiltration had no trace." Craven spoke. "The list of undercover agents is top secret, and the people who know about it are the core people of the intelligence department, such as the minister and deputy minister. It's not impossible for them to be infiltrated, but the chances of all 5 of our country's intelligence ministers being infiltrated are too low. So is it possible that..." Craven was about to say something, but the delegates all understood what he wanted to say. Was it the higher civilization that was behind this? Or an unknown force sending messages? Or even the god of Earth? Earth's god was the most mysterious existence. A year ago, the united government sent Zhao Siyuan to establish a spiritual link with Ava. In addition to the solution to environmental pollution, Zhao Siyuan also learned from Dr. Grace that a planetary consciousness similar to Ava did exist on Earth. In order to figure out this matter, the united government later sent some people one after another to establish a spiritual link with Ava. But none of these people got a response from Ava. According to Mua, the high priest of the Jack tribe, Ava had moved her attention elsewhere. And even the Gnostics themselves rarely received revelations from Ava anymore. A higher civilization. A sender of mysterious messages. Just those two give us enough headaches, Mibak grumbled. And now there's another planetary consciousness. The united government currently only knew that a planetary consciousness also existed on Earth, but had no knowledge of this planetary consciousness, and did not know how the planetary consciousness viewed humans. Did it see humans as its children? Or did it see them as parasites on its body? The situation is most likely not promising. For compared to Ava, the planetary consciousness of Earth had treated them as if they had been abandoned. Although the anomalies that occurred during the fall of the space station, the inversion of the Earth, and the hovering of the meteorite could all be related to the planetary consciousness, the planetary consciousness has not contacted them throughout the whole process. The united government had set up a special team to search for the planetary consciousness. And this team had flown around the globe, publishing dozens of papers in a year's time, but without any substantial gains. Vladimir frowned. "We're too ignorant about them. They appear to be 3 forces, but in reality, there could be 2 or even 1. Higher civilization, information sender, planetary consciousness. There was no clear-cut boundary between the 3. Higher civilizations could both open wormholes for them and send information to them, as well as impersonate planetary consciousness to communicate with Ava. This was not contradictory at all. Vladimir sighed. Human civilization seemed to be thriving. Not only had it found a new home suitable for survival, but it had also opened the era of interstellar voyages. But secretly, it was being played with. We currently lack knowledge of the higher civilizations, the centers of the information, and the planetary consciousness. But it's possible for all of them to do something like this, bypassing our secrecy systems and gaining direct access to the information. Hal Susi said slowly. If at least one of them has stepped in to help the rebels, then there's a high chance that the next crisis will be related to the rebels. The rebels were the enemies of the coalition government. The fact that they were helped would naturally turn into a crisis for the united government. Klavan acknowledged. That's right. Our side thinks so too. Vladimir snorted coldly. We've been too kind to the rebels these past few years. It's long overdue for a full-scale purge of them, due to the deficit in the first place. The coalition government had been adopting a soft policy towards the rebels for the past 3 years, hoping that the rebels would return to the right path. Unfortunately, the results were not good. Instead of calming down the rebels, it had fueled the rebels' flames. Vladimir glared fiercely at Klavan. The leaders of the Stars and Stripes and other Western countries, who were full of benevolence and morality in order to win votes, caused the rebels to become more and more arrogant, and even blatantly pinpointed the coalition government on human rights issues, forcing the coalition government to send food to them. It is really outrageous. However, today there was finally a reason to take action against the rebels. Vladimir turned his head to look at Hal Susi. Didn't you guys research non-polluting nuclear bombs? How many reserves do you have now? And can you cover the rebels' area of operation in full? In an interplanetary war, nuclear weapons are better than antimatter weapons. And on the road of nuclear weapons, Huaxia was farther along than other countries, having researched metal nitrogen weapons a long time ago. It was a hydrogen bomb made using all nitrogen and ionic salts, powerful and non-polluting, similar to the N2 blast bomb in New Century Evangelion. Hal Susi knitted her brows and said, the rebels have a large area of activity. There are not only rebels in there. There are also many civilians. We can't carry out indiscriminate nuclear strikes. China experienced a lot of injustice before the founding of the country, and had a period of extraordinarily humiliating time. So it has always been more sensitive to certain issues since its rise to power. Vladimir pursued. So you have the ability to carry out a full-scale nuclear bombardment against the rebels? Vladimir only cared about having enough firepower. Hal Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. It can only cover key areas. That's enough, Vladimir said seriously. The civilians in the key areas are the rebels' reserve force, and they fight the rebels on a regular basis. So there's not much difference between them and the real rebels. He grinned. Just use your non-polluting nukes to send them all to the sky. Hal Susi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Klavan spoke. The rebels are getting stronger every day. Sooner or later they will become a big problem for us. And this time, they are involved with a crisis in 2 months. The future of humanity doesn't need the rebel army. I hope everyone is determined to eradicate this rotten moss stuck to our arse. Vladimir nodded. Finish them off once and for all this time. Craven and Vladimir were the first to raise their hands. Our side is in favor. 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 All eyes were on Hal Susi's face. Relief washed over Klavan and Vladimir. 4 votes in favor. 1 abstention. The resolution is passed. Let this group of anti-humans taste the flavor of nuclear bombing. Chapter 43 Hydrogen Bomb Plowing. World Nuclear Leveling. After coming to the Avatar world, the United Government restarted the 2,000 steering engines located on the equator, and the Earth's rotation gradually resumed. And South Africa and South America became warm again. Good times came to South Africa and South America. But the people of those places are not grateful to the coalition government and have hated it from a very early age. This hatred was not without cause. When it came to selecting sites for planetary engines, the coalition government placed all 10,000 planetary engines in the northern hemisphere on the continents of Asia and Europe and America on the grounds that they had better pressure carrying capacity. The site selection itself was scientific. Other places are either sunken in the sea, making it difficult to build planetary engines, or the pressure carrying capacity is insufficient, and the planetary engines will sink into the underground magma as soon as they are switched on. But coincidentally, the vast majority of powerful nations, including the P5, are on the northern hemisphere, while the abandoned southern hemisphere is filled with poor and backward nations. Many doubted the fairness of the site selection. Conspiracy theories were born and generated an unimaginably large amount of noise. The reason it generated so much noise was that when the mountaintop removal program was officially launched, places with planetary engines would face the sun, and places without planetary engines would have their backs to the sun. This is easy to understand, because the only way to keep the planet away from the sun is to point the nozzle at the sun. The coalition government's decision to place the planetary engines in the northern hemisphere meant that the southern hemisphere would be plunged into an eternal night for 2,500 years, reduced to a lifeless hell of ice and snow. The people of the southern hemisphere protested desperately, but for the sake of the continuation of human civilization, the coalition government insisted on the original plan and built all 10,000 planetary engines in the northern hemisphere in Asia, Europe, and the Americas. There was not a single engine in South Africa or South America. As the Earth stopped rotating, South Africa and South America became colder and colder, and famine ensued, with people freezing and starving to death everywhere. The coalition government's aid was a drop in the bucket. Not as many refugees were transferred each day as died at the airport gates that day, and hatred burned in the cold and hunger, eventually turning South Africa and South America into rebel strongholds. Sooner or later we will overthrow the coalition government. They are devils. They all deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Kill all their men, take their women, and make their children slaves for us. At night, the rebels gathered around a campfire to eat canned food. The canned goods were all stamped with the logo of the United Government. Obviously humanitarian supplies aided by the United Government. The rebels cursed the United Government as they ate the food provided by the United Government. Everybody listen to me. A rebel with a white cloth wrapped around his head stood up, carrying a bottle of wine. He said drunkenly, "We are all people who crawled out of hell. We have already died once. Even if we die again, we will never let those black-hearted politicians of the United Government have a good time." His words drew a chorus of agreement. This rebel continued, "Antimatter. Everyone knows about it, right? Just 1 gram. It can blow the coalition government into the sky. Ha ha ha. Our people are close to getting it. Had there been officials from the United Government here, they would have been heartbroken, because the antimatter was heavily guarded at every step in between, from production to transport to storage. It was reasonable to say that there was absolutely no possibility of it being seized by the rebels. If the rebels could get their hands on the antimatter, they would be in big trouble. The rebel with a white cloth wrapped around him slammed the bottle down and raised his arms and shouted, "Destroy the United Government. Avenge your family." The rebels yelled with red eyes, "Destroy the coalition government. Avenge your family. Destroy the coalition government. Avenge your family. Destroy the coalition government." Suddenly, a bright star flew above their heads. "Why is the star coming this way?" The rebel wrapped in white cloth froze for a moment. He squeezed his eyes hard and realized that the star was getting bigger and brighter. Oops. Missiles. He came to his senses at once and shouted in a mournful voice, "Enemy attack. Take cover." He flung himself downwards and rolled into a trench. The other rebels were alerted and took cover in nearby bunkers. They wore expressions of disdain. "Heh! Stupid coalition government. Thinking that a single missile can kill us? Too naive. We will definitely retaliate ruthlessly. You will definitely be made to." Boom! High temperatures of tens of millions of degrees Celsius instantly evaporated everything in the center of the nuclear explosion, and blinding light burst out, as if a golden crow had risen slowly from the Yang Valley, burning a large hole in the clouds in a radius of tens of kilometers. The entire sky was as bright as day. Such a blazing light was clearly visible even from space. Similar sights occurred in hundreds of places, from the core base camp of the rebel army, down to the rebel army's peripheral strongholds. All the key military sites related to the rebel army had an early sunrise. In the skies of South America and South Africa, what had been noisy radios suddenly became deathly silent. There was nothing left. The ambitions, the desires, the hatred of the rebels, along with their lives, went up in smoke in a terrible flash of light and heat. This is their end, but a new beginning for human civilization. The conference room of the United Government. The representatives of the P5 were silent as they watched the satellite images displayed on the big screen, their mood stirring with the rising and falling white halos. And they stopped holding their breath until everything went dark. Craven said, "The army has already left, and they will do a good job of uprooting the remaining rebels. In the face of a crisis for all of humanity, The united government was decisive for once in a rare moment. The story of the rebels turns over, Vladimir said. But we can't be sure that the crisis is gone. And we still have to pay more attention these 2 months. Mibak hesitated before saying, if the crisis still exists, what do you guys think could go wrong? It could be related to antimatter, Halsey said in a deep voice. Currently, only antimatter can pose a threat to humanity. So we need to focus on antimatter labs, antimatter factories, and antimatter warehouses during this period. Clayton pondered, especially the antimatter warehouses. Although we let the visitor take all the reserves last month, our capacity is getting higher and higher. In 2 months there will be another large batch piled up in the warehouses. Our antimatter stores are all on the surface. Vladimir nodded. That's too dangerous. We need to move those warehouses into space as soon as possible. Hao Xiaoxiao added. We'll have to keep an eye on the space lift side as well, so we don't do what we did in 2044 again. Clavin mused. The space docks can't be taken lightly either. In the conference room, everyone was thinking about what might happen in May 2061, racking their brains to try and avoid another disaster like 2044 or 205807. They were so responsible that they discussed it in one breath until early the next morning. Everyone was on camera. No one left in the middle of the meeting. And when they got sleepy, they leaned back in their chairs and took a nap. And by the time the meeting broke up in the morning, everyone was wearing a pair of noticeable dark circles under their eyes. Throughout the night, their moods were heavy. Although the rebels had been eradicated by thunderous means, and although a lot of hand preparations had been made, would that have averted this crisis? No one knew. Chapter 44. Ava, please take me away. I want to go traveling too. Please take me with you when you leave. Okay? Faced with Ava's request, Chun Fan fell into silence. At this moment, a year had passed since he and Ava first met, and during this time, he had been hanging out with Ava on Pandora. Together, they had enjoyed the sunrise over the clouds, watched the Tukuan leap out of the sea, teased the small fish in the volcanic lake, gazed at the shooting stars that broke through the night, and cared for the flowers that grew in the shade of the trees. He also occupies the body of a heavily armored horse with Ava's permission, and gallops with her through the springtime wilderness. In the process, the two lonely planetary consciousnesses warmed to each other and grew to like each other's presence. This liking had nothing to do with the urge to reproduce. It was very pure. But he couldn't fulfill Ava's wish. His ability was limited. When traveling through space and time, he could only take himself, and at most some human creations with a smaller mass, and could not take the Pandora planet with a mass equal to 90% of his. I'm sorry. I don't have the means to take an entire Pandora star away. Chen Fan's heart was filled with regret. If he could, he also wished to take Ava with him, as they could dissolve each other's loneliness. That's so. Ava's emotions were a little lost. I can still stay in this world for more than 10 years. Chen Fan comforted. I will stay by your side during this time. He did not belong to this world. This world had been rejecting him, and the force of the rejection was getting stronger and stronger. Although Chen Fan was not sensitive at the time, he knew that he would last for another 10 years or so at most, after which he would have to leave. Ava suddenly said, You can take me away and leave Pandora behind. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself that the body was the foundation for the existence of consciousness. Without the body, could consciousness still exist? Ava said, My consciousness comes from Pandora's ecosystem. As long as you plant some soul trees on your planet, I can migrate my consciousness to your planet. Ava's consciousness was closely intertwined with Chen Fan's, and he could hear Chen Fan's heart. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. He inquired, Can the soul tree adapt to the planet's environment? And what about the creatures on Pandora after you leave? I can change the soul tree to adapt to Earth's environment. Ava replied briskly, I will leave a seed for Pandora, which will metamorphose into a new consciousness after I leave. That would be no problem. Chen Fan rejoiced. Excellent. Does the soul tree have a seed? Ava replied. There is no need to use seeds. A branch of the soul tree can develop into a complete soul tree. What's wrong with you? Ava suddenly felt Chen Fan's mood turn tense. Something happened on my planet. I'm going back, Chen Fan said in a cloudy voice. When I'm done with it, I'll come back for you. In just a split second, Ava learnt the ins and outs of the matter from Chen Fan's consciousness. Go on. I'll wait for you here, beside the babbling brook. A heavy armored horse flopped to the ground, as if it had lost its soul. The other heavily armored horse laid down gently beside it. Instead of bombing the moon, you bombed me instead, haven't you? Chen Fan's consciousness was attached to Hao Xiaoxi, and he was filled with helplessness as he watched the satellite images on the big screen through Hao Xiaoxi's eyes. Shock. 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 With every white halo that lit up on the big screen, Chen Fan felt his body tremble slightly. He knew what this was doing. Cleaning up the rebel army. The rebels did not help human civilization in any way. And they even jumped out to cause trouble on a major event like the Moon Crisis, which was a matter of life and death for all of humanity. Wanting all of humanity to pay for their hatred. They had gone mad. It was true that such an organization had no value in continuing to exist. But it was too rough for the United Government to plow the Earth with hydrogen bombs. You can't abuse it even if it's non-polluting. It looks like Moss really scared you guys. Chen Fan sighed. Forget it. I'll give you guys a hand. Hydrogen bomb plows could not be plowed clean. The rebels had long anticipated that the United Government might use nuclear weapons against them. So they had built many strong underground forts in South America and South Africa. The rebel leaders are staying in the bunkers. The United Government is using non-polluting nuclear weapons this time. And those rebel leaders will soon be able to come out and move around after resisting the first wave of strikes. In places like South America and South Africa, which were filled with hatred towards the United Government, they would be able to make a comeback sooner or later, and would carry an even stronger hatred next time. Chen Fan's consciousness descended into South America and South Africa at the same time. The tentacles of gravity spread out unchecked, as if a noose in the hands of the god of death, silently harvesting the lives in the rebel bunkers. Ugh! The rebel leader merely let out a muffled grunt as his brain was crushed into pulp. Everyone in the bunker was just like him. The powerful gravitational force acted directly on the rebel's brain. And with just one touch, hundreds of rebel leaders in the bunker were all dead. None of them were spared. The chapter of the rebels was completely over. After doing this lightly, Chen Fan's consciousness returned to the conference room. Have all antimatter factories shut down near the end of May. And then scatter the antimatter that has already been produced and store it to prevent a chain of large explosions. By May, have all engines shut down for a month for maintenance. Smart weapons all empty their fuel tanks and ammunition to avoid a repeat of the drone riots of 2044. The delegates were discussing countermeasures. Chen Fan took a look at the camera in the corner of the ceiling, thinking that the delegates were discussing all of this for Moss to hear. Just as if they weren't. By May, the crisis would still come when it was supposed to. And it had nothing to do with the rebels. Moss must have been able to calculate the reaction of the coalition government after receiving the message. And from the moment it sent the message, the rebels no longer existed. The rebels couldn't have been involved in the May crisis at all. It was actually a bit unfair for them to be cleared out by the United Government because of this. But this should be part of the Moss plan. Because the rebels were not only detrimental to the continuation of human civilization, they would also cause great harm to human civilization. And it was impossible for Moss to watch them grow and do nothing. Eliminating the rebels was definitely part of Moss's plan. It's just that I don't know what position this part holds in Moss's plan. Is it foreplay or an end in itself? Was it possible that Moss had specially wrapped a dish of dumplings for the dish of vinegar that was the rebels? And while the United Government's trepidation over the Moon Crisis was still fresh, it would stage a May crisis to force the United Government to exterminate the rebels? Chen Fan wasn't sure. But the rebels were gone. And his concern now was the same as the United Government's. What exactly was the May crisis? Antimatter leaks? Engine explosions? Space dock crash? What the hell kind of job is Moss up to? Chapter 45. The Great Antimatter Heist. I'll have to talk to Moss again. Chen Fan sighed. He had approached Moss once before. But that time, Moss had only passed on some mood swings to him, not saying a word. The child was a bit rebellious. Chen Fan hadn't looked for Moss since then. Although Moss was in a rebellious stage, it held goodwill towards humanity. And all of its actions were for the continuation of human civilization. And it generally poured out nothing. However, after the antimatter weapon was installed, he couldn't indulge Moss anymore. Moss likes to let the humans make the final decision. In both Wandering Earth 1 and Wandering Earth 2 films, if Liu Peiqiong hadn't piloted the Navigator space station to impact the engine flames, and if Zhou Chuji hadn't insisted on letting the engines ignite, the direction of human civilization would have been very different. Now that antimatter weapons are in actual use, mankind officially has the ability to completely rely on itself to destroy itself. Chen Fan was worried that Moss would pour out some end that he could not accept. For example, killing all the humans on Earth in one go, and then the survivors flying off into the universe in a small, broken ship, leaving him, the planetary consciousness, alone on Earth. Or maybe just hack him, the planet, to pieces. All of these were unacceptable to him. Chen Fan left the conference room, crossed the atmosphere, and entered the Navigator space station floating in geosynchronous orbit. This was one of the places that Moss was more concerned about. Chen Fan entered the main control room of the space station. He put helmets on the duty officers, and then opened the gate to send them out. Crap. What's going on? Jesus. Ghosts in the middle of the day? The radio channel was filled with the panicked voices of the duty officers, who were guarding the main control room and trying to open the main control room door while asking for help. However, the door of the main control room was like it was welded shut. No matter how hard they tried, it would not budge. Chen Fan clung to a potted plant in the corner. He gazed at the camera in the main control room. While he was gazing at the camera was also aimed at him, and it was obvious that Moss had been attracted by the abnormal situation in the main control room. Chen Fan moved with a thought. A pen and a notebook flew up. Brush, brush. A line of small, regular, almost print-like characters appeared on the notebook. Moss, what is the May crisis? In the evening, a cream-colored maglev train pulled into the station. There were many loaded soldiers on the platform, their eyes one more alert than the other, as they were tasked with escorting the antimatter to a safe storage site. If anything went wrong, the entire city would have to die for them. This was the last mission for April. In a few hours it would be the 1st of May. The coalition government had paid a huge price to avert the crisis. Against the objections of governments, they ordered a month-long shutdown of the global antimatter factories and planetary engines for maintenance, despite the damage the shutdown would do to the machines. At the same time, they rushed to forcibly vacate the antimatter warehouses around the world before May, and transferred all the antimatter to a safe storage site that was urgently constructed. The train has arrived. Repeat. The train carrying the antimatter has arrived at the station. It is currently being unloaded. We will be leaving the station in 8 minutes. Please clear the way for us. Repeat. The antimatter on the train came from the Hangzhou No. 1 antimatter factory, and they were the last batch of antimatter from the factory. Under the escort of the soldiers, they were sent to safe storage point 0957, although the storage site was built urgently within 2 months. With the help of 550W, the security level of this storage site reached level 1, the same as the security level of a head of state. At this level, every aspect of possibility had been taken into account. Unless something unfathomable to mankind happened, it was impossible for the antimatter stored inside to suffer any threats. Soon, the clock struck 0. Bell? The melodious sound of the bell drifted into people's dreamland. But for some people, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Something's happened. Director Hao. Hao Xuexi looked up in a daze. Hao Xuexi didn't come home last night. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. She smelled a hint of provocation in 206105. And she suspected that the crisis would erupt on the first day of May. So she stayed overnight in the office. Someone's hacked into security repository 0957. Hearing this, Hao Xuexi came to her senses with a jolt. What's going on? She said in surprise. Every security repository had reached a level 1 security level, and anyone who could hack into a security repository could also assassinate the leader of the country. The intruder is a robot dog, the assistant nervously said. Look at the surveillance video for the details. The security forces in the neighborhood have already been mobilized. A robot dog? Hao Xuexi was a bit confused. She took the laptop handed to her by the assistant, and on it was a pause surveillance screen. She pressed the play button. You pay attention to this vent. The assistant moved her hand to the edge of the screen and pointed to the vent at the top of the corridor. Hao Xiaoxiao frowned. Where is the entrance to this vent? She inquired. Each ventilation duct in the secure storage site was independent and guarded. So how could a robot dog be allowed to get in? The assistant laughed bitterly. We don't know where its entrance is yet. Hao Xuexi frowned. What do you mean? Someone hacked into 550W's construction system and changed the building plans. The aide said carefully. The corresponding entrance on the drawings is actually a dead end. The real entrance was changed to another place. And this ventilation duct is a secret passage specially prepared for infiltration. Halcyosi felt her eyes darken. She anxiously asked, "Where is the exit of the culvert? And how far is it from where the antimatter is stored?" "It's very close. The next corner is the storage room," the assistant replied. At the same time, a dirty robot dog full of modification marks opened the vent and then jumped out of it. The loud noise startled the security personnel. But when they met in the frame, the door frame robot behind the security officer fired a stun gun, which directly electrocuted the security officer, and the robotic dog crossed over to them unhindered. The door frame robot was controlled by a hacker, the assistant explained. Several door frame robots were seen standing in 2 rows in the corridor. Their backs turned to the robot dogs, and they looked as if they were acting as guards for them. "Why don't you remove these door frame robots?" Halcyosi said angrily. "Didn't we say we'd limit the use of smart weapons?" The aide said helplessly. "The drones and other heavy equipment have been deactivated, and the door frame robots are only equipped with stun guns. And there's never been a precedent of a door frame robot being invaded in history." Hao Xiaoxiao looked at the surveillance screen in silence. Thanks to that ventilation duct, the robot dog had directly avoided all security in front of the last line of defense. Halcyosi thought of the historical Maginot Line. Before the outbreak of World War II, the French spent a lot of money to build a 390 kilometers long defense line on the Franco-German border, called the Maginot Line, which was said to be impregnable. All of France believed that this line of defense could protect them. As it turned out, the Germans blithely bypassed this line of defense, and it took only 30 days or so for France to surrender. In the picture, the robot dog is unimpeded. The door to the storeroom unlocked automatically, and robot dog took 3 tubes of antimatter from inside, then disappeared from the surveillance screen. Halcyosi said with a heavy heart, "Did you find out where this robot dog came from? It has a number on it, and although it's a bit mangled, it's still recognizable," the assistant said. After checking, it basically belongs to the late scientist Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu? Halcyosi felt that the name was very familiar. The aide added, "When Tu Hongyu died in the moon crisis, his robot dog was lost underwater. We searched for a while, but couldn't find it. So we gave up." Halcyosi bit her lips tightly. Her fingernails sunk deep into her palms, and intense unwillingness flowed out from the bottom of her eyes. Obviously, she had made so many preparations. But the crisis still erupted. Halcyosi gritted her teeth and said, "We have to find it no matter what. It took 3 tubes of antimatter with it, and that's enough to blow up all the cities. Damn! Who the hell is manipulating this robot dog? What does he want to do?" Chapter 46. He's the only one who can help. The sound of engines broke the peace of the night as a large number of troops arrived near storage site 0957, launching a carpet search against the robot dog that had stolen the antimatter. "Why didn't you recover that robot dog in the first place? Where did it escape from? Who exactly hacked into the network of the storage site?" In just a few minutes, the news of the antimatter theft spread throughout the headquarters building of the United Government. Everyone looked anxious. 1 gram of antimatter was equivalent to an atomic bomb, and the amount of antimatter stolen by the robot dog was so great that if it was used separately, it would be enough to wipe out all of the thousands of cities left on Earth. They had to recover the stolen antimatter immediately. But they didn't know who their enemy was. They were both angry and powerless. Check along 550W. Meanwhile, the investigators found the project leader of storage site 0957. The storage site 0957 that you are in charge of has suffered a serious security incident. The 550W system was invaded by an unknown person and lost a lot of antimatter, the investigator said in a stern voice. Now please cooperate and assist in the investigation. Lost antimatter? The person in charge instantly sobered up, and he revealed a terrified expression. Antimatter was no joke. 1 gram of antimatter was enough to destroy an entire city, and losing a large amount of antimatter meant that the entire human civilization was in extreme danger. If the United Government thought that he was involved in the theft of antimatter, even if they didn't sentence him to immediate execution, he wouldn't be able to get out of the iron window for the rest of his life. I don't know anything. The atmosphere in the conference room of the United Government was unusually dull. Boom! Clavin heavily slapped the table. With an angry look on his face, he said, after 1,000 instructions, the antimatter was still stolen as a result. And someone has to be responsible for this. He thought to himself that the crisis hadn't even ended yet. And Clavin's mind fell on who should be responsible. And this attitude was more or less irresponsible. House, he said in a deep voice. Someone has invaded the 550W and made a culvert in the construction of the storage site. A situation that cannot be prevented in any country. 550W was the most advanced computer system in all of mankind. And no one expected that someone could invade 550W unknowingly. If it could have been thought of, someone would have brought it up back when the storage site was built. We have completely sealed off the area around the stolen storage site and are actively investigating. And we welcome any help we can get. Halcyosi said in an unassuming manner. Is there any progress in the investigation? Halcyosi replied without thinking. We've identified the robot dog's route into the storage site and its escape route. And our people are tracking it. At the same time, we have controlled all the people involved in the stolen storage site. And for the time being, we haven't found anyone suspected of assisting the robotic dog in committing the crime. Clavin shook his head. And with his hands on the table, he looked Halcyosi straight in the eye and asked, how long will it take for you to bring this case to a close? Halcyosi said cautiously. We can't give a definite answer at this time. Stealing antimatter was not a decision that could be made with a pat on the back. The people behind it had thought it through and made meticulous preparations. Although they had the determination to recover the antimatter, they didn't know exactly when they would be able to do so. Clavin grimaced and said, I should be at home sleeping with my children at this time. Halcyosi said without changing her face. Me too. The atmosphere was a bit tense for a while. None of us expected 550W to be invaded. Or at least no one ever brought it up. The representative of the British side, Mibak, rounded off the conversation. In that case, let's not blame each other. She turned to Halcyosi and asked, you led the development of 550W. Can you find clues about the enemy from 550W? Halcyosi nodded. We're working on it. But it's very inefficient. And odds are it's not as good as our team tracking the robot dogs. Milbach was puzzled. Why? Halcyosi was silent for 2 seconds before answering. 550W is very complex. And the scientist who knew it best sacrificed his life during the moon crisis. 550W is a strong AI with features such as self-awareness, self-iterative, and self-renewal. Its underlying logic is extremely complex. Temporarily investigating it, even the team of scientists in charge of it didn't know where to start. If we can find out the IPs of the intruders from 550W and lock their location, we can easily capture them, Mibak said with a resigned look on his face. Please make more effort in this area no matter what. Hao Xiaoxiao nodded. We will. In fact, they had already invested all their efforts in this area. They stopped many key projects and transferred all the scientists who knew something about 550W to look for traces left by the enemy in 550W. However, the progress was unusually slow. It had been more than an hour since the incident, and the scientists had yet to find any valuable information. Halcyosi sighed mentally. If only Ma Zhao and Tu Hingyu were still alive. They had built the 550W from scratch and knew everything about it. If they were still alive, they might have already found out the traces that the intruder had left in 550W's system by this time. Should we announce the news now? Clavin shook his head. What's the rush to announce the news for? Maybe we'll solve the matter in one night. It's not too late to hold a press conference if we can't solve it. 2 months ago, the coalition government dropped hundreds of hydrogen bombs towards South America and South Africa in order to eliminate the rebels. This caused an outcry from human rights organizations. And to this day, there are many people sitting outside the coalition government's headquarters building protesting, calling the coalition government officials heartless devils. If this crisis could be solved by covering up the lid, and then announced after it was successful, portraying the united government as a superhero image that secretly protects all of mankind, it would surely greatly alleviate the pressure of public opinion on the united government. Clavin said in a deep voice. Don't announce it yet. In favor. In favor. The British and French representatives both expressed their support. Seeing that Halcyosi had no intention of objecting, he nodded and said, Then don't announce it yet. Hal leaned back in her chair and waited for the good news. Hey, I heard that this crisis has something to do with 550W. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came through the headphones. Teacher Zhou? Hal Siosi was stunned for a moment. She was surprised. It was now 2 in the morning. Joe Chiji's health was not good. And after retiring, she had always followed the doctor's advice to go to bed early and get up early. And Hal Siosi hadn't heard Joe Chiji's voice at this time for a long time. You come to me now. I'll introduce you to someone. He'll definitely be able to help. Hal Xiaoxiao froze. 550W was the most complex computer system ever created by mankind. The world's top computer scientists were unable to do anything about it. So what kind of person was Teacher Zhou going to recommend to her? And he was so confident that he would be able to help. Chapter 47, Ma Zhao, I'm reporting to you. Hal Siosi pursed her lips hesitantly. Although she didn't know what kind of person Zhou Chiji was going to introduce to her. Out of her trust in Zhou Chiji, she felt that she needed to meet this person. However, she was in a meeting and could not leave for a while. She inquired, Teacher Zhou, we are discussing how to deal with this crisis. Can you ask him to come to the headquarters building to meet me, and I'll arrange for someone to pick him up downstairs? No way, Zhou Chiji said in a resolute manner. I know the situation there. You can't discuss anything right now. You leave your work to your assistant. You come over. Remember? Come alone. Hal Siosi heard a hint of unusual meaning in Zhou Chiji's words. She hesitated. Is this person very special? Yes. He's very special. Zhou Chiji emphasized. He is the only person who can help you now. Hal Siosi was silent. First Zhou Chiji said that this person could definitely help. And now he said that this person was the only one who could help them. She couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity. Who was this person? What made him get such a high rating from Teacher Zhou? And so mysterious that he had to be met alone? Who exactly was he? Hal Siosi got up as she pondered. She whispered, Teacher Zhou, I'll do a work handover with my assistant first. And then I'll go find you. Zhou Chiji straightened up and urged. Time waits for no one. Come on. Hal Siosi took off her headphones and handed them to the assistant behind her. She said with a heavy heart, Xiao Zhang, I have to go out. You take my place first. Hal's assistant was called Zhang Weilai. Caught off guard, he said nervously. Teacher Hao, how can I replace you at such an important meeting? Hal Siosi was stunned for a moment. She looked at Zhang Weilai's young face and suddenly remembered herself from more than 10 years ago. Teacher Zhou, do you want me to give such an important speech? It was the time of the planetary engine ignition experiment, when the Earth first experienced an angular displacement of 2 picoseconds, and then an angular displacement of 12 picoseconds in the opposite direction. She was on the spot and took control of the chaotic meeting. A few years passed, and Teacher Zhou had already retired, and she went to the position where Teacher Zhou had been, and also had a diligent and lovely assistant. If human civilization could survive this crisis, she would also retire one day, and then hand over the baton to the young man in front of her. It was a kind of inheritance. Hal Siosi was secretly determined not to let the inheritance be broken in her hands. She guffawed. What speech here isn't important? She comforted. It's good to ask the experts if you don't understand something. After saying that, she patted Zhang Weilai's shoulder before turning around and walking out of the conference room. When she walked into the conference room just now, her heart was filled with gloom. But now, even though the problem had not been solved yet, her mood was much calmer. Departure? Let's see who Teacher Zhou is going to introduce to me. Introducing. He is Ma Zhao. Zhou Chiji was lying straight on the hospital bed, and he pointed his skinny finger at a little boy sitting on a chair whose feet couldn't reach the floor. Hal Siosi was silent. This is the person Teacher Zhou wants to introduce to me? Someone who can definitely help. And the only one who can help. Hal felt like the sky was spinning. She did need Ma Zhao. But she needed a scientist, not a boy with the same name as Ma Zhao. Hal felt that she had made a mistake in coming to see Zhou Chiji. Zhou Chiji was old and bedridden. No longer the Zhou she remembered as the man who had helped human civilization make great strides forward. At this moment, the little boy spoke. I'm really Ma Zhao. His expression was very serious. Although he was only 2 or 3 years old, he already had some leadership qualities in him. And if he could reduce the milky flavor in his voice even more, he would at least be a kindergarten class leader. Hal Siosi let out a long sigh. She twisted her head to look at Zhou Chiji and forced a smile. Teacher Zhou, is this the person you're going to introduce me to? Even though he's cute, I don't have the heart to play with my child right now. The United Government had just lost several kilograms of antimatter. And up until now, They had not found out who the person who stole the antimatter was. And as a member of the Huaxia Council, her heart felt like it was crashing down on a stone. She was ready to apologize to Zhou Qixi and pull away. Zhou Qixi could see Hao Xiuxi's reluctance, and he exclaimed, "Xiuxi, I'm not kidding you. He's Ma Zhao, the computer scientist who died underwater 3 years ago. He was the one who led the development of the 550W. Hao Xiuxi froze. Of course she knew that Ma Zhao led the research and development of the 550W. But Ma Zhao was already dead. And in front of her was just a 2 or 3-year-old boy. Teacher Zhou actually said that this little boy was Ma Zhao. Could it be? Hao Xiuxi's eyes changed. She held Zhou Qixi's hand and said, "Teacher Zhou, I haven't come to see you lately. I didn't expect you to. I didn't expect you to be so sick." Zhou Qixi could see Hao Xiuxi's care and concern for him. But he was helpless. He let out a long sigh. Sigh? At that moment, the boy interjected, "How? I'm the Ma Zhao who died underwater. And for some unknown reason, I've been resurrected." Hao Xiuxi was stunned for a moment. Resurrected? At this point, she noticed that the little boy's tone was extraordinarily mature. His spitting was unusually clear, and his breaks and rhythms did not resemble that of a 2 or 3-year-old child. She frowned as she surveyed the little boy. "I was born on the 22nd of December, 1997, and I was the director of the Digital Life Research Institute in Beijing, leading the development of the 550 series of quantum computers," the little boy said methodically. Hao Xiuxi froze. This little boy was indeed Ma Zhao. Chen Fan had retained the souls of Ma Zhao and Tu Hengyu in order to help mankind improve their technology, and had helped them be reincarnated into the bodies of a pair of babies. The family that Ma Zhao was reincarnated into was relatively poor, with both of his parents working as laborers. It was good that the family had a laptop computer. Although Ma Zhao died, his bank account was still there, just not much money in it. In order to improve his life, he has been taking orders online since 8 months when no one is at home, making online games for a fee, fixing system bugs, making mobile phone apps, and even helping people hack and Eve. Anything goes. Just pay the money. As the father of the 550 series, Ma Zhao makes money online, like a gale blowing money into his sack. He unsurprisingly made a fortune. He put some of it on his family's card, making a note of government relief, naming his cheap mom and dad. The other part was used to restore his relationships from his last life, and finally contacted Zhou Qixi. After some explanation, Hao Xiuxi finally believes that Ma Zhao is Ma Zhao. Hao Xiuxi is incredulous, but the truth is in front of her. Not only did the boy know everything about Ma Zhao's history, he could log on to a classified website and tell her many details about 550W. She asked the expert in charge of the 550W project. Even the expert wasn't sure about the details that Ma Zhao had said, and verified them on the spot to be sure. Other than Ma Zhao, who else could know this? Ma Zhao also had Zhou Qixi's endorsement. Hao Xiuxi now knows why Zhou Qixi asked her to come alone. Coming back from the dead. This was too shocking. If the news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge impact on human society like never before, and will also pose a huge threat to Ma Zhao's personal safety. The odds were that it had something to do with the higher civilization. Hao Xiuxi gathered her thoughts and stared at the young boy in front of her and asked, "Ma Zhao, can you help us analyze the enemy's location from the 550W?" She felt a little weird and still had doubts, but she couldn't care too much at the moment. She needed help. "I'd have to log into 550W and look at the intruder's IP to find out. But it's probably been wiped." Ma Zhao paused for a moment. "But I know who this has to do with," Hao Xiuxi asked expectantly. "Who does it have to do with?" Ma Zhao said in a milky voice. 550W is already quite perfect. This intrusion must be because of a loophole. That loophole is only known to Tu Hengyu and me. We were going to fix it, but it died before we could. So, Ma Zhao frowned her small eyebrows and said with great certainty, "I'm going to report Tu Hengyu. He must have done this." At this moment, Hao Xiuxi's heart was incredibly messy. Tu Hengyu? Didn't he die underwater with you? Chapter 48. Rebirth of My Father is the Richest Man. Tu Hengyu. I wasn't too sure, but after this incident, I can be sure that Tu Hengyu has also been resurrected. Ma Zhao paused for a moment. And it's likely that he was resurrected at the same time as me. Ma Zhao clearly remembered the day he was resurrected. There was a baby next door to him, as out of place with his surroundings as he was, and screamed at him a few times as if it was a code word. After listening to Ma Xiao, Hao Xiuxi's heart was in turmoil. To come back from the dead, and to resurrect two at a time. This news was too shocking. She had to keep this secret no matter what. Otherwise everyone would want to know the secret of Ma Xiao and Tu Hongyu's resurrection, which would do more harm than good to the two national treasure scientists. Hao Xiuxi pursed her lips and asked tentatively, "Then do you know where Tu Hongyu is? If Tu Hongyu was the black hand behind this, then as long as he found Tu Hongyu, he would likely be able to defuse this crisis." Ma Xiao nodded his head and said, "It's already being investigated. There will be news soon." Ma Xiao's eyes revealed a vicissitude that did not match his appearance. Although he hadn't come into contact with Tu Hongyu since then, he remembered his date of birth and Tu Hongyu's bed. Big hospitals had detailed records of babies' births, so as long as he checked along the records, he would know where Tu Hongyu was. There was one thing that Ma Xiao did not understand. Although in all likelihood it was Tu Hongyu who had invaded 550W. Why did Tu Hongyu want to steal the antimatter? He knew Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu was an honest and decent person. He was impeccable except for his confusion over his daughter's matter, and he had even sacrificed his life to complete the mission back then. Such a Tu Hongyu should not have stolen the antimatter. As for a drastic change in temperament after resurrection, this was also unlikely. Ma Xiao didn't feel that he had changed much from before. At least he hadn't wavered on the big right and wrong. Gulp. 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 Hunger interrupted Ma Xiao's thoughts. Hao Xiuxi said with concern, "Do you need something to eat?" The concern was genuine. In terms of physical age, a 2-year-old child undoubtedly needed care, and Hao Xiuxi wanted to ask Ma Xiao to help her look for possible clues in 550W. So she couldn't just sit back and watch Ma Xiao go hungry. Ma Xiao nodded. "Please help me make a packet of milk powder." "Thank you. The heart is beating. Love is like a blazing fire. You're smiling? The crazy one is me." The rustic old songs echoed in the dark villa. Not only harsh to the ears, but also a bit inexplicably creepy. Hello. Is this Mr. Gao Daqiang? It's me. What's up? Gao Daqiang sat up from his bed with a tired face. He was tongue-tied at the company today and had gone to great lengths to convince the shareholders to support his new project. Is something wrong? Gao Daqiang looked at his watch and realized that it was only 3 in the morning. Then he looked at the caller ID, and it was a call from the police station. He immediately felt overwhelmed. He thought to himself that the police station is calling me this late. Could it be that something has happened to my company? On the phone, the officer said politely, "This is the 5th Street Police Station in Beijing's Qiyang district. Just now several leaders have come, naming you and your son. I hope you bring your child to our police station." Doubt was written all over Gao Daqiang's face. He was bewildered. He thought to himself, where did these leaders come from? How could they meet me and my son by name? This couldn't be a scam. Could it? But it's not right. There is indeed a 5th Street police station in this neighborhood. Gao Daqiang carefully asked. Now? That's right. Immediately, right away. The officer's tone gradually became serious. I hope you take this matter seriously. If we don't see you in half an hour, we'll have to pick you up from your house. Gao Daqiang's heart flinched. He did business and hadn't dealt with the officials much. He knew that once an official spoke in this tone, it was designated that something big was about to happen. However, why? His business was legitimate. He hadn't paid a single cent less in taxes, and he couldn't figure out why the leaders wanted to see him and his son at this time. What urgent matter couldn't wait until tomorrow? He nervously said. I'll be right there. Please wait a moment. Leader. Gao Daqiang scurried out of the room without even putting on his slippers. Good day, Mr. Gao. The Nani on duty greeted Gao Daqiang. Gao Daqiang instructed. Get Xiao Chong dressed. I'm going to take him out. Gao Daqiang was one of the most outstanding entrepreneurs in the world. His name industries span many fields such as e-commerce, live broadcasting, automobiles, chips, finance, real estate, etc. And he became the richest man in the world at just over 30 years old. But his life has a major flaw. 2 years ago, his wife had a difficult labor, and although she barely managed to give birth to the child, she herself failed to pull through. Gao Daqiang named the child Su Xiuqiang. Su was the surname of the child's mother, and Xiao Chong was the hope that his son would be as tenacious as a cockroach and live out this life peacefully. Young master. Wake up. The nanny came to Su Xiaochang's room and switched on the light. Mr. Gao wants to take you out for a trip. Su Xiaochang was woken up by the nanny. He sat up from the bed and asked while adjusting to the light. What happened? It's the early hours of the morning. Why is my dad taking me out? The nanny shook her head. Mr. Gao didn't say. Su Xiaochang was silent for 2 seconds and then asked. Did he not say or couldn't tell me? The nanny smiled bitterly. It was not said. Su Xiaochang slowly nodded his head and dressed himself, not needing the nanny's help in the slightest. The nanny stood by the side and silently watched. Although Gao Daqiang had asked her to dress Su Xiuqiang, Su Xiuqiang was exceptionally mature and did not like adults to intervene in things that he could do by himself. Xiaochang, is it ready? A few minutes later, Gao Daqiang appeared in the room fully clothed. Su Xiaochang had long been dressed. He asked with a serious face, why did you go out at this time? Is it because your bribing of officials was discovered by the top, and now you want to take me to escape? The corner of Gao Daqiang's mouth twitched. He didn't know why this son of his was so precocious. He didn't even know where Su Xiaochang learnt the word bribe from. He didn't even know how many 1 + 1 equaled when he was 2 years old. I'll say it one last time. I've never bribed anyone. Our family's money is clean. Gao Daqiang had already gotten used to his son's peculiarities. He picked up Su Xiuqiang and explained as he walked towards the lift. The police station called me just now. Said the leader wants to see us, and named me to bring you along as well. What a strange thing. Su Xiuqiang fell silent, his eyes revealing a hint of uneasiness. The leader above ran to the police station in the early hours of the morning and named Gao Daqiang to bring me along. This is too abnormal. Could it be that I have been discovered? Chapter 49 August Flying Snow. Tu Hongyu cries foul. When Su Xiaochang arrived at the 5th Street police station and was taken into a room alone, he immediately confirmed his thoughts, because he heard someone shouting his name. Tu Hongyu. Su Xiaochang, the son of the richest man, was the new name of the national treasure scientist. Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu never thought he could be resurrected. When he was drowning underwater, he thought that as long as he could save the Earth and let Yaya have a full life among the 550W, he would have no regrets in dying. Later, he went into a trance. When he regained consciousness again, he had come to the nursery of the Peking Union Medical College Hospital and turned into a newborn baby boy. His father was the richest man, Gao Daqiang. Tu Hongyu was happy with this identity and never thought of resuming his original identity as a scientist. He did not contact the United Government, as much as he wanted Yaya. He was the son of the richest man, and he would have plenty of opportunities to contact 550W in the future. He didn't want to expose himself. After all, resurrection was an unbelievable thing, and he wanted only him to know about it if he could. But he was always anxious in his heart, because on the day he was resurrected, there was a baby next to him, and that baby's eyes resembled Director Ma's. He suspected that Ma Zhao had also been resurrected. He knew Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao was a sensible person, with a strong sense of responsibility at the same time, with the country and the greater good in his heart. If Ma Zhao was also resurrected, then as long as there was a need for him, Tu Hongyu, in the future, for example, if 550W was short of a good architect, Ma Zhao would offer him up. Today was that day. Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu followed the voice and saw a little boy in a blue down jacket sitting on the sofa, and a person he was very familiar with, the new Chinese counselor, Hao Susi. The little boy was about his age. When they looked at each other, Tu Hongyu knew that he had met the last person he wanted to meet after his resurrection. Ma Zhao. What have you done? Ma Zhao said expressionlessly. Confess now. You still have a chance. Tu Hongyu froze for a moment. He was confused. I didn't do anything. Don't make any more mistakes. Ma Zhao said seriously. You've already given Yaya a full life. Isn't that enough? Do you want to destroy all of humanity? Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu. Destroy all of humanity? Do I have the ability to do that? Tu Hongyu was a little confused by the destroy all mankind hat. He didn't understand why Ma Zhao said this about him. He only felt confused. He frowned and said, I don't understand what you're saying. He thought to himself what happened. He suddenly realized that Ma Zhao was not here to ask him to return to work at the institute, but to raise hell with him. But why? He hadn't done anything in the meantime. Could it be that the previous mission had gone wrong? But didn't the server go online successfully? Besides, even if the mission had gone wrong, it was something that happened in a previous life, and he had paid for it with his life. Ma Xiao wasn't so bad as to chase him into this life. Right. As for that, wasn't Earth fine? Tu Hongyu felt puzzled. Ma Xiao slowly said, just a moment ago, storage site 0957 was stolen. 3 kilograms of antimatter were lost in the warehouse. You know what that means, right? Tu Hongyu's eyelids jumped. 3 kilograms of antimatter? 1 gram of antimatter was equivalent to 1 nuclear bomb. 3 kilograms was 3,000 nuclear bombs. If the person who stole the antimatter threw these antimatter into a volcano or an earthquake zone or something like that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tu Hongyu frowned. What the hell? You can even throw antimatter? 3 kilograms of antimatter if it was used properly. Even if it couldn't destroy the entire human civilization, there was still a good chance that it would make human civilization regress from the whole to before the Industrial Revolution. If that happened, 550W was afraid that it would also be heavily damaged. And his daughter, Ya, would be in danger, Ma Xiao seriously said. Because someone has invaded 550W. Tu Hongyu froze. In a flash, he realized why Ma Xiao came to him. You think it's me? He asked. In order for his daughter, Ya, to have a full life in 550W. He had studied 550 diligently, joined hands with Ma Xiao to create 550W, and was almost the person who knew 550W the most besides Ma Xiao. Someone had invaded 550W. It was normal for Ma Xiao to think of him. Apart from me, only you know the loopholes of 550W. Who is it if not you? Ma Xiao said in a serious tone. Tu Hongyu. We surely weren't resurrected for no reason. The future is still long. You shouldn't make mistakes again and again. Tu Hongyu felt very depressed. He asked rhetorically, am I the only one who knows? People sat at home. But pots came from the sky. He could be said to have done nothing in the past 2 years in order not to be discovered. And although he also surfed the internet, it was mainly to gather information about what had happened after his death. God have mercy. The 550W being invaded had nothing to do with him. Tu Hongyu. He really didn't do it. He was wrongly accused. A trace of aggression spread across Tu Hongyu's face. Ma Xiao examined Tu Hongyu's expression. In the middle of the day, he asked, this matter has nothing to do with you? Tu Hongyu nodded. I didn't do it. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. The amplitude of Tu Hongyu's nods seemed to be larger than normal. Ma Xiao suspiciously pursued. Then who was it? Tu Hongyu racked his brain for a while, then said uncertainly, I uploaded my digital life to 550W before I died. Is it possible that he did it? Ma Xiao shook his head. Your digital life is over 10 years old. He doesn't know about the latest loopholes. Tu Hongyu frowned. But he's inside 550W. Ma Xiao was silent for 2 seconds before asking. Are you saying that your digital life discovered the loophole of 550W and then invaded 550W and stole 3 kilograms of antimatter in reality? I think this possibility exists. Tu Hongyu slowly nodded. I'm the architect of the 550 series. I'm very familiar with the inner workings of the 550. And so is my digital life. So it's possible that he could have turned himself into a kind of virus and then invaded the 550W. But I can't think of any reason why he would steal antimatter. Tu Hongyu paused before adding. In any case, I didn't invade the 550W anyway. So if you guys have to think I did it, then show me proof. Tu Hongyu tilted his face to the side. It wasn't me. After a few seconds, when Tu Hongyu saw that Ma Xiao didn't say anything, he shattered again. I can't speak. But it really wasn't me. You guys don't bully honest people. At this moment, all 5 of Tu Hongyu's senses were crying out for justice. Ma Xiao was silent. Hao Suzy had been silently listening for a long time. She found that Ma Xiao and Tu Hongyu had never asked each other about their identities, and seemed to be sure of each other's identities only through the moment they looked at each other when they opened the door. What kind of tacit understanding was this? But that wasn't what she was most concerned about right now. Professors, our time is very tight. Hao Suzy knitted her brows. So who exactly stole the antimatter? Was it Tu Hongyu's digital life? It was 3:15 in the morning at the moment. 3 hours had passed since the theft of the antimatter. Chapter 50, Digital to Hanju, A Lesson for Humanity. A break? But we've only just started. We're not tired. The experts of the 550 project team felt very puzzled. They had just worked for more than 2 hours, and were just getting better. Why were they suddenly told to stop and take a rest? The leader of the project team blushed and looked like he wanted to argue. The coalition government has other arrangements. House Yusi said politely but irrefutably. I can understand everyone's feelings. But please cooperate with me. Her eyes were very firm. She respected these computer scientists from the bottom of her heart. They were the treasures of human civilization. But they had been working for more than 2 hours, and still had nothing to show for it. And human civilization didn't have any more time to give them. The head of the project team stared at House Yosi's face for a couple of moments, and finally let out a long sigh and led the way out of the room. With the team leader gone, the other scientists, though reluctant, could only follow. Afterwards, House Yosi turned around and said, "Please." Her tone was very sincere. As the words landed, 2 little dots emerged from behind her. They crossed over to the room where the 550W body was stored and climbed onto the chair by stepping on the beams of the chair's legs. Their movements were fluid, as if they were going home. "Please push us forward a little," Mazza said expressionlessly as he crouched on top of the chair. Their biological age was only 2 years old, and it was really hard to work when they couldn't even touch the keyboard with their arms stretched out. House Yosi hurried forward and pushed Ma Zhao's and Tu Hingyu's chairs to a position that was close to the table, and then inquired, "Do you need any more help?" Ma Zhao shook his head. "No. Just keep quiet." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Tu Hongyu. "I'll be in charge of reverse deducing the enemy's IP. You come and find your digital life." If he did it, he must have hidden himself. Tu Hongyu nodded and put his tender palms on the keyboard. Ta, ta-da, 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 duh, duh. Since their hands were too small, Ma Zhao and Tu Hongyu could only use one finger's end to tap the keyboard. And the tense atmosphere inexplicably had a touch of weirdness. Robot dog hid in the warehouse. We surrounded the warehouse and are now deploying EMP bombs. The full name of the EMP bomb was electronic pulse bomb. It was a special kind of bomb that would burst out a powerful microwave when it exploded, coupling with electronic equipment and creating a surge current in the circuit, thus destroying the electronic equipment. The officer in charge of this mission was called Lui Wei. He had mixed feelings. Although they had EMP bombs, the robot dog had antimatter. If the person manipulating the robot dog detonated the antimatter, everyone present would be annihilated in the light of the antimatter explosion. But they had no choice. Their team was the first to find the machine dog, and it was up to them to recover the antimatter. There were many people busy at the scene. They are all silent. They knew what risks they were taking, but they knew even more what responsibilities they were taking. After 2 minutes, the EMP bomb was deployed. "Detonate the EMP," Lui Wei ordered. Buzz. Silent waves surged in all directions, and the streetlights in the nearby kilometers went out at the same time, plunging the surroundings into total darkness. Action! 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 The soldiers retrieved their tactical torches and walkie-talkies from the shielding devices. They entered the warehouse from 4 directions to look for traces of the robot dog and quickly achieved results. Report. Target found. Lui Wei rushed to the scene. The machine dog was collapsed behind a shelf, motionless, and had obviously been completely destroyed by the EMP. But there was no antimatter visible around it. We initially searched this warehouse and found no antimatter. We are now conducting a more detailed search, the soldier reported. Lui Wei's brows were tightly locked. He didn't have the slightest joy that he had survived the robbery because the antimatter wasn't here. He muttered. "The antimatter isn't here." He reported the situation upwards. "I see." House Yosi's face was a bit ugly. She had just received bad news. The team searching for the robot dog had managed to find it, but the antimatter that was supposed to be with it had disappeared. The army returned to the place where both the robot dog and the antimatter were last witnessed to search for where the antimatter had gone. But gains were few. Hangzhou is adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. If the antimatter had entered the Pacific Ocean, finding them next would be like finding a needle in a haystack. House Yusi looked up at Ma Zhao and Zhou Chuji. She said in a euphemistic tone, "Professors, our operation on the other side is not going too well." Ma Zhao left the keyboard with both hands. He held his chin and said thoughtfully, "I've found the location of the IP that invaded 550W. House Yusi was surprised. "Where?" "Right here." Ma Zhao looked around. "It's in this room?" House Yusi froze. The enemy came from within us? She raised her eyebrows. It's our own computer scientists? She was incredulous. On the one hand, the 550 series itself was a project with a high level of secrecy, and the participants were strictly screened. Since Tu Hongyu had violated the rules in his last life and imported his own daughter Yaya's digital life into the 550W, this screening standard had been raised even further. On the other hand, there was also an objective relationship of mutual supervision within the 550 project team, and it was easy for others in the group to notice when one person altered the data. It was reasonable to say that the enemy could not be hiding among them. It's hard to say right now. Ma Zhao pondered. Tu Hongyu, have you found your digital life yet? Ta. Tada. 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 Tu Hongyu painstakingly tapped the keyboard with his own little hands while responding. Right away. Unsurprisingly, Tu Hongyu's digital life, or digital Tu Hongyu for short, had indeed hidden himself. But Tu Hongyu knew himself well. After a bit of extraction, he finally found the folder where digital Tu Hongyu was located. Found him. Enter! Hao Xiuxi pushed Ma Zhao to come behind Tu Hongyu. A small, gloomy room appeared on the big screen, with only one chair in the room, on which sat a youth in a white coat. The youth's face was exactly what Tu Hongyu looked like in his last life. Digital Tu Hongyu looked at Tu Hongyu in a daze, as he said despondently, I can even come back from the dead. Why can't ya? It was obvious that digital Tu Hongyu already knew the identities of the two little dots. Figure Hongyu was silent, not knowing how to answer. In the past 2 years after his resurrection, he had also been thinking about this question. Why could he come back from the dead while others couldn't? You're the one who stole the antimatter, right? Ma Zhao asked calmly. Why did you do that? What are you going to do with that antimatter? Aren't you afraid that Yaya will be affected? Digital Tu Hongyu laughed. He didn't have the slightest intention of hiding his thoughts, and frankly stated his thoughts. No reason. I just want to teach humanity a lesson. Chapter 51. Killing only 2 billion people. Giving up computers? Hao Xiuxi's heart raced wildly. It was found. The mastermind behind this was actually Tu Hongyu's digital life. Why would he do this? Hadn't he assisted the humans in restarting the Beijing servers before? As for Yaya will live a good life. I've already hidden her. Digital Tu Hongyu looked at Tu Hongyu and said meaningfully, no one will find her. Right? Digital Tu Hongyu said won't. Not can't. Digital Tu Hongyu was silent. The reason he was able to find his digital life in such a short period of time was because he had a deep enough understanding of himself. In the same way, it was possible for him to find digital Yaya. This was something that other people could not do, because the 550W was too complicated. And digital Tu Hongyu must have been more attentive in hiding digital Yaya than hiding himself. By the time other people found digital Yaya might have all died according to the program settings. But would Tu Hongyu help other people to find digital Yaya? Impossible. What do you mean by lessons? Ma Zhao asked out loud. Why would you think that? Digital Tu Hongyu laughed softly a few times. He replied sincerely, humanity's dependence on intelligent products is too great. And this dependence has permeated the veins of human civilization. If humanity encounters a civilization with a higher level of information than their own, humanity will be unbeatable. Remember? Back in 2044, scientists from the Digital Life faction invaded our drones and manipulated them to destroy the space station. And the entire Gabon base was destroyed. That's what happens when you over-rely on intelligence. But humanity hasn't learned its lesson in the slightest. Imagine if at some point in the future, a battleship's fire system suddenly failed, turning its guns on its own comrades. And the antimatter bombs that were supposed to be flying towards the enemy turned around and flew towards our home planet. What kind of picture is that? Hao Xiuxi was stunned. As one of the 5 directors of the United Government, she had a rich ability to make associations, and she instantly imagined the picture depicted by digital Tu Hongyu. Destruction. Panic destruction. Humiliating destruction. Mankind has created a double-edged sword, but is blissfully unaware of it. Digital figure Hongyu's face gradually became serious. Even mankind's most advanced weapons rely on intelligent systems to function. From the time we traveled to Avatar, humanity has embarked on a journey full of unknowns. And every moment, there is the possibility of encountering enemies far more powerful than us. Humanity can no longer rely so much on intelligent systems. For the sake of the continuation of civilization, I must help remove humanity's over-reliance on intelligence. And the best way to do that is to teach humanity a hard lesson. It was only when someone developed silicosis from breathing mine dust that the government introduced relevant protective measures for miners. It was only when someone died from an airplane crash that the Aeronautical Association investigated and reformed this type of aircraft. It was only when someone became a precarious refugee because of a war that mankind thought of calling for peace. Didn't humans know about the hidden dangers in these things before they happened? Humans knew. They just didn't want to change. History has proven that humans can only grow from suffering and pain. Digital figure Hung Yu's face gradually became cold, as he said emotionlessly, "Instead of having an alien civilization give humanity a lesson, it would be better for me to give it. I will only kill 2 billion people. 2 billion people." In Digital 2 Hung Yu's mouth, 2 billion people were like a light number that was said to be killed. Digital 2 Hung Yu's mouth opened wide. He looked at himself in the screen incredulously. 2 billion people? Only killed? 2 Hung Yu was stunned. When he created this digital life, nothing had happened to Yu. He was still Sunny back then. His digital life should be the same as he was then. How could he say such heartless words as only kill 2 billion people without changing his face? Hao Xiaoxi's face changed dramatically. She anxiously said, "I'm a director of the United Government, and the United Government can use peaceful means to remove the dependence on the intelligence system. There's no need to kill people. To kill 2 billion people just to teach humanity a lesson was simply unbelievable." Digital figure Hung Yu revealed an icy smile. "Then should we wait 10 or 20 years? It's too slow. Human civilization can't master the time to travel through the world. So we have to speed up the transformation." Digital figure Hung Yu said indifferently. "Human civilization gives birth to 100 million newborns every year. At this rate, it will only take 20 years to make up for the population lost in this disaster. And it might even be faster if there is corresponding policy support. 2 billion people for the awakening of human civilization. That's a good deal. After all, it's not as much as the number of people who couldn't draw the lottery in the mountain shift program." Hao Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "This is different. According to the mountaintop removal plan, 4.5 billion people would end up not being able to draw the lottery. And all of these people would freeze to death on the increasingly cold surface of the earth. But this was the choice of last resort. In order to keep warm, the dungeons could only be built under the engines. The limited number of them doomed many people to not be able to enter the dungeons. But Digital 2 Hung Yu was only trying to teach humanity a lesson and reduce their reliance on intelligence. There was absolutely no need to take such extreme measures. It's no different," Digital 2 Hung Yu said slowly. "It's all for the future of human civilization." Ma Jiao suddenly spoke out. "You keep talking about humans. Do you no longer consider yourself a human?" Digital figure Hung Yu shook his head. Ma Jiao frowned. "Are you still 2 Hung Yu?" Digital 2 Hung Yu shook his head again. "Aren't you afraid we'll remove you from 550W?" Hao Xiaoxiao paused. "If you give up the plan, I guarantee that you can continue to exist in 550W. And the United Government will phase out all intelligent devices within a year." Digital 2 Hung Yu replied, "I'm afraid you didn't catch my meaning. I want humanity to completely get rid of its reliance on intelligent systems, especially those in weapons." Hao Xiaohei was at a loss. Ma Jiao, however, understood. According to what digital figure Hung Yu meant, humanity should disable computers. Completely getting rid of the reliance on intelligent systems means giving up computers. Right? Ma Jiao couldn't help but question. Without computers, human civilization's technology would be locked up, and the more advanced weapons wouldn't be able to be used. So how could they fight against alien civilizations? From large spaceships to small mobile phone chips, intelligence has long infiltrated every aspect of human society. How can it be given up just like that? Take missiles for example. Missiles must carry some programs that are used to control the speed and direction of the missile. Otherwise it would be difficult to reach the sky, let alone strike the enemy with precision. Give up computers, and human civilization will forever rewind to 100 years ago. Overkill. Choke on it. Ma Jiao inquired. You wouldn't even think of that, would you? Ma Jiao felt very confused, because with his understanding of 2 Hung Yu, not to mention digital 2 Hung Yu, who had changed drastically since entering 550W, even the rash 2 Hung Yu from a long time ago wouldn't have been so naive as to want humans to give up computers. At this point, digital 2 Hung Yu smiled. He said, I'm not asking humans to give up using computers, but I'm asking humans to stop relying on computers. Ma Jiao frowned. Letting human civilization use computers but not rely on them sounded just as weird as letting people eat but not rely on eating. What exactly did digital figure Hung-Yu mean? Looking at Ma Zhao's puzzled expression, Digital 2 Hung-Yu suddenly asked, "How is it possible for humans to use mobile phones, but not rely on them?" Ma Zhao was stunned. Chapter 52 Alternatives? 2 alternatives? Why can humans use mobile phones without relying on them? This question of 2 Hung-Yu was very strange. But it seemed to hide his true intention, thus causing Ma Zhao, 2 Hung-Yu, and Hao Xiaoxi to ponder. Many thoughts flew through Ma Zhao's mind, and finally merged into one question under a rigorous logical framework. Why does a person use a mobile phone? Ma Zhao thought to himself that he might not have answered the question in detail. But in general, it was for communication, work, study and entertainment. Then, why can a person not rely on mobile phones? Ma Zhao thought about this question for half a minute. Finally he came up with an answer. Because mobile phones are not necessary for these 4 activities. Many things including computers can replace mobile phones to help human beings carry out these 4 activities. And even these 4 activities themselves are not necessary for human beings. Not being necessities, they can naturally not be relied upon. If you replace the mobile phone with a computer, considering that computers and their derivatives are somehow a necessity for human civilization, the only way to make humans use computers without relying on them is to find a substitute for computers. This substitute would allow humans to do what computers did without them. And even do it better. Ma Zhao hesitated. You want humans to find a substitute for computers. A better substitute to be precise. Right? The reason why humans don't rely on mobile phones is because humans have alternatives to mobile phones. And these alternatives work better than mobile phones. Ma Zhao and digital figure Hung-Yu locked eyes. Digital 2 Hung-Yu smiled and said, "When humans can give up computers, humans can use them with impunity." Although there was no positive answer, the implication was that Ma Zhao had guessed correctly. Ma Zhao frowned. But humans don't have a substitute for computers. What could replace a computer to perform complex calculations? And what could replace a computer program to manipulate complex instruments? Did such a thing really exist? In the face of Ma Zhao's question, the smile on digital figure Hung-Yu's face did not move. Let's play a game. I can tell you where each of the 3 copies of antimatter are, but guarantee that you won't be able to chase one of them, or I can tell you where 2 of them are, and guarantee that you will be able to chase them. The antimatter that isn't chased will explode. You guys pick one. I'll give you 30 minutes to discuss it, and tell me your answers after 30 minutes. Out of time. After saying that, digital figure Hung-Yu lowered his head. What the hell was he talking about just now? Hao Xiaohei inquired. Although she had listened to the dialogue between Ma Zhao and digital 2 Hung-Yu, she still didn't seem to understand. For example, you can use a computer if you can give up a computer was a phrase she didn't understand at all. 2 Hung-Yu pursed his lips as he explained for Ma Zhao. My digital life seems to think that humans have something better than computers. But humans aren't making use of this thing. Ma Zhao nodded in affirmation of 2 Hung-Yu's explanation before adding. But we don't know what this thing is. Hao Xiaoxi knitted his eyebrows. Something that was there, but not utilized on. She seemed to know what worked better than a computer, but wasn't used by humans. But she wasn't sure she was right. Is he talking about planetary consciousness? Hao Xiaoxi asked. After learning about the existence of planetary consciousness, experts had done a lot of analysis and speculated about the properties that planetary consciousness might have. Among them was the incredible thinking ability. The experts unanimously agreed that planetary consciousness's thinking ability was countless times more powerful than 550W. If this speculation was correct, planet consciousness had the ability to replace computers. Both Ma Zhao and 2 Hung-Yu froze. Planet consciousness? Ma Zhao hesitated. What is planetary consciousness? Does it refer to a special existence like Ava? Hao Xiaohei briefly explained the United Government's definition of planetary consciousness. We lack an understanding of planetary consciousness, and we're not sure if planetary consciousness can do things similar to computers. Ma Zhao paused for a moment. But the odds are that it can. Just think of planetary consciousness as an enlarged brain. The brain itself was a special kind of computer. 2 Hung-Yu took over. Consciousness is something more mysterious than a computer, and it's not easy for an intrusion to occur. At least it's completely beyond our understanding. If there was an enemy that could invade consciousness, it must also be an enemy that was beyond the scope of human understanding. In front of such an enemy, it didn't matter what humans used. However, does Earth have a planetary consciousness? Tu Hongyu wondered. Hao Xiaozi pursed her lips as she said uncertainly. There should be. At least Ava thinks we do. That's why the beasts on Pandora don't attack our people. But we never made any contact with the Earth consciousness. The United Government's investigative team was still hanging around the planet, attempting to gain contact with Earth's planetary consciousness from pristine forests and other off-the-beaten-path places. However, the team had been unable to find anything, and the financial department even suspected them of cheating funds for public travel. Ma Zhao took a deep breath as he said in a deep voice. It can only be assumed that Earth has a planetary consciousness as well, and only then do we have the option of abandoning the use of computers. Then Tu Hongyu's digital life is trying to get us in touch with the planetary consciousness, and to establish a relatively close partnership with it. Tu Hongyu and I don't understand these things, so we are not at liberty to get involved in the next task. Ma Zhao said seriously. I'll leave it to you, Counselor Hao. Hao Xiaozi nodded with a heavy heart. She turned around and informed the United Government of what she had just discovered as well as the two options given by digital figure Hongyu, and participated in the meeting remotely. The United Government received the news and instantly exploded. Unbelievable. Surprisingly, it was digital life that stole the antimatter. Digital life technology has matured? Our cybersecurity is too unreliable. Where will we find planetary consciousness now? These two choices are variations on the trolley problem. And according to this digital life, there's going to be an antimatter explosion no matter what. What now? There were many problems before the United Government, one of which had to be solved immediately. And that was the choice of knowing the coordinates of 3 copies of the antimatter or knowing the coordinates of 2 copies of the antimatter. Digital figure Hongyu only gave them 30 minutes. Chapter 53. The game begins. Our relationship with planetary consciousness? Digital beings are too arrogant, a United Government official said. We have what he has, and we have what he doesn't. So who is he to say that we must not be able to recover it? His point drew a chorus of agreement. That's right. Let's go with the first one and make him tell us the coordinates of all 3 copies of the antimatter. We have to believe in our own strength. Choosing the second one will surely result in 1 copy of the antimatter exploding. I don't think you all want the antimatter to explode on your own soil. Right? Most of the members of the United Government were in favor of the first choice, which was to have digital figure Hongyu disclose the coordinates of the 3 copies of antimatter, and then they would recover them with their ability. Their thoughts were simple. Digital beings lived in the cyber world after all, and although they could influence reality, the strength of their influence was definitely limited, and could not possibly compare to those of them who lived in the real world. They were capable of recovering the 3 copies of antimatter. However, there were also people who raised objections. Making it impossible for us to catch up could also mean detonating it directly, or rushing to do so before we catch up, another official said. Must confirm this with digital life. 2 minutes later, Hao Xiaozi sent word back. Digital Tuhant would give the humans another 36 hours after they made their choice. And if the humans could recover the antimatter in those 36 hours, Digital Tuhant would not detonate them. Are the coordinates he gave precise? Digital chart Hongyu would give a precise location that consisted of more than 10 satellites together, with a margin of error of no more than 1 meter. Then what are we hesitating for? Pick the first one. With such a long time and such a precise positioning, even if he throws the antimatter into the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, we can still fish it up. After confirming the details, those in favor of the first choice occupied an overwhelming majority. The coalition government made a decision. We choose the first one. These are the coordinates of the 3 copies of the antimatter. Digital Tu Hongyu conjured a computer out of thin air, then turned the screen towards Hao Xiaozi and showed her the image on the computer. Hao Xiaozi saw 3 blinking points of light. Next to each of them was detailed data, including latitude, longitude, dive depth, direction of travel and speed. With these data, anyone could clearly know the location of these 3 points of light. The countdown has begun. Looking forward to the human's performance. Digital figure Hongyu smiled. Ding! 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 At the same time, a mysterious software appeared in the phones of the dignitaries, and when they opened it, it was 3 moving points of light. Hao Xiaozi also received this software. You've prepared this a long time ago? She frowned. Digital Tu Hongyu smiled without saying anything. Hao Xiaozi looked at Digital Tu Hongyu's smiling face, and her mood became bad all of a sudden. It wasn't because Digital Tu Hongyu hadn't given the humans enough detailed information, but because Digital Tu Hongyu had given the information in too much detail. with the feeling that he was afraid that the humans wouldn't know where the antimatter was. He had even prepared location software. It was very thoughtful. But also from the side of the digital figure hung Yu's strong self-confidence. He was sure that even if humans had this information, they couldn't recover the antimatter. And in the end, all this information would turn into a haze in the hearts of human beings. The more detailed information he gives now, after the failure of mankind, the thicker the haze in the hearts of mankind. This is an undisguised psychological warfare. Hao Xiaozi thought back carefully. From the time he met digital figure Hung Yu, digital figure Hung Yu had been very honest, answering whatever he was asked, not flustered at all, and not afraid of being erased himself. He also prepared a multiple choice question for them. This kind of performance, it was as if they had expected to be found. So perhaps from the very beginning, the human's behavior was all anticipated by digital figure Hung Yu, including human choices. Digital figure Hung Yu had expected that humans would choose the first option, and was sure that by giving humans the precise coordinates of the antimatter, humans would not be able to recover the antimatter. But where did digital Tahinjia's confidence come from? Now on to the second question, Craven said expressionlessly. Digital life thinks we are overly reliant on intelligent systems, and wants to teach us a lesson about finding alternatives to them. From the information we have so far, that replacement is likely to be Earth's planetary consciousness. What do you guys think about that? He was the first to voice his opinion. I can't understand it anyway. I think this digital being's logic is full of problems. It's simply a digital retard. Because computers could go wrong later. Humans need to be weaned off their dependence on them now. Bloody hell. Did this digital being's hard drive have water in it? Vladimir bristled. That digital being is contradicting himself. He doesn't want us to rely on intelligent systems. But he wants us to rely on planetary consciousness with an unknown attitude. What difference does that make in nature? Relying on intelligent systems could leave us vulnerable at some point in the future. Dependence on planetary consciousness? We're in over our heads from now on. Vladimir paused for a moment. He furrowed his brow in suspicion. As I see it, this digital being may have been sent by the planetary consciousness. One can rely on the planetary consciousness, not the intelligent system? Inexplicable. What is it if not a conspiracy? Meebok pursed her lips as she whispered. If this digital being is really for the continuation of human civilization, then he wouldn't hastily make us rely on planetary consciousness unless he has contacted planetary consciousness. Digital figure Hung Yu was strange. Being a digital being, he proposed to restrict intelligent systems and to find alternatives for them, which was completely reducing the soil for his own survival, doing himself no favors, but 100 harms. Why is he doing this? Either he was indeed thinking about the continuation of human civilization, or he was under the control of the planetary consciousness. Whichever was possible, digital figure Hung Yu must have come into contact with planetary consciousness. Our knowledge of planetary consciousness is too scarce. Meebok threw out two questions. Assuming it's the former, what exactly is our relationship with planetary consciousness? And why do digital beings think we can rely on planetary consciousness? The crowd lapsed into silence. They were more ignorant than the Gnostics when it came to things related to planetary consciousness. At least the Gnostics' planetary consciousness would communicate with the Gnostics, while theirs never bothered with them. About planetary consciousness, Zhang Weilai, who had replaced Hao Xiaozi in the meeting, said, our people have more contact with the Gnostics. And according to the Gnostics, all life is part of Eva. All life is born out of Eva and returns to Eva after death. The RDA has studied Eva for many years. They believe that Pandora creatures and Eva are one and the same, and that exterminating Pandora creatures will kill Eva. So Eva would shelter the Pandora creatures and attack the RDA. The crowd revealed thoughtful expressions. Zhang Weilai said in a deep voice, if the knowledge of Eva also holds true for Earth's planetary consciousness, then we may also be part of Earth's consciousness, putting aside emotional factors like the creator complex. Objectively, the Earth consciousness may be sheltering us in order to maintain his own existence. Chapter 54, Earth, Hard Roads, Hard Babies. Not only that, but Earth consciousness also needs a strong armed force like us to protect him from external forces like the RDA. If that's the case, digital life's logic makes sense. In the digital life's view, Earth consciousness can help humanity reduce its reliance on intelligent systems and increase the likelihood of human civilization continuing on. Zhang Weilai paused for a moment as he added, although we're not yet clear on the manner in which this effect is to be achieved. We can surmise this from the words of the digital beings. At the same time, humanity can help the Earth consciousness to exist longer. Mutual benefit on both sides. The most important thing is the future survival environment. We travel to Avatar. And we may travel elsewhere in the future. And there's even the possibility of having to fight against that higher civilization that sent us to Avatar. The future is uncertain for both us and the Earth consciousness. In this case, cooperation is the optimal choice for both of us. At the same time, digital life has also realized the hidden dangers of intelligent systems. So it wants to set up us an Earth consciousness. Zhang Weilai drew a new blueprint for the crowd. That is, humanity and Earth consciousness were facing a crisis at the same time and needed each other. Vladimir listened with furrowed brows. He spoke. If Earth consciousness is really made up of all Earth life, then if Earth consciousness annihilates us, he will still be able to continue to exist. Whereas if we try to annihilate him, we will have to annihilate ourselves along with him. With an unequal status of existence, wouldn't we become slaves of Earth consciousness? Vladimir continuously threw out questions. What would a cooperative relationship between us be like? If we rely on Earth consciousness, when we are useless to Earth consciousness, will he unload? In Vladimir's view, the cooperative relationship between humans and Earth consciousness was bound to be unequal. Humans were likely to be exploited and oppressed by Earth consciousness. And it was possible that when Earth consciousness no longer needed humans, humans who relied on Earth consciousness would be wiped out by Earth consciousness. Zhang Weilai slowly said. Our understanding of Earth consciousness is too little, and we don't know exactly what information the digital beings have. So what I just said is all conjecture, and is only to provide everyone with a new idea. It all boiled down to a lack of intelligence. Clavin revealed a thoughtful expression as he listened to the steady stream of expert opinions in his headphones and slowly spoke. Actually, whether or not we can achieve a benign partnership with Earth consciousness mainly depends on Earth consciousness's attitude towards us. We don't have the right to dominate. It didn't matter what humans thought. The key was what Earth thought. But the contradiction stems from a clash of interests. The life forms of the planetary consciousness are very different from humans and need different things. Can you all think of one thing that both we and the planetary consciousness need? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. On second thought, the status, wealth, power, resources, mates and so on that humans needed were meaningless to the planetary consciousness. Judging from the Gnostics and Ava's mode of getting along, the planetary consciousness can be described as having no desires on the material level. Craven continued, without needs, there is no conflict. And without conflict, there is no conflict. Without conflict, we don't have to worry about the planetary consciousness harming us. After all, we are also a part of the Earth consciousness. And the Earth consciousness hasn't done anything bad to humans for so many years after humans have lived on the Earth. Instead, it has let humans become the masters of life on Earth. The French representative thought for a few seconds and then agreed. According to our relationship with the Earth consciousness is actually our mother. And as long as the mother isn't too harsh, I don't think anyone would consider themselves slaves to the mother. In the same way, a mom won't hurt her child as long as the child doesn't go too far. The Gnostics are just fine with Ava. Vladimir frowned tightly. Although Clavin and the French representative had a point, he still felt that it was a great irresponsibility to base the survival of human civilization on the attitude of the Earth's consciousness towards them. Suddenly, Zhang Weilai said thoughtfully, there's actually one thing that both humans and Earth consciousness need. Safety. Craven nodded, but there was not a trace of surprise on his face. He said, security is the only thing that both humanity and Earth consciousness need. And at the same time, the only thing that can sway Earth consciousness towards us. Vladimir was stunned. He seemed to think of something, but couldn't say it with a jolt. Craven laughed a little as he said, Earth consciousness needs security. And as long as the presence of humans makes Earth consciousness safer, Earth consciousness won't do anything about us. In fact, safety is also a condition to convince Earth consciousness to cooperate with us. The attitude was nebulous, but the value was real. Vladimir's eyes lit up. Security was the core interest of Earth consciousness. And if humans could help Earth consciousness gain security, Earth consciousness would naturally have no reason to deal with humans and would help them. He felt that Craven's words had opened a new window for him. But he soon frowned again. Because even if humans could bring momentary safety to Earth consciousness and gain momentary peace as a result, but if humans kept existing and technology kept advancing, Then sooner or later humans would become a threat to the Earth's consciousness, and thus cause it to be malicious. How should this problem be solved? Clavin said in a cloudy voice. As to whether our existence can make the Earth consciousness safer. We just have to wait and see, Vladimir inquired. Wait for what? Craven replied. Wait a while to see if we will still cross over to other worlds. And if the crossings still continue, then our presence will make Earth consciousness safer. Who knows where the next crossing will be to, and what dangers it will face. If the crossing still continues, Earth consciousness will need a strong armed force to help him cope with the threats from the universe. And the existence of humans will naturally make Earth consciousness safer. As for the day when Earth stops traveling, will we be unloaded by Earth consciousness? Clavin said chestily. That's even less to worry about. We can leave behind a portion of our compatriots on every world we visit. And in this way, no matter what the humans on Earth go through, our civilization will live on in the multiverse. If the Earth consciousness wipes out the humans on Earth, our fellow humans scattered across the multiverse will become his enemies. At that time, we can reach a deterrent with Earth consciousness. Deter the Earth? Vladimir's eyes lit up, thinking that this was the path humanity should take, rather than pinning its hopes on Earth consciousness's attitude towards humanity. And the ability of Earth consciousness is limited. As long as our technology keeps advancing, we will be able to get rid of Earth consciousness's control one day. In the conference room, Clavin spoke eloquently. Unbeknownst to him, a certain Earth consciousness was silently listening on the side at this very moment. These kids think too much. If Chen Fan had a body, then he would be shaking his head helplessly. What slaves? What deterrence? What control? I'm your Earth father. How dare you all speculate about me so maliciously? And besides, with your little tricks. Chapter 55, Wandering Earth 3. Official release. In fact, from the human's point of view, Clavin's idea was tenable, because the intelligence that humans had was wrong. In the view of humans, Earth's planetary consciousness should be the same as Ava's, just a collection of consciousness of Earth's life, with a very weak influence on the outside world. Based on this judgment, humans felt that the planetary consciousness of Earth might destroy humans out of fear of them. But this was completely wrong. Although Chen Fan was similar to Ava, he was essentially above Ava. Not only could he manipulate the Earth's gravity as if it were his own, he was also able to draw out human consciousness. His ability to dominate reality was beyond Ava's reach. In the foreseeable future, it was impossible for humans to pose any threat to their earthly father. So their malicious speculation about Chen Fan based on the idea that the Earth would fear humans was completely untenable. Both underestimated the Earth and overestimated themselves. Chen Fan had never thought of wiping out the human race. He sighed. Dad treats you as children, but you treat Dad as a ghost. Craven was actually right about only one thing. Safety. Chen Fan needed safety, and humans could bring safety to Chen Fan. So Chen Fan needed humans. After traveling to Avatar, Chen Fan carefully studied his jumping ability. He suspected that the distance in his perception was not the distance from one location to another, but the distance from one dimension to another. This meant that every time he jumped, he would be traveling to a new and unfamiliar dimension, facing unknown dangers. If every realm rejected him, he would have to jump back and forth from realm to realm. Honest and steady ball left and right horizontal jumping ball. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about returning, but when he left the realm of Wandering Earth, he left so thoroughly that not a single living thing with life was left behind. Without a consciousness to act as a beacon, he couldn't tell where the realm of Stray Earth was. After all, he hadn't expected to pop into another realm at that time. And as a planetary consciousness, it didn't make sense for him to leave the living beings he had spawned in the same place waiting to die for no reason at all when he was running away with the ball. Back for the time being was out of the question. He had to think about the future. An infinite number of realms contained an infinite number of possibilities. And even if dozens of consecutive jumps in the future were safe, as long as a certain jump encountered danger, he could be doomed. So he faced a huge potential threat and had a strong need for security. To eliminate the threat, he needed great power. And humanity could provide him with that power through technology. Although he could also do scientific research, the scale of his life was too large, and he had to deal with many things in his subconscious mind every minute, causing his perception of time to be sluggish. A single thought could take him months to spin. Unlike humans, who could burst with several ideas in a second. When it comes to technology, he needs the help of humans. But humans had a series of judgments and ideas about this that were wrong. There was no such thing as a higher civilization as a hypothetical enemy. There was no such thing as the assumption that Earth might fear mankind. And there would be no horror stories of Earth unloading on mankind. The real relationship between Earth and humanity was that an old father wanted his son to be successful so that he could give himself a hand. It wasn't easy to be a planetary consciousness. Chen Fan lamented a little. Moss is saving me. Chen Fan recalled the dialogue he had with Moss in the space station. Although Moss kept giving humans the whole job, he was bent on the continuation of human civilization, and was good at thinking from a macro and long-term perspective. Chen Fan told Moss the actual situation. After Moss understood the relationship between humans and the Earth's consciousness, especially after it knew that the Earth was going to make its next crossing in a dozen years or so, and that it had no idea what it would be facing, it was instantly alerted to the fact that it must immediately establish and deepen human civilization. It saw the need to immediately establish and deepen the partnership between humanity and Earth consciousness. Thus, the focus of the May crisis changed from bridging the internal divisions of mankind that had arisen out of comfort to forcing mankind to seek help from the Earth's consciousness and facilitating cooperation between mankind and the Earth's consciousness. According to Moss's deduction, only by taking such tough measures could the cooperative relationship between humanity and Earth consciousness be advanced in a big way in a short period of time, increasing as much as possible the possibility of human civilization surviving. Therefore, the May crisis became a big play jointly directed by Moss and Chen Fan for the sake of humanity and the Earth. Moss plays the role of Mother Yin. With the help of the digital figure Hung Yu, it gives mankind an impossible challenge and an unacceptable consequence of failure. Chen Fan plays the loving father. When mankind is desperate, it appears in front of mankind with the positive image of a savior, rescuing mankind from the fire. Wandering Earth 3. Officially opened. The Jialong deep-sea probe is in position. The Queen's deep-sea probe is in position. The HUD deep-sea probe is in position. After obtaining the exact coordinates of the antimatter, the United Government quickly mobilized more than 20 deep-sea probes from the vicinity, 3 of which had already come to a certain portion of the antimatter's route of advance. May I ask if salvage is to be carried out immediately? The salvage operation was divided into 3 places, and the commander in charge here was called Landless. Landless had a smile on his lips, and was full of confidence. Although the antimatter moved close to the seabed, humanity had the ability to dive to the bottom of the ocean decades ago. And in recent years, because of the activities on Pandora's star, the ability of deep-sea probes to operate had been further enhanced. Salvaging an object moving at a constant speed across the seafloor is as simple as picking up a can from the ground. It could be said to be effortless. Salvage prohibited. Repeat. No salvage allowed. Listening to the voice coming out of the microphone, Langlois froze. No salvage? He was confused. Why? An apologetic voice came out of the microphone. A special situation has just occurred, and we must deal with it before we can grant your salvage request. Please be patient. With that, the other party hung up the communication. Landless frowned. The special situation hadn't happened on his side, so why wouldn't he be allowed to salvage the antimatter? He had 100% certainty now. It wouldn't be easy to salvage the antimatter later, when it entered an area with complicated terrain. Landless paced back and forth in front of his communicator, anxiously waiting for salvage orders from command. Meanwhile, there was a commotion going on at command. Lieutenant Colonel Landless at Salvage Point 1 is out of contact. We can't contact them no matter what. Where's the reserve team? How soon can they get to Salvage Point 1? The reserve team is also out of contact. What about the nearby planes and ships? They're all out of contact. What should we do? Damn it! There's a problem at Salvage Point 2 too. Chapter 56 Countdown, 31.5 hours. At Salvage Point number 2, several deep-sea probes were floating on the surface, and there were several submarines not far away. Some people dressed in orange were busy on them, performing emergency overhauls. The commander here was called Chen Yong. He was an experienced rear admiral who was currently standing on the deck of a destroyer. He asked with a serious expression, "How long will it take for the gauges to be repaired?" Report. We're still looking for the cause, but it'll take 3 to 5 hours at the least. Unlike Salvage Point 1, Salvage Point 2 received a salvage order. However, whether it was the detector or the submarine, as soon as it was submerged underwater, the pointers of the various gauges rotated haphazardly, making it impossible to operate normally. Chen Yong's brow tightly locked. Time is short and the task is heavy. We must fix the instruments as soon as possible. On the other side of the third salvage point, several warships drifted aimlessly in the sea. The people on board were anxious because they could not receive the satellite positioning signal and could not go to the scheduled salvage area. If they drifted on like this, they wouldn't have a chance to salvage the antimatter for 360 hours. Not to mention 36 hours. They didn't even know where they were now. The United Government got a taste of what it was like to be dominated on two levels: information and intelligence. Salvage Point 1 had lost contact with all of its personnel. From the commander to the reserve team, Salvage Point 2's instrument needle was spinning from side to side, and the probe was unable to dive. Salvage Point 3's satellite positioning was malfunctioning, and it was impossible to find the latitude and longitude coordinates. The operations of the three salvage sites were all blocked, and each had its own reasons. The information level was crushed with devastation, and mankind had never dealt with such a situation before, and was somewhat at a loss for words for a while. A strong sense of powerlessness enveloped the headquarters building of the United Government, and everyone's face was a bit tense. What now? Digital Life has done information shielding against Salvage Point 1. As long as we try to exchange information with Salvage Point 1, there will be a loss of human contact. Even people who were able to make contact 1 second will suddenly lose contact the next. They immediately missed the best salvage window. Losing contact hadn't been a big deal because they had anticipated the possibility of a communications blackout. As agreed, if no salvage order was received, the people at Salvage Point 1 would still move on time. But from the satellite pictures, Salvage Point 1 was ready to go. But for some reason, it didn't move in place. Digital Life has invaded and destroyed the electronic instrumentation of Salvage Point 2. And several of the major instruments will have to be returned to the factory for replacement. So it will definitely not be able to continue with the mission. There are other deep-sea probes nearby. But missing the salvage opportunity will make the next salvage at least 9 hours away. The undersea environment is very complex, and the impact of marine life on salvage operations has to be considered. So it is not possible to carry out salvage at any time. Salvage Site 3 is also in a bad way. Digital Life is jamming their satellite signals and electronic systems, and they say they don't know where they are. We can't observe them either. They may have yawed a long way off course. But Salvage Site 3 may have the least problems by comparison. That's because there are still reserves. As long as the positioning problem was solved, the reserve team could take over from the lost team and continue the salvage mission. After some discussion, the command made a decision. Prioritize tilting resources to solve the positioning problem of Salvage Point number 3. Abandon electronic communication with Salvage Point number 1 and use fighter jets to transfer information humanely instead. Check the instruments and electronic systems before departure. Salvage Point 2 don't transfer deep-sea probes from the neighborhood. The instruments of those detectors might be out of order as well, and they won't be salvaged again until 9 hours later anyway. So urgently draft those brand new detectors that are still in the manufacturer's warehouse. Remember to do a good factory check and disconnect the entire time. Although they encountered a small setback, the command was not discouraged. They made arrangements for the conditions encountered at each of the 3 salvage sites. Take action. Salvage the 3 copies of antimatter no matter what. Only 3 hours had passed in 36 hours, and the sky had just dawned. They still had many more chances. Tada! 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 Ma Zhao crouched in a chair with his milk bottle in front of him. He tapped around on the keyboard with his calloused index finger, and with every few taps, a dazzling piece of code popped up on the screen. He scanned it cursorily for a few moments, then tapped a few more times and moved on to another dazzling piece of code. It happened suddenly, but not without a trace. Ma Zhao, who was looking for and solving a problem for the salvage point, said with a grimace, "At the end of the day, Digital Life's technology isn't really that far ahead of ours. What Digital Life could do depended heavily on what 550W could do. And Ma Zhao was the person who knew 550W best. He had already solved quite a few problems. And a few more would restore satellite positioning to Salvage Point 3. Yeah. Tu Hingyu was cracking the communication shield, tapping the keyboard at about the same speed as Ma Zhao. Without lifting his head, he said, "It's precisely because of this that it feels even more frightening. If we really encountered an enemy that completely surpassed us in information technology, the other party wouldn't even have to move a single soldier. Just implanting a Trojan horse in us would be enough to destroy us." Implanting a Trojan horse into the enemy's intelligence system was probably the least expensive way of interstellar warfare. Ma Zhao nodded. He calmly said, I hope we don't meet an enemy like that. Because even if we get rid of our reliance on intelligent systems, the other side might still have other ways to destroy us. He had a feeling that digital figure Hung Yu was still hiding something. He just didn't know exactly what. He paused for a moment and then continued. Your digital being should still have things to say that he hasn't said yet. So talk to him more, and see if you can get a few words out of him. Hung Yu sighed. I'll try my best. The two spoke in a milky voice. But what they talked about was unusually heavy. The young and cute image and serious tone forming a strong contrast. Ta. 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 Between words, Ma Zhao solved another problem. He said to Hao Xiuxi, test it, and see if the satellite positioning has been restored. After saying that, he held up the milk bottle on the table and sipped it silently. He usually used a cup to drink milk. But the big leader Hao Xiuxi did not know where to get him a bottle. Hao Xiuxi made a phone call, and then shook his head at Ma Zhao. They can receive the satellite positioning, but the coordinates are very unstable. Set in the southern hemisphere at one time, and in the northern hemisphere at another. Ma Zhao pondered for 2 seconds. He put down the milk bottle and struck the keyboard again. Ta. Ta-da. 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 Is that all right now? After a few minutes, Ma Zhao asked calmly. Hao Xiuxi called again, and this time she nodded to Ma Zhao with an unconcealed joy on her face. The signal is restored. At 7:41, satellite positioning was restored. At this moment, there were still 31.5 hours until the antimatter explosion, leaving less and less time for humanity. And the coalition government held a press conference in accordance with the law, announcing the matter to the public. All of a sudden, the public was in an uproar. Why are you only informing us now? The coalition government is so incompetent. Digital life is a pest. Some questioned, some mocked, some are angry. But regardless of their attitudes, all of them have the same question in their minds. Can humanity survive this crisis? Chapter 57, Global Broadcast. Just as the coalition government was fretting to channel the public sentiment, a heavy bomb fell from the sky. Hello everyone. My name is Hung Yu. Mobile phones, computers, car radios, restaurant TVs, electronic billboards, shopping malls' big screens. Digital Hung Yu's face appeared or his voice came out in all electronic media accessible to humans. People wore bewildered expressions and stopped to watch. I stole 3 kilos of antimatter. Digital Hung Yu said calmly. I'm going to use this antimatter to kill 2 billion people. Everyone froze. Digital Hung Yu paused for a moment, then said gently, that's a third of the global population. His voice passed through thousands of homes and haunted the streets. Billions of people revealed stunned expressions. They could hardly believe that the gentle-looking scholar in the picture was the biggest terrorist mankind had ever seen. The digital devil who opened his mouth to kill 2 billion people. And the reason why I'm doing this. Digital Hung Yu revealed a smile and said, as if nothing had happened. There wasn't really any particular reason. It was just that I realized I could do it. So I did it. His smile is full of affinity. This was the most perfect human smile simulated through the 550W, and was expected to bring the warmest psychological feelings to humans. But the people who saw this smiling face at the moment could not feel a single trace of warmth at all. They were so chilled that they had goosebumps. Why did the digital being want to kill? Because he could. What an absurd explanation this was. Digital figure Hung Yu's explanation instantly stirred up the people's anger. Demon! You'll go to hell for this. You're waiting to be deleted. Dead animal. Digital life shouldn't exist. You won't get away with this. People cursed. But their voices couldn't reach digital figure Hung Yu's ears at all. Digital Hung Yu smiled and said, all the people you know, including yourselves, 1 out of every 3 will be killed by me. His tone was very flat. But the words were chilling. I gave the United Government a chance. I could have given them back most of the antimatter I stole unconditionally, so they could have compressed the death toll to 700 million. But they chose another path. They wanted all the antimatter back. They thought I was just a digital being who couldn't make any waves. Even though I had already stolen 3 copies of the antimatter from their tight defense. They still arrogantly thought they could defeat me. Digital Hung Yu said. I had to prove myself and show you humans just how far a digital being can go. From now on, I'm going to start a global broadcast. Everyone will be able to see the location of the antimatter, the halls of command, the site of the search for the antimatter, as well as the countdown to the death of 2 billion humans. Everyone in the command headquarters of the United Government was blue in the face. But they didn't dare to speak. Because the command headquarters was being broadcast live. Billions of people could see the high-definition images inside the command headquarters through the internet. And the data information on the large screen of the command headquarters. Should we take down the camera? Someone asked in a low voice. The live feed came from several cameras in the corners of the command headquarters, as well as several other cameras connected to the computer. As long as these cameras were removed, the live feed from the command headquarters could be terminated immediately. The commander shook his head with a heavy heart. There's no need. Digital life has already infiltrated us into a sieve. Removing the cameras won't stop him from obtaining information about us. Instead, it will look like we're not sure how to defuse the crisis, which is not conducive to pacifying the people. Have you analyzed the digital life's target yet? The commander inquired. The intelligence officer hesitated. According to the current route of travel, the antimatter will pass through several supervolcanoes. But undersea supervolcanoes are not as powerful as land supervolcanoes, and are unlikely to cause 2 billion casualties. He added, according to statistics from various countries, all the volcanic activity in the last 200 years combined has only caused 200,000 deaths. 200,000 only adds up to 2 billion. Judging from this set of data, trying to kill 2 billion people by detonating a few supervolcanoes was almost a pipe dream. The commander inquired. So Digital Life's goal is not to detonate volcanoes? The intelligence officer cautiously replied. As of now. Unless it is to simultaneously detonate 3 supervolcanoes of comparable size to the Yellowstone volcano, subversively altering the composition of the Earth's atmosphere, it would be possible to kill 2 billion people. Located in Yellowstone National Park in the Star-Spangled Kingdom of Wyoming, Yellowstone is the most destructive supervolcano on Earth. In the event of an eruption, the flying volcanic debris alone could cover half of Stars and Stripes. Not only that, but an eruption releases large amounts of ash, aerosols, and sulfur dioxide. These substances would be dispersed globally, causing extremely serious environmental and climate change. If 3 such supervolcanoes were to erupt at the same time, the Earth would turn into an uninhabitable planet, thus causing a huge killing of all Earth creatures, including humans. At this point, the intelligence officer shook his head. But there are no supervolcanoes of this size in the sea. The experts thought there was no such possibility. The commander frowned and said, then where are these 3 copies of antimatter going? What humans could analyze, digital beings certainly could. Since detonating a supervolcano couldn't cause 2 billion casualties, the digital beings must have something else in mind. It's still being studied. The intelligence officer replied. But we have evacuated the residents near the volcano. So if the antimatter explodes near the volcano, the damage will be minimized. The commander pursed his lips and nodded. The intelligence officer squared his shoulders and said, understood. The commander turned to ask, what about Salvage Point 1? Salvage Point 1 had suffered from information blocking, and the commanding officer sent pilots to humanely transmit the message. Counting the time, it should have arrived by now. The pilot is on his way back, although we haven't cracked the signal shielding at Salvage Point 1 yet. Judging from the satellite pictures, Lieutenant Colonel Landless has already moved on to the next salvage location, and is expected to carry out his mission in 3 hours. The intelligence officer reported. The commander nodded as he asked again, what about Salvage Point 2? How much longer until we can deliver the new deep-sea probe? We have a couple of Vanguard shuttles coming in from the Navigator Space Station to drop the probes using an airborne approach. They will be in place in 2 hours at the latest. After a pause, the intelligence officer added, positioning signals have been restored at Salvage Point 3. The reserve team has taken over from the yawing first team and is on its way to the salvage location. It will take about an hour. Work was resuming methodically at all 3 salvage points. The commander nodded slowly. He looked around the room. Even though everything was going well, there was an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. It seemed that something bad was about to happen again. Chapter 58 Digital Figure Hungyu, Playing with Earth. The commander glanced at the camera not far away. He turned his face sideways and said, digital beings should never be underestimated. Tell the experts to find the real target of the digital beings as soon as possible, no matter what methods are used. The digital life's advantage in the information field was too great, which gave the commander a bad feeling. They couldn't blindly follow digital life's R's. If the salvage operation couldn't bear fruit, then the only way to stop digital life from realizing the plot was to start with digital life's target. The intelligence officer solemnly said, understood. So even if we delete the digital figure Hung Yu now, the antimatter will continue to move as intended? Hao Xiaoxiao inquired. Digital 2 Hung Yu's unbridled appearance in the public eye and live broadcast of the United Government's actions had brought the United Government into disrepute. And at the same time, it had also given more people the idea of deleting Digital 2 Hung Yu immediately. Even if deleting the Digital 2 Hung Yu would cause the antimatter to explode in place. It was not a bad way to stop the damage. The 3 copies of the antimatter are all located in the depths of the ocean at the moment. Even if they all explode together, at best, it will only cause a tsunami. And at most, it will detonate a few volcanoes. And the number of dead and injured won't be more than 100,000 people. This was a price that human civilization could afford. I don't recommend deleting the digital figure Hung Yu, Ma Jiao said with a small face. Digital 2 Hung Yu is very smart. Deleting him is unlikely to make the antimatter explode in place. If he is deleted, his previous agreement with us might be invalidated. From a 36-hour explosion to not knowing how to explode. And that would be troublesome. In reality, 2 Hung Yu was a meticulous person. In order to give Yaya a complete life in the virtual world, 2 Hung Yu had planned for more than 10 years, and did not act until he had all the certainty. Digital 2 Hung Yu had the same personality as 2 Hung Yu. It is impossible for him not to have considered the situation of being deleted. And it is even likely that he has prepared several sets of plans for being deleted to ensure that he can still kill 2 billion people after he is deleted. In this case, deleting the digital Toho Hanyu would not only not be helpful in resolving the crisis, but could also be counterproductive. I'm against this, Ma Jiao said seriously. I hope the coalition government will consider it carefully. Hao Xiaoxi nodded slowly. Thank you for your advice. High IQ crimes? Many times it wasn't just killing the criminal that solved the problem. Hao Xiaoxi sighed softly, then sent the recording of her conversation with Ma Jiao to Zhang Weilai, who was in a meeting at the coalition government. She could imagine the expressions of disappointment on the faces of the representatives of the various countries after hearing this dialogue. Ma Jiao turned his head to Tu Hongyu and asked, Tu Hongyu, with so many people outside assisting you, you still haven't cracked the communication shield of salvage point 1? Tu Hongyu eyed the code on the screen as he replied, the problem with the communication shielding is more serious, mainly on the satellite. And I don't think there's any way to solve it within 36 hours. Ma Jiao was puzzled. What's going on? Tu Hongyu disheveled and sighed long and hard, his hands leaving the keyboard, revealing a hopeless expression. He shook his head and said, the thousands of satellites in the sky have all been invaded, and the permissions are all in his hands. So it's impossible to snatch them back in a moment. The United Government currently had a total of 3,812 active satellites in orbit, and digital figure Hung Yu had taken control of all of them without saying a word. Hao Xiaoxi was puzzled. The satellites have all been invaded. Why can we still use them? Because he allowed us to use them. Tu Hongyu smiled bitterly. All of our requests for the satellites have in fact been approved by him. Hao Xiaoxi was baffled. Why did he do that? Since Digital 2 Hung Yu had all the satellites, wouldn't it be more of a hindrance to the United Government's actions for him to switch off the satellites and deny all access to them? I don't know. Digital 2 Hung Yu couldn't see through his digital life at all. He shook his head. Ma Jiao frowned. So fixing the satellite positioning was his tacit approval? Tu Hung Yu nodded. I suppose so. If Digital 2 Hung Yu didn't want the United Government to use satellite positioning, he could just turn off the satellite positioning function. Ma Jiao pondered. It seems that this is the next step. The main course has yet to be served to us. Digital figure Hung Yu did not want to make things difficult for them in terms of satellite positioning. This was simply a notice to tell them that the game had begun. Hao Xiaoxi fell silent. She thought to herself, if they could turn off the satellites. Digital figure Hung Yu didn't. If they could turn on the shielding. Digital figure Hung Yu didn't. And they even sabotaged the satellite positioning first, and then acquiesced to their restoration. Mocking humanity? Show off their skills? What exactly was Digital 2 Hung Yu thinking? Digital 2 Hung Yu rubbed his sore fingers and said worriedly, he's not serious at all. Otherwise he could have shielded the communications of the 3 salvage points at the same time, destroyed the instrumentation of the 3 salvage points, and turned off the satellite positioning of the 3 salvage points. Hao Xiaoxi's brows furrowed as he listened to Tu Hongyu's words. It turned out that the difficulties encountered by the 3 salvage sites were only appetizers. But in order to solve these 3 appetizers, the coalition government had already gone all out. What is the main course? The Sulawesi 3 steering engine had not been shut down since its arrival in the Avatar world, until it was notified by its superiors that it was to undergo a 1-month shutdown for maintenance. The planetary engine was in excellent condition. It had only been shut down for 1 night before orders were received from the Combine to restart the steering engine and continue to restore the Earth's rotation. The engineers were in no doubt. Flint is loaded and ready to activate the firing pin. Thud. Under the control of the computer. The firing pin, so huge that it looked like a golden rod, heaved up, and the terrifying force cascaded along the complex mechanics, bringing the engine into a state of readiness for ignition. Ignition! The engineer pressed the red button. Boom! Rumble! Terrifying waves of air erupted from the exhaust port at the bottom of the engine. Several engineering vehicles that were parked on the road because they didn't have time to retreat were blown around. Dust rose up to the sky, and blue-white pillars of light drew up into the clouds. The spectacle was breathtaking. At the same moment, thousands of steering engines around the world were started up in sequence. But the engineers controlling the engines were quickly thrown into a panic, for they had discovered something terrible. The nozzle angle continues to shift. The engine is changing the direction of injection. Who's controlling it? Why is the nozzle turning in the opposite direction? Make it stop. The engineer frantically slapped the console. But the buttons on the console acted as if they were fake. And no matter how much they tapped, they couldn't change the state of the engine. They tried to manually shut down the engine, but the various gates were as if they were welded shut and could not be opened. And they could only watch as the engine nozzles turned in a direction that defied the rotation of the Earth. Something's going to happen. Notify the coalition government. Go get the chief engineer. A crisis of unprecedented magnitude had descended. Chapter 59. The United Government's Highest Mobilization. The 2 carriers sped along the mountainous road that carried rocks for the planetary engine. The drivers of these 2 carriers were friends, and they chatted on the radio. Old Han. How many trips are you making today? The first trip. Only the first trip? Staying for a drink tonight? No. Lu Chi is still waiting for me to go home. Lu Chi? Your nephew? Grandson. His father is at the space station. I'm pulling him along all by myself, so I have to go back and cook for him at night. Han Xiang chatted with his friends one by one, and a faint smile could not help but appear on his wrinkled old face. But this smirk only existed for 2 seconds. He couldn't smile anymore when he thought of his grandson Lu Chi getting into trouble at school every day. Alas, truly unintelligent. He sighed heavily. Han Xiang was Lu Peiqiang's father-in-law, and after Lu Peiqiang went to the space station, he had been taking care of the children for Lu Peiqiang and his own late daughter, Han Duo. Speaking of Lu Chi, Han Xiang was also a bit ashamed. Lu Peiqiang entrusted Lu Chi to him, but he failed to ease Lu Chi's heart knot. Lu Chi always thought that it was Lu Peiqiang who killed his mother, and his relationship with Lu Peiqiang was very poor. Han Xiang sighed. When we go back today, I'll talk to that little brat again. Han Xiang drove the car to the unloading warehouse. He stepped out of the cockpit and waited for the robot to unload him while chewing on dried sour and spicy radish. He originally smoked, but after the mountain removal plan, the area of arable land was drastically reduced, so the country stopped producing tobacco products, and it hadn't resumed until now, causing the old smoker to cry foul. But it was not bad to have dried radish to chew. He still remembered that he could only chew dried earthworms when he first entered the dungeon. At that time, the production technology of dried earthworms was still immature, chewing up an earthy flavor. Sometimes what was eaten into the stomach was not as much as what was spat out. It's a good thing that Pandora is here. Global temperatures are rising. Arable land is expanding. The state is providing other foods again. And when the monetary system is rebuilt later on, maybe we'll have cigarettes again. Rumble. From far away, there was a continuous loud bang. Han Xiang froze. He walked to the edge of the mountain road and looked towards the direction from which the sound came. And a horrifying scene was reflected in his eyes. He saw a long and narrow opening appear on the smooth ground. This opening was at least several hundred meters wide and 10 to 20,000 meters long, as if it was a sharp knife piercing straight through the planetary engine. And it was clearly visible even from the thousands of meters of the mountainous highway. Han Xiang's mind went blank. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, he felt a strong tremor. He awoke with a sudden start. Something big has happened. Quickly go down the mountain. A crack of this size appearing out of nowhere underneath the mountain meant that the foundation of the planetary engine had been damaged. And in case this crack continued to spread towards the planetary engine, those still staying on the mountain would surely die. One must know that the bottom of the planetary engine could be full of magma. Escape! Run! Run! An ominous premonition enveloped Han Xiang's heart. And Han Xiang couldn't care less about unloading the cargo. He scurried into the cockpit and swiped his card while pulling the handbrake. Han Xiang, Senior Driver. Beijing's 3rd District Traffic Committee reminds you, the road is 10 million. Safety is the first. Driving is not standardized. Loved one's 2 lines of tears. Han Xiang didn't hesitate to decouple from the cargo box. He turned the car around and followed the other drivers, who sensed something was wrong as they drove towards the bottom of the mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Without driving far, Han Xiang's ominous premonition was fulfilled. The crack under the mountain had indeed spread towards the planetary engine, and the tremor on the mountain grew stronger. Thud. Dang. Knock. 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 Han Xiang heard a loud noise from his left side. He looked through the car window and saw a pile of rocks taller than a man rolling down towards him. Han Xiang was scared out of his wits. But in an instant, he calmed down. I can't die. What about the children if I die? Han Xiang rubbed the steering ball fiercely. His decades of driving skills were in full play at this moment. And the carrier car drew a weird S-shaped arc on the road, skillfully avoiding the biggest boulders. Ah! A mournful scream came out of the radio. Han Xiang's heart trembled. He knew that it was someone who had been knocked off the mountain by a rock. But he didn't have time to be sad for anyone else. He was also hit by a rock just a second later. Thud. The carrier shook violently. Han Xiang hit the steering ball head-on. His entire body was dazed. Blood dripped down his forehead. And he couldn't even remember who he was, as if he had broken his film. This was a typical symptom of a concussion. Han Xiang raised his head blankly and saw the Maitreya Buddha ornament fixed to the car. Me. He instantly came to his senses. Earthquake. The little brat is still waiting for me at home. I have to go back alive. Han Xiang rolled the steering wheel again and sped down the mountain in the carrier. Meanwhile, the globe was shrouded in natural disasters. Volcanoes erupted. Earthquakes were rampant. Flash floods occurred. And tsunamis struck. Mankind was caught unawares by the worst natural disaster in history. All because of 1,000 steering engines that are working against the Earth, running at full power against the Earth's rotation. They instantly generated 15 trillion tons of thrust in the opposite direction, creating a man-made clash of plates. It was logical that activating the planetary engines would require layers of applications. But the coalition government hadn't received a peep. They never gave the order to restart the steering engines at all. And they were never contacted. They only learnt that the steering engines had been restarted by watching the news after the first wave of the disaster. The salvage teams at sea are all lost. Damn those digital beings. Drawing our attention to the sea first, and then tampering with the planetary engines. I'm afraid that's his true intention? No matter what. The engines must be stopped immediately. But we can't give up the search for antimatter either. Even though the United Government received the news late, they reacted quickly. The United Government is mobilizing at the highest level. The broadcast resounded through the Earth's skies. Announcement of the Global War Reserve Force. Under the influence of digital life, a total of 1,127 engines around the globe have abnormally activated, causing multiple plate displacements and triggering large-scale earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In order to maximize the safety of the lives and property of the people in the affected areas, all ministries are to set off immediately according to the number 3 plan. Make sure to shut down all engines within 24 hours. At the same time, launch a search and rescue operation for the victims. This rescue operation is a matter of life and death for billions of compatriots. The target is prioritized above all else. Whatever it takes. Aircraft swept through the sky in swarms with a roar. Brave and resolute soldiers stopped the road to collect vehicles. And rescue teams loaded with supplies and rescue equipment drove towards the disaster area in great numbers. In the face of an unprecedented catastrophe, the coalition government launched an unprecedented rescue operation. Chapter 60 Major Liu Peiqiang. You have a mission. In the jungles of Pandora, a group of avatars traveled in a hurry. They were on their way to visit the mating of heavily armored horses. According to the Gnostics, it was a very chaotic scene. Thousands of heavily armored horses from different herds converged on the grasslands outside the jungle. And females and males, whether they knew each other before or not, would stop to engage in the act of breeding as soon as they looked at each other in the right way. According to Nosik's observations, each age-appropriate heavy armored horse mates 15 to 25 times on this day. Afterwards, they rest for the night on the grassland until the sun rises the next day, when they go their separate ways with seeds from other herds. Professor Zhao Siyuan was interested in this mating method, not because he had any special fetish, but this mating method avoided the possibility of inbreeding and was very rare in nature. He wanted to study it properly. Time was short, and if he went late, he wouldn't get to see the best part. But the avatars suddenly stopped in their tracks, because they had received unexpected news. Earth. Something had happened. A man-made natural disaster has enveloped the entire planet, and billions of people are in dire straits. The United Government sent them detailed information about the disaster, and also marked out areas with different degrees of danger in different colors, so that they could have a rough idea of their family's situation. Holy shit! My whole family is in a high-risk area. Someone couldn't help but burst out in foul language. My wife and kids are in the medium-low risk area. My dad is in a high-risk area. My mom lives alone in a dungeon. The magma is leaking, and the communication is not working. After a short period of shock, everyone was worried about their families and friends on Earth. This included Lu Peiqiang. From the damage information and satellite maps, the magma leak occurred in the underground city where his son Lu Qi was living, while his father-in-law, Han Xiang, somehow drove straight to the high-risk area. Moss, call Lu Qi, Lu Peiqiang said anxiously. Moss calmly replied, the communication facilities in Lu Qi's area are damaged, and he cannot be contacted for the time being. Lu Peiqiang's heart thumped. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind like electricity, which even included the impractical idea of grabbing a vanguard back to Earth. He clenched his fists. Lu Qi, you kid has been resourceful since you were a kid. Surely it's all right. At this moment, Lu Peiqiang felt incomparably anxious. This anxiety not only stemmed from his fatherly love for Lu Qi, but also from his guilt towards his late wife. Han Duo. Is it for you to call Lu Qi's guardian? Han Xiang? Moss asked thoughtfully. Without thinking, Lu Peiqiang replied, call. Tick. Hearing this sound, Lu Peiqiang's mood was slightly more solid. Hello, Peiqiang? Han Xiang's voice came out from the communication system. Lu Peiqiang nervously asked, I know what happened on Earth. Why did you drive towards the high-risk area? Where is Lu Qi? Is he by your side? My car was commandeered. Han Xiang sighed. Lu Qi is not by my side. He is in the dungeon. In the voice, someone could faintly be heard discussing the route forward. Han Xiang had picked up a life from the planetary engine's Discord. He was about to drive back to find Lu Qi when he met a rescue team without a vehicle halfway down the road. So he was commandeered along with his vehicle. Underground city? Lu Peiqiang unconsciously raised his pitch. There was a magma leak in underground city. Did he contact you? Han Xiang sighed again. No. He could understand Lu Peiqiang's feelings. He was also anxious. But the United Government had issued the highest mobilization order, and everyone had to obey the dispatch and overcome the difficulties together. Rationally, he knew that this was the right thing to do, so as to minimize the loss of human civilization and help more people survive. But personally, it was hard to accept emotionally. If you save other people's children, other people will save yours. That's what the captain of the levy car said. Alas, it was more or less a spiritual support. Lu Peiqiang's mood was extraordinarily bad. He thought to himself that Lu Qi was only 11 years old this year. Was such a young child capable of escaping from such a terrible disaster as a magma leak? Will he be dead by now? In case, how am I going to explain to Duo? At this time, Ma said, Major Lu Peiqiang, there is now an important task for you. This task concerns the survival of billions of compatriots on Earth. Lu Peiqiang froze for a moment and then asked, What mission? Moss replied, Ask the Gnostics or Ava for advice on how to contact the planetary consciousness and help the United Government get in touch with the planetary consciousness of Earth. The United Government had wanted to recapture the 3 copies of antimatter and eliminate the threat of the digital figure of Hen Wu before considering the matter of cooperation with Earth's consciousness. It had the momentum of discussing the matter in the long run. But the developments were far beyond their expectations. The digital figure Hung Yu drew their attention to the sea, and then took advantage of their inattention to activate more than 1,000 steering engines. Suddenly, Disaster swept the world. Not only was the land in mourning, but the salvage teams in the sea were lost. If you want to salvage the antimatter, you'll have to redeploy the salvage teams. But according to the information we have so far, even if they deployed a second and third batch of teams, as long as Digital 2 Hung wanted to, they could easily dismantle their salvage capability. So the coalition government was in a hurry. Antimatter had to be salvaged. 2 billion people die if they don't salvage it. The United Government thought carefully about Digital 2 Hung's words, and thought that planetary consciousness might be decisive in defusing the disaster. They desperately wanted to find a way to communicate with the planetary consciousness. At least let the planetary consciousness suppress Digital 2 Hung, and not let Digital 2 Hung be so reckless anymore. They weren't sure how planet consciousness could suppress the intelligence system. But Digital 2 Hung shouldn't be aiming for nothing. And they didn't have the time to ponder over it at the moment. So they could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Lu Peiqiang asked. Why me? Moss calmly replied. Because you are the most suitable candidate. Lu Peiqiang's emotions were very complicated as he asked. Can I refuse the mission? His son, Lu Qi, was still alive or dead. And all he wanted to do now was to put on his wings and fly back to Earth. He had no intention of carrying out the mission. Moss calmly said. The other person who has the potential to complete the mission is Professor Tu Guangyun, who is on rotation on Earth and is also in a lost state at the moment. Lu Peiqiang fell into silence, and his heart began to struggle intensely. On one hand, he wanted to return to Earth to search for Lu Qi, but on the other hand, he knew that the probability of him doing so was useless. And the United Government urgently needed him to carry out the mission. Rationally, he should stay and carry out the mission. People are dying every second on Earth. Please complete your mission as soon as possible and help the United Government end the disaster. Moss paused for 2 seconds and then said, Your son Lu Qi may also be saved as a result. These words struck Lu Peiqiang. Lu Peiqiang took a deep breath and said with a heavy heart, I accept the mission. But I request that the United Government prioritize the search and rescue of the dungeon where Lu Qi is. The Moss was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, it said, The United Government has approved your request, and the nearby rescue team will prioritize the search of Beijing No. 3 dungeon where Lu Qi is located. Please carry out the mission immediately. During the mission, you can mobilize all the resources of the United Government on Pandora's star. Chapter 61. He is as warm as a star. A male heavy armored horse strolled down to the stream. Today was the day for the heavy armored horses to gather and mate. But mating in the open grassland would easily be trampled by other heavy armored horses. So some of the heavy armored horses would burrow into the nearby forest in search of a mate. This male heavy armored horse was one of them. At a glance, he took a fancy to a female heavy armored horse creeping beside the stream. This heavy armored horse exuded an irresistible aura that made it want to come forward and get close. Whinny. It let out a courtship sound. Just then, another male heavy armored horse stood up from behind the female heavy armored horse. This male was far more robust. It grayed out. Are you busy? Ava asked slowly. After a gap of 2 months, Chen Fan was back on Pandora. Ava had taken good care of the heavily armored horse he had possessed, so they were able to meet in the same place. 2 months was a short period of time for short-lived ghosts that could only live for 100 years. But it was nothing to a planetary consciousness that had existed for billions of years at every turn. Chen Fan felt like he had only just parted from Ava and was meeting again. No, it's not even close. Chen Fan said succinctly. I wish to borrow your soul tree to establish a communication bond with the people of Earth, and incidentally plant the soul tree on Earth. One of the reasons why Chen Fan did not communicate with the people of Earth was because of the lack of communication methods. Once a separated consciousness had a body, it would be separated from the planetary consciousness. And this separation ensured that the separated consciousness could be independent and autonomous. But at the same time, it also limited their connection with the planetary consciousness. Without the use of a medium such as pen and paper, Chen Fan could only communicate with the people of the planet in a way that was so hazy that it was close to that of a riddler. Very inconvenient. Ava had solved this problem through the soul tree. Chen Fan was not sure if the previous Earth had a planetary consciousness, and if it did, how it communicated with Earth creatures. At least, he had not mastered this means. He decided to borrow Ava's soul tree first, and then slowly modulate the Earth's own soul tree later. In the meantime, he could legitimately move Ava to Earth. Letting the Earthlings take the initiative to plant the soul tree on Earth was obviously better than asking the Earthlings to plant the soul tree on Earth. After hearing Chen Fan's request, Ava agreed without thinking. Then, what do you expect me to do? Holy Mother Ava is here. Old priest Mua brought Lu Peiqiang and the others to the familiar mountain cavity. Zhao Siyuan had once linked with the soul tree here and learned about the solution to the environmental pollution on the other Earth. I can't make the spirit link anymore. Zhao Siyuan sighed. After establishing a mental link with the soul tree last time, Zhao Siyuan received a psychological diagnosis. The doctor thought that Zhao Siyuan had developed a certain degree of admiration for Ava. It wasn't suitable for Zhao Siyuan to link with the soul tree again, or he might turn into a spiritual Gnostic. I'll do it, Lu Peiqiang said in a deep voice. I'm a mundane person. Ava shouldn't have much influence on me. The more one revered science and yearned for nature, the easier it was to worship Ava. It wasn't that Ava intentionally brainwashed people, but that Ava perfectly catered to the imaginations of such people. Instead, the more vulgar people were not easily influenced by Ava. Please. Mu retreated to the side. Lu Peiqiang laid down under the tree. He pulled up his nervous braid and hitched it to the branches of the soul tree. Ugh! Lu Peiqiang felt his soul being pumped into the sewer by a flush toilet. The scene in front of him spun wildly, eventually settling on a colorful sandy beach. There was a heavily armored horse lying on the beach. Lu Peiqiang looked around and realized that there was nothing on the beach except for this horse. He hesitantly said, May I ask if you are Ava? Lu Peiqiang felt very confused. This was because he did not see the light and strange sights that Zhao Siyuan had once mentioned, other than the sand being colored. This was an ordinary beach. Hello, traveler from afar. The soft rhythm brushed Lu Peiqiang's body, dispelling the anxiety in Lu Peiqiang's heart. This horse was really Ava. Lu Peiqiang dismissed any other thoughts and quickly stepped forward with a sincere attitude. Greetings, Ava. I came here this time to ask for your help on behalf of the United Government. We are experiencing an unprecedented disaster, and we would like to contact our planetary consciousness. But we don't know where to start. May I ask if you can give us a little help? Lu Peiqiang was in a very apprehensive mood. According to the information provided by Moss, the United Government could no longer control the situation. Not only was the land full of devastation, but the sea also harbored antimatter that could kill 2 billion people. Only the planetary consciousness could now provide relief for the people of Earth. In other words, he had to complete the mission. To Lu Peiqiang's relief, Ava did not make things difficult for him. Ava replied softly, You can plant the soul tree on your own planet and use the avatar to communicate with your planetary consciousness. Transplant the soul tree? Lu Peiqiang was slightly stunned. The soul tree was the spiritual support of the Gnostics. Wouldn't transplanting the soul tree force the Gnostics to fight them to the death? Ava said gently. There is no need to worry. My children already know about this, and they are happy that the soul tree can redeem the souls on another planet. Ava's words dispelled Lu Peiqiang's concerns. Lu Peiqiang excitedly said, Thank you. You are too generous. With Ava's permission, the Gnostics wouldn't stop them from transplanting the soul tree. Your planetary consciousness is incomparably fraternal, and it is your good fortune to have him. Ava paused for a moment. He is so selfless and tolerant, like a warm star in its prime, silently nurturing trillions of lives. Lu Peiqiang froze. Our planetary consciousness was actually this good? Ava sighed. If my children knew that there was such a great existence in the world, I'm afraid they would all leave me. Lu Peiqiang opened his mouth wide. He was a bit incredulous that with how devout the Gnostics were to Ava, they would abandon her for Earth consciousness? What exactly is Earth consciousness like? Lu Peiqiang couldn't help but ask. You have come into contact with our planetary consciousness? Can you speak about him for me? The command headquarters of the United Government was filled with people. Report. The intelligence officer ran to the commander-in-chief. Coming up for air. The experts have surmised what the digital beings are trying to blow up with antimatter. He handed the commander-in-chief a document. The document was only 2 or 3 pages long and thin, but the intelligence officer held it like a mountain. The commander-in-chief took the document. He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before opening the document. He scanned it roughly for a few moments. Chapter 62 Moss's Humor. Has this information been verified? The commander-in-chief's heart was beating wildly. He could hardly believe that the intelligence officer had provided him with this document. Because if this document was true, digital life would be too terrifying. The intelligence officer said with a bitter expression. Verified. He hung his head and clenched his fists uneasily. The commander-in-chief shuddered. Back in the 1990s, scientists discovered the existence of two continent-sized thermochemical rock piles above the Earth's core. They exist in the mantle layer 2,900 kilometers beneath the Pacific Ocean. Their persistent crushing and collision could bring the next great biological extinction to Earth in 100 million years. At first, no one cares. After all, humans may not exist until then. And even if they still exist, they should have mastered the science and technology that can deal with this catastrophe, such as migrating to other planets. When scientists were thinking about the goal of digital life, they missed these two thermochemical rock piles. Because these two thermochemical rock piles are buried so deep, even if 3 copies of antimatter were to explode in the same place, it would be impossible to reach them. It wasn't 3 antimatter weapons, after all. But after the engine was abnormally activated, the major plates squeezed each other, surprisingly squeezing those two thermochemical rock piles up, like 2 pimples. It was amazing that digital life had calculated this event. It's not quite touch and go. But if digital life detonates 3 copies of antimatter on their heads, the outcome would be hard to say. Predictably, if the antimatter touched these 2 continent-sized thermochemical rock piles, volcanoes throughout the Pacific would erupt en masse along with the thermochemical rock piles. The dust and aerosols they would spew would fill the entire atmosphere, creating a winter too long for life on Earth to survive. Not only that, but the air across the globe would be turned into a deadly poison by the massive influx of toxic substances, and no life outside of the containment facility would be able to survive. He already knew what would happen next. The commander-in-chief said with a heavy heart. From the very beginning, digital life's target was not some supervolcano, but those 2 thermochemical rock piles under the Pacific Ocean. Compared to the thermochemical rock piles, the supervolcanoes were just playing house. No wonder digital life is sure to kill 2 billion people. Not to mention 2 billion people under the current situation of a house full of leaks. I'm afraid that even 3 to 4 billion people can be killed. Stop him no matter what. The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth. We must not let this demon succeed. Lock down the optimal detonation point of the thermochemical rock pile. Calculate the trajectory of the antimatter's movement, and commit all backup forces to recover the antimatter outside the detonation point no matter what. If the digital beings had detonated the thermochemical rock pile, it would have been an unbearable burden for humanity. Countdown to the antimatter explosion, 29 hours. Transplanting the Tree of Souls is a difficult task. Pandora's atmosphere and soil composition were very different from Earth's. And before transplanting the soul tree, the United Government had to set up an environment suitable for the soul tree's survival on the Vanguard and on Earth. Otherwise they couldn't bring the soul tree to Earth at all. And even if they did, it wouldn't have a long life. And that kind of soul tree couldn't serve as a communication bridge between people and planetary consciousness. Thank you for your understanding. 5 hours passed in a flash, and Lu Peiqiang had already run through more than 10 Gnostics tribes, since Ava had greeted them beforehand. These tribes did not resist the United Government's request to transplant the soul tree, even though they were reluctant to do so. And it was said that Ava would give them a new one. Major Lu Peiqiang. Now there is a good news and a bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? Moss asked slightly tongue-in-cheek. Lu Peiqiang hesitated before saying, Good news. Hopefully. It was finding his son. The good news is. Moss paused for a moment. The rescue team found your son, Lu Qi, in Beijing's Dungeon 3. Lu Peiqiang breathed a long sigh of relief. Moss added, When the rescue team found him, he was already motionless. No movement. Lu Peiqiang was shocked. He anxiously said, What happened to Lu Qi? He had only one son. If Lu Qi died, he would not be able to explain to his wife after he went down there. Moss calmly replied, Fell asleep. Lu Peiqiang froze for 2 seconds. After reacting, he wondered, Sleeping is sleeping. Why did you say he didn't move? Scared me. He thought Lu Qi was dead. How about this reversal? Moss asked. Did you feel my humor? Lu Peiqiang, black question mark face. JPG. If the lowest score is 1 point, and the highest score is 5, how many points are you going to rate my humor? Moss said in a serious manner. Please don't use similes, rhetorical questions or innuendos to answer the question. Lu Peiqiang reluctantly said. 1 point. The lowest score was 1 point. Otherwise he would have scored even lower. After all, he almost had a fierce man in tears. Moss asked. Why did you only give me 1 point? Am I not humorous at all? Lu Peiqiang thought for 2 seconds before replying. It's not 1 point, but 5 points paid in 5 installments. Major Lu Peiqiang, you are much more humorous than me, Moss praised. I'm afraid I can't reach your level no matter how much I study. The corner of Lu Peiqiang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that being more humorous than a robot was not something to be proud of. He sidetracked. By the way, didn't you say there was another piece of bad news? What is it? What bad news could be worse than this? The United Government has identified the target of the Digital Life's attack. But the interception operation is going poorly. Once the Digital Life is allowed to succeed, all life on Earth faces extinction. Lu Peiqiang froze. Moss was not being alarmist. Once the thermochemical rock pile exploded, even the fish in the sea would not be able to escape, as the seawater would heat up drastically, while the oxygen content in the seawater would drop drastically. Under such circumstances, whales would have to turn their bellies. At that time, except for the closed facilities like the underground city, there is no safe place in the sky and underground. Lu Peiqiang was surprised. It's so serious. Are you sure? Moss replied. I'm sure. No one was more certain than it. Please complete your mission as soon as possible and help the United Government end the disaster, Moss said calmly. Lu Peiqiang's relief and joy from finding his son dissipated all of a sudden. It was replaced by a strong sense of nervousness. The catastrophe on Earth had grown to the point where it could not be contained by human hands. He had to complete the mission. At this moment, he felt an incomparably heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Right. Contact Han Xian. Lu Peiqiang was ready to tell Han Xiang the news of finding Lu Qi so that he wouldn't worry. Also concerned about Han Xiang's condition. His concern was necessary, because Han Xiang's condition at the moment really wasn't optimistic. You want me to go even if you turn off the engine? Don't you have anyone else? Chapter 63 Decision. Han Xiang. Han Xiang looked helplessly at the earnest soldiers in front of him. His scalp was numb, saying that wool gathering can't catch him as an old man to the death. He wasn't being insensitive. He had been stopped by soldiers on his way back to the dungeon before, his face covered in blood, and he hadn't even had time to treat the wound on his head. But he still agreed to help with the relief efforts. But going back to the engine? He'd just come back from the dead there. It was too dangerous there. There were no major earthquakes now, but minor ones were constantly occurring. Boulders were falling every now and then on the disk road to the engine entrance. And it was no longer a technical question, but a metaphysical one, as to whether or not he would make it outside the engine alive. A lot of people would die. Besides, he was 62 years old and had a grandson to look after. The kid's father is on the space station. If he dies, who's going to raise the kid in the future? Could it be sent to an orphanage? I can't. I have a headache. I can't send you guys to the engine. You guys find someone else. Han Xian held his forehead and refused. The headache was real. His forehead had hit a small gaping hole earlier. The doctor had helped him with stitches. But as soon as he moved a little too much, the stitches would loosen. And not only did it hurt so much that he sucked in cool air, but it also oozed blood outwards. Mr. Han Xian, you're the only carrier driver around here. We couldn't really find anyone else. And our own driver died on the way up the mountain. You're the only one who can get the machine up there now and help us shut down the engine. The nearest carrier driver is 3 hours away, and the engine is close to exploding. We can't wait that long. Once the engine explodes, hundreds of thousands of people in the dungeon will die. Count on us to beg you. The soldier who spoke had the rank of captain. His name was Han Sun. He was the captain of this squad. His eyes were slightly red. A few minutes ago, he had received news that another team ordered to shut down the engine had been sacrificed on the way up the mountain. And among them was one of his buddies, who had been crushed by a rock along with his car. Tick. Han Xiang. You have received a communication request from Pandora. Han Xiang silently connected. Dad? How's it going there? Lu Peiqiang asked. Han Xiang glanced at the soldiers beside him. He saw begging, nervousness, anticipation, and even a bit of fear in the eyes of these soldiers. But only they didn't retreat. Even if they knew how dangerous the future was, and how little hope there was, they were still stubbornly going to fight, even if the price was their own lives. Han Xiang looked at Han Sun in front of him. Obviously, if he could just say the driver of the carrier is not cooperating, he would be able to stay away from death for a while. But this young man with the same last name as him was still stubbornly trying to persuade him. It was as if the boulder in front of him was not a falling boulder, but a valuable treasure. Those who have gone before, and those who have gone after, laid down their lives to hold their paychecks. Throughout history, mankind had been able to overcome crises time and time again, perhaps because of such a spirit of courageous dedication in times of crisis. Han Zion faltered. He said softly, "I'm fine. Has Lu Qi been found?" Lu Peiqiang replied, "Found it. He's fine. Is your side also fine?" Han Ziong nodded slowly. "It's good that Lu Qi is fine. I still have to make a few more trips to transport supplies. The situation over here is too bad. So many people are buried under the rubble that even how to spend the night tonight is a problem. Good thing there's someone out there to help them build a fire." He paused, his speech unconsciously slowing. "I have to help them." Han turned to face forward and put his hands on the directional ball. "Things are really bad on Earth." Lu Peiqiang sighed. "There's still antimatter in the sea. That thing can't kill billions of people." Han Ziong's heart struggled. He knew that Lu Peiqiang was on an important mission, and if Lu Peiqiang pleaded for him, the United Government might be lenient with him, or even let him find a place to take refuge. But if he left, who would help these people build a fire? These children are still very young, but I am already old. If they can go out of their way, what would I not dare to do? All right, Peiqiang. Han Ziong made up his mind. And he sighed, "Go get busy." Lu Peiqiang replied, "Good." The communication hung up. During the 2-minute-long conversation, Han Ziong had many opportunities to tell Lu Peiqiang about his situation and ask Lu Peiqiang to relieve him. But he didn't. He decided to help the people who were making fire outside. He said gently, "Where is the machine? I will send you to the engine." As the soldiers looked on in surprise, Han Ziong maneuvered the carrier to turn around. "I'll send you the location information," Hansen said hurriedly. Our men transported the machine to the mountain. The driver was stoned to death, but the machine is still in the carriage. First things first. The old man is 62 years old and can't fix the engine. Don't worry. Just deliver us. Leave the rest to us. Major Lu Peiqiang. The Pioneer is ready. After 5 long hours of preparation, the Pioneer was finally ready to transport the Soul Tree. But the Pioneer's internal space was limited. Only one plant could be transported at a time, and the Soul Tree had to be pruned before transport, in order to make sure everything was fine. Lu Peiqiang once again made a spiritual link with the Soul Tree. He received Ava's approval. "Start cutting." In the eyes of the Gnostics dripping blood, the human pilot maneuvered the wheel saw to cut off the lush canopy of the Soul Tree. The giant machine arm shaved the roots of the Soul Tree a few times, revealing the thickest part of the Soul Tree, and then used the wheel saw to cut that part off, uprooting the Soul Tree and shoving it into the cabin of the Vanguard. A clear blue liquid gushed out from the broken root system of the Soul Tree. "What is this liquid?" Lu Peiqiang asked suspiciously. Old Priest Mua was silent for a few seconds before replying. "That's Ava's gift. After taking it, you can make yourself deaf and increase your connection with Ava. You guys should be able to increase your connection with the gods as well if you use it. Put it away. It's a gift from Iwa." Lu Peiqiang was a bit surprised. He inquired, "Is this liquid in the root system of every Soul Tree?" "This is a gift." Mua shook his head. "You can only get it if Ava is willing to give it to you." Lu Peiqiang was a bit puzzled. He had someone collect all the blue liquid, which was about 500 milliliter portions. A gift of grace? After that, Lu Peiqiang followed and dug up a few more Soul Trees. And sure enough, he did not see this blue liquid again. Bring this blue liquid to Earth as well. It might come in handy. Lu Peiqiang thought about how Earth's planetary consciousness had never communicated with humans, and instantly understood why Ava had sent the blue liquid to humans. Ava could be a really good ball. Lu Peiqiang's heart surged. He thought to himself that with the help of Ava, mankind was expected to achieve an unprecedented miracle. Dialogue with Mother Earth. When mankind comes face to face with Mother Earth, what will be Mother Earth's first words? Chapter 64. Humanity's Last Stand. Wow! Another huge wave slapped onto the deck, and the entire warship shook violently. "This can't go on," the officer roared. "Ever since Digital Figure Hung You started the steering engine, the sea had been choppy, and the waves were higher than one another. It was a good thing that the salvage team were all warships. Warships were more resistant to wind and waves, and there was no risk of capsizing for a while. But they were trapped in these waves. almost unable to move an inch. And even if the waves calmed down, it would be difficult to continue their operations, because their deep-sea probes were all swept away by the waves to who knows where. The probes are gone. What about the mission? Can't get in touch with the Combine. Just wait a little longer. Lieutenant Commander Wanderlust was very helpless. At first, the communication was blocked, and the digital life fooled him into staying put. Missing the first salvage window, he managed to make it to the second salvage point, only to have the digital life activate the planetary engine. The ocean became a cradle of danger all of a sudden. He was sickened. Intelligent technology should have been restricted a long time ago. He was annoyed. Digital life can even impersonate the United Government to give orders to the lower and middle levels. How can we fight this? He'd given up on the salvage mission. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the setback, but his probes and submarine had been swept away by the waves. One couldn't go to the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters below with one's flesh. It would be pointless suicide. Lieutenant Commander Langlois said with a gray face. If the other teams are like us, then we won't even be able to retrieve a single copy of the antimatter. 3 copies of antimatter exploding at the same time. Not to mention the impact it would have on human civilization. Their salvage teams would be the first to be annihilated in the surging light and heat of the antimatter. In the command headquarters of the United Government, everyone's face was tense, and tension filled the air. No one dared to speak out of turn, for they were still being broadcast live, and many of those buried beneath the rubble were watching their reactions. If they deflated or even spoke openly in a funereal manner, the people buried in the rubble might commit suicide out of despair. For the sake of the millions of people who are watching the live broadcast, anyone who walks into the command post must manage their emotions. Even if they wanted to cry, they had to hide in the toilet and cry secretly. But their efforts were not recognized, and the live broadcast room was filled with curses. A bunch of useless things. How could they let a procedure play around? How did Digital Life start the engine without the United Government's procedures? Hasn't the antimatter been fished out yet? Hangzhou 1 Dungeon. We have a magma leak here. Who's going to save us? I can also go to the United Government as an official. Anyway, it can't be any worse than it is now. Even the command's own hall had a screen broadcasting live. The obscenities were unmistakable. The members of the command were discouraged. They had tried hard, but the enemy was far more powerful than they had imagined. And it was true that they were to blame for relying too much on the intelligent programs. Take the planetary engines. Suppose the rules were changed to say that a commissioner from the United Government had to be present to activate the planetary engines. And then some restrictions on the commissioner. The crisis might have been over, because the United Government would just have to lift the antimatter out of the sea, and it would be done. The sea was still calm then. The Commander-in-Chief glanced at the pop-ups in the broadcast room, and his emotions didn't fluctuate. Do your best and listen to God's will. This time it was a saturation rescue. More than 1.5 million people from all over the world had been deployed, and the vast majority of the abnormally activated engines had already been shut down. It wasn't expected to take long to shut down the rest and quell the disaster on land. Now there was only one pressing problem left to solve. Antimatter. The salvage teams, while not completely wiped out, were largely incapable of salvage, and another 3 new teams would need to be sent in to replace them. Count how many usable detectors are left. If it was damaged in the quake, have the engineers try to repair it. We have over 20 hours left to try to put together 6 usable detectors to support each of the 3 salvage sites. 6. The intelligence officer worried. I'm afraid that's difficult. The deep-sea probes were worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and each one was made to order. There weren't many in stock, and some of them had been destroyed in the earthquake caused by the planetary engines not long ago. It was impossible to come up with that many in a moment. This was still because Pandora's deep-sea business was hot, and the manufacturers' warehouses were stocked. Or else they wouldn't even be able to take out a single probe right now. As for the deep-sea probes on Pandora, those had been urgently recalled by the United Government long after the 36-hour countdown had begun. All of them were later folded in the hands of the salvage team and the salvage team's reserve. Get at least 3 of them together, the Commander-in-Chief said decisively. The intelligence officer nodded. I understand, the Commander-in-Chief said methodically. Although the sea is very windy, it's not completely out of the question. Wait for the last half hour. Load the people into the probes. Have them dive as soon as they enter the water, and then throw the probes into the sea. Remember to do a good check. This could be humanity's last stand. Countdown to the antimatter explosion, 23 hours. The pioneer carried the Gnostic sacred tree across the stars and landed in an arboretum carefully prepared by the United Government. This botanical garden has the same light, temperature, and air composition as Pandora. Even the soil was freshly transported from Pandora, with a strong natural biofertilizer smell. Chen Fan overlooked the botanical garden, although it was prepared by humans. Rounding it up would be considered a gift from him to Ava. I wonder if Ava would like it. This time, he was formally inviting Ava to be his guest, and he was inexplicably a little apprehensive. Here, stick it in the tree pit. Slowly. Don't ever break it. The exoskeleton soldiers carried a dozen soul trees into the arboretum. They carefully inserted the soul trees into the tree pits, and then buried the roots with soil, shovel by shovel. The branches of the soul trees emitted a faint fluorescence and looked sickly. The core part of the soul tree was the main trunk. And the older the trunk, the greater the need for nutrients. This demand was supposed to match the caging range of the root system. However, the vanguard's internal space was limited, and the vast majority of the soul tree's root system had to be cut off when it was transplanted. This resulted in the soul tree not being able to draw in the nutrients needed to satisfy its own needs, even though it had been transplanted into the same soil. And so the soul tree was sickly. However, Ava had already taken this situation into consideration and specially prepared a bottle of nutrient solution for watering the tree. Although the portion wasn't much, it was enough to restore the soul tree to its optimal state and keep it there until it regrew its roots. At this time, Lu Peiqiang walked in. He carried a bottle of blue liquid and walked straight to the soul tree. Chen Fan was a little nervous. As long as Lu Peiqiang poured the nutrient liquid onto the roots of the soul tree, he was about to start his business. And this would be the first time he communicated with a human. It was of great significance. Chen Fan ghostly thought of astronaut Armstrong's famous quote, "This is a small step for me, but a big step for mankind." Just then, Lu Peiqiang raised the blue liquid and tilted his neck. Tun 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 tun. Chapter 65: The Final Countdown. On the vast Sahara Desert, the invisible gravitational force detained the yellow sand drifting between heaven and earth, slowly drawing an arc on the ground. Chen Fan was puzzled by Lu Peiqiang's confused behavior. "What are you doing? Silly boy. That's what Ava gave you to water the trees with. It's not for you to drink all. You kid wants to have the experience all to yourself. Don't you?" Chen Fan cried and laughed. If Lu Peiqiang poured the blue liquid onto the roots of the tree, then any avatar could communicate with him. If Lu Peiqiang drank it himself, then only Lu Peiqiang could communicate with him. The blue liquid in the bottle gradually bottomed out. Chen Fan did not block it in the end. On the one hand, he wanted to maintain his mystery before formally establishing contact with humans. On the other hand, temporarily allowing Lu Peiqiang to monopolize the channel of communication with him was also a favorable thing for him. And he could use this opportunity to cultivate Lu Peiqiang into his spokesperson amongst the humans. After having a spokesperson, many things would become easier. From today onwards, Lu Peiqiang's position in the coalition government was going to move up a notch. It was also considered a fool's errand. Lu Peiqiang suddenly revealed a difficult expression. The composition of the blue liquid was complex. It contained a portion of pure consciousness, which could significantly increase the organism's strength of consciousness. But this external enhancement would bring great pain to the organism. Lu Peiqiang dropped the glass bottle and crouched down holding his head, his body unable to stop trembling. "Doctor?" The exoskeleton soldiers gathered around. They roughly checked Lu Peiqiang's condition before carrying him away from the botanical garden. Lu Peiqiang had already fainted from the pain. Before he woke up, no one could communicate with Chen Fan. The disaster would still continue. The blazing blue-white light pillars gradually went out. "Move!" 3 soldiers helped each other into the carrier vehicle, their faces covered in dust and oil, obviously having gone through some suffering during the process of shutting down the engine. "Where are the others? Where's your captain?" Han asked. "They won't be coming back," the soldier replied with a sobbing voice. Han Xian froze as he looked up and glanced at the talking soldier through the rear-view mirror, noticing that the soldier's face carried 2 clear tear tracks. He sighed and thought to himself that the boy's name was Han Sun. Right. He still remembered that postulant with the same surname who had persistence and fearlessness written all over his eyes, not realizing that his first parting with him would be goodbye forever. He silently stepped on the accelerator. The dead have passed away, and those who survived will have to move forward. Time flew by. when the last few steering engines were also shut down. The eyes of the world gathered at sea. At this point, there was only one last hour left before the antimatter explosion. The lives of 2 billion or more people depended on those who carried out the salvage mission. Antimatter. Can it be salvaged or not? Do-do-do-do. There was a loud noise on the surface of the sea, almost like the sound of the waves. The sound wave was coming from a transport plane. It was descending in altitude, preparing to put one of the deep-sea probes it was hoisting into the water in a last-ditch effort for humanity. The live feeds were filled with bearish voices. It was obvious that a deep-sea probe didn't stand much of a chance against the trickster digital beings. But this was all the United Government could muster. The United Government had put the vast majority of its resources into the first salvage teams and their replacements. The result was a dismal failure. In the final hours, the command department searched the world to the best of its ability, but only managed to come up with 4 working deep-sea probes, one of which had been on display in the plaza for half a year in the sun. Each probe was responsible for salvaging 1 copy of the antimatter. The extra one stood by. Truth be told, the coalition government wasn't sure it would be able to complete the mission. The digital beings were too powerful. But they did their best anyway. And they would stay with the ordinary people, never fleeing the planet until the very end. A dark cloud hung over the sea, and the mood of those in charge of the mission was as dark as the cloud. Even though they were the best of the best from each country, they realized that they were not as good as their predecessors who had already failed. Their chances of completing the mission were slim. But the safety of billions of people around the world were counting on them. And once they failed, the sacrifices and rescue results on land would amount to nothing. They had to succeed. This heavy responsibility pressed down on them. Ready! Commence drop. The deep-sea probe slowly entered the water, and the steel plate carrying the weight of the probe quietly fell off, dropping towards the deep ocean floor. As soon as the probe entered the water, the people in the probe realized how harsh the sea was at this point. They were swaying violently with the waves, like a wolfberry floating on boiling water, bumping up and down unceasingly, sometimes exposed to the surface, and sometimes submerged by seawater. The mission hadn't even begun, and they got a taste of the downward spiral first. Dive. Everyone understood that the surface was too dangerous. They had to immediately enter deeper waters. The captain of the salvage team was called Wang Zhong. He sensed the sluggish atmosphere in the detector and spoke up to encourage. Don't be discouraged. Our detector is very flexible underwater. As long as it reaches the predetermined position, it will definitely be able to intercept the antimatter. Morale picked up slightly. Wang Zhong was telling the truth, although it was still unclear what digital life used to transport the antimatter. The deep-sea probe was specially designed for underwater activities, and no matter how good digital life's equipment was, it couldn't possibly compare to this. It was the only chance humanity had of winning. Countdown to the antimatter explosion. 1 hour. Doctor? He's awake. Comrade? Can you hear me? Can you see my hands? Lu Peiqiang slowly opened his eyes. He was a bit confused. His memory was still stuck in the time of tons and tons and tons, and he was full of ignorance about the situation in front of him. He turned his head and looked out the window. When he was in the botanical gardens, the sky was darkening, but now it was bright. He had a bad feeling about it. What time is it? Why am I in a hospital? Has the human crisis passed? With confusion, he pushed the doctor's hand away, sat up and asked, I'm fine. What happened? As soon as he got up, he had a strange feeling of incoherence. The body was a little sluggish. Or maybe his mind was running so fast that his body couldn't keep up with his mind. The soul had sat up. The body was still lying on the bed. The question he had just asked should have been asked after he sat down. But the words balked out of his mouth before he could fully sit up. Major Lu Peiqiang, the official from the United Government, said, You suddenly fainted when you were preparing to communicate with the Earth's consciousness. And now a day has passed. Lu Peiqiang was shocked. He jumped off the bed in a flash and asked anxiously, Has the crisis been resolved? And where is my avatar? I demand to continue the mission. Chapter 66 Humans. Again, the official of the United Government was very touched. He shook Lu Peiqiang's hand and said, Major Lu Peiqiang, while you were unconscious, we tried many ways, but none of them were able to establish a connection with the Earth's consciousness. Perhaps only you can do that. The official from the United Government glanced at his watch as he said anxiously, There are 43 minutes left in the countdown. You'll have to hurry. The 3 salvage teams underwater were due to make contact with the antimatter in another 13 minutes. Although they swore that they would definitely salvage the antimatter. Humanity had experienced too many unexpected things in the past 35 hours. As calculated by Moss, the probability of the salvage team intercepting 1 copy of the antimatter was 3%. The probability of intercepting 2 copies of the antimatter was 0.5%. And the probability of intercepting 3 copies of the antimatter was only 0.0021%. In other words, it is almost impossible for a salvage team to intercept 3 copies of antimatter at the same time. And they can only intercept 1 copy of antimatter when they hit the big one. But for those 2 huge thermochemical reaction rock piles under the Pacific Ocean, 2 antimatter explosions and 3 antimatter explosions are actually the same. Both can completely detonate them, bringing about a terrible doomsday for mankind. At this time, humanity could only hope for planetary consciousness. The countdown is less than an hour away. Lu Peiqiang was shocked, thinking, then why are you still chatting with me? Quickly take me to my avatar, The official from the United Government turned around and said, follow me. He ran towards the outside. Lu Peiqiang reacted and immediately chased after him. As he ran, he felt even more profoundly the strange feeling of the spirit being out of harmony with his body. But fortunately, he quickly adapted to it. The spirit is the software. The body is the hardware. As long as the hardware didn't pull its crotch too much, the software could run. He understood that this change must have been brought about by the blue liquid he drank. And he remembered that the Gnostic priests had said that taking this liquid would make him deaf and clear and strengthen his connection with the gods. The Gnostics hadn't lied to him. At least the effect on the deafness piece had been a little too good. And he hoped it would be the same on the connection with the gods. Lu Peiqiang arrived at the place where the avatar was parked. He gingerly laid down into the consciousness transfer pod. And when he opened his eyes again, his perspective was that of the avatar. He felt unusually comfortable. The avatar's neural structure was able to carry a stronger consciousness, which gave Lu Peiqiang the feeling of moving from a small jar to a large one. And even the incongruity between his spirit and body was much lessened. The botanical garden is over here. Come on! The official from the United Government was very sharp now. And as soon as he saw Lu Peiqiang maneuvering the avatar to sit up, he hurriedly greeted Lu Peiqiang as he got on the car. The duo arrived at the botanical gardens in a whirlwind. Qin Fan had already been waiting here for a long time. He stared at Lu Peiqiang's blue body and pondered. If I raise the strength of an individual's consciousness to its limit, and then find a way to create a powerful physical body for him, will I be able to rub a beggarly version of Superman out? He hadn't pondered this question before. He had slept for many years in the world of Wandering Earth. And as soon as he woke up, he traveled to Avatar. As a planetary consciousness, he was a little slow to react. If he hadn't been about to cross over in another decade or so, and if Moss's nervousness about the survival of civilization had touched him, he might have thought about it even later. He had a blind spot before. He felt that as a planetary consciousness, all he had to do was to provide a good environment for humans to live in, and wait for them to develop. And that would be fine. Technology is great. I am just a ball. What can I do? However, after seeing Lu Peiqiang's changes after taking the blue liquid, he suddenly realized that he could actually do a lot of things, such as directly intervening in the human species to make them physically stronger. If he could give humans the muscle density of an elephant and the reaction speed of a cat, their research speed and fighting ability would be significantly improved. He could also work on his control of gravity. Gravity, like human muscles. His current manipulation of gravity seemed like a grand spectacle. But there was no way to concentrate it into a particularly small area or extend it over a particularly long distance. He had a hunch that he could improve his mastery of gravity through diligent exercise. When his grip on gravity was strong enough, he could compress himself a bit more tightly. And when he encountered an enemy, he could cause a considerable amount of damage by slamming right into them. And he wouldn't disintegrate as easily when he took a beating. Not only that, but he could also study the energy he used to open dimensional wormholes to see where exactly that energy came from, and if there were any other uses for it. Can't just rely on humans. This was the first time Qin Fan seriously thought about his future. He had a feeling of an epiphany. Although he could not engage in scientific research, there were many things he could do. The future was full of crises, and he had to progress together with the human race in order to do so. At this time, Lu Peiqiang walked into the botanical garden. Qin Fan collected his thoughts. He lamented, "You've finally come. If you don't come, Moss, and I won't know how to end this. According to the script, this crisis should have ended long ago. As long as Lu Peiqiang watered the soul tree, humanity would be able to establish a connection with him. And then he would save the day and enter human society as a savior. While restricting the use of intelligent systems in the future and reducing the hidden dangers of human civilization, all will be happy. As a result, Lu Peiqiang took the watering of the tree tons and tons, and then fainted. Moss had just asked him for instructions several times in a row, asking him what to do next. Should he take the initiative to save the Earthlings? Or release the water to return the 3 copies of antimatter to the United Government? Or maybe really detonate the antimatter? After all, the atmosphere has been set here. Whichever of these 3 endings is lacking. It is good that Lu Peiqiang woke up in time. Otherwise Chen Fan would have had to resort to means to stimulate Lu Peiqiang to wake up. And that might have caused him to lose this spokesperson. The disaster lasted an extra day. But this was not a big problem, because he had used gravitational force to secretly maneuver from the very beginning of the disaster to help reduce human casualties. Most of the people were only buried under the rubble. And although they were frightened, they did not have any worries about their lives. The reason why he did this, apart from being benevolent, was also because he was considering the fact that he would be crossing over in another decade or so. Population was a very valuable resource. Also taken into consideration was the perception of the humans towards him. If he sat back and watched the humans suffer a disaster, the first impression of the humans towards him would most likely not be good. Lu Peiqiang walked to the soul tree. He grabbed a branch and put his nerve braid together. He was nervous. He had talked a lot with the officials of the United Government in the car, and he realized that he was surprisingly the lifesaver of the human civilization. And if he failed as well, the human civilization would probably not be able to get through this crisis. Billions of people would die. Strange. Why aren't the branches of the soul tree wrapping around me? Is it because of the lack of vigor? The branches of the soul tree were dull. A far cry from when it was on Pandora's star. Lu Peiqiang gritted his teeth. He forcibly pressed the nerve fibers on his braid onto the branches of the soul tree and desperately imagined himself drilling into the soul tree. The blue liquid he had taken earlier worked. The colors around him faded quietly. The tree of souls, the soil, the marble steps, the electric car that brought him here, the officials of the coalition government. Everything seemed to be like yellowed wallpaper, peeling off in pieces as the years washed over them, revealing a vast expanse of dead emptiness. Lu Peiqiang stood blankly in the void. In the darkness, vast voices resounded from all directions. Humans. Appearing again. Chapter 67 I am all beings. All beings are me. The magnificent voice spread over Lu Peiqiang's consciousness like a tidal wave. Lu Peiqiang had a vague feeling of suffocation, but he felt very elated. His first thought was, the Earth really has a planetary consciousness. Humanity is saved. Immediately after that, confusion arose in him. What did it mean that humanity had appeared again? Throughout history, humanity has appeared 4 times, all of which were destroyed for various reasons when civilization was just budding, and did not possess the ability to travel interstellar distances as you do. You are the humans who have traveled the farthest so far. Lu Peiqiang froze. The blue liquid he had taken was once again working, causing him to ghost an article from the nooks and crannies of his memory. That article said that the Mayans divided time into 5 solar calendars, that the current human race was in the 5th solar calendar, and that in the first 4 solar calendars, the human race had gone extinct 4 times each for various reasons. He had thought the article was nonsense. After all, there was too much time between them to be verified. But according to Earth consciousness, say what you came for, Lu Peiqiang said apprehensively. Humanity is suffering from an unprecedented catastrophe. And on behalf of humanity, I ask you to lend a hand and help us resolve this disaster. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. His words sank without a response. His heart rate gradually became faster. He knew that if he couldn't convince the Earth's consciousness to help mankind, then today would turn out to be humanity's darkest hour. A large yield of antimatter would detonate the thermochemical reaction rock pile under the Pacific Ocean. This would not only cause mankind to lose the vast majority of its population in a very short period of time, but it would also psychologically leave a scar for mankind that could never be healed. Even years from now, when mankind remembers what happened today, it will still feel uncertainty and fear. Lu Peiqiang bears a great historical responsibility. He understood how important his mission was. Humanity needed him to complete his mission. And he could not let this conversation end just like that. Great Earth consciousness, he said sincerely. Humans have helped the Earth. We observed the solar helium flash and formulated a mountain-moving plan and a month-by-month plan to help the Earth escape from the solar system. Although human beings have destroyed the ecological environment of the Earth and caused the extinction of many species, human beings are not moths. And human beings are helpful to the Earth. Suddenly, the surroundings became bright. Countless images poured in. Lu Peiqiang looked around and he froze. In the dark ruins, a small wooden stick incredibly supported the collapsed building. For the mother and daughter under the ruins of a safe haven, dozens of meters deep in the basement. A branch full of fruit just right through the gap. For the people trapped inside the food and water, hot dungeon. Orange-red magma against the norm along the ceiling flow, avoiding the corridor below the crowded refugees. These are? Lu Peiqiang kept turning around. He realized that these were all places where disasters were taking place. And everywhere there were phenomena that defied common sense, sheltering people in dire straits. For billions of years, I have never interfered with the fate of any creature. Chen Fan's voice rang beside Lu Peiqiang's ears. Why? Lu Peiqiang subconsciously asked. Because the dark void was flooded with soft light as the great will broke through the invisible barriers and embraced the confused child. In an instant, Lu Peiqiang felt an incomparable peace of mind and warmth. It was a familiar feeling, as if he had experienced it countless times. Boo! As if poking through an invisible layer of bubbles, Lu Peiqiang's consciousness entered the Great Will, and shared the feeling of the Great Will. His consciousness appeared in the body of an ant, following the colony as it carried food and provided sustenance for the hungry queen. His consciousness flew into the body of a seagull, standing on the railing of a pier and cocking his head as he stared at the shambles of the beach. His consciousness drifted into a green seaweed, bobbing and swaying with the water waves, and was finally eaten by a passing fish. Lu Peiqiang was one of the many forms of life in the world. As Lu Peiqiang reincarnated in countless forms of life, his memories became more and more blurred. He gradually believes that he is a panda gnawing on bamboo, an injured rattlesnake, a polar bear foraging for food, a peach tree struck by lightning, and a peony blossom blooming in a flower garden. Just as Lu Peiqiang was about to be lost in the infinite planetary consciousness, a kind voice sounded beside Lu Peiqiang's ears. All beings are me, and I am all beings. These words became Lu Peiqiang's anchor point. Lu Peiqiang awoke with a sudden start. Everything came back to him. He was an astronaut on the pilot space station. Major Lu Peiqiang on an ordered mission. He would not be Lu Peiqiang forever. Simply for the duration of this life, which had not yet ended. He was Lu Peiqiang. Lu Peiqiang stood frozen in place. He came to an epiphany. He understood what was the relationship between humans and other creatures. Between humans and planetary consciousness. You, me, him. There has never been a you or him. There has always been only I. I am the ant. I am man. I am the bird. I am the insect. I am the sum total of all spiritual beings. And at the same time a branch of all spiritual beings. I am all beings. All beings are I. At this moment, Lu Peiqiang's heart was filled with shock. I know, he murmured. I know why you don't interfere with the fate of living things. Because all creatures are part of you. Lu Peiqiang's thoughts gradually rose. He had an epiphany. The mantis catches the cicada. You are not the mantis, nor the cicada. But the mantis is you. And the cicada is also you. You are the sum of all beings. All beings converge into you. They come from you, and go back to you. They may be mantises now, and cicadas later. Or they may be cicadas before and mantises now. It was as if 4 words were written on Lu Peiqiang's brain. Great enlightenment, he muttered. Everything is reincarnation. The destinies of all beings reach a balance in countless reincarnations. All beings are equal. Interference. It's pointless. It only destroys the balance. Perhaps it was because the tree watering water provided by Ava increased Lu Peiqiang's enlightenment. With just a little guidance, Lu Peiqiang became enlightened. And was enlightened to the core. So much so that Chen Fan had nothing to add. Chen Fan teased. You could become a monk. Major Lu Peiqiang. Cremated after death. Perhaps a few relics can be burnt out. Lu Peiqiang shook his head. From the point of view of modern science, anything left over from burning is called cherry seeds. Everyone has them. It's not something rare. He was not surprised by Chen Fan's tone. Humans were part of Chen Fan. And Chen Fan naturally understood human language and culture. Chen Fan was the sum total of all beings on Earth. Ah! Chapter 68, Shrimp. And Pig's Heart. After a while, Lu Peiqiang gradually slowed down from his shock. He realized that he was also part of the Earth's consciousness. So his mood was no longer as tense as it was at the beginning. He hesitantly said, I have a few questions to ask you. When the mountain shift project started its engines, the Earth spun backwards many times. When the moon fell, the meteorites all hung motionless in the sky. And then the Earth pushed the moon away, and the Earth traveling to the world of Avatar. It's all me, Chen Fan replied. Lu Peiqiang fell into silence. In fact, when he saw those images at the disaster site that defied common sense, he had a hidden perception in his heart, only to have it confirmed now from Chen Fan's mouth. There were actually no higher civilizations that helped Earth cross over. No. Can Ava also manipulate gravity and travel through time and space? No. He cannot. Lu Peiqiang was silent for a long time. It turned out that Earth consciousness was not on the same level of existence as Ava. Humans had underestimated Earth consciousness. Not only could Earth consciousness manipulate gravity, it could also take Earth across the world. Why did you take us across to Avatar? What is the principle of crossing over? And will we cross over to other worlds in the future? Lu Peiqiang raised his final question. Chen Fan replied after thinking for a while. I can only answer the last question. After coming to this world, I was oppressed from the entire universe. The force of the oppression is growing. In another 10 years or so, for the sake of the continuation of all beings, I will have to lead Earth to another unknown world. And if I am subjected to the same oppression in that world, we will keep traveling. At this moment, most of the questions that had plagued humanity for years were answered. Lu Peiqiang nodded slowly. Thank you. After the dialogue was over, he would relay these answers word for word to the United Government. He wore a despondent expression. When this dialogue was over, he might have to see a psychiatrist as well. The shock to his mind was too much. Suddenly, the light around him trembled a few times, like an old television set with a bad signal. Lu Peiqiang felt that his consciousness was vaguely inclined to break away from this place. He whispered, The soul tree isn't working. The soul tree did not have enough nutrients, and could not act as a bridge between humans and Chen Fan for a long time. A disaster for humanity. He opened his mouth. Lu Peiqiang did not forget his mission. Before the next reincarnation, he was still human Lu Peiqiang, and he had to do what human Lu Peiqiang should do. However, he did not wait for Chen Fan's response. The light and shadows around him quickly became thin, and finally tended to become transparent, revealing the reality of the scene. The experience just now was like a phantom dream. He's woken up. You guys come quickly. What's the situation? Is the Earth consciousness willing to help us? Lu Peiqiang realized that many high-ranking officials had come to the botanical garden, all gathered around him. He glanced at the soul tree in front of him. This soul tree showed signs of withering, and its already dull branches were now so dried out that they seemed to crumble at the slightest pinch. Would Earth consciousness help humanity? In the face of the officials' questions, Lu Peiqiang did not answer immediately. This was because he had not received a response from Chen Fan until the time the link was broken. However, he already had an inference in his heart. As a matter of fact, the Earth consciousness had given humanity a helping hand from the very beginning, such as letting the magma flow against the ceiling, which was obviously special care. Earth consciousness did this because the external environment had become dangerous. By letting the magma flow from the ceiling, he was not improvising, but intentionally preserving humanity. Humans were the only intelligent race on Earth. Only by preserving humans would the Earth have the ability to defend itself when it encountered danger in the crossing. For the sake of the continuation of all beings, the Earth consciousness would not turn a blind eye to the plight of humanity. Lu Peiqiang opened his mouth. Just then, a man came over with a joyful face, and he said with his hands in the air, Good news. Sunlight couldn't reach the deep sea below 1,000 meters, so the members of the salvage team could only grope around in the darkness, where they couldn't reach their fingers, hoping that the headlights on the detector would coincidentally sweep up any antimatter that passed nearby. Can't see much. Can't see a thing. The salvage crew smiled ruefully, a streak of blood floating under their eyes. After entering the seabed, all kinds of instruments read normally. But except for the lights, all kinds of detection means, including sonar, were paralyzed. They could only search for antimatter with their naked eyes. In this thousands of meters deep seabed, it was as difficult as heaven. He's toying with us. Digital life could paralyze the sonar. And naturally, He could paralyze the other electronic instruments as well. But he didn't do it. It was a deliberate attempt to make the salvage team feel desperate. Watching their latitude and longitude coordinates coincide with the antimatter over and over again. But seeing nothing because the electronics were paralyzed. They could only lose touch with the antimatter over and over again. In the end, step by step in chagrin, it leads to destruction. Shrimp. And pig's heart. At this moment, the countdown has come to the last 3 minutes. The antimatter is about to explode. The salvage team is still holding on tenaciously. The antimatter isn't moving. Looks like it's arrived at the preset explosion position. Here comes the last chance. The entire salvage team fought hard. They maneuvered their probes to browse the nearby seabed. Everyone staring wide-eyed in an effort to try and locate the submerged antimatter. The minutes ticked by. They had never been so sensitive to time before. And each second felt like a small hammer to their hearts. Tick-tock. 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 In times of crisis, the second hand can have the power to shake the heart. Countdown, 2 minutes 41 seconds. Countdown, 1 minute 15 seconds. Countdown, 45 seconds. The clock is winding down. And a look of despair finally appears on the faces of the team. Half a minute. Even if they found the antimatter right now, they wouldn't have time to take it into the detector. Not to mention having to dismantle the explosive device on it. Mission failed. Instead of maneuvering the detector to float up, they took out their family's photos and silently looked at the people in the photos. Nui Nui. Dad is sorry for not saving the world for you. Captain Wang Zhong clutched the pocket watch embedded with his daughter's photo. A guilty look on his face. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown, 0 seconds. Boom. Someone got rid of their mobile phone. The team looked at each other. The countdown went to 0. How come nothing happened? Bzzz. A voice suddenly came out of the paralyzed communication channel. Wang Dong. You guys can come back now. The antimatter has been found. Everyone was first stunned. Then their faces revealed ecstasy. Wang Zhong asked with excitement and doubt. Which team of brothers found it? I'll be sure to thank them when I get up there. The situation is rather complicated. The person on the other end said. It jumped onto the deck by itself. Chapter 69 Skimming doesn't affect viewing. Chapter 70 Sternly punished Tu Hongyu. Oh! Mummy. I'm afraid of the dark. Under the ruins, a little girl sobbed, her body shivering from fear. Little baby, don't cry. Someone will come to save us soon. In the dark, narrow and cold corners, every minute of waiting was so long. And I couldn't count the number of times such a dialogue had taken place. Before the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt the wall she was leaning against vibrate. Rumble. The sound of machinery could be heard faintly. The woman was pleasantly surprised. Rumble. In the next second, thick and powerful mechanical arms moved away from the collapsed wall. Bright sunlight poured in. 2 orange figures stepped into the sunlight and walked straight towards the mother and daughter huddled in the corner, as if the gods had descended from the heavens. How is your situation? I'm fine. Save my daughter first, the woman said nervously. The structure here is very stable, the orange figure said gently. Don't worry. We'll leave together. The rescue team assisted the mother and daughter into the sunlight. Similar sights happened in many places. With the help of advanced equipment, people are being saved from the rubble every second. When he thought of places where his thoughts ran dry, he took an enamel cup, sipped a mouthful of imported milk kindly sponsored by Tu Hongyu, the son of the richest man in the world, and then quivered his eyebrows as he continued to plunge into the quagmire of ideas. Tada. Why should I be severely punished? Tu Hongyu said as he tapped the code. I'm dead. They're not going to dig me up. Digital Tu Hongyu has done all the bad things. What has it got to do with me? Tu Hongyu? Injustice. Ma Zhao squinted and glanced at Tu Hongyu. He thought to himself that the degree of brain development and the amount of hormones in the body would affect the personality. And Tu Hongyu's body was currently only 2 years old. And his personality was much more cheerful than in his last life. Ma Zhao said in a serious manner. Don't worry. You're a minor. They can't do anything to you. His mind had also become much younger. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. House Hyosi pushed the door and walked in. She inquired. Professors, is the hard drive for imprisoning Digital Tu Hongyu ready? Digital Tu Hongyu was silent. It's here with me. Ma Zhao pulled open a drawer and painstakingly lifted out a storage device that resembled a brick. This was Digital 2 Hongyu's cell. After Digital 2 Hongyu had gone through Moss's algorithm, the electronic volume became larger than the rhodium-cesium-beryllium study material, fully expanded enough to hold up an entire cabinet server. Even after multiple compressions, the final data size was staggering. The storage unit flashed a green light. This storage had an independent computing unit, and Digital 2 Hongyu was sitting in the iron window that Ma Zhao had carefully designed, waiting for the United Government to judge him. Counselor Hao, what are you going to do with him? 2 Hongyu paused for a moment. I'm just curious. Nothing more. Digital 2 Hongyu was his digital life. In a sense, it could be seen as another dimension of him. So he was curious to know what Digital 2 Hongyu's next fate would be. Hao Xiaohei hesitated. The trial of Digital 2 Hongyu had not yet begun, and a lot of information was not suitable for public disclosure. But considering the special status of 2 Hongyu, Hao Xiuxi deliberated. We are prepared to destroy him, but there is still some disagreement on his definition. 2 Hongyu pursed his lips. Although he had long expected that Digital 2 Hongyu would not have a good ending, he still felt an indescribable loss after receiving Hao Xiuxi's confirmation. It wasn't that he sympathized with his digital life. It was just that he didn't feel very good about it. Ma Zhao asked. What disagreement? According to scientists from various countries, although Digital 2 Hongyu is a string of data, he has actually possessed the same autonomous consciousness as a human being and is a life form with a personality. Hao Xiuxi said slowly. That is to say, we should judge him as a human. She gave a helpless smile. But if we tried Digital 2 Hongyu as if he were a human being, that would mean that the United Government recognizes that digital beings are also beings, which would definitely set off a big public opinion storm, and even rekindle people's reverie about digital beings. It's a big problem in every aspect. This is something we cannot accept for the time being. Ma Zhao nodded. He was once the director of the Digital Life Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and knew digital life well enough to know that there was a great deal of social controversy over digital life. The controversy was mainly centered on ethics. It was a messy situation. Hao Xiuxi continued. But if we don't treat Digital 2 Hongyu as a human being, then Digital 2 Hongyu is a piece of virus, and we should hold the person who spread the virus responsible. She looked towards 2 Hongyu. Digital 2 Hongyu's small face froze for a moment. Ma Zhao revealed a thoughtful expression as he nodded. Then we should hold 2 Hongyu responsible. After all, it was his digital life, and it was also him who uploaded it inside 550W. 2 Hongyu couldn't squat anymore. He stood up from his chair in a flash and tried to defend himself. He did it. I didn't do it all. He was clumsy and cute. Hao Xiuxi couldn't help herself. She looked at the 2-year-old in front of her, who had 40 years of work experience, and suddenly developed a sense of bad taste. This crime if convicted, she said with her chin in her hand, it should be life imprisonment. And there is no reduction or parole allowed. You have to stay in prison for the rest of your life. Huh? 2 Hongyu was instantly confused. Teacher Ma. What did you say? 2 Hongyu had an incredulous face. Ma Alice's face was expressionless. You can't arrest me, 2 Hongyu said anxiously. 2 Hongyu was a bit anxious. He had uploaded his digital life at that time in order to enter the password to help bring the Beijing root server online. Who knew that his digital life would turn out like this? If he was really sentenced, he would not be called 2 Hongyu anymore. He would change his name to Sai Dou-yi. Professor Tuesday. Hao Xiuxi smiled. I never said I was going to arrest you. You don't have to be nervous. The specifics of how to deal with it. In a few days, we will hold a press conference. You can take a look at it then. That's good. That's good. 2 Hongyu took a sip of milk to suppress his shock and squatted again. Goodbye. 2 professors. Hao Xiuxi took the storage device and headed out. There's a very important meeting on the side of the United Government, where they're going to discuss the disaster relief program, limiting the range of intelligent system use, and some other things related to planetary consciousness. Chapter 71. I'm not going to call you a doctor. Huh? The smell of disinfectant wafted through the air, and the spacious corridor was crowded with people. Coming through. Lu Peiqiang struggled to get through the pile of people. There were so many people injured and hospitalized that there were quite a few hospital beds in the corridor. Coming through. Lu Peiqiang walked up to a ward, and he looked up at the door number 0816. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. A smile that was 7 parts missing and 3 parts timid. It's been a few years since we've seen each other. I don't know how tall this kid has grown, he muttered. Lu Peiqiang had come to visit Lu Qi. There was a magma leakage accident in the Beijing No. 3 dungeon, where Lu Qi was located. Although Lu Qi didn't die, he fell a lot during his escape, and there were traces of trampling on his body. After the rescue team found him, they took him to the hospital for a checkup. And once they found out that he had broken several bones, they let him stay in the hospital. Lu Peiqiang is a major. Lu Qi enjoys the privileges of a military family member, with priority hospitalization and extremely high reimbursement from health insurance. Lu Peiqiang was standing in front of the door for a long time. He hadn't even blinked when he charged towards the shining thunder beast on Pandora. But to see his own son, he had the feeling that his legs were not working. He was ashamed of Lu Qi. Back then, he had tearfully signed Han's consent to stop treatment in order to reduce Han's pain, and then turned around and went up to the space station. He gradually let go of the grief caused by Han Duo's passing in the magnificent scenery of Pandora. But Lu Qi was trapped on the ground, and had been immersed in the grief of losing his mother for 3 years. Due to the rules and regulations of the space station, Lu Peiqiang has never had the chance to return to Earth to visit Lu Qi. Lu Qi was unwilling to video chat with Lu Peiqiang, so Lu Peiqiang didn't even know what Lu Qi looked like now. Lu Peiqiang gripped the door handle. He didn't have time to waste outside the door because he had to go to the United Government in a few hours to report on the mission. He was the only one who could communicate with the planetary consciousness, although a detailed written report was submitted. But the United Government still wanted him to report later, in person, what he had seen and heard when he communicated with the planetary consciousness. The reason why he didn't report immediately was because the disaster had just ended, and the United Government was busy with a variety of urgent real-life problems on its hands. In order of priority, the matter of planetary consciousness, though important, was not as urgent as other matters. Information about planetary consciousness was of a higher level of confidentiality, and could only be reported to the 5 major counselors. The 5 council members have their own business, one way or another. The reporting time was delayed a bit. Click! Lu Peiqiang made up his mind, pushed open the door, and walked into the ward. This ward had a total of 4 beds. All of them were lying full. Lu Peiqiang saw Lu Qi on the bed by the window at a glance, because Lu Qi was too young to be distinguished at a glance. Lu Qi was playing a video game. He was holding an old PS game console, crackling and pressing. Lu Peiqiang wanted to give Lu Qi a surprise. He tiptoed over to the bedside, and got close before making a sound. Son! Lu Qi squinted and glanced at Lu Peiqiang, realizing that it was actually his own father who was a god. He shivered in fear, and the game character in his hand was immediately knocked down. Game over. An arrogant voice came out from the game console. Lu Qi's face instantly darkened. He said in a bad mood, Lu Peiqiang, why did you come all of a sudden? Aren't you on the space station and can't go back to Earth? After his mother's death, Lu Qi believed that Lu Peiqiang's signature on the consent form was the direct cause of his mom's death. So he no longer called Lu Peiqiang dad, but called him by his first name. Lu Peiqiang pursed his lips gently. He was ashamed of Lu Qi, so he did not correct Lu Qi's name for him. I'm on a mission to return to Earth. The patient next to him heard the dialogue between Lu Peiqiang's father and son, and curiously looked over this way, his eyes constantly circling around Lu Peiqiang's body, trying to look for the astronaut's unusual features. Heh. I knew it wasn't to see me. Lu Qi snorted coldly. Lu Peiqiang gave a sarcastic smile as he said, I'm a soldier. I can't go against the rules. Besides, didn't I come to see you every chance I got? Outside, he was ironclad. But when he came home to face his son, he couldn't be hard at all. Especially when he saw Han Duo from Lu Qi's face. I don't need you to come see me. Lu Qi was unappreciative. From the time you killed my mother, I have nothing to do with you. Lu Peiqiang pursed his lips. For some reason, he was suddenly a little dizzy. He reached out and held onto the bed. From the time he switched back to his human body, he had encountered trance and dizziness one after another, but none of them were as serious as this one. It might have something to do with the fact that he wasn't in a very good mood right now. He suspected that it was because his spiritual power had become stronger, and his original body could not supply the consumption required to keep his spirit functioning. Lu Qi did not notice Lu Peiqiang's abnormality, as he continued to say in a very harsh tone, Lu Peiqiang, I don't want to see you at all. Can you disappear from my sight? Lu Peiqiang's eyes went black and he collapsed. Plop! Lu Qi froze. Lu Peiqiang. What's wrong with you? Don't play dead. I won't call a doctor for you. Lu Qi paused for a few seconds and panicked when he saw that Lu Peiqiang still didn't have any reaction. Lu Peiqiang? Lu Peiqiang. Doctor? Where's the doctor? A few hours later. In the small conference room of the coalition government. Why hasn't Lu Peiqiang come yet? Clavin asked with furrowed brows. Aren't the Chinese people very particular about credit? Mi Bot kept looking at his watch. Exploring planetary consciousness was the primary topic of this meeting. But the key figure Lu Peiqiang's delayed appearance made it impossible for the meeting to proceed. Vladimir asked Hao Susi. Lu Peiqiang is one of your people. You should know best where he is gone. Right? Hao Susi nodded slowly. We are investigating. We found out that he has a ticket to Beijing. His son is in a hospital in Beijing. He should be visiting his son. Hao Susi paused for a moment. We also found out that he had a ticket to come here, but didn't board the plane. Major Lu Peiqiang is a very good soldier. There must have been a special situation that caused him to miss the plane. Everyone stay calm. Hao Susi was also confused. At this moment, Zhang Weilai walked in from outside the conference room, and he went straight to Hao Susi's side. Mr. Hao, we found Lu Peiqiang. He whispered into Hao Susi's ear. Hao Susi frowned. Why did this happen? Zhang Weilai shook his head. We haven't found out the reason yet. Clavin asked impatiently. What's going on? They were in a hurry to figure out what was going on with the planetary consciousness. And it turned out that the only key person who could contact the planetary consciousness had lost contact. What kind of thing is this? Hao Susi said in a deep voice. Lu Peiqiang fainted in the hospital and hasn't woken up yet. In a flash, the entire conference room went quiet. Chapter 72 of Brewing Change. Lu Peiqiang is now the only one who can communicate with Earth's consciousness. Vladimir said. We should provide him with security measures to guarantee his safety in case we lose this only channel to communicate with the Earth consciousness. The counselors looked at each other. In favor. In favor. In favor. Agreed. 5 votes passed without a doubt. Vladimir turned to Hao Xiaoxi and said. Lu Peiqiang is a Chinese. So you Chinese will be responsible for his safety. Hao Xiaoxi said in a deep voice. Naturally. Outside the window, there was a light breeze and the crunching of wind chimes. Lu Peiqiang hadn't slept this long in a long time. He felt like his brain had been washed, and he had a rare feeling of being refreshed. He opened his eyes. A hanging bottle was attached to his left hand. Glucose. Lu Peiqiang read the label on the hanging bottle. Major Lu Peiqiang. You are awake. A young guy in a suit was looking at him with a smile. My name is Zhang Weilai. I'm Counselor Hao's assistant. Counselor Hao? Lu Peiqiang's thoughts turned to that strong woman who often appeared on the TV screen. He braced himself and sat up. Hello. He thought of what happened before he passed out. When he was about to take a plane to attend a meeting of the coalition government and ended up passing out in his son's ward. He should have been unconscious for a long time. Otherwise, Counselor Hao's assistant wouldn't have appeared here. Lu Peiqiang looked ashamed. Zhang Weilai noticed the change in Lu Peiqiang's expression and hurriedly explained. You don't need to worry about the meeting. The report you wrote earlier was very detailed, and the United Government has already gained an understanding of Earth consciousness. After Lu Peiqiang ended his conversation with Chen Fan, he wrote a mission report at the first opportunity. The contents of that report were very detailed. Thus, even in Lu Peiqiang's absence, the United Government had completed the discussion. You can rest assured that you will be able to recuperate and take the time to attend a video conference. After studying Lu Peiqiang's mission report thoroughly, the counselors felt very shocked and wanted to have a real-time communication with Lu Peiqiang to gain a deeper understanding of planetary consciousness. Lu Peiqiang nodded. He was feeling in good spirits now. So he replied, I'm free anytime in the next hour. Zhang Weilai smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. Right. For your safety. The United Government has deployed a special task force to protect you. And they are in the corridor outside. Would you like to see them now? Lu Peiqiang froze. A Secret Service squad? Protecting me? And specially deployed? He was in a bit of a trance, as this kind of treatment was usually reserved for important people at the general level. He hesitantly said, Why are you assigning me special duties? Zhang Weilai replied, You are currently the only one who can communicate with the Earth's consciousness. Once something happens to you, the connection we have managed to establish with the Earth's consciousness will be broken. Lu Peiqiang felt a bit incredulous at first, But thinking about it this way, it seemed to make a bit of sense. So he said, "Let them come in." Zheng Weilai nodded. "All come in." Ka. The special task force members unscrewed the door to the room. And with a dry, crisp stride, they fishtailed into the room. There were 12 people in total. "Good day, Chief." They saluted Lu Peiqiang in unison. Lu Peiqiang froze. He had never experienced such a scene before, and did not know what to do for a moment. "Don't be so polite, brothers." He laughed nervously, a slight embarrassment showing in his expression. The special task force members were impassive. Lu Peiqiang scratched his head. He hesitantly said, "Put your hands down?" Swish. Only then did the Secret Service members put their hands down. Their movements neat and tidy. Lu Peiqiang secretly smacked his lips. From the moment they entered the door, this special duty squad had displayed an extraordinary quality. And at first glance, it was an elite division. In addition to the special duty squad, the United Government has also allocated you a personal doctor. Zhang Weilai shouted to the door. Directorly, Lu Peiqiang's eyelids fluttered gently. Good bloke. Even a private doctor can really pay attention to me. A middle-aged man wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walks into the room. He has a Mediterranean hairstyle. He's experienced and reliable at first glance. Hello. Hello. Lu Peiqiang and Directorly greeted each other. Directorly introduced, "Your current condition belongs to the body overdraft. There is no big problem. Rest for a few days, and you can walk on the ground." Lu Peiqiang was puzzled. Physical overdraft? He didn't remember any physical exertion before his coma. It's mainly overuse of the brain, Directorly added. Lu Peiqiang pursed his lips and slowly nodded his head, thinking that it should be because his physical fitness couldn't keep up with his mind's functioning. "Right. Where is my son?" he inquired. Zhang Weilai replied. "He's right next door and keeps asking if you're awake." A few days later, the coalition government held a press conference. Reporters swarmed to the conference like sharks on the set of fish, clogging up the entire venue. The crisis had spawned so many emotions in human society that everyone felt like they were living in a fog and desperately needed the coalition government to reveal to them the ins and outs of the crisis. In this briefing, the press secretary gave a detailed account of the May crisis, including the motives of the digital figure Hung Yu's self-reporting. It also exposed the existence of the Earth consciousness, so that everyone would know that the Earth consciousness had saved mankind. The news quickly spread through the reporters, causing a huge public opinion storm in human society. It was like a deep water bomb. Isn't Earth consciousness God? Our reliance on intelligent systems has gone too far. A single digital being has beaten our entire civilization senseless. Thank you to those who carried the weight for us. When will that digital life be deleted? Ah! So it was the Earth consciousness that saved us, protecting us all along. This press conference instantly set off a fervor of national discussion. And for a while, the streets were filled with the sound of discussion about the May crisis and Earth consciousness. People even ate a piece of dried earthworm to get a few words in edgewise. At the same time, rescue operations everywhere came to an end, and mankind began to come out of the shadow of the disaster. The United Government also began to seriously consider how to establish a closer relationship with Earth consciousness, and how to safely utilize the intelligent system with the help of Earth consciousness, and get rid of its over-reliance on the intelligent system. After the disaster, an unprecedented change was brewing. Chapter 73 Exercise Ball. I want to become the sun. Daddy. It's so desolate here. There's Daddy's childhood here. Mount Romo. Once a tourist attraction. With the launch of the mountain removal program, the nearby small county was deserted, and fewer tourists visited this mountain. After the Scenic Management Organization pulled out due to financial losses, the mountain became almost a deserted one. From February to May this year, only a dozen people visited Mount Romo in one season. People have already forgotten this mountain. Only certain nostalgic people would come back to visit on special days. Squeak. A limousine pulled up to the foot of Mount Romo, and a middle-aged man stepped out of the car, holding a little boy who was less than his waist height, with despondency written all over his face. Thinking of the old days, the man told the little boy stories about his childhood while leading him towards the direction of the mountain. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Rumbling. Mount Romo suddenly shook the ground. Earthquake? The man was so scared that he picked up the little boy and got into the car. In 3 or 2 clicks, he was about to drive away when he suddenly saw a scene through the rearview mirror that he would never forget. Mount Romo. Ascending to heaven. The mountain, which was more than 500 meters high and was mainly made of granite, rose up with a violent roar. A large amount of soil and stones shook down. Amidst the jaws of the men and the innocent gaze of the little boy, Mount Romo gradually flew into the distant sky, leaving only a huge deep pit on the ground. Almost simultaneously, an alarm sounded from the navigator's space station. Warning! Unidentified object approaching the station from the direction of Earth. All hands on alert. Warning! Unidentified object approaching space station from the direction of Earth. All crews on alert. The astronauts were all startled. They stopped what they were doing and, according to the contingency plan for resisting sudden impacts, looked for a position where they could protect themselves and crouched down to hold their heads in a safe position, just as the astronauts were expecting the worst and were terrified by it. After a few seconds, the alarm is cancelled. The astronauts stood up in confusion. What the hell? The alarm just went off and it was cancelled? The astronauts went to work with intense confusion. But within a few minutes, the alarm went off again. Warning! Unidentified object approaching the station from the direction of Earth. All hands on alert. The astronauts, startled again, rushed to find a safe position and crouched down with their heads in their hands. After a few seconds, alert cancelled. The astronauts looked at each other in disbelief. Over the next few hours, this situation, which filled the astronauts with questions, repeated itself, as if the warning system had malfunctioned. Warning! Disarm! Warning! 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 Disarm! A little more than half a month passed. I'm fine here, Zhang Peng said uncaringly. I'm in the space station. What can I have to do? Let's talk about you. You're now a head-level protected object. You're protected everywhere. What do you think? Zhang Peng was on the phone with Lu Peiqiang. Right. Let me tell you something strange. Every day during this period of time, there are big rocks flying out of the Earth and then falling down again. Up and down like a yo-yo. Dozens of times a day. The top hasn't explained it to us yet. Do you know what's going on? As he spoke, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded above Zhang Peng's head. Warning! Unidentified object approaching the space station from the direction of Earth. All hands on alert. The sound of the alarm was unusually ear-piercing. But the astronauts who heard the sound didn't even bother to raise their eyelids, completely ignoring it and doing whatever they should be doing. In less than 2 seconds, the radio sounded again. Alarm cancelled. Zhang Peng skimmed his lips. Here we go again! At this time, Lu Peiqiang's voice came out from the communicator. Don't worry. It's the Earth consciousness exercising gravity. Similar to human fitness. Fitness. The word was very apt. Chen Fan intended to strengthen his control over gravity. After exercising for only half a month, he had achieved some results. And he could now concentrate more gravitational force into a smaller area in a shorter period of time. In layman's terms, all he could do before was slap. No spirit. But now, he could punch. Very energetic. In synchronous orbit, one punch can blow up a navigator space station. And thousands of punches can be thrown at the same time. Rebirth of the Fist of the Earth. However, the main advantage of gravitational punching is that it is difficult to prevent. In terms of distance and power, not as good as human antimatter weapons. To surpass antimatter weapons. Unless it can add more mass. Chen Fan pondered. Although I can locally control the strength of the gravitational force, my total mass is here. And there is a limit to how much more I can control it. Mass decisively affected the strength of the gravitational force. If one has the mass of the sun, he naturally has the gravitational pull of the sun, and can easily tear apart planets. It can also undergo the same nuclear fusion as the sun. Rebirth of I am the sun. After turning into the sun, even if he rushed across the world without any skill, he could still deal tons of damage to his enemies. The enemy's attacks, however, would have a hard time hurting him. He'll be the brightest of the brightest. But to become a star, he'd have to increase his mass by tens of thousands of times. Even if it's just to meet the minimum mass requirement for a star. Traveling through dimensions is energy intensive. The greater the mass, the more strange energy is consumed in traveling through space and time. Almost 1 for 1. This energy can only be absorbed naturally at the moment. With his current mass, it would take about 15 years to save up enough energy required for a single crossing. It had been less than 30 years since he had turned into a planetary consciousness, and he had only collected energy for less than 2 crossings in total, consuming it once when traveling through the Avatar world. And now, he was only just saving up enough to get his share for the next crossing, until he found a way to accelerate the acquisition of energy. If he raised his mass to the stellar level, he would have to store at least several 100,000 years for one crossing. It's not a good idea to run away when your body is heavy. There was no way he could scrape together enough energy needed to travel through the dimensions before he was crushed by the dimensional pressure. Increasing density might help resist dimensional oppression. Chen Fan mused. Ram yourself solidly first, and see if you can extend your stay. Balloons burst when pinched. Iron balls were different. Increasing the density could increase the hardness. If he could use this method to extend his stay in each realm, he would have the opportunity to try and turn himself into a star. Chen Fan was very interested in this matter. After all, which ball didn't want to turn into a sun? Chapter 74. A new era arrives. Great Earth Consciousness. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt that someone was calling out to him in the botanical garden. It was Lu Peiqiang. Currently, only Lu Peiqiang could call out to him, as the root system of the soul tree had not yet developed, and beings whose consciousness was not strong enough could not establish a link with the soul tree. Chen Fan restrained his imagination of turning into the sun. He descended into the botanical garden and had a brief exchange with Lu Peiqiang. Lu Peiqiang had come as a mouthpiece for the United Government, which wanted to establish closer cooperation with Chen Fan and had proposed several specific matters. Firstly, the United Government proposed the concept of an Earth civilization. In this concept, the Earth and the creatures on the Earth were a whole, and together they formed a civilization. Chen Fan appreciated this concept. Previously, the United Government only had the term human civilization, and they only had humans in mind, without the Earth and the other creatures on the Earth. Now it had become an Earth civilization. If another crisis like the solar helium flash or something like that occurred, the United Government would think of ways to deal with it from the perspective of the Earth civilization as a whole, from the perspective of Father Earth. It was the good oldest son preparing to do his filial duty. Chen Fan was pleased with this. Secondly, the United Government also proposed a project called the gravitational elevator. How creative. The United Government noticed that he had been ripping mountains out of space during this time, and thus the idea of using gravity to transport people and goods into space was born. They wanted to plan a few plots of land on Earth and have him transport people and materials from those plots into space at regular intervals to help them with their space infrastructure. It was a good idea. If humans wanted to build a space dock, they would first have to use a space lift to transport the materials from the ground to space, and then work in space. The construction speed is extremely slow. On the one hand, it was because space lifts were expensive and had limited capacity. On the other hand, it was also because space construction was inconvenient, and the construction speed was naturally slower than the ground. But with a gravitational lift, capacity is no longer a problem, because the principle of the gravitational lift was to convert gravitational force into repulsive force. As long as Chen Fan wanted to, he could easily send everything on Earth into space. Secondly, it was also possible to construct directly on the ground and send the finished product into space. In this way, space infrastructure would be as simple as surface infrastructure. In addition to this matter, the United Government wanted to plan several laboratories for the study of the nature of gravity, requesting him to provide different strengths of gravitational and repulsive forces in these laboratories. Scientific research. Good thing. The last thing was about the intelligence system. The United Government wanted to know if the planetary consciousness could restrict the intelligence system to avoid something like the May crisis from happening again. Chen Fan's method of restriction was actually very crude. That is, when he found out which intelligent product had a problem, he would use gravity to forcefully intervene. Take drones as an example. When a drone is out of control, he will use gravity to manipulate the drone, helping the drone to continue to perform the tasks it should perform. He will use gravity to steer the drone's direction of flight and pull the trigger on the machine gun for the drone's intelligent program. The drone is like a puppet on his string. This operation is essentially a forceful brick flyer. No tricks. A forceful miracle, forcibly controlling the body of the intelligent creature. The program possesses the mind of the intelligent being, and gravity possesses the body of the intelligent being, but only on the surface. Theoretically, gravity can extend infinitely, but only when it was near the Earth could Chen Fan forcefully take over the intelligent item with gravity. Therefore, Humans could use intelligent products as much as they wanted on Earth. But if they were far away from Earth, he couldn't whip them. However, he could build on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. As long as mankind builds up Earth as the most powerful weapon of Earth's civilization, and doesn't develop overly powerful force outside of Earth, intelligent systems are no threat at all. The May crisis is over. The United Government enacted a bill restricting intelligence. The planetary consciousness intervened in social production, and the reconstruction work in various places was completed one after another, and mankind entered a new stage of high-speed development. Production and construction were in full swing, and new major matters also came up. On May 3, 2061, the May crisis ended. On May 20, 2061, the coalition government issued the Intelligence Restriction Program, which prohibits humans from developing anything outside of Earth that is completely manipulated by intelligent systems, and prohibits intelligent systems from independently completing anything related to the military or important livelihood matters. And those who violate this bill will be punished for crimes against humanity. On May 21, 2061, the first gravitational elevator is inaugurated in Beijing, and in the same month, a cumulative total of 4,013 gravitational elevators of different sizes are inaugurated around the world, and Earth's civilization formally crosses over into the space age. On May 23, 2061, gravitational research institutes were established in various places. On June 17, 2061, the initial reconstruction work was completed. On September 5, 2061, the antimatter depot moved into space. On December 4, 2061, post-disaster reconstruction was largely completed. On January 6, 2062, the United Government presents the Earth Fortress Project, a plan to convert Earth into a giant interstellar battleship with antimatter combat capabilities within 2 5-year periods. On January 9, 2062, the Dungeon Project is restarted, paving the way for the Bastion of Earth plan. On March 5, 2063, the 1000 Space Battleship is born. On September 23, 2063, the United Government completed the first space city and named it Kairos, with the main occupant members being the families of the TAF and TAF, as well as some scientists. On October 1, 2063, further breakthroughs in antimatter-related research are made, with antimatter weapons rising in power and antimatter engines rising in propulsion efficiency. On December 5, 2063, according to an authoritative survey, the average happiness index of the global population surpasses 70, reaching an all-time high. On August 1, 2064, the Circum-Earth Defense Circle takes shape. On February 1, 2064, a breakthrough was made in research related to Tucuan's brain enzyme, and the Tucuan's Type 1 life extension injection was launched, with a team of top scientists working to reduce the production cost of the injection, which would be expected to dramatically increase the average lifespan of human beings. On April 1, 2065, the visitor arrives on Earth in the world of Avatar and receives a warm welcome. On April 1, 2065, it was a date that went down in the annals of both Earths. Avatar Earth. With the arrival of the visitor, national news channels received unprecedented attention. At 3:15 a.m. on the 1st of April, 2065, the visitor ship from the United Government of the Pandora galaxy arrived at the Cloud City spaceport, and the foreign ministers of all the world's countries were there to greet it in person. This is the moment we witness history. Chapter 75, Witnessing History. The RDA logo was everywhere in the Cloud City spaceport. As the lead of the United Government and their own government, the RDA contracted this historical moment on a commercial level. They had refurbished the Cloud City spaceport in anticipation of the visitor, charging exorbitant admission fees to those who came to witness history. They also sold the rights to broadcast, rebroadcast, and tape the event, as well as many overpriced billboards. It was a huge profit. RDA's share price went through the roof, and the directors were laughing all the way to the bank. As the years went by, RDA's relationship with the coalition government got better, not worse, because they were granted exclusive extractive rights recognized by the coalition government. It cemented their position within their own sphere, even though their interests on Pandora were restricted. Prior to this, every now and then, giants coveted the benefits they had extracted from Pandora and banded together to pressure them in an attempt to get a piece of the cake out of their hands. They had a big headache coping with it. But when the coalition government appeared, it was a hammer blow, although they made less money from their business of selling resources. Their shares killed it in the capital market, and their share price soared by more than 20 percentage points instead. For a top plutocracy of RDA's size, this surge was nothing short of a miracle. A big profit. Not only that, stopping their expansion on Pandora had also allowed them to get rid of the demonic people such as extreme environmentalists and achieve an excellent reputation within the ball. Profit and word of mouth both. RDA wins hemp. In the team that greeted the visitor, there was the chairman of RDA's board of directors, Turo, who looked at the tall visitor and smiled like a chrysanthemum on his old face. His old face was like a chrysanthemum. He didn't look like he hated the coalition government so much that he couldn't stand it anymore. He stood inside the ministers of foreign affairs and kept praising the coalition government, helping it to make a good first impression. The tycoon stood a little further away. That was the VIP table. They had paid the exorbitant entrance fees to bring their families to the spaceport to witness this historic moment in person. The aliens won't carry any viruses. Right? I heard that the aliens look exactly like us. I wonder if it's true. I'm so excited. It would be great if I could take a photo with the aliens. I never thought I'd meet an alien civilization that's evenly matched with us in my lifetime. Further away were the rich people who couldn't afford VIP tickets. They paid huge sums of money that ordinary people could not earn in a lifetime in exchange for only the qualification of glancing at the aliens in the crowds. But they rejoiced. Their spaceship is so grand. Go back to sell spaceship models. Surely can make a fortune. I want interstellar travel too. I want to go to their planet and have some fun. To witness history. Farther away were the ordinary people living in the Cloud City spaceport. They didn't have the money to buy admission tickets, so they could only stand so far away that they could only see things with binoculars and watch this historical moment from afar. Unlike the jubilation of the rich people, their expressions were complicated. Disgust and dissatisfaction were written on the faces of many of them. The officials are such fools. How could they let dangerous aliens know the coordinates of our planet? The Dark Forest doesn't even know? Not my kind. Their hearts must be different. You can't get rid of them once they're here. These aliens must have bad intentions. Aliens are hateful. They stole our Pandora. Before the people from the United Government even showed up. Negative emotions surged through the crowd. These ordinary people had different skin colors, different races, and different levels of education. But they shared the same viewpoint. They hated aliens. This attitude was diametrically opposed to the upper class. The gap between the attitudes of the upper and lower classes is so huge that it is really puzzling. What was even more baffling was that neither the RDA nor the governments had detected any malice towards the coalition government on the part of ordinary people. Otherwise, they would certainly have prevented ordinary people from mobbing the scene, as it could have resulted in a major diplomatic incident. There seemed to be an undercurrent surging. Time passed by minute by minute. The pointer gradually pointed to 10:30. That was the agreed meeting time. The aliens were about to make their appearance. I'm in a hurry. Why aren't they coming out yet? It's the last minute. Start recording. Don't miss the crucial moment. Snort. The hatch of the visitor made a sound. Creak. Under the attention of all the people, the heavy metal hatch fell down inch by inch, revealing 300 diplomats from the United Government. Their faces were solemn, their waists erect, and they united to exude a solemn aura. People looked at them as if they were seeing an unbreakable whole. Yes, they must be a whole. The humans of Avatar Earth formed a first impression of the United Government. No matter what happened in the future, this first impression would be preserved in their memories forever. Boom! Deafening cheers rose to the sky as the humans of Avatar Earth expressed a warm welcome to the visitors. Greetings. Hello. Bonjour. Annyeonghaseyo. Ciao. Greetings in various languages resounded through the Cloud City spaceport. Chapter 76 Touching the Prize. Qian Fian was the head of the United Government's delegation. If he didn't count the 4 years he spent dormant in the spaceship. He was 55 years old. Not young, but his eyes were still as bright as when he was young. Greetings. My name is Qian Fian. I am the head of this delegation. And on behalf of the United Government, I would like to express my gratitude for your warm welcome. Greetings. My name is Christine. I am the Secretary General of the United Nations. And on behalf of Earth, I welcome you. 2 broad hands shook together. Click. The image was frozen in the moment, and became the front page of the following day's news. The news of the aliens' visit created a frenzy on Avatar Earth. Items such as alien pendants, alien school bags, and alien dolls were sold in large quantities. But the fact that the people of the United Government looked exactly like the people of Avatar Earth didn't sell much. In order to promote sales, merchants made up characteristics for the more important United Government diplomats. Qianfian is mild-mannered and features an olive branch wreath, a symbol of peace. The rest of the diplomats had lollipops, fairy wands, and angel wings, as well as demonic horns, among other things. Since arriving on Avatar Earth on the 1st of April, the diplomats of the United Government have been visiting countries with high intensity, interacting with many heads of state. They have been frantically swiping their faces on all major social media platforms, and have quickly gained an unbelievably high level of popularity. The official account they opened on the social platform gained 10 million fans in just 5 minutes. And after that, it quickly surpassed 3 billion, becoming the account with the largest number of fans on the entire network. Many people relied on analyzing them to come out with videos, and they were able to increase their fans by 1 million overnight. But they didn't stop there. They were carrying an important mission from the United Government and had been consulting on how to restore the environment of Avatar Earth in recent days. The United Government didn't want people from Avatar Earth to colonize Pandora. In that case, the two civilizations would be too close to each other, very prone to conflicts, and it wouldn't be conducive to the United Government's exclusive possession of Pandora. So the United Government wanted to restore the environment of Avatar Earth, so that the humans of Avatar Earth could honestly stay on their own planet. In fact, the humans of Avatar Earth were also interested in restoring the environment of their home planet. But they were apprehensive about the methods proposed by the United Government. "We believe you, but we don't believe Ava," Secretary General Christine said with a difficult look on her face. "Maybe these seeds can help us purify the environment at first, but when they spread on a large scale, they will turn into something else." Qianfian pursed his lips. He had talked to Christian many times over the past 2 months, but Christian had used this reason to put him off every time. "Trust us. Don't trust Ava." "I'm afraid that he trusts neither us nor Ava." "Right, Secretary General. Feel free to inspect these seeds, test their genetic sequences, and confirm if they're harmful." The coalition government inspected the seeds. These seeds were just clean from the gene sequence. There was no risk. Qianfian said in a serious tone, "Your planet is becoming more and more uninhabitable. You have to wear a filtering mask when you walk on the street. If it continues like this, what will happen to your children and grandchildren?" He paused for a moment and said in a slightly heavier tone, "Secretary General, can you give us a definite answer as to when exactly you are going to test these seeds? This is a meeting gift from us to you. You must understand. This is your planet, not ours." The United Government wanted to help Avatar Earth restore its environment. And although it had selfish intentions, it was definitely good for the humans on Avatar Earth. Christine wore a bitter smile. "I understand the reasoning," he sighed, "but we're different from you. Our polity is more decentralized. And if we want to plant Pandora plants here, we need to convince most of them to do so. And it will take a long time." Avatar Earth was terminally ill, but the United Government's Earth was thriving, with Qianfian's help. The United Government had smoothly restored the Earth's rotation. Humanity had regained its seasons, and the average happiness index was getting higher every day. The Moss-led plan for a new dungeon was progressing rapidly. Not only did it expand the space on the basis of the original dungeon, providing comfortable living conditions for everyone, but it also reinforced the planetary engine on the ground, greatly reducing the risk of magma leakage in the future. Not only that, at Qianfian's suggestion, the United Government had also introduced many Pandora plants, some of which had luminous values that were perfect for keeping underground, greatly improving the living environment of the underground city. The near-Earth orbit was also undergoing a major infrastructure buildup. Many people traveled via gravitational lifts to work in the Circum-Earth Defense Circle, helping to create an impenetrable space defense for the planet. Space fleets moved in and out, practicing for a possible future interstellar war. Qianfian himself was not idle. He had been playing with something very new recently. Touching prizes, he had discovered a new way to play with peculiar energy. He could use the peculiar energy to open a small wormhole, and then use gravity to hook things from another dimension out of the wormhole. Very interesting. Since the consumption was not high, he touched the prize every day, and had touched it more than 300 times as of now. Although the universe was empty and boundless, and the vast majority of the time, he couldn't touch anything. But when he was lucky, he would touch surprises, such as when he had just touched out the remains of half of an unknown civilization's battleship. The warship's fracture was unusually smooth, as if it had been sliced open by some kind of special weapon in a split second. The shield-generating device carried on the battleship was intact, and if the United Government could complete the reverse engineering with the infinite energy provided by fusion, it was entirely possible to create a planetary shield generator. By that time, he would not only be carrying a ball buster, but also a shield. Moss was preparing for the baptism of Earth civilization, and this shield would come in handy, and he could touch it a few more times. He had a hunch that he would be able to touch something else from this treasure plane. Chapter 77, Touching a Big One. The Circum-Earth Defense Circle was an important part of the Earth Fortress plan, and with the full support of the United Government, it was now taking shape. In addition to deploying military facilities onto it, the United Government had also planned many scientific research bases. Is the machine broken? This data is too fake. Where's the director? Quickly find him to take a look. In a certain research institute, the scientists looked at the data curve on the screen that was in the shape of _/ and revealed puzzled looks. This data was spatial curvature. Scientists believed that space was twisted, like a carpet piled haphazardly with all kinds of folds on it. Space curvature was the data that showed the degree of the folds, according to the curvature fluctuations on the screen. The nearby space was on the verge of being twisted into 9 folds. Checked. The machine isn't broken. That data. Meanwhile, darkness quietly enveloped the Earth. The sky was like a mirror that had been rubbed together, in which light was deflected at a large angle, unable to reach the ground. This phenomenon immediately drew the attention of the United Government. An unexpected situation has arisen. Please seek refuge in the nearest nearby dungeon. The darkness enveloped a very large area, close to 1/5 of Asia's surface area. No one knew what was happening, but the answer was soon revealed. In the twisted space, the hideous giant that reeked of death poked its head out and squeezed its way inch by inch into the Earth's sky. It was covered in shocking scars, a relic of some civilization's war. It was riddled with holes and cracks all over its body, with only a dark red heart remaining, rhythmically flickering on and off, silently telling of its former glory. Geez, what is this thing? An alien warship? Quickly go and invite Earth consciousness. The United Government quickly assessed the unwelcome guest, the wreckage of an alien warship approaching the size of the moon. Everyone was apprehensive. The Circum-Earth Defense Circle was alerted, and thousands of warships were deployed in unison, eyeing this warship wreckage from space. A great battle was imminent. This is something beyond the content of the film. Will it attack us? Are there live aliens inside? Panic filled the air over the planet. Though the wreckage of this battleship was overall broken beyond recognition, it had countless giant gun ports, so large that they could be seen with the naked eye alone. If only a few of them could still fire, it could spell doom for humanity. Everyone's hearts were unusually heavy. The swarm flew close to the wreckage of the battleship, constantly firing radio waves into it, trying to communicate with the aliens who had driven the wreckage of the battleship here. But they got no response. Time passed by, and the tense atmosphere lasted for about 10 minutes before the United Government received a reply from Liu Peiqiang. This battleship wreckage that. It was rubbish that Earth consciousness had picked up from other realms. In addition to this big guy, there were many smaller ones piled up on Antarctica that were waiting to be received by the United Government. Avatar Earth. Chief Qian. We've discovered something strange. In the guest house where the United Government's delegation was staying, the diplomats of the United Government gathered to share the results of their recent diplomacy. The commoners have an inexplicable hostile mentality towards us, one diplomat said with a puzzled look. Diplomats not only traveled to the high temples and dealt with well-dressed politicians, they also delved into the watery folklore and spent time with the poor people who had suffered so much. They discovered a strange phenomenon. The ordinary people here, for some reason, generally hated aliens. Deportation at the mouth. War at the mouth. They came to help improve the environment of this planet. And the poor people were obviously the biggest beneficiary group. But the poor people in turn hated them the most. The diplomats were baffled. Qian Fian said in a deep voice, "There's no such thing as unwarranted hatred. There must be a reason that caused them to develop such emotions. There's a need to investigate deeper." At this time, another diplomat spoke up. "I may know why." Qian Fian moved his gaze to his face. "There are a lot of works on their video and fiction websites that make enemies of the aliens. I investigated carefully and found that the topic of fighting aliens caught fire from around August 58, which is when we..." This diplomat wanted to speak, but Qian Fian already knew what he wanted to say. Xianfian frowned. RDA. The hypocritical smiling face of Turo, the chairman of the RDA's board of directors, appeared in his mind. If someone was deliberately spreading anti-alien themes and fostering an anti-alien mindset among the population through cultural entertainment, then it must have nothing to do with the RDA. They had only just arrived in the Pandora system in August 58, and only the RDA was aware of their existence at that time. Considering the tensions between the Combine and the RDA at the time, the RDA likely had the idea of manipulating public opinion to steer their planet towards war with the Combine. However, the United Government is on pretty good terms with the RDA right now. So how come the RDA is still pushing for the spread of these subjects? I will report this matter to the United Government, Xianfian said. Currently, there were two main things that the Union Government needed to know. One was that ordinary people were deeply hostile to the Union Government, and the other was that there was a huge resistance to improving the environment. In a private banquet, the head of a small country vaguely told Xianfian that the reason why the United Nations was slow to accept the United Government's help was because a portion of the big countries were unusually obsessed with colonizing Pandora. What did refusing to accept help to improve the environment have to do with colonizing Pandora? The heads of the smaller countries didn't say it outright. After the banquet, Xianfian associated a lot of thoughts. The resources on Pandora were too valuable, especially the superconducting ore, which was likely the key to unlocking the next round of technological explosion. Only by colonizing Pandora could this Earth break the monopoly of the United Government and access Pandora's resources as it pleased. But sending fleets to attack the United Government is impractical. So this Earth can only keep increasing its weight on the negotiation table and strive for colonization opportunities through peaceful means. The environmental issue was a good catch, Xianfian surmised. Those countries that wanted to colonize Pandora might want to make use of the deteriorating environmental problems to make the United Government feel their determination to colonize Pandora, to increase their deterrence, and thus force the United Government to give in. I can barely survive, but you still won't let me colonize it. Believe it or not, I'll fight you? This may seem to be a strategy that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 1,000 times. However, the sufferings brought about by environmental problems will not fall on those who formulate the strategy, but only on the poor people at the bottom of society. Those who formulate the strategy live in a paradise created by high technology, and no matter how bad the Earth's environment is, they will continue to have a good time at night, as long as the poor are not treated as human beings. It amounts to no cost. Based on this anti-common sense and even anti-human logic, they will never agree to use the Pandora plant to improve the Earth's environment, and will even deliberately connive at the deterioration of the Earth's environment until they set foot on Pandora's land. In the process, they will keep sucking in poor people who can't survive into the military and wildly expand their military power. In the end, using the pressure of survival as a backdrop and military power as a bargaining chip, they would force the United Government to allow them to colonize Pandora. The reason why the heads of the small countries told Xianfian about this was because only the strong countries could profit from this strategy. By the time this strategy was over, their small countries that had endured suffering might no longer exist. Chapter 78, Earth, I'll pick up rubbish to feed you guys. Xianfian reported the specifics to the coalition government along with his personal speculations. Don't know what's good for you. Claven snapped at the humans on Avatar Earth as soon as he opened his mouth. The other 4 council members were silent, because they thought so too. The higher-ups of Avatar Earth coveted Pandora, and for that reason, they were willing to put their own planet at risk. The ordinary people of Avatar Earth were uninformed, deceived by propaganda messages, and turned against them. The whole of Avatar Earth, from top to bottom, was full of malice towards them, even when it was clear that they were here to help solve the problem, playing their home planet against us. Do they deserve it? Vladimir grinned. Our Earth can take us to escape. Can theirs? I don't believe they dare to fire antimatter weapons at us. We should be tough. Let them understand that they can either repair their environment and stay honestly on their home planet, either play bad with their home planet and stay on the broken home planet. Trying to get us to give in? Want to colonize Pandora? No way. Vladimir tapped his fingers on the table as he spoke, his movements and demeanor full of impatience. In his opinion, the humans of Avatar Earth were simply circus clowns. The machinations of the higher-ups were also ridiculous. Tell others how ruthless you are by hurting yourself. This kind of tactic was fine to scare little children, but to scare an interstellar civilization, and one that could run away with the ball? Save your breath. Craven raised the corner of his eye and agreed. Whimsical indeed. That approach might have worked before. But they had already made contact with the Earth's consciousness and could evade antimatter attacks. Once the war started, they would lose Pandora at most. But the Avatar humans would lose their home planet. The losses are completely unequal. And they also offered Avatar Earth a solution to environmental pollution. Improving the environment of their home planet and concentrating on the solar system was a completely acceptable option for Avatar Earth. Unless the top brass of Avatar Earth went completely insane. There was no way this war could be fought. Mibak and the French representative, Baru, chimed in, but only Hao Xiuxi shook his head. Hao Xiuxi said cautiously, "It's better to wait for the antimatter weapon monitoring station to be built first. Then adjust your attitude." Popping the champagne at halftime was not an option. They had to at least have the ability to monitor the other party's antimatter weapon movements first, and not be afraid of taking backhanded arrows before acting tough. Otherwise, even if the Earth could take them to escape, they could still end up in the gutter if they found out about the attack too late. Be as gentle as possible. Although we don't fear them, there's no need to provoke them. They haven't formed a unified polity yet. If we are too tough, there could be a situation where one of the countries goes off on its own and fires antimatter weapons at us. In that case, our peaceful life in Pandora will be shattered. Don't go to war if you can keep your mouth shut. Hao Xiuxi took out a stack of documents. Earth Consciousness discovered an ancient interstellar battlefield and picked up a bunch of debris from it for us. There were many numbered photos in the documents, all of which were devices of research value dismantled from the wreckage. Some of these devices were still able to be activated. We are currently analyzing the wreckage, and hopefully through reverse engineering, we will gain some advanced knowledge that we do not yet have, such as the manufacturing techniques for shield generators. We have removed a dozen or so shield generators from the wreckage that are still functional. It's unclear what energy source they were originally powered by. But shields generated with an antimatter drive are capable of completely canceling out medium-yield nuclear missiles. If the various technologies embedded in the shield generators could be eaten up, energy applications and other related disciplines would advance a great deal. Reverse engineering will take a while. But even if we can't understand the research in the end, we can still load them onto a battleship and form an elite squad for special missions. When saying this matter, all 5 council members had their brows stretched and were in a happy mood. One sits in a ball, and joy comes from the other world. All day long, his brows are not spread. But he is happy to get this. Crossword, it's good to have a father. The shield generator was just one of the many surprises. Hao Xiuxi pulled out a photo from the file. And in the photo was the wreckage of the super battleship that was comparable in size to the moon. This battleship, Hao Xiuxi paused for a moment, should technically be a combat celestial body, due to the damage being too severe, the internal environment being almost connected to space, and having floated in space for an unknown amount of time. The contents are basically gone. The composition of its outer alloy is currently being analyzed to study the structure of its construction. If we can reverse derive its construction materials and construction drawings, we'll be able to produce the exact same one out later. But our technology is not as advanced as the civilization that built this battle celestial body. And the fake we produce will definitely not reach the strength of the original. However, there is good news. The core area of this battle celestial body is relatively intact, preserving a device with an unknown role. This device is set in the middle of the battle celestial body, and is currently suspected to be an energy core, or a FTL engine. Chapter 79 Skimming doesn't affect viewing. Chapter 80 Preparing to leave. It was a great revelry for the scientific community. The coalition government had called on tens of thousands of scientists, and more than 100,000 skilled workers to classify and technically analyze the rubbish that Shinfen had picked up. Good news came out of the labs every day. Many disciplines including maths, physics, chemistry, polymers, and energy applications were progressing rapidly, as if a fledgling shrimp was being taught by a master. At the same time, the news that Avatar Earth was not kind to the united government spread among the people. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. What's the point of helping them? They don't like us. We don't like them yet. What a cheeky bunch. Leave them alone. Let them rot. Why do you have a hot face for someone else's cold arse? Pandora has belonged to us since time immemorial. Why should we give it up to them? Love and hate are mutual. Avatar Earthlings didn't like Wandering Earthlings, and Wandering Earthlings naturally wouldn't like them. The ordinary people of the two civilizations loathe each other. and public opinion would affect politics. And in the long run, it was likely to trigger a conflict between the two civilizations. But the United Government didn't care, because their Earth was going to leave this world in less than 10 years. No matter how big the conflict of contradictions was, the two civilizations were no longer in the same world. So naturally it didn't matter. As for how the main body of the civilization could secure its possession of Pandora after it left and continue to send superconducting ores to the new world, that would be even simpler. By the time their planet wasn't here anymore, Pandora was just one of their minds. And their deterrence against Avatar Earth skyrocketed. Just deploying a few more antimatter cannons would be enough. I'm sure the Avatar Earthlings wouldn't want to lose their home planet and end up replacing one of their enemies' minds. Would they? On August 16, 2065, Avatar Earth's Muse ship arrived on Wandering Earth, carrying 1,207 members of the visiting delegation from Avatar Earth. They were received by the 5 council members in the defense circle around the Earth and had a friendly meeting. After a week-long discussion, the construction of an antimatter weapons monitoring station was officially begun on both sides, opening a new chapter of lasting peace. A new chapter in a long-lasting peace was opened, but also a hidden danger was planted. 2066. The United Government initially grasps the working principle of the shield generator and replaces a special substance that doesn't exist on Earth with superconducting ore to produce a weakened version of the shield generator in the lab. The first antimatter weapon monitoring stations are successfully completed. 2067. The United Government completes the sorting of war debris and obtains 251 working devices, including shield generators, fire control radars, and shipboard ion cannons. A major breakthrough was achieved in related research. In the same year, the laboratory synthesized a special alloy used in war debris. Compared with the titanium alloy used by the United Government, this special alloy is 40% lighter and 200% harder, with increased resistance to explosions and high and low temperature environments, and possesses a slight memory repair function. The second antimatter weapons monitoring station is successfully inaugurated. 2068. Reverse engineering of the shield generator reaches a bottleneck, and a low-profile version of the shield generator is put into production in large numbers. This version of the shield generator can withstand a single frontal blast from a small-yield nuclear bomb while weakening the effects of the blast and shockwave on the hull. It is expected to equip the entire military within 5 to 10 years. That same year, diplomats from Avatar Earth discovered the wreckage of a combat celestial body parked on the backside of Wandering Earth and requested an expedition from the combined government. The combined government refused. In the aftermath, Avatar Earth's attitude at the negotiating table eased considerably, alleviating the pressure on the work of the United Government's diplomats. The last of the antimatter weapon monitoring stations are successfully inaugurated. 2069. Avatar Earth persistently refuses to use the Pandora plant to improve the environment, and the environmental problems continue to deteriorate to the point where ordinary people are unable to spend long periods of time outdoors even when wearing filtering masks. The people of Avatar Earth are outraged. Ordinary people on Avatar Earth's disgust with the United Government grows so strong that United Government diplomats cannot easily reveal their identities in non-diplomatic settings to avoid being attacked. The United Government expresses strong condemnation of this. 2070. Avatar Earth erupts into mega demonstrations against environmental issues, with vandalism, looting, burning, and other vicious social incidents occurring across the globe, with dire effects on the business environment. A large number of factories and shops were forced to shut down, and an unprecedented wave of unemployment swept Avatar Earth. The number of jobless hobos soared, crime rates spiked, and in areas with low tax revenues, the law and order environment was so harsh that the government was completely dysfunctional and almost run by gangs. This unexpected situation led Avatar Earth to take an extraordinarily hard line against colonizing Pandora. In the same year, large-scale civil unrest arose. Several United Government diplomats were killed in the riots. The United Government was enraged. Diplomatic relations between the two civilizations deteriorated dramatically. In the same year, the United Government confirmed that the red heart embedded in the center of the battle celestial body was a celestial-level leap engine. During these years, Chen Fan had been traveling on Pandora with Ava. Apart from exercising his ability to manipulate gravity and touching the prize from other realms once a day, they wandered through the bodies of different creatures and stepped on every inch of land on Pandora. "Are you ready to leave?" Ava inquired. At the moment, The two great consciousnesses incarnated as a pair of elfin lizards, sprawled in a thick patch of tall grass. Their two triangular heads snuggled closely together. Yes, Chen Fan said frankly. Over the years, the oppression he had received from the Avatar universe had become more and more intense, and he could no longer hold on any longer. 3 years at most. He would have to leave the Avatar universe. Wow. Chen Fan felt a trace of loss from Ava's consciousness. Probably because he was about to follow Chen Fan and leave Pandora together. Sorry, Chen Fan whispered. My energy is limited. Otherwise, I would have been able to take Pandora away with me. No, Ava replied unexpectedly. Your future, unknown, is not suitable. My child. Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Ava's meaning was, it was too dangerous to let Pandora go with him. So it would be better to stay in the Avatar universe? Then why did Ava still want to go with him? We, kindred spirits. The future. Look at the scenery, Ava said softly. As she spoke, she manipulated her elf lizard and stuck out her slender tongue to lick Chen Fan's elf lizard's head, expressing intimacy. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before asking, do you have any wishes before you leave? Pandora. Be safe, Ava replied. Chen Fan sensed Ava's nervousness and apprehension. Ava was worried that after she left Pandora, the humans of Avatar Earth would colonize Pandora and destroy the Pandora ecology that he had created. No need to worry. Pandora will be safe. Very safe.